He was just an ordinary gamer, but unexpectedly entered a real world of Hong Kong variety shows. When others thought this was a world of plot, he realized that all the deaths here could not be reopened for archiving, and every choice was a real cost. But soon, he found the only rule loophole. The world is exactly the same as the game mechanism he is familiar with. Tasks, attributes, equipment, skills, hidden dungeons. Even gang fights, police and gangster confrontations can be analyzed with data. Others are desperately trying to survive, but he is leveling up tasks. Others are afraid of the underworld, but he is flashing bosses' explosive equipment. Others were crushed by the plot, so he directly used the system mechanism to reverse the process. From the lowest level nobody to the behind-the-scenes players who control the black and white lanes. He began to view the entire Hong Kong integrated world as a real game that could be cleared. Do you think this is reality? No, this is just my high difficulty dungeon. When the final boss was locked by him, the whole world realized that true players are never the ones driven by the plot, but the ones who rewrite it. If you enjoy Hong Kong action stories like this, don't forget to like and subscribe. The adventure is about to begin. Chapter 1. Sai Kung de Sha Ge. Sai Kung Pier. The sea breeze is strong and salty. A man dressed out of place in the environment is sitting quietly by the sea in a hot pot restaurant. Dark gray slim-fit suit, spotless. In the midst of the hustle and bustle of the streets full of gangsters, he appeared particularly clean, and also particularly dangerous. His name is de Sha. No one dares to underestimate this name. Because in Saigon, there is a saying, don't ask about the rules when you see big silly brother. There is a dog lying at his feet. A quiet and eerie Samiet, little Ka. But no one dares to treat it like a dog. Because anyone who has seen it make a move knows it's not a dog, it's a beast. Hot pot restaurant owner Abing ran up all the way, his tone respectful to almost flattery. Big silly brother, the same old way? Big silly nodded. Without saying much, as usual. The table was instantly filled with food. Crispy roasted chicken, beef fat, grouper, seafood platter. Enough for 10 people to eat. But the fool only does one thing. Eat. Feed the dog. Eat again. The rhythm is stable like a machine. The people around have long been accustomed to this scene. In Saigon, this is not eating. This is daily. Until the entrance of the dock, there was a sudden commotion. A group of young people barged in. The leader is a young man with a face full of arrogance. Handsome Nan, the leader of the 5 tigers in Causeway Bay. Following behind are the pheasant, the big bird, the foreskin, and the nest skin. With a fierce momentum, it is obvious that the visitor is not good. Hey, have you seen a red MR2? The mountain chicken kicked over the plastic basket with a piercing sound. Arrogant, direct. I didn't take this place seriously at all. The handsome boy's gaze swept across. In the end, it fell onto Sha. At that moment, he instinctively felt that this person was not simple. But the confidence of young people made them overlook the danger. The mountain chicken stepped forward and pointed at the Sha, saying, Hey, silly big guy, do you keep your word here? Our Hongxing car was lost here. Give us an explanation. The air instantly changed. The fishermen and workers who were originally eating stopped at the same time. Put down the chopsticks. The wine glass fell onto the table. The entire hot pot restaurant, quiet. A dozen pairs of eyes slowly lifted up. No anger. Without fear. There is only one thing, killing intent. The handsome Nan's heart suddenly tightened. He finally realized that something was wrong. But it's already too late. Xiaoka stands up. No barking. Just a low growl. Like an unsheathed knife. De Sha slowly looked up at this moment. Drink the last sip of beer. Calm tone. Kid, be careful when speaking. Trouble comes from the mouth. The mountain chicken's face changed, but the next second it exploded. You his mother want to die? He grabbed the plastic stool and smashed it down. But he didn't hit anyone. A gray shadow flashed by. It's too fast. Almost to the point where everyone only sees the afterimage. Next second, bang. The mountain chicken was completely thrown out. Heavy impact on the ground. Xiaoka stood on top of him. The teeth have already pressed against the throat. Just one bite away. It's just death. Time has stopped. The handsome boy's southern pupils contracted violently. Rescue. 5 people rushed forward at the same time. But the next second, at the hot pot restaurant, all the ordinary diners stood up. Not a word. Just slowly gather around. Kill intent, completely explode. De Sha just spoke lightly. Don't worry. Let it play for a while. He looked at Xiao Ka as if he was watching a child and said, It's been a while. It's time to move. Xiao Ka moved. At this moment, it is no longer a dog, but a monster tearing apart the hunting ground. Liang Zainin felt for the first time that he might not be here to find a car. He is here to die. Chapter 2. The Mysterious Uncle. Little Ka's initial target was Big Tian Air. With a swift turn in the air, its forepaw fiercely slashed towards Big Tian Air's chest. Big Tian Air barely registered the flash of gray before he could react, and was swiftly clawed by Little Ka. A sharp pain erupted from his chest, causing him to involuntarily stagger back a few steps. Little Ka did not linger on Big Tian Air. Instead, it propelled itself off his body, leaping once more towards Bao Pai and Chao Pai. Upon seeing Little Ka charge towards them, Bao Pai and Chow Pai turned pale with fear. They attempted to evade. But Little Ka's speed was too formidable for them to react in time. With a powerful kick of its hind legs, Little Ka struck both Bao Pai and Chow Pai. They were met with an overwhelming force, their bodies flying several meters away like kites severed from their strings, crashing heavily to the ground. As they lay there, groaning in agony, the arrogance they once displayed vanished completely. Seeing his comrades fall one after another, Liang Zainan was filled with a mix of shock and fury. His eyes widened as he glared menacingly at Little Ka, cursing, "You filthy dog, I swear I will end you today." With that, he picked up a folding stool from the ground and hurled it towards Little Ka with force. Little Ka nimbly dodged Liang Zainan's attack, its gaze fixed on him, searching for an opening. Given Little Ka's robust physique, the underlings who had only recently begun training in the boxing gym posed little threat. However, Little Ka was determined to avoid a blow from the stool. Just as Liang Zainan raised the stool again to strike, Little Ka suddenly dashed forward, leaping high into the air and delivering a fierce kick aimed at Liang Zainan's lower body. A sharp pain surged through Liang Zainan, causing him to double over in agony. The stool slipped from his hands, clattering to the ground as he rolled on the floor, hands clutching his injured area. Writhing in torment, the surrounding patrons, including Desha, felt a chill in their lower regions, as if they could empathize with Liang Zainan's suffering. The scene was utterly brutal. Little Ka's swift and merciless attacks rendered Liang Zainan and his companions completely defenseless. Silence enveloped the hot pot restaurant, with only the sounds of Liang Zainan's pained groans echoing in the air. Returning to Desha's side, Little Ka affectionately rubbed against his leg, seemingly seeking praise. Desha crouched down, gently patting Little Ka's head, saying, "Well done, Little Ka. These ignorant young rascals needed a lesson." After a while, Liang Zainan and his companions gradually regained their composure. They looked at Little Ka, their eyes filled with fear and reverence. They understood that they had encountered a formidable adversary today. This seemingly ordinary dog possessed remarkable strength. Shanji struggled to rise from the ground, his face etched with pain and fury. He pointed a trembling finger at Desha, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Desha, just you wait. We, the Hongshin gang, will not let this go unpunished. How dare you let this dog injure us? We will make you pay." With that, he helped his still groaning companions to their feet and limped towards the exit. Observing the naivete of Liang Zainan and his gang, Desha couldn't help but chuckle in anger, his smile tinged with mocking scorn for their ignorance and indignation at their audacity. Sitting back in his chair, he leaned slightly forward, resting his hands on his knees, casting a disdainful glance at the limping Liang Zainan and his group. The corners of his mouth curled upward slightly, lacking any warmth, the subtle arc enhancing his coldness and authority. "Humph. A few ruffians daring to flaunt their bravado on my turf, thinking they could leave without facing consequences? How utterly lacking in decorum." Desha mused inwardly, his gaze sharpening with intensity. He, Desha, was a notable figure in the territory of Sai Kung, and not only these minor thugs, but even their boss, Big B, lacked the audacity to stir trouble on his grounds and expect to walk away unscathed. Under the shadow of the bustling metropolis of Hong Kong, various gangs surged like a dark tide, infiltrating every alley and corner. The social order of Hong Kong was fragmented by these underground forces, where violence and greed reigned supreme. Fishermen's livelihoods hung by a thread as they ventured out to sea, facing relentless extortion from gangs demanding protection fees, while hotels delayed payments for months, and buyers maliciously drove down prices. Sai Kung Fishing Port, the epicenter of fish trading, devolved into a battleground for competing factions, forcing fishermen to struggle for survival amidst dire conditions. At the behest of his elder uncle, Desha abandoned the notion of joining a gang, instead choosing to root himself at the port, gradually unifying Sai Kung alongside his uncle to establish order. Their actions were swift and thunderous, rallying local youths and delving deep into Sai Kung Fishing Port, where they launched a bloody purge against the entrenched gang powers. Initially, they faced fierce resistance. Numerous thugs attempted to obstruct them, yet Desha and his companion, with their unmatched prowess, swept through the port like a storm, driving the opposition back relentlessly. Within a month, they had successfully cleared all factions, reclaiming exclusive control over Sai Kung Fishing Port. Subsequently, they established the Sai Kung Trading Company, enforcing strict regulations to restore market order. The company mandated that all fish catches must be sold directly to the Sai Kung Trading Company, which would then distribute them uniformly to buyers, hotels, and fishmongers, thereby earning a reasonable profit margin. While this model appeared monopolistic, it upended the previous order. The Sai Kung Trading Company instituted ironclad rules: no credit, no price gouging, and immediate cash transactions. They established standardized purchasing stations for fishermen, assigning dedicated personnel to inspect and price fish, ensuring transparency and fairness. Initially, fishermen were skeptical, but the integrity of the Sai-Kung Trading Company shone like a beacon. With Desha personally supervising at the port, refusing bribes, and imposing severe penalties on violators. Gradually, the Sai-Kung Trading Company became the fishermen's pillar of support, with fish flowing into the warehouses and efficiently reaching the market through logistics. The quality of life for the fishermen soared. In the past, they were like scattered sand, subject to rampant bullying. Gangs extorted protection fees, hotels delayed payments for months, and buyers devised ways to maliciously lower prices, leading to half of the families shackled by debt. Now, the Sai-Kung Trading Company stood as their shield, establishing patrols to fend off external disturbances and forming mediation teams to resolve payment disputes, including forceful mediation. Initially, the land reclamation project in Sai-Kung was in full swing, with numerous gang members actively participating, including some outspoken critics who contributed in various ways. Although the disappearances of these individuals stirred some commotion, the absence of bodies meant no cases were opened, and the Sai-Kung police had little interest in wasting resources on these lowlifes. Meanwhile, the brothers began to leverage their fishing boat network to expand smuggling operations. The smuggling activities primarily focused on second-hand vehicles from Japan, South Korea, Europe, and the United States, which were modified professionally before entering the market. Additionally, they dealt with the transportation of poultry, meat, and traditional Chinese medicine from the East, catering to local demand, primarily for the daily consumption and training needs in Sai-Kung. These operations not only enriched the supply of goods in Sai-Kung, but also cleverly disguised their legality by mixing $2,000 Hong Kong bills, known as big gold bulls, when submitting port documents for customs approval. They could easily obtain the necessary permits, cloaking their smuggling activities in a veneer of legitimacy. Even the University of Tokyo tacitly acknowledges this, as these activities significantly contribute to the regional economy, often adopting a stance of complacent indifference, turning a blind eye. The operations of the Saigon Trading Company strictly adhere to tax laws, dutifully paying substantial taxes, and have thus amassed considerable wealth and influence. In Saigon, the esteemed Big Fool has emerged as a pivotal figure, his influence extending throughout the community. For instance, the smuggling network has catalyzed job growth and fostered the prosperity of the docks and fishing ports. As a result, residents of Saigon have reaped the benefits of improved infrastructure and enhanced living standards. This economic spillover effect has garnered high regard from local patriarchs for Big Fool's contributions, who are now actively planning to leverage their connections to support his candidacy for councilman, aiming to further optimize regional development through political channels. This Big Fool is no ordinary street figure. Should anyone maliciously target him, the Saigon police would be swift to protect their upstanding citizens. Big Fool rose to his feet, brushing off non-existent dust from his impeccably tailored dark gray suit, and strode with a steady, powerful gait towards the group led by Handsome Nan. Each step he took resonated with authority, as if declaring his absolute dominion over the territory. Behind him, Little Card closely shadowed Big Fool, his vigilant gaze fixed on Handsome Nan and the others, occasionally emitting low growls from his throat, ready to spring into action. "Halt!" Big Fool commanded, his voice deep and resonant, echoing within the hot pot restaurant. Such a tone carried an invisible weight, compelling the initially moving Handsome Nan and his companions to come to an abrupt stop, their bodies trembling slightly. Turning around, they were met with Big Fool's stern visage and Little Card's fierce glare, sending a chill coursing through their veins. "Do you truly believe you can stir up trouble on my turf and simply walk away? How naive," Big Fool coldly remarked, his eyes radiating an undeniable authority as he crossed his arms over his chest, scrutinizing the group with a gaze that seemed to penetrate their very souls. Handsome Nan feigned calmness, defiantly lifting his chin. "Big Fool, we are from the Hung Hing. What do you intend to do about it?" Despite his bravado, his eyes betrayed a flicker of apprehension, avoiding direct contact with Big Fool's gaze. With a scoff, Big Fool replied, "And what of Hung Hing? On my territory, you must adhere to my rules. You come here today to cause a ruckus, flaunting your bravado. Without a satisfactory explanation, you shall not leave." Handsome Nan furrowed his brow, recognizing he had encountered a formidable opponent, yet unwilling to concede easily. Gritting his teeth, he implored, "Big Fool, we were in the wrong today, but we had our reasons. My car was stolen, and in our haste, Shanji acted impulsively. Have mercy, just let us go this once." Big Fool shook his head, stating, "Reasons? That does not excuse your disruptive behavior. You wreak havoc on my turf, and you must face the consequences." He paused, his resolve hardening further. "First, let them sober up in the cold storage for an hour, then confine them to the warehouse until their leader arrives." Having substantial trade with the University of Tokyo, Big Fool, under the directive of his associate, constructed several cold storage facilities. These facilities not only served to store seafood, but also became a means for Big Fool to manage troublesome situations when necessary. The frigid temperatures within the cold storage would be sufficient to awaken these reckless youths to the gravity of their actions. With a wave of his hand, he summoned several robust patrons, seasoned and fierce, who approached Handsome Nan and his group with merciless intent. Seeing this, Handsome Nan and his companions were taken aback, contemplating resistance. Yet the sight of Little Card poised to pounce, coupled with the predatory stares of the patrons surrounding them, made it clear that any defiance would be futile. "You can't treat us this way," Shanji shouted, though his voice trembled with fear. Big Fool paid no heed to Shanji's cries. His cold gaze fixed upon them as the patrons swiftly subdued Handsome Nan and his group, escorting them towards the cold storage. Before they departed, Big Fool declared that he would cover all expenses at the Hot Pot restaurant that evening, instructing the owner, Ah Bing, to settle the account with the Saigon Trading Company the following day. As they made their way to the cold storage, Handsome Nan and his companions continued to struggle and curse, but Big Fool and the patrons remained unfazed, resolutely pushing them forward. Little Card trailed behind, occasionally barking at Handsome Nan and the others, intimidating them into submission. Soon enough, Handsome Nan and his group were confined within the cold storage. The door clanged shut with a resounding thud, and their panicked cries and curses echoed from within. Big Fool stood outside the cold storage, listening to their terrified yells with no trace of pity in his heart. His brow furrowed, a fierce determination glinting in his eyes, arms crossed over his chest, slightly leaning back, an archetypal pose of a formidable figure in the underworld. He understood that in this perilous realm, one must establish authority, otherwise, others would perceive him as easy prey, and these unfortunate youths were merely victims of circumstance. Currently, Saigon was experiencing a period of growth. Yet his associate had embarked on a journey, claiming to explore the wonders of the world, and had been away for 2 months, leaving the business in Big Fool's hands, even entrusting Little Card to his care. Indeed, Big Fool's associate, Chen Luochi, is a time traveler and a player. However, Big Fool was not particularly adept at business, merely sustaining the status quo in Saigon. Although outwardly it seemed no one was overseeing him, he harbored an underlying uncertainty. Gazing at the flickering light bulb on the ceiling, he let out a long sigh. "After an hour, we will transfer them to the warehouse," Big Fool instructed. Chapter 3. Achieving a tour of the University of Tokyo. After concluding matters with Handsome Nan and his group, Big Fool observed the cold storage door securely shut, ensuring they were momentarily incapable of causing further disturbances, allowing him to finally relax his previously taut nerves. He gently patted Little Card on the head, who affectionately nuzzled against his hand. Together, Big Fool and Little Card strolled leisurely through the nearby streets, which felt somewhat desolate at night, with only a few pedestrians hurrying by. Upon seeing Big Fool and Little Card, they promptly greeted Big Fool Little Card. As Big Fool walked, he pondered the affairs of the Saigon Trading Company. Despite his associate Chun Luochi entrusting the business to him, he remained acutely aware of his own limitations in the realm of commerce. He knew he was not cut out for business, merely managing to uphold the status quo through adherence to established norms. However, he was unperturbed by other factions attempting to encroach upon his territory, not only because he and his brother had already established a formidable reputation through their infamous involvement in the Saigon Dockland Reclamation Project a year prior, but also due to the presence of his loyal crew, the small crew cut workers. These workers, known for their diligent delivery and repair work, were hard-working and courageous. But should anyone threaten their livelihoods, they would not hesitate to take up arms. When it came down to it, their combat prowess far surpassed that of the stationed military forces on Hong Kong Island. Little Card occasionally sniffed at the flowers and plants along the roadside, occasionally watering the greenery, seemingly asserting his territory. Upon returning from their stroll, Big Fool felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He trudged back to his residence, quickly washed up, and collapsed onto his bed. Before long, he drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Chen Luochi remained on his journey. To be honest, in his previous life, Chen Luochi had scarcely explored the breathtaking landscapes of his homeland, inadvertently becoming a casualty while crossing the street, finding himself in this chaotic era. Now, with a second chance at life, settling down, and even achieving financial freedom, he intended to take full advantage of the current state before the tourist crowds descended upon the attractions, eager to experience them firsthand. Chen Luochi's first stop was Beijing. Upon disembarking from the aircraft, he was immediately captivated by the allure of this ancient, yet modern city. He visited the Forbidden City, where the majestic palace architecture and exquisite artifacts transported him back to antiquity, allowing him to feel the grandeur of royalty and the weight of history. Subsequently, he journeyed to the Great Wall at Badaling, and standing atop this monumental structure, gazing at the undulating mountains, a surge of heroism welled up within him, leading him to marvel at the boundless wisdom and perseverance of the ancients. After concluding his sojourn in Beijing, Chen Luochi embarked on an adventure in the northeastern region of China. His first stop was Shenyang in Liaoning, where he experienced the charm of this historical and cultural city. He then proceeded to Dalian, relishing the refreshing sea breeze. Following that, he ventured to Changbai Mountain in Jilin, upon witnessing the towering peaks, pristine snow, and crystal-clear Tianqi Lake. He was awestruck by the breathtaking scenery. As he strolled along the boardwalk, he felt the artistry of nature, as if he were immersed in a fairyland. Indeed, Changbai Mountain is home to Bear Ridge. Ultimately, he arrived in Harbin, Heilongjiang, a city imbued with Russian charm that left him spellbound. Departing from Harbin, Chun Luoqi made his way to North China, first heading to Hohhot in Inner Mongolia. Amidst the vast grasslands, he galloped on a spirited steed. Inhaling the fresh air and admiring the cerulean skies dotted with fluffy clouds and herds of cattle and sheep, he later visited the ancient city of Pingyao in Shanxi. Wandering through its time-honored streets, marveling at the well-preserved Ming and Qing architecture and traditional handicraft shops, as if transported back to an ancient town, savoring the allure of Chinese traditional culture. Next, he journeyed to the summer resort in Qingda, Hebei, a vast royal retreat from the Qing dynasty. Renowned for its exquisite architecture and picturesque landscapes, he strolled through the gardens, admiring the lakes, mountains, and ancient edifices, basking in the luxury and leisure of royalty. After departing from Qingda, Chun Luoqi ventured to East China, first arriving in Qingdao, Shandong, a beautiful coastal city that enveloped him in a relaxed atmosphere. He basked in the sun on the beach, swam, and savored fresh seafood, relishing the delights of seaside living. He then traveled to Suzhou, Jiangsu, exploring classical gardens such as the humble administrator's garden, where the intricate layouts, clever architectural designs, and beautiful flora enchanted him. Finally, he reached Shanghai, an international metropolis pulsating with vibrancy and prosperity. At this moment, Shanghai offered the allure of a bed in Puxi over a room in Pudong. The prospect of acquiring a parcel of land there promised a lifetime of rental income. From Shanghai, Chun Luoqi set his course towards Huangshan in Anhui. As he traveled westward, the scenery transformed from bustling cities to serene countryside. Upon arriving at the foot of Huangshan, the majestic peaks, shrouded in mist, appeared as if painted in a natural ink wash. Eagerly, he commenced his ascent. Along the winding mountain paths, he encountered bizarre pines and peculiar rock formations. The welcoming pine, with its verdant branches, seemed to greet every traveler from afar, at monkey watching the sea. A colossal stone resembled a monkey sitting in contemplation of the distant sea of clouds. Upon reaching the summit, a magnificent sea of clouds unfolded before him, swirling and undulating, at times resembling tumultuous ocean waves, and at others, delicate ribbons in the breeze. He was entranced by this dreamlike beauty, feeling as though he had melded with nature itself. After departing Huangshan, Chun Luoqi traveled to Lushan in Jiangxi, celebrated for its stunning landscapes and rich cultural heritage. He leisurely wandered along the mountain paths, listening to the gentle murmur of streams and inhaling the crisp air. The waterfalls of Lushan were magnificent, with the three-tiered waterfall cascading down in 3 stages, reminiscent of the Milky Way descending from the heavens. Standing before the waterfall, he felt the refreshing spray and was filled with poetic inspiration. The clouds and mist of Lushan were also a notable feature, sometimes enveloping the valleys and at other times wrapping around the peaks, rendering the entire mountain a veritable paradise. Subsequently, Chun Luoqi arrived in Zhangjiajie, Hunan, known for its unique karst topography and towering, otherworldly rock formations. He hiked to the summit, gazing down at the breathtaking vistas below, where peaks rose abruptly, some resembling swords piercing the sky, while others stood like ethereal maidens. He strolled along Jinbian Stream, its crystal-clear waters revealing the reflection of the peaks on either side, painting a picturesque scene. In Yuanjiajie, he beheld the renowned Hallelujah Mountain, a peak seemingly suspended in midair, as if from another realm. From Zhangjiajie, he journeyed southward to the Huangguasha waterfall in Guizhou. Even before approaching the waterfall, the thunderous roar reached his ears. Upon witnessing the majestic sight, he was overwhelmed by its grandeur. Torrents of water cascaded from the cliff, forming a curtain of water over 100 meters wide, with splashes and mist filling the air. He walked along the pathway to the base of the waterfall, feeling its powerful presence, as if he were immersed in a world of water. Afterward, Chun Luoqi traveled to Lijiang and Dalian, Yunnan. The ancient city of Lijiang was rich in ethnic charm. Its ancient streets, traditional Naxi architecture, and gurgling streams forming a unique tableau. He wandered through the ancient city, tasting local delicacies and enjoying Naxi songs and dances. In Dali, Irai Lake sparkled like a blue gem embedded in the earth. He rented a bicycle and rode along the lakeshore, feeling the gentle breeze and admiring the harmonious landscape. In Dali ancient town, he visited the 3 pagodas of Chongqing Temple, deepening his understanding of Dali's historical culture. After leaving Yunnan, Chun Luoqi arrived in Chengdu, Sichuan. a city alive with vitality, renowned for its culinary delights and leisurely pace of life. He indulged in authentic hot pot, skewers, and long chow show, each bite bursting with spicy and savory flavors. He also encountered the adorable giant pandas, some napping in trees while others munched on bamboo, their endearing antics eliciting smiles. Departing from Chengdu, Chen Luoqi ventured northward to Xi'an in Shaanxi, an ancient capital with a rich cultural heritage. He visited the terracotta army of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, where the Grand Underground Legion transported him back over 2 millennia to the Qin dynasty. Each soldier varied in expression and attire, vividly showcasing the exquisite craftsmanship of ancient artisans. He also ascended the ancient city walls, immersing himself in the profound history of this venerable city. Next, Chen Luoqi proceeded to Dunhuang in Gansu, a pivotal juncture along the Silk Road, rich in historical and cultural treasures. He explored the Mogao Caves, where the exquisite murals and sculptures left him in awe. The murals depicted a myriad of themes, including Buddhist tales, historical figures, and natural landscapes, characterized by vibrant colors and fluid lines. At Mingshao Mountain and Crescent Spring, he rode a camel through the desert, admiring the stunning desert scenery. Crescent Spring appeared as a crescent moon nestled within the sands, its clear waters shimmering under the sun. Finally, Chen Luoqi arrived in Kanas, Xinjiang. Kanas Lake, with its crystal-clear emerald waters, was surrounded by towering peaks and dense forests. He took a boat to explore the lake's surface, reveling in the harmonious blend of water and mountains. The nearby Tuva village exuded an air of mystery. As he entered, he learned about Tuva culture and their way of life. Autumn in Kanas is the most enchanting season, with a kaleidoscope of colorful forests, azure skies, and pristine snow-capped mountains composing a breathtaking tableau. Departing from Kanas, Chen Luoqi traveled south to Guangzhou and Shenzhen in Guangdong. As the winds of reform and opening blew across the land, Shenzhen was still a humble fishing village, yet brimming with vitality. Lastly, he journeyed to Guilin in Guangxi. Renowned for its picturesque landscapes, the scenery along the Li River captivated him. He floated on a bamboo raft, the peaks on either side taking on various forms, some resembling camels, others elephants. The water was crystal clear, with fish swimming freely. He felt as though he were ensconced in a beautiful landscape painting, experiencing the artistry of nature itself. For over 2 months, Chen Luoqi traversed the land of Dong University, yet at this moment, he had no intention of returning to Hong Kong Island. Instead, he whimsically desired to venture to Taiwan. Upon arriving in Taiwan, he completed the achievement of touring Dong University. The system acknowledged that Taiwan was indeed part of Dong University. Name: Chen Luoqi, the Soul Player. Achievement points: 2,000, can be exchanged for gold. With 1 gram of gold equating to 1 achievement point, points can be used to enhance proficiency. Talent: the person of this moment cannot be enhanced. Can summon the counterpart of another being, provided they do not resist, but cannot be repeatedly effective on the same target. Skills: advanced driving 2540, Bayambuluk Racer. Intermediate shooting 510, beware of your stray bullets. Advanced Zingyikwan 2040, double flower red staff. Cultivation, level 3 blood refinement technique, 20400. Items: bronze dragon head divine beast, a wondrous pedestal, leading with a magnificent dragon's head, forming a grand and elegant overall shape, significantly reducing the likelihood of our vessels encountering storms. In the 1970s and 1980s, Taiwan was at a pivotal moment of economic takeoff and social transformation, with a vibrant energy permeating the streets, albeit mixed with a hint of chaos. As Chen Luoqi strolled through the streets, apart from the occasional Minnan dialect that struck him as somewhat foreign, the rest of the scenery made him feel as though he had returned to Hong Kong Island. The natural beauty of Taiwan indeed held its unique charm, with verdant mountains and serene waters. Yet it paled in comparison to the majestic landscapes found on the vast expanse of Dong University. The urban environment of Taiwan was bustling, with a cacophony of traffic far more raucous than that of Dong University, though it lacked the elegance and splendor that characterized Hong Kong Island. Nevertheless, Chen Luoqi firmly believed that Dong University would inevitably experience its moment of ascendance. Chen Luoqi visited the Taipei Museum. Upon entering, he was greeted by a throng of visitors. Yet the atmosphere was quiet and orderly. The museum housed a plethora of cultural treasures, each piece seemingly narrating a tale from a bygone era. These artifacts captivated him, transporting him through time as he felt the weight of a history that spanned millennia. Though he was enamored by these cultural gems, in his heart, the treasures of the British Museum seemed to possess an even greater allure. He had heard that the British Museum was a veritable repository of exquisite items from around the world, with each exhibit being classic and precious. There, one could find unparalleled Eastern artworks and astonishing masterpieces, such as the 9-Dragon Wall, meticulously assembled from fragments of grand treasures. alongside singular artifacts that had journeyed from centuries past, each worth a fortune. He even entertained some bold ideas of becoming a mover. But the thought that the relics he painstakingly gathered might be deemed forgeries by numerous museums dampened his spirits. After his museum visit, Chun Luochi's stomach began to grumble. He wandered into a bustling street of snacks, where a variety of delicacies converged. Among them, bubble tea stood out distinctly. Originating in the 1980s in Taiwan, bubble tea was initially an innovative beverage from street vendors, but gradually became a sensation across the island. Its unique texture and sweetness became emblematic of Taiwanese culinary culture. In the midst of this somewhat chaotic era, bubble tea had spread like wildfire through the streets of Taiwan. Chun Luochi ordered a cup of bubble tea. Taking a sip as the chewy pearls danced in his mouth, the rich creaminess blending perfectly with the tea's aroma. Although the bubble tea of this era lacked the diverse flavors of the future, it nonetheless earned his enthusiastic praise. He secretly calculated that since bubble tea would eventually become a popular beverage, it would undoubtedly serve as an exceptional cash cow. He envisioned opening chain stores in Hong Kong Island and investing once Dong University's economy soared. Simply purchasing street-front shops would guarantee a profitable venture in a decade or two. Chun Luochi understood that while his business in Sai Kung could sustain his brothers and subordinates, if he wished to elevate himself, gold was indispensable, and he needed to earn more. He felt that reaching the maximum level of his skills might yield new surprises. Chapter 4. The Secret Art of Blood Refinement. The night in Taiwan unfolded like a flowing tapestry of neon lights, lavishly spread under the moon's gentle glow. The snack street nestled amid this clamor, with throngs of people weaving through narrow alleys, the vendors' calls rising and falling like a bustling symphony, intermingled with the sizzling sounds of frying pans. The air was thick with the enticing aroma of grilled meats, the distinctive stench of stinky tofu, and the sweet scent of candied hawthorn, with flavors cascading like waves, awakening the palates of passers-by. Clad in a black trench coat, Chun Luochi savored the oyster omelet he had just purchased. The crispy exterior enveloped the tender, sweet oysters, the juices bursting forth, creating a delectable experience that lingered on his tongue. He stood tall like a pine tree, with a visage as sharp as a sculpted blade, his deep-set eyes harboring an indescribable calmness and mystery, as though concealing the aura of countless warriors. Empowered by the blood refinement technique, Chun Luochi's physique had grown increasingly remarkable. He recalled that when he first awakened his latent wisdom, he barely reached 175 centimeters in height, yet within a year, he had soared to 185 centimeters. Possessing the physique of a well-defined warrior with broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and muscular legs, his veins prominent and as sturdy as iron pillars. Such a flawless physique, coupled with his striking features, he truly embodied an image of heroic grandeur. The blood refinement technique is an ancient martial arts system based on blood exchange and body tempering. Fundamentally distinct from the internal energy systems, specifically designed for combat and battlefield application, emphasizing the enhancement of the physical form through extreme measures. Practitioners must first undergo intense training to forge a solid foundation, supplemented by esoteric techniques that circulate their vital energy and blood. This phase requires the intake of vast amounts of nourishing materials, including ginseng, FOTI, and various meats, to replenish energy expenditure. Ancient warriors often consumed an entire cow or 10 pickles of rice daily to rapidly digest and absorb nutrients, ensuring their vitality remained abundant. Once the vital energy and blood are refined to their limits, a crucial bloodletting step must follow. Practitioners must activate specific secret methods to actively expel the old blood from their bodies, stimulating the marrow to accelerate the production of new blood. Throughout this process, it is vital to maintain an uninterrupted supply of vital energy. Otherwise, a failure to break through may occur. When new blood is born, the entire body feels as if it is being bathed in sunlight, with bones resonating and vital energy being reborn. If the strength of the new vital energy surpasses the previous realm, the breakthrough is deemed successful. Conversely, if the energy depletes, it results in a true blood loss, necessitating substantial nourishment to restore vitality. This technique is brutally direct, with each blood exchange accompanied by great risk. A moment's carelessness could lead to severe injury or even fatal blood loss. Those who succeed experience a dramatic increase in strength. A first-level practitioner can rival 3 to 5 strong men. A second level can match 10 soldiers. A third level becomes a commander of 100 men. A fourth level could rival notable generals from the Three Kingdoms era. A fifth level can challenge top-tier warriors. A sixth level reaches the threshold of superlative strength, balancing resilience and ferocity, just a step away from the pinnacle, akin to the likes of the brothers Xiaoho and Pangda. A seventh level ascends to the elite ranks, becoming a candidate for the apex of combat prowess. An eighth level reaches an unparalleled peak, unmatched by any. Reminiscent of Lu Bu and Zhao Yun, The 9th level has no recorded successes. Perhaps only Xiangyu might have achieved such a feat. The relentless pursuit of mastering the esoteric techniques of the military arts demands substantial resources, yet it equally requires immense fortitude. Each instance of bloodletting is a gamble with one's life. Chun Luoqi had attempted to perform the procedure himself, but the gradual release of blood often resulted in a mingling of the old and new, thereby diminishing the efficacy of the secret technique. Conversely, excessive bloodletting could lead to sudden death. At that moment, he felt as if he were being beckoned by an unknown ancestral spirit, and fortunately, in the nick of time, he managed to break through his limits and salvage his life. Truly, there is no hardship that can be endured without consequence. Chun Luoqi meandered slowly through the crowd, sipping his milk tea, while the warm oyster omelette in his hand conveyed a delightful juxtaposition of crispness and tenderness, offering a fleeting moment of satisfaction. Not far away, a dance hall named Phantom flickered in the night, its kaleidoscopic lights dancing like apparitions, casting an enchanting haze over half the street. The pulsating music surged forth like a tidal wave, crashing relentlessly against the eardrums of passers-by. Curiosity piqued, Chun Luoqi approached the bizarre entrance, intent only on taking a look and perhaps sipping a drink, with absolutely no ulterior motives. As he pushed open the heavy glass door, a cacophony of sound engulfed him instantly. On the dance floor, men and women twisted and turned with wild abandon, the colorful spotlights flashing upon them as if in a frenzied celebration. The air, thick with a mixture of sweat, perfume, and smoke, felt suffocating. Chun Luoqi navigated through the throng, seeking a dim corner to sit, and ordered a glass of whiskey on the rocks from the bartender. The bartender was swift, and the amber liquid swirled in the glass, the ice clinking with a crisp sound. He took a gentle sip, the spicy liquid slid down his throat. For one who possessed the military arts blood refinement technique, the burn of the whiskey felt no more potent than an ordinary beverage, having long since tempered his insides, rendering the alcohol harmless, incapable of even stirring a hint of inebriation. Reclining on the leather sofa, his gaze swept over the dance floor, where the frenzied figures appeared to him as nothing more than blurred silhouettes, a chaotic revelry, though exuberant, paled in comparison to the likes of the Wuyo troupe or the Hongda art troupe. Time passed unmeasured, and as one glass followed another, the coolness of the whiskey settled in his stomach. Feeling a slight distension in his abdomen, he rose to make his way to the restroom. Situated deep within the dance hall, the restroom offered somewhat better soundproofing, though the deep bass still penetrated the walls with a persistent hum. He pushed open the door to the men's room, finding it empty, save for the harsh white light cast by the fluorescent bulb. Just as he positioned himself at the urinal, the door was suddenly thrust open with a resounding bang, and a figure stumbled in. Chun Luoqi tensed, grateful for the warning. The woman, with disheveled long black hair cascading over her shoulders, emanated a faint scent of jasmine perfume. She swayed unsteadily, her steps faltering as if she might collapse at any moment. Her gaze was unfocused, her cheeks flushed, and her breathing rapid and erratic. Without warning, she lunged towards Chun Luoqi, her warm body pressing against him, and the unexpected contact rendered him momentarily rigid, his muscles instinctively tensing. Furrowing his brow, he assumed she was merely intoxicated and spoke firmly. "Miss, this is the men's restroom. You seem to be in the wrong place." His voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority. Upon hearing him, the woman slowly lifted her head. Her visage bore an uncanny resemblance to the enchanting Princess Lianxing from the legendary twins, with long hair cascading like a waterfall and a smile that, while beautiful, betrayed an unnatural crimson hue. Her eyes glistened with a watery sheen, suffused with a beguiling allure, as though shrouded in a delicate mist. With a slight smile, she spoke in a soft, melodic Taiwanese accent. "I'm so sorry. I feel so dizzy. I've been drugged. Please, take me away, will you?" Her voice trembled, laced with a desperate plea. Chun Luoqi's pupils constricted, and he instantly realized this was no mere drunkenness. The vacant gaze and abnormal body temperature indicated she may have encountered some insidious substance. Steeling himself, he discreetly supported her shoulders to prevent her from collapsing, his eyes scanning the restroom entrance like a hawk. A sense of dread washed over him as he lowered his voice. "Don't be afraid, just stand steady. Are you all right?" The woman weakly shook her head, tears welling in her eyes, her body trembling involuntarily. Suddenly, she collapsed against him, the warmth of her body seeping through their clothing, carrying with it a subtle fragrance of jasmine. Her curvaceous figure pressed against his chest, and Chun Luoqi felt a surge of confusion. His heart raced as he grappled with the sensation. Throughout his 2 lifetimes, he had always been a complete novice in matters of intimacy. While the military arts had honed his physique, rendering alcohol as innocuous as water, it had never extinguished the primal stirrings of attraction. How had he found himself in such close proximity to such softness? Instinctively, he held his breath, his arms stiff as iron, as if his very blood had frozen in that moment. Don't be afraid. I'll take you away, he assured her, inhaling deeply to regain his composure. His gaze drifted over her dazed eyes and slightly parted lips, the unusual flush and her trembling form igniting a desire to protect her. Even as darker urges threatened to overwhelm him, compassion surged within him, swiftly drowning out any earlier embarrassment. This was not a whimsical encounter. It was an urgent crisis. Gently stabilizing her shoulder, he felt the unnatural heat radiating from her skin, the drug eroding her senses with every passing second. Can you hold on? We need to get out, he asked earnestly. The woman nodded weakly, tears silently cascading down her cheeks, her body sagging as if a fragile vine had been torn from the earth by a tempest. Shinluachi's arm encircled her waist, securely supporting most of her weight. The intoxicating scent intensified, mingling with the fear-laden sweat, tightening his chest. He gritted his teeth, pushing aside distracting thoughts. This was not a time for romantic indulgence, but for rescue. As he pushed open the heavy restroom door, the deafening sound waves crashed over him once more. Inside the dance hall, the vibrant lights spun wildly, distorting the figures into fragmented illusions. Cold blue and warm orange beams intertwined, creating a surreal yet oppressive atmosphere, akin to the visual language described by Ruin Media's stage design. The rhythmic beats hammered at the air, the bass thrummed like a serpent tasting the air, and the crowd swayed deliriously in the flickering lights, the mingling scents of sweat and perfume creating an almost suffocating haze. No one noticed the small incident near the restroom. This bizarre visual feast devoured all sense of rationality. Shinluachi carefully maneuvered through the throng, the woman leaning against him, her steps unsteady, each movement akin to walking on clouds. Just as he approached the exit, a figure abruptly blocked his path. It was a man clad in an impeccably tailored suit, his gold-rimmed glasses reflecting a predatory glint. The gaze behind the lenses was cold and menacing, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, laced with greed. Stop, he commanded, his voice low yet piercing through the music with undeniable impatience. That's my companion, hand her over. His finger pointed directly at the woman in Shinluachi's arms, his gesture direct yet exuding an animalistic aggression. The swirling lights of the dance hall illuminated his face, casting shadows that added an aura of sinister charm, as though he wore a mask from a masquerade, yet his malice was all too real. Shinluachi's brow furrowed, instinctively on high alert. The impeccably dressed man radiated an air of refinement, but the ferocity and avarice lurking in his gaze resembled that of a vulture fixated on its dying prey. Companion? Shinluachi tightened his grip on the woman, his voice steely as iron cutting through the din. She just told me she was drugged. What kind of companion would you be? His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, revealed no hint of the disdain he felt. The gold-rimmed glasses man's expression darkened abruptly, his smile twisting into something venomous. Unappreciative little brat. He took a step forward, lowering his voice further, yet each word dripped with venom as he issued his final warning. Put her down and leave. Otherwise, before his words could fade, a tempest of fury ignited within Shinluachi's chest. The act of drugging someone was inherently disgraceful, but the life-and-death techniques of the military had honed Shinluachi's will to an unyielding edge. The decisive brutality of a warrior roared through his veins, devoid of words and hesitation. In the blink of an eye, Shinluachi sprang into action. He firmly supported the woman's waist, his figure darting like a wraith, moving so swiftly that only a fleeting shadow remained. The bespectacled man's pupils constricted in alarm, his mouth opening to scream, but it was too late. Shinluachi's palm morphed into a blade of steel, striking ruthlessly at the side of his carotid artery. There were no flamboyant moves, just speed, precision, and ferocity. With a dull thud, the bespectacled man fell, unable to utter even a grunt, his eyes rolling back as he crumpled to the ground like a marionette robbed of its strings. A bystander at the edge of the dance floor caught sight of the scene, but their gasp was swallowed by the music, the onlookers still in a daze. Shinluachi stood still, surveying the surroundings. The lights flickered ominously, casting a patchwork of shadows and light, transforming the entire space into a chaotic theater. He lowered his gaze to confirm the woman's breath, faint yet steady, before raising his hand to brush off his sleeves in a habitual motion, despite there being no dust. His eyes, as frigid as frost, reflected a steely resolve, and even those who witnessed the scene around him showed no inclination to intervene. Let us depart, he murmured to the woman in his arms, his tone resolute as granite, no longer hesitating. He embraced her tightly and broke through the final layer of clamor, pushing open the heavy glass doors. The howling evening breeze rushed in, starkly contrasting the cloying heat of the ballroom, a refreshing chill that pierced through. The street extended into the night, neon signs flickering intermittently, the alluring facade of the dance hall behind him flashing grotesquely, vibrant lights enveloping half the street like a prison. Shinluachi tightened his thin coat around him as the night wind brushed against his cheek, clearing the chaos in his mind. The woman nestled deeper into his embrace, unconsciously letting out a soft whimper, the scent of jasmine mingling with the cold air filling his nostrils. He scanned the vicinity, spotting a hotel sign at the street corner radiating a warm, yellow glow in the moonlit night, its proximity akin to an island in a vast ocean. Here will suffice. Chun Luoqi murmured to himself, drawing the woman closer and striding forward. The hotel lobby was brightly lit, the warm yellow light dispersing some of the chill, yet creating a stark division from the outside world. The opulent chandelier illuminated the marble floor, and the air was suffused with a faint fragrance of perfume mixed with the cool breeze from the revolving door. Chun Luoqi guided the woman to the front desk, where she leaned against him, her head bowed, long hair obscuring her face. In the interplay of light and shadow, her flushed cheeks and disheveled attire stood out conspicuously. Chapter 5. The Rainy Lady of Fire Island. He carefully assisted her toward a nearby sofa, a set of deep crimson velvet benches, soft and inviting. After gently placing her down, she curled up slightly, her eyes tightly shut, as if she had lost the strength to open them. Chun Luoqi gazed at her for a moment, a surge of inexplicable responsibility and concern swelling within him, not solely due to her frail state, but also stemming from his own experiences as a two-lifetime virgin, compounded by the tumult of the blood refinement technique. This secret art, while cultivating latent potential, stirred a physiological restlessness in the face of the woman's pallor, amplifying his inner turmoil. He turned towards the front desk, his steps firm yet hurried. At the desk, a woman in her 30s was meticulously organizing the registration book, her uniform neat and her demeanor exuding steadiness. Chun Luoqi withdrew a stack of bills from his pocket, casually tossing them onto the smooth surface of the counter. His tone tinged with urgency. "A room, please." The front desk woman raised her gaze, her eyes lingering on him for a moment before shifting to the curled-up woman on the sofa, a knowing smile playing at the corners of her lips, tinged with professional curiosity and a hint of amusement, as if she were accustomed to such scenarios. "Sir," she spoke softly, "our hotel offers some delightful enhancements. Would you care for something? Perhaps a refreshing tonic or a specially crafted beverage to alleviate fatigue." Her words flowed naturally, clearly honed by experience in such settings. Chun Luoqi's cheeks flushed instantly, the tumult within him stirred by the implications of her suggestion. Fleeting thoughts of his 2 lifetimes of solitude intertwined with the side effects of the blood refinement technique. Yet he suppressed the turmoil, inhaling deeply, shaking his head, his voice trembling yet unwavering. "No, I need a doctor. She is in poor condition." The front desk woman's expression shifted, her experienced tone responding. "Just apply ice. We've handled many cases like this. An ice pack will quickly lower her temperature and ease discomfort." She swiftly dialed an internal line, issuing concise instructions to prepare ice. Chun Luoqi pulled out a few bills as a tip, offering them in gratitude. The front desk woman accepted with a smile, then beckoned a server to assist him. The 3 of them proceeded toward the elevator, the cramped space enveloped in silence and awkwardness. Once the elevator doors opened, they walked down a carpeted corridor, the dim lighting casting the wallpaper's patterns into stark relief. The door number was 109. Chun Luoqi swiped his card to open the door, revealing a simply decorated standard room, a double bed dressed in plain sheets, the glass door of the adjacent bathroom gleaming with cleanliness. He carefully lifted the woman into the bathroom, gently placing her into the white tub. The edge of the tub was smooth and cold. He turned on the faucet, the clear cold water flowing in with a gentle gurgle. The woman's body trembled slightly in the water, her brows furrowing, the abnormal flush on her cheeks becoming even more pronounced under the light, as if narrating an invisible agony. Approximately 10 minutes later, the sound of footsteps from the front desk broke the silence within the room. She entered, carrying a bucket of ice, swiftly placing it beside the tub. Chun Luoqi hurriedly offered another tip, and as she accepted, a fleeting, inscrutable smile crossed her lips. As she exited the room, she muttered under her breath, "Hypocrite." This low murmur dissipated into the air as she turned to leave, the closing door ushering in a profound silence. Chun Luoqi had no time to ponder her assessment. Focusing solely on the task at hand, he retrieved a piece of ice, wrapping it in a towel and gently pressing it against the woman's forehead. The chill spread, and her breathing seemed to stabilize slightly. Chun Luoqi crouched beside the tub, gazing at her tightly closed eyes, a tumult of complex emotions swelling within him: concern, compassion, and the heightened agitation from the blood refinement technique. He leaned closer, his voice barely above a whisper. "How do you feel? Are you better?" The woman seemed to capture this gentle voice in her dreams, her eyelids fluttering before slowly parting. Her gaze was clear yet somewhat hazy, and when it met Chun Luoqi's, it revealed an indescribable gratitude and shyness. Her eyes seemed to convey, "You saved me." Suddenly, she extended her arms, wrapping them around Chun Luoqi's neck, her embrace soft yet powerful. His body stiffened, a surge of blood rushing through him, But her hug conveyed not ambiguity, but a pure reliance and gratitude. She leaned close to his ear, whispering faintly, "Thank you." In that instant, time seemed to stand still. The ripples in the tub reflected the ceiling lights, creating a mesmerizing dance of shadows. As he felt her warmth and fragile breath, the tumult within him miraculously calmed, replaced by an unprecedented sense of tranquility and purpose. Chen Luoqi found himself enveloped in the sudden embrace. The sultry woman murmured unconsciously, her arms tightening suddenly around Chen Luoqi's neck. Her nails, driven by excruciating pain, dug into his shoulder blades before abruptly slackening, allowing her to sink beneath the water's surface. Bubbles began to rise and break the surface, her long, dark hair unfurling like seaweed. Chen Luoqi's pupils constricted. He sprang up, toppling the ice bucket, sending a cascade of ice into the bathtub. The shards of ice clashed against the ceramic walls, producing a crisp sound, and a frosty mist enveloped the water's surface. A hoarse, guttural sound escaped the woman's throat as her drenched dress slipped off her shoulders due to her frantic movements. Cold. She curled into his embrace, her fragmented murmurs laced with a child's plaintive tone, so cold. The woman sought to kiss Chen Luoqi. He froze. His mind fell blank, and his body became rigid. Her lips were soft and warm, gently prying open his, intertwining with his own. An electric jolt coursed through him from the crown of his head to the tips of his toes, the sound of his heartbeat echoing loudly in the stillness of the room. He yearned to push her away, yet his body refused to comply. He wished to reciprocate the kiss, but felt it would be too abrupt. Just as Chen Luoqi hesitated, the woman leaned in, pinning him to the floor. That night, amid the mingling of wind and rain, an evening of folly left both of them feeling awkward. The first half of the night was marked by the woman's initiative, while the latter half saw Chen Luoqi taking the lead. Upon waking the next day and recalling the chaotic events, he found himself at a loss for what to do. However, the woman, Zhang Yurong, a newly minted lawyer, was aware that Chen Luoqi had just turned 18 and began to tease him in return, only to retreat when his anxiety peaked. They were already well acquainted, so they might as well delve deeper into understanding one another. Zhang Yurong, having lost both parents, had an uncle who served as a warden. At this moment, Chen Luoqi recognized her as the woman amidst the rain in Fire Island. As a rookie lawyer, she had just successfully completed her first significant case. To commemorate this milestone, she chose to celebrate with colleagues, sharing the fruits of her hard-won achievement, only to find herself ensnared in her superior's machinations. Yet, deep down, Zhang Yurong felt a twinge of sentiment, believing this was a sign of fate for the two of them. Regardless of gender, one tends to care deeply about their first experience. Chen Luoqi contemplated taking Zhang Yurong back to Hong Kong Island, fully capable of providing for her and ensuring a comfortable life. If she sought a career, the Saikung company could easily be entrusted to her. This was not only due to their intimate connection, but also because the company was in search of a manager with both legal expertise and practical experience. Zhang Yurong, capable of practicing law, was no less qualified than the so-called graduates from Hong Kong University, who typically would not consider a minor Saikung trading company. However, Zhang Yurong graciously declined, holding a profound affection for the city of Wanwan, and she was determined to seek revenge on those who sought to undermine her leadership aspirations. Concerned for her safety, Chen Luoqi offered to assist her. But Zhang Yurong confidently replied, "I am not a delicate little girl. I have my own means." Ultimately, they exchanged contact information, but Zhang Yurong departed, leaving Chen Luoqi in a state of melancholy. Meanwhile, Chen Luoqi's foundation was in Saikung, making it impossible for him to remain in Wanwan. Unbeknownst to Zhang Yurong, a beast that has tasted blood becomes enamored with the hunt. Chen Luoqi had already sampled the flavor of flesh, and once the restraints were lifted, it would be difficult to rein in his desires. Moreover, the union of man and woman could further enhance the martial art of blood refinement. Early in the morning, Desha abruptly sat up from his hard bed, his head feeling as if it were filled with lead, an unusual silence enveloping him. The light outside was a pale white, and the room was so quiet that he could hear his own heavy breathing. Something was amiss. It was too quiet. At this hour, Xiao Ka, with his fluffy, warm head, should have been nuzzling against the edge of the bed, his wet nose nudging his arm, making low, persistent sounds urging him to take him out for a walk. But today, not a sound. The confusion in his heart was abruptly doused by a chill. Desha threw off the thin blanket, his bare feet touching the cold concrete floor. Without bothering to put on long pants, he donned a loose old t-shirt and shorts, slipping on flip-flops as he rushed out of the bedroom. His throat tightened as he called out, his voice echoing in the empty living room, laced with a hint of urgency. "Xiao Ka?" A strong aroma of food invaded his nostrils, sweet from char siu, fragrant from steamed rice rolls, and hinting at the savory broth of wonton noodle soup. This scent was unexpected. Desha froze at the doorway, his gaze magnetically drawn to the sofa. A familiar figure, leisurely using chopsticks to pick up a glistening shrimp dumpling, dipping it into a small dish of red vinegar. He sat comfortably, as if he had never left. At his feet, the traitorous Xiao Ka lay, shamelessly feasting from a towering food bowl, oblivious to the world as he devoured a shiny piece of roasted rib, his tail wagging in delight. Aluo. The Shah's voice rose several octaves, his astonishment mingled with disbelief. This face belonged to his cousin Chen Luoqi, who had been gallivanting outside for nearly 3 months, with hardly a word. Chen Luoqi looked up at the sound, a familiar, somewhat infuriating smile plastered on his face. Good morning, Desha. You're awake? I waited half an hour in line for this morning tea, still warm. Come on. He gestured to the table laden with an array of dim sum, shrimp dumplings, siu mai, chicken feet, steamed ribs, and rice rolls, all of which Desha craved but was too lazy to queue for. The surprise felt like a bucket of cold water splashed over him, leaving only a simmering frustration. The pent-up grievances and worries that Desha had harbored for nearly 3 months erupted like a powder keg. He strode over, nearly poking Chen Luoqi in the nose with his finger. Damn you, Chen Luoqi, you little scoundrel. You even know to come back. Go enjoy your beautiful landscapes. Go drink in the mountain breeze. You just dumped the entire Sai Kung operation on me. Do you have any idea how hard I've been working? As Desha spoke with rising fury, his chest heaved rapidly, spitting out his words. The accounts. Those accounts. Damn it. They're driving me crazy. Shipping in and out, dealing with all those shady figures at the docks. Do you think I can keep track of everything? And you? You just waltz away, leaving me with barely a few phone calls. Don't you fear that I might mess things up and ruin the territory we fought so hard to reclaim? By then, you won't even be able to buy dog food for Xiao Ka. You'll be finished. Xiao Ka seemed startled by Desha's sudden outburst. Holding a piece of rib in his mouth, glancing back and forth between Desha and his owner, letting out low whines as if unsure whom to support. Chen Luoqi shrank back, his smile faltering under the onslaught of Desha's accusations. He knew he was in the wrong. Desha's capabilities were clearer to him than to anyone else. Maintaining the status quo? Maintaining the status quo is indeed a matter of grit and perseverance. Over the past few months, it is likely that Big Fool has scarcely enjoyed a peaceful night's sleep. Of course, Chen Luoqi is well aware of the situation. Big Fool, akin to a stubborn boulder, may lack the finesse for expansion and conquest, yet he is steadfast, ruthless, and remarkably resilient in his role as a guardian. Oh, brother Big Fool, let us not harbor any anger. Shall we partake in breakfast? Chen Luoqi swiftly rose, attempting to usher Big Fool to the table, insisting on calmness. I understand your hardships. You've worked diligently. Look, I returned promptly and brought breakfast to honor you, my esteemed leader. Let us eat first. A full belly gives one the strength to scold me, does it not? His words flowed smoothly, artfully sidestepping the mention of his own irresponsibility, instead opting to placate with food. Big Fool, grumbling, reluctantly sat down, his eyes still glaring at Chen Luoqi, yet they drifted towards the steaming, aromatic dim sum, and his stomach betrayed him with an audible growl. Chapter 6, Speed Dog Template Card. What the hell? You think a mere breakfast can buy my loyalty? Do you take me for a fool? No need to think twice. Big Fool seized his chopsticks with determination, viciously grabbing a shrimp dumpling and shoving it into his mouth. His cheeks puffed as he continued his tirade. For at least a week. Without chicken broth char siu buns. Without fresh shrimp dumplings. I swear I'll flip your table every time I see you. Do you hear me? The exquisite taste of the shrimp dumpling burst in his mouth, causing Big Fool to unconsciously quicken his chewing. Observing his blend of anger and desire, the weight lifted from Chen Luoqi's heart, and he smiled broadly, his eyes squinting with joy. No problem at all, esteemed leader. Let us not talk of a week. I'll ensure you're so satiated with char siu buns that you'll feel nauseous at the mere thought of them. I promise you'll be satisfied. He reached out to offer Big Fool a siu mai while patting his solid shoulder beneath his sweat-soaked shirt. In fact, I had arranged everything before I left. You hold the fort, and I trust you completely. These words, half-truths and half-promises, nevertheless sounded pleasant to the ear. Once we've eaten our fill, I shall accompany you back to the company. Let us discuss any lingering matters. I'm here to handle them. This was indeed a sensible remark. Big Fool chewed on the siu mai, and his overwhelming resentment was somewhat quelled by the food and Chen Luoqi's dismissive, yet somewhat responsible words. With a muffled grunt, he grabbed a piece of tender steamed pork rib, declaring, "You've finally shown some sense." The two of them, along with the little dog, immersed themselves in their meal, unable to extricate themselves. Chen Luoqi stood tall at 185 centimeters, his posture as upright as a pine tree, yet Big Fool towered over him, a veritable iron tower. Imposing in stature, both had honed their bodies through the blood refinement secret arts, a technique that tempers the flesh with blood and martial intent, transforming the body with each breakthrough. Big Fool, possessing innate talent and formidable strength, was further empowered by the spirit of Ma Shangfeng during Chen Luoqi's summoning. Ma Shangfeng, A general renowned in the annals of battle may appear comical, yet he had genuinely fought countless battles, drenched in blood on the battlefield. His training experience was akin to an endless ocean, flooding Big Fool's consciousness in an instant. During this possession, Big Fool's muscles hardened like steel, the ferocity of the battlefield surging within him, propelling him to the threshold of the first level of refinement. Once the possession concluded, he did not pause for even a moment. Instead, he continued to sharpen his skills through the crucible of brutal combat. In the chaos of the martial world, he frequently encountered formidable foes, each fierce battle forging his flesh and bones like iron under a hammer. Simultaneously, he consumed copious amounts of blood food and spiritual herbs, their potency coursing through him like molten lava, nourishing his organs and helping him shatter the second-level barrier. His rapid progress rivaled even Chun Luochi's shortcuts through achievements, soon reaching the third level of refinement. With the third level attained, Big Fool's blood energy surged like a rainbow, the sound of thunder and wind echoing in his fists and feet, instilling fear in all who beheld him. It was precisely due to Big Fool's solid cultivation and exceptional combat prowess that Chun Luochi felt utterly unburdened. He understood that with Big Fool safeguarding their territory, like a steadfast rock in the sea, no petty criminals dared to encroach. Thus, Chun Luochi traveled leisurely, unperturbed by worries, while Big Fool remained steadfast at home. Throughout his cultivation journey, Big Fool's experiences epitomized a fusion of extraordinary opportunities and relentless perseverance. The essence of Ma Shangfeng's battlefield wisdom deepened his understanding of the blood refinement secret arts. Every real battle transformed into nourishment, propelling his cultivation to new heights with a solid foundation. Meanwhile, Little Card, despite being one of the trio of sled dogs, proved itself formidable, as evidenced by its encounters with the newly emerged Copper Gong Bay 5 tigers, showcasing its resilience. At that time, both Chun Luochi and Big Fool had undergone rigorous training, solidifying their second-level strength, and subsequently swept through the Saigon Wharf, quelling the chaos with overwhelming force. This remarkable feat not only showcased their might, but unexpectedly earned Chun Luochi the title of Guardian of the Territory. Though the name may sound unassuming, the rewards were immensely valuable. A rare Speed Dog template card. In the Pokemon world, the Speed Dog is revered as a legendary being, far more rare than the initial trio of starters, boasting unparalleled agility and majesty, exclusively for canine companions. Chun Luochi had first noticed it in the bustling dog market, not only due to its unusual gray fur, but also because this little creature, amidst a throng of timid puppies, dared to gnaw on the iron bars of its cage with its still-developing milk teeth, its eyes burning with an indomitable spirit. Chun Luochi named it Little Card. Symbolizing strength and protection, all enemies merely serve as speed bumps. When that shimmering Speed Dog template card merged with its petite form, the wheels of fate began to turn quietly. This Speed Dog template card was anything but ordinary. Little Card was born with the Intimidate ability, capable of unnerving opponents during battles, thereby diminishing their fighting spirit. In its initial stage, Little Card had already mastered 4 powerful moves. Quick Attack, granting it the ability to move at astonishing speeds, breaching defenses in an instant. Iron Tail, harnessing the force of hard metal to sweep across foes. Bite, delivering ferocious bites to shatter defenses. And Flame Charge, combining fire with a charge for devastating impact. As Little Card continued to grow, its potential gradually unfurled. It exhibited remarkable learning capabilities during daily training, solidifying its foundational moves while beginning to grasp more advanced skills. Little Card was not only adept at charming and being cute, but also served as a formidable force. As Chun Luochi and Big Fool finished the last bite of char siu bun, the steamer on the table was entirely empty, leaving only a few glistening remnants and drops of spilled sauce. Even Little Card was left with a glossy, oil-slicked mouth. Chun Luochi pulled out a napkin to wipe his mouth and tidied up Little Card. His gaze shifted to the brightening sky outside. The silhouette of Saigon Wharf faintly visible in the morning mist, with fishing boats bustling in and out of the port. The sounds of busy shouts faintly echoing in the air. Big Fool wiped the oil from the corners of his mouth and let out a satisfied belch. His previous temper seemingly soothed entirely by the meal. He patted his distended belly, his expression turning serious. Well, we've eaten our fill. It's time to discuss serious matters. Big Fool lifted his teacup and took a sip, his voice steady and clear. No longer employing his earlier anger, he began enthusiastically recounting. The business at Saigon Trading Company is now more stable than ever. The fishing trade is quite lucrative, with dozens of fishing boats docking daily, bringing in a substantial catch. Just last week, we recorded a daily revenue exceeding $1 million, and that's merely from the surface transactions at the wharf. Chun Luochi nodded, producing a cigarette case and offering one to Big Fool, who declined, continuing, while making money is a good thing, troubles abound as well. Many gangs are eyeing this lucrative piece of pie, Even those smaller factions are eager to get a slice. However, these fellows dare not act rashly. Big Fool scoffed, his fingers rapping heavily on the table. Firstly, they fear us. We, as brothers, are not to be trifled with. Last year's skirmish at the docks has left those ruffians wary of crossing paths with me. Furthermore, the Saigon Police Department has our backs. Ever since my brother and I took charge of the docks, this territory has enjoyed a newfound peace. The crime rate has plummeted by 70%. And the market has flourished, multiplying several times over. Even small businesses now dare to open their doors at night. Chen Luo Chi thoughtfully toyed with his lighter and inquired, "What is the word from Director William at the Saigon Police Department?" Desha displayed a smug grin. At the beginning of last year, our company donated a fleet of police cars and motorcycles to them. Though they were secondhand, they are maintained to shine brighter than new. The officers are now patrolling with much more diligence. On the down low, I even slipped 2 million to William. That foreigner is quite shrewd. Once he received the money, he transformed into our guardian deity. Should any other gangs dare to stir trouble and threaten our business, William will be the first to step in and quash it. That fellow sees us as his cash cow. Who would dare to disturb us in our domain now? Chen Luo Chi turned to Desha, his voice steady yet laced with concern. What is the current state of the dock business? What about the seafood stalls and the repair shop? What is the specific situation? Desha grinned widely, his customary pride evident. The seafood is all freshly caught. Fishermen deliver it to us as soon as they land. The oysters still carry the briny taste of the sea, their flesh succulent and springy, simply seasoned with garlic, winning over diners' hearts. The prices are reasonable. A seafood platter costs only a few dozen, half the price of those upscale restaurants in the city, yet fresh enough to let one savor the essence of the waves. Desha lowered his voice, brimming with pride. Safety is also well managed. Our security team patrols 24 hours a day, and not a single thief dares to show their face. There are plenty of people eager to indulge in seafood, especially on weekends when we are bustling with patrons. To be frank, I am contemplating opening a grand hotel to elevate our status and earn even more. Unfortunately, we lack a top-tier chef. Without that culinary talent, we cannot produce signature dishes and feel there's always something missing. Chen Luo Chi nodded thoughtfully, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. And the repair shop? I recall that during our recruitment, we specifically sought out those crew-cut fellows from the north. Desha raised an eyebrow, a wry smile of admiration appearing on his face. Ah, that, old buddy, your suggestion was truly brilliant. Many of those lads come with their own skills and are remarkably hardworking. They learn new technology quickly, whether it's about diesel engines or electronic components. They grasp it all with ease. As for their prowess, he paused, chuckling, it's even more impressive. A few of them are proficient in martial arts, possessing remarkable skills. I personally tested my mettle against them, and I nearly came out worse for wear. To truly subdue them would require considerable effort. This indicates that they are the elite among the elite. Chen Luo Chi asserted with unwavering conviction, raising his voice an octave. Such exceptional hands must not be taken for granted. Salaries and benefits must be maximized. Our Saigon Trading Company can firmly establish its footing and thrive in the future. Thanks to these brothers. You must treat them as treasures. Do not be stingy with their compensation. Desha quickly waved his hands, leaning in earnestly. Rest assured, I have already made arrangements. Meals and accommodation are provided, along with 5 social insurances and a housing fund. However, considering the new building you are planning, are you not being overly generous? It seems you are intent on spoiling them. Upon hearing this, Chen Luo Chi's lips curled into a subtle smile, though his eyes harbored deeper intentions. No matter how skilled one is, they fear the kitchen knife. In this world, safety is paramount. Once the Saigon Tower is completed, we will have our subordinates residing on the lower floors. This way, whether day or night, there will always be someone to respond at the first sign of trouble. A sense of security is far more valuable than anything else. He paused, adding, this tower is our heart and soul. Most of the profits from the Saigon Trading Company have been invested into it. The first 5 floors will be a large shopping mall to attract investment, while the upper levels will be residential. In the future, this will be our stronghold, as stable as a mountain. Though Desha felt a pang of regret over the substantial investment, he quickly reassured himself that the skills of those crew-cut fellows were indeed worth the price. Each of these subordinates had trained in martial arts for years. Their quick reflexes and precise strikes could command respect during patrols with just a glance. Desha contemplated. Once the Saigon Tower is built, the bustling mall on the lower levels will inevitably attract envious eyes, leading to potential disturbances. With these capable hands around, they would certainly alleviate much trouble. Moreover, old buddy Chen Luo Chi has always been shrewd. He never engages in a losing venture. Since he dared to invest such a large portion of the Saigon Trading Company's profits into this building, he must have calculated the returns meticulously. With the first 5 floors dedicated to commerce and the upper levels for living, this will be their foundation, solid and reliable. Desha exhaled a puff of smoke. the tendrils swirling around his rugged visage. He recalled Chun Luoqi's saying, "No matter how skilled one is, they fear the kitchen knife." This sentiment, though coarse, held profound wisdom. No matter how formidable a master might be, encountering a reckless opponent wielding a knife could spell disaster. A kitchen knife, seemingly inconspicuous, can break bones and sever tendons with one swift strike, leaving no room for error. In this world, safety takes precedence, relying on the strength of numbers and comprehensive precautions. His thoughts drifted back to yesterday's events, and Desha furrowed his brow even tighter. That group, led by the flashy Nan, had the audacity to intrude upon Saigon's territory and provoke us, demanding an explanation. The name of Hong Xing carries weight. Yet Desha remains unafraid. A year ago, he and Chun Luoqi swept through Saigon with a formidable presence. Who in the world was unaware that Saigon now belonged to them? However, Desha also understood that tearing the mask off for a few brash youngsters from Hong Xing was not worth the trouble. Engaging in a brawl would not only result in injuries, but would also unwittingly benefit rival factions. Yet, if he simply let them go, it would portray him as weak. And who would respect him thereafter? Desha scratched his head, feeling a surge of frustration. The more he thought, the more vexed he became. Forget it. I'll pass this hot potato to old buddy. Chun Luoqi is sharp-witted. He always finds a way to navigate tricky situations. Feeling a weight lifted off his shoulders, Desha quickly relayed the matter. Old buddy, your timing is impeccable. Yesterday, Nan from Hongxing's Causeway Bay brought a crew over. Speaking with an audacity that demanded I provide an explanation. I had my men detain them in the warehouse at the docks. They are still locked up now. He paused, lowering his voice. As for Hongxing's people, should we take action or not? I do not wish to stir up a storm over a few young rascals. Upon hearing this, Chun Luoqi's eyes sparkled with insight, though he refrained from jumping in immediately. He leisurely sank into the sofa, tapping his fingers on the armrest. Inwardly amused, the 5 tigers of Causeway Bay have truly chosen to confront Desha. A year ago, when he and Chun Luoqi wiped the slate clean in Saigon, who did not tremble in fear? How dare the 5 tigers of Causeway Bay come here to provoke them? Chun Luoqi silently scoffed at the state of affairs. A kitchen knife could take a life, let alone a large gang like Hong Xing. No matter how skilled one might be, one fears the reckless and unhinged. Moreover, Jiang Tiansheng's subordinates are armed with firearms. Neither Chun Luoqi nor Desha had reached a point where they could disregard weapons. Yet he calmly replied, "What's the rush? Let us observe the situation first. These young rascals are likely being used as pawns." He stood up, adjusted his collar, and added, "Take me to the warehouse. It's time to see which fool dares to disturb our domain." Desha felt a renewed sense of assurance upon hearing this. He swiftly changed into casual attire, donning a black jacket, instantly appearing more alert. Chapter 7. The 5 Tigers of Causeway Bay. Desha led Chun Luoqi toward the warehouse, accompanied by Xiao Ka, treating it as a casual stroll with a dog. The trio, 2 men and a dog, briskly traversed the morning mist of the docks, heading toward the warehouse. At the entrance to the warehouse, 2 younger subordinates clad in work uniforms immediately stood tall, exclaiming in unison, "Brother Kowloon, Brother Luoqi." This address is a term of endearment reserved for the Chun family clan. In the past year, as the Saigon Trading Company's business thrived, the ancestral hall of the Chun family village underwent an expansion, and even the neighboring villages transformed from mud brick houses to 2- or 3-story structures adorned with blue bricks and green tiles. In the present day, the notoriety of Big Sha and Chun Luoqi within the village has grown immensely. Any unruly youths need not fear reprimand from the 2 brothers. Their parents would swiftly impose penance upon them, requiring them to kneel before the ancestral shrine. Big Sha gestured for the door to be opened, the hinges creaking ominously, disturbing the figure huddled within. Inside the warehouse, the 5 tigers of Causeway Bay lay sprawled upon a dilapidated cardboard sheet. After enduring an hour in the cold storage and spending an entire night confined within the warehouse, they found themselves both famished and fatigued. The trials of the night had drained their once fierce demeanor, leaving them crumpled together in a pitiful heap, their eyelids heavy, resembling 5 ailing wildcats. Chun Luoqi entered slowly, his hands tucked into the pockets of his jacket, his gaze slicing through the lethargic youths like a blade. Sunlight streamed into the warehouse from behind the 2 brothers, rousing the slumbering 5 tigers of Causeway Bay. The blinding rays shattered the warehouse's gloom, casting the dust into the air like shimmering gold. In a daze, the handsome Nin barely managed to open his eyes, only to see the already towering figures of Big Sha and Chun Luoqi cast in elongated shadows. Their imposing presence descending like dark clouds, an invisible weight clenching his heart and making each breath a struggle. The others, Bao Pai, Chao Pai, and De Tian, huddled even closer, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, the sound of their chattering teeth piercing the silence. Only Shan Ji gritted his teeth, rolling his throat in a muffled groan. mustering the strength to raise himself partially, his bloodshot eyes locking onto the brother's gaze. Chen Luoqi advanced with measured steps, his hands remaining motionless in his jacket pockets, his cold, piercing gaze sweeping over the 5 tigers before settling on the handsome Nan. That face, strikingly reminiscent of the past life Zheng Yijian, was now marred by disarray, igniting a deep-seated loathing within Chen Luoqi. The handsome Nan had dallied with Shanji's woman, yet dared to blame him. It was no wonder he was said to be embroiled in such affairs, seducing the wives of others. His comic persona relied heavily on 3 signature moves: betrayal as a basic skill, enticing a brother's wife as a specialty, and treachery among comrades as an everyday operation. He was also consumed by stock trading and the use of illicit substances, earning him the moniker Dao Yunan. In this world of Hong Kong cinema, acquaintances abound. But fortunately, there is no absurdity of a uniform archetype. Otherwise, the streets would be filled with clones of Wai Yung and Ah Xing, truly a farce. It was akin to the resemblance between Bao Zong and Yi Shu and Blossoms, where they share likeness and spirit, yet each bears their own destiny. Thoughts raced through Chen Luoqi's mind, yet his expression remained inscrutable as he gradually crouched to meet the handsome Nan's gaze at eye level. His eyes sharp as ice, firmly locking onto the evasive glimmers in Nan's eyes. He lowered his voice, each word weighted with gravity. I am Chen Luoqi. You may refer to me as Little Chen. Now, speak. Why have you come to Saigon to stir trouble? Do not tell me it is merely for that broken car. On the way here, Big Sha had mentioned in passing that the handsome Nan's newly acquired sports car had been stolen, leaving him humiliated and incensed by the provocations of others, prompting him to seek out discord in Saigon. The youthful desire for recognition and fame was transparent to Chen Luoqi. In the underworld of Hong Kong, what novice does not aspire to ascend the ranks atop the corpses of others? But was it truly as simple as that? Chen Luoqi scoffed internally. The naivete of youth, if unaccompanied by guidance, would not dare to strike so accurately at the docks of his Saigon trading company. Moreover, to approach so aggressively suggested an intent to escalate trivial matters into a full-blown confrontation between Saigon and the Hong Hing society. If that were the case, then those lurking in the shadows, fanning the flames for personal gain, would be the true targets deserving of retribution. Saigon had laboriously cultivated its current prosperity. The incense at the Chun family ancestral hall had flourished, and it would not be used as a pawn in someone else's game. Becoming the clam caught between the snipe and the clam, the warehouse lay in an oppressive silence, punctuated only by the uneven breaths and the faint sound of chattering teeth. Bao Pai, Chow Pai, and De Tian Air nearly buried their heads in their knees, their bodies quaking like withered leaves in the autumn breeze. Shanji struggled to prop himself up, his blood-red eyes fixed on Chen Luoqi, emitting a low growl akin to a wounded beast. Yet, under the chilling gaze of Chen Luoqi, he instinctively recoiled. The pressure bore down like a mountain on the handsome Nan's chest, nearly halting his heart. Sunlight slanted through the high windows behind Chen Luoqi and Big Sha, stretching their silhouettes into monstrous forms, as if 2 demons from hell had descended. The Samoyed named Xiao Ka sat quietly at Big Sha's feet, its snow-white fur glistening in the motes of light, its icy blue eyes fixated unwaveringly upon them, emitting a low growl filled with foreboding. This seemingly innocuous dog had wreaked havoc upon them with astonishing speed and strength the previous night, inflicting particular injury upon Shanji in a sensitive area. The handsome Nen swallowed hard, the whispers of yesterday's street acquaintances echoing in his mind. Lost your car? Seek out Big Sha in Saigon. His shop deals exclusively in second-hand cars, balancing the scales for both the shady and the legitimate. Yet now, the chill emanating from Chen Luoqi rendered him paralyzed, while Big Sha clearly regarded Chen Luoqi as the dominant force here. Real men do not suffer immediate losses. He gritted his teeth and muttered, Little Chun, Big Sha, it's truly my fault. My newly purchased Toyota MR2 was stolen overnight in Causeway Bay. I consulted some acquaintances, and they all said to find Big Sha if a car went missing, which is why I brought my brothers to Saigon. He endeavored to simplify the matter, presenting it as a mere misunderstanding that had spiraled into conflict. Huh. A derisive laugh erupted, unrestrained and reminiscent of cold water splashing on a hot oil, coming from Big Sha, who stood with arms crossed. He took a step forward, his imposing shadow shifting and intensifying the pressure. He looked down at the handsome Nan, akin to a stray dog, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Looking for a car? You come to me, Big Sha. Indeed. The entire island knows of my reputation in Saigon for dealing in second-hand luxury cars. Big Sha's voice boomed, reverberating within the vast warehouse. However, he emphasized, extending a thick finger almost to touch the handsome Nan's nose. Let me make myself clear. 9.5 out of 10 cars I acquire are from those wastrels who steal their parents' vehicles for pocket money. I operate transparently. There's no deception here. If, by unfortunate chance, your car was stolen and ended up in my possession, I would return it at cost. Keys handed back with both hands. We are all brothers in this world. I would blink and let you drive off, perhaps even invite you for tea. All is well that ends well. Big Shah's voice rose sharply, akin to thunder clapping in the still air. But what are you little children doing in Saigon? Not a single inquiry was made. The moment you saw me dining alone, you pounced like wolves, shouting for violence. You disrupted my territory and threatened my people. You frightened away my clients. You nearly dismantled my very sign. And you dare tell me you merely sought a car? With each word he uttered, the weight of his accusation intensified, the spittle nearly splattering the handsome Nan's face. The final rhetorical question struck with such force that dust cascaded from above. Shao Ka seemed to sense Big Shah's fury, suddenly rising to its feet and unleashing a low, menacing growl at the handsome Nan, revealing its gleaming white teeth. The handsome Nan felt as if struck by lightning, his body rigid, his face paling instantly, his lips moving yet producing no sound. His grandiloquent excuses, under the weight of Big Shah's robust yet well-founded interrogations, appeared utterly feeble and laughable. He felt a burning shame, not from physical pain, but from the public stripping away of his facade, leaving him exposed and terrified. He could even sense the desperate and fearful gazes of his 3 cowering companions beside him. Little Chun, Big Shah, it's all my fault, entirely my fault. A hoarse, pained cry shattered the oppressive silence. It was Shanji. He struggled, propping himself up with his bound hands, staggering in an attempt to rise fully. Veins bulged on his forehead, his facial muscles twitching, cold sweat pouring down like rain. Yet, his bloodshot eyes fixated stubbornly onto Sha and Chun Luo-Chi, reflecting a profound mixture of fear and a reckless desperation akin to self-destruction. Nango only desired to find a vehicle. Shanji's voice was hoarse, imbued with a resolute determination reminiscent of a do-or-die mentality. It was I who saw Desha alone and perceived a rare opportunity. It was my greed that sought to stake my claim. I thought, with 5 against 1, I could achieve notoriety. I goaded Nango into action. I was the first to strike. All of this was my idea. It had nothing to do with Nango. He nearly shouted, his chest heaving violently, each breath pulling at his entire body's agony. At that moment, the previously silent Shao Ka emitted a low whimper. This sound was clearer than before, carrying a sense of warning and threat. It leaned forward slightly, its icy blue eyes fixed intently on Shanji. Shanji instinctively squeezed his legs together, as if the indescribable pain were to strike him once more, causing fresh beads of cold sweat to surface on his forehead and his lower back and inner thigh muscles to spasm uncontrollably. His barely supported body swayed, nearly collapsing again. In that instant, the warehouse was as silent as a grave. Liang Zainan's inner fury surged, his teeth clenched, desperately resisting the urge to look at Shanji's pitiful state. Listening to Shanji take on all the blame, he felt not a shred of gratitude, but rather an uncontrollable surge of resentment and humiliation. Shanji's admission of guilt was like an invisible salt, brutally rubbed into his freshly torn wounds. Amidst the panic and disgrace, a more twisted and fervent ambition ignited within him like never before. Why? Why could Chen Luo-Chi hold such power? Why did Desha command such respect? No, Liang Zainan would not be overshadowed. He was determined to rise above, to become a true overlord, to wield a power that would instill fear. The humiliation of today would be repaid tenfold, 100-fold in the future. This rage threatened to burst from his chest, his clenched fists driving his nails deep into his palms. In stark contrast, Shanji knelt nearby. After uttering those words, despite enduring excruciating pain and being gripped by fear, a strange sense of near liberation began to quietly grow within him. It was a tranquil acceptance of his fate, a bottom-line logic that dictated one must stand tall when faced with punishment. He ceased to ponder notions of prominence or power, merely wishing to survive and leave the warehouse. He even found himself vaguely contemplating whether, had he not acted so impulsively, a calm conversation might have spared him from this predicament. That fleeting thought, however, fell like a seed, quietly taking root in the turmoil of his heart. Inside the warehouse, the sunlight shifted an inch, illuminating more swirling dust motes and the 5 youthful faces etched with divergent fates. Chen Luo-Chi's gaze pierced like an ice pick, cutting through Liang Zainan's simmering resentment and ambition. The dust in the warehouse danced in the slanted beams of light, resembling countless flecks of gold, yet only served to accentuate the 5 tigers' plight. Shanji curled on the ground, cold sweat soaking his disheveled hair, stifled groans of pain escaping his throat. Bao Pai, Chow Pai, and De Tian air huddled together, the sound of their chattering teeth becoming the sole accompaniment to the suffocating silence. Liang Zainan's fingertips dug painfully into his palms, drawing blood, yet he dared not meet Chen Luo-Chi's gaze. Chen Luo-Chi slowly rose, his tall figure casting a formidable shadow against the backlight, enveloping the 5 men. In the depths of his eyes, there was no hint of turmoil. Comrades, could it truly be just an accident, devoid of any hidden mastermind? The Shah crossed his arms, a deeper mockery curling at the corners of his mouth, as if watching a farcical play whose ending he had long since discerned. Shao Ka quietly resumed his seated position, yet his ice-blue eyes remained wide and vigilant. Rather than tormenting himself, it would be wiser to drive others to madness. Perhaps it would be better to hand this conundrum over to Boss B. Chen Luoqi's voice was low, yet each word struck the cold air like a hammer, causing even the dust to tremble. This matter, you 5 young brats cannot bear. His gaze swept across Liang Zainan's pale, contorted face. Have your boss come personally to the Saigon dock to speak with me. Understood? The air suddenly tensed. Liang Zainan's throat constricted as if gripped by an invisible hand. Shanji abruptly lifted his head, a flicker of fear flashing in his bloodshot eyes. Before he bit down hard on his lower lip, too afraid to utter a sound, Bao Pai and Chao Pai buried their heads even lower, the faint sounds of their knees knocking betraying their trepidation. De Tian Air's gaze was vacant, simply wishing for this judgment to conclude swiftly. The fury boiling within Liang Zainan threatened to erupt. Summoning Boss B? That was akin to stripping him bare in public. As the esteemed leader of the 5 Tigers of Copper Pot Bay, he felt as vulnerable as a child summoned to face their parents for mischief. The humiliation coiled around his heart like a poisonous vine, yet the silent pressure from Chen Luoqi, coupled with Shao Ka's low, warning whimper, froze any thoughts of rebellion into shards of ice. He remained silent for several seconds, the time stretching painfully long, with nothing but heavy breathing and the soft sound of dust settling filling the warehouse. Ultimately, he lowered his eyelids, his voice dry as if sandpaper had scraped his throat. I'll give you Boss B's number. Chapter 8. Boss Hongxing. Chen Luoqi nodded slightly, gesturing toward the 2 little brothers in work attire at the door, without sparing a glance at Liang Zainan, merely instructing at the entrance, get them something to eat. Just buns and hot water. We can't have them starving in the warehouse, it's bad luck. His tone was indifferent, yet it made the curled-up group feel as if they had grasped a fragile piece of driftwood. A barely perceptible relaxation flickered through Shanji's tense body. At least his life was temporarily secured. With the command given, the 2 little brothers scurried off. Chen Luoqi turned and strode toward the warehouse entrance. The Shah followed suit, his robust figure resembling a moving mountain, while Shao Ka silently kept close to his feet, his gray-brown fur glinting softly in the light. The heavy iron door creaked open, the boundary between light and shadow clearly defined at the threshold, one side a damp, humiliating prison, the other bustling with the vibrant life of the dock. Outside was the morning clamor of the Saigon dock. The sea breeze, laden with salt and diesel scents, rushed forward, accompanied by the creaking of crane booms, the long blasts of cargo ship horns, and the shouts of workers melding with the roar of engines, weaving a coarse tapestry of life. Chen Luoqi moved unfazed through the container-laden area, his steps steady. Several workers paused their tasks upon seeing him and Desha, respectfully calling out, "Little Chinzong, Desha go," as his gaze swept over those eyes filled with both reverence and eagerness. The chill in Chen Luoqi's gaze did not wane, yet a smile graced his lips. The foundation of this Saigon enterprise had been hard-earned, forged through fists and sweat. It would not be disrupted by a few overreaching newcomers. The dock office was located at the end of several rows of warehouses, a nondescript 2-story building. He pushed open the door to find a busy dispatch room on the ground floor, filled with the sounds of ringing phones, abacuses, and calculators. Ascending to the 2nd floor, he opened his office door to a scene that was chaotic yet orderly. A large Saigon maritime chart hung on the wall, marked with red and blue pencils indicating routes. The desk was cluttered with account books, customs declarations, and an old-fashioned black rotary phone prominently displayed. Through the window, one could overlook the bustling activities of the entire dock. Chen Luoqi sat down in a hardwood chair, while the Shah leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, resembling a guardian deity. Shao Ka obediently lay on the carpet in the corner, his ice-blue eyes half open, alert. Chen Luoqi picked up the receiver and dialed the number he had obtained from Liang Zainan. The monotonous and prolonged beeping reverberated through the somewhat empty office, intertwining with the deep, labored breaths of the large man and the occasional exhalation of the smaller one, creating a peculiar rhythm of oppressive anticipation. Each second of waiting felt like a build-up to an impending storm. Meanwhile, deep within Causeway Bay, in the heart of the Honghing Society, there existed a dimly lit room atop an old tenement building, suffused with the stale mingling of overnight smoke, alcohol, sweat, and cheap incense. The yellowed curtains were drawn, barely shielding against the piercing afternoon light. At the center stood a massive Wangwali wood luohan bed, its surface polished by the passage of time, upon which Boss B lay sprawled, snoring thunderously. Clad in loose silk pajamas, his ample belly protruded prominently, sparse hair clinging to his forehead, a trace of drool at the corner of his mouth. The excitement from last night's card game, which had raged until dawn, had long since been replaced by deep slumber. The ashtray on the bedside was stuffed with cigarette butts, and a few empty beer cans lay scattered nearby. Suddenly, a jarring ringtone sliced through the silence. The noise startled Boss B awake, akin to a fat cat whose tail had been stepped on, his flesh jiggling in response. Irritated, he turned over, eyes barely open, fumbling to grasp the bulky mobile phone on the bedside table, pressing the answer button with a fierce urgency that conveyed his displeasure at being roused from his dreams. Who the hell is this? Do you have any idea what time it is? Disturbing my slumber. Be careful, or I'll wipe out your whole family. However, the voice on the other end was remarkably calm, devoid of any emotional warmth, akin to a stone cast into a cold pond. Saigon Doc, Chinluachi. Just 7 words. Yet they felt like a bucket of icy water poured over him. Boss B jolted upright, all traces of sleep and anger evaporating in an instant. He sat up abruptly, the old bed creaking under his weight. Beads of cold sweat sprang forth on his forehead, and his heart felt as if it were gripped by an icy hand. Saigon Doc, Chinluachi. The bloody storm that had swept through Saigon a year prior flooded his mind with fragmented memories, the hulking figure of the large man, akin to a tank, ruthlessly sweeping through adversaries. The chaotic remnants of various gang strongholds at the dock, the anguished cries of the injured. Ultimately, it was the subtle compromise reached among the major gang leaders at the U-Bone restaurant that tacitly acknowledged Saigon as the exclusive territory of the large man, provided they did not step foot beyond its borders, allowing for a tenuous peace. Otherwise, the underworld was not to be trifled with. And retreating time and again would leave them with no standing. Boss B had personally experienced the suffocating pressure imposed by the large man during that meeting, feeling the creeping dread that accompanied it. Typically, Saigon and his Hong Hing society kept their respective waters separate, exchanging only cordial nods when encountering the large man in someone else's nightclub. Yet who was this sudden Chinluachi? Hadn't he, the large man, always called the shots in Saigon? Was the tide turning? Boss B's thoughts raced like lightning, his facial flab trembling with uncertainty. He forcibly suppressed the turmoil within, striving to infuse a semblance of calm into his voice, laced with a hint of tentative politeness. Oh? So you're a friend from Saigon. My apologies, I wasn't aware. What, instructions does Mr. Chen have? On the other end, Chinluachi's voice remained unperturbed. Yet each word sliced through the air like a knife. I wouldn't presume to offer instructions. Your subordinate, On Nan, accompanied by Shan Ji, Bao Pai, Chow Pai, and De Tian Air, has come to my Saigon dock to provoke trouble, disrupt my territory, and assault my people. He paused slightly, as if allowing Boss B a moment to digest the thunderous revelation. Now, the people are in my hands, Brother B. How do you propose to address this matter? It was like a bolt from the blue. On Nan, Shan Ji, Boss B exclaimed in shock, his corpulent body springing upright from the bed, a button of his pajamas popping off. One hand gripped the phone, while the other absently wiped away the cold sweat beading on his forehead, his complexion turning ashen. How could this be? On Nan and his companions, though wild and reckless, indulging in vices and often neglecting to report back after long nights, would never dare to venture into Saigon to stir up trouble, especially not with the large man, a veritable killer. Boss B's heart leapt to his throat, as if he could already envision On Nan and the others battered and bruised. He had first-hand knowledge of the weight behind the large man's fists. On Nan, what has happened to him? Hello? Speak up. Let them answer the phone. Have the large man talk to me. Boss B nearly shouted, his voice cracking with urgency and fear, spittle flying into the mouthpiece. He instinctively sought to assert control through the roar of a gang leader, applying pressure. Yet, the response was only a crisp, decisive click. A busy signal. Cold, monotonous busy tones. The phone emitted a relentless echo, like a death knell striking against Boss B's eardrums, crashing heavily upon his heart. He stood there, dazed, clutching the phone like a statue frozen in time. The expression on his rotund face morphed from fury to disbelief, ultimately solidifying into profound terror. They hung up on him. Unbelievable. Damn it. Boss B slammed the mobile phone onto the plush bed, the expensive device bouncing slightly. An uncontrollable rage surged through him. Yet it was quickly followed by an even more overwhelming chill and sense of helplessness. Not only was it due to Chinluachi's unabashed disdain and the humiliation of being hung up on, but also the immense danger implied by the phrase "the people are in my hands." On Nan was the lifeblood of Boss B. The entire underworld knew that his subordinates fell into 2 categories, the likes of On Nan and everyone else. Boss B treated On Nan like a son, nurturing him with utmost care, always shielding him from trouble, believing that he would eventually grow and take over his legacy. Now, this sapling he had tenderly nurtured had been snapped in the den of wolves that was Saigon. What weighed heavily on Boss B's heart was his utter lack of confidence in confronting the large man. The overwhelming might demonstrated by the large man during his reign in Saigon, his decisive cruelty and precise strategies, in reality orchestrated by Chun Luochi. With the large man charging into battle to draw fire, while Chun Luochi struck at the enemy's leader directly, had left a lasting impression on him. For a year, Saigon had enjoyed peace, with business thriving, yet the undercurrents of power were complex and unfathomable. Would it be wise to confront the large man head-on over Annan's affair? The Honghing society was a formidable entity, certainly not to be trifled with. But once provoked, the ferocity of the large man was unpredictable. Moreover, the current leader was this mysterious Chun Luochi, whose tone was so unyielding. What did it signify? A new force emerging? Anger, worry, suspicion, and humiliation swirled chaotically within Boss B's ample chest, nearly suffocating him. The sole window in the room was obscured by heavy velvet curtains, casting a dim light akin to a tomb. The lingering odor of stale alcohol in the air became particularly nauseating. He collapsed back onto the edge of the bed, hands resting on his knees, his substantial form trembling slightly. Chun Luochi's final words, "How do you propose to address this matter?" hung like a sword suspended over his head. Failing to provide an explanation would mean dire consequences for Annan and the others. Yet how could he give one? Compensation? What would they demand? It felt as though someone had seized him by his vital points. No more waiting. Since they had hung up, it was clear they were forcing him to take the initiative. He must first ascertain the truth of what had transpired. How could Annan and the others be foolish enough to provoke trouble in Saigon? Was there someone behind the scenes instigating them? Who exactly is Chun Luochi? Big Boss B took a deep breath, forcefully suppressing the tumultuous emotions within. A glimmer of ruthless determination, honed through years of navigating the underworld, flickered in his eyes. He seized another internal walkie-talkie nearby, pressed the button, and his voice emerged hoarse yet resolute, laced with undeniable urgency and command. "Hey, Big Head, come to my room immediately. Run. There's been an incident. Annan and the others have encountered trouble at the Saigon docks. Investigate at once. I want to know every detail within half an hour." A succinct acknowledgement came from the other end, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps fading away. Big Boss B slumped back onto the bed, his fingers unconsciously tapping against his knee. Time ticked away, each heartbeat resonating like a countdown. If anything were to happen to Annan, where would he place the face of the Copper Lobo? Not to mention the bond akin to that of father and son, for he was his beloved younger brother. Outside, the clamor of Copper Lobo was muffled by the curtains, leaving the room in a deathly silence, save for his heavy breathing. In less than 20 minutes, the door was flung open. Big Head burst in, panting heavily, clad in a black athletic outfit dusted with debris, clearly having sprinted here. He appeared to be in his 20s, lean and efficient, with eyes sharp as an eagle, the most reliable lieutenant under Big Boss B. Upon witnessing Big Boss B's pale complexion, Big Head immediately bowed. "B brother, I found out." His voice was steady, yet tinged with a hint of helplessness. "Speak." Big Boss B sprang to his feet, his flesh quivering. Big Head inhaled deeply and spoke rapidly. "The Toyota MR2 they drove last night was stolen. Right in the back alley. Apparently, the thief was a stranger, deft in their methods, likely a professional pickpocket." He paused, shaking his head with a wry smile. Brother Nan couldn't hold back. After hearing from a friend, he brought along Mountain Chicken and a few others directly to Saigon to retrieve the car. Big Boss B's veins throbbed with fury. He slammed his fist onto the bed. "Are you mad? Saigon is now under that fool's domain. Do you want to provoke that killing god? Are you seeking death?" The absurdity escalated. Big Head lowered his voice. "I found out from a friend who spoke with Annan. That guy was high last night, boasting in a tea restaurant, and just happened to encounter Brother Nan asking about the stolen car. In his muddled state, he babbled that if a car was stolen, just go to Saigon's Big Fool. They recently had a batch of smuggled cars that would surely satisfy you." Annan took him seriously and went over. Big Head spread his hands, utterly speechless. That friend was now cowering in a doghouse, shivering. I yanked his collar and asked several times. It was purely his own folly without any interference from other gangs. Upon hearing this, Big Boss B's initial rage transformed into relief. Damn, how much had he drunk to lose his mind? Once I rescue Annan, I'll definitely break that friend's legs. But soon, a wave of gratitude surged within him. Thankfully, no other factions had instigated trouble. Otherwise, if Hongxing and Saigon were to clash, Annan would undoubtedly become collateral damage. He forced himself to remain calm, the flesh on his plump face twitching. All right, as long as no outsiders are meddling, that's good. Now, the most pressing matter is to negotiate for his release. He paced to the window, lifting the curtains slightly. The sunlight of Copper Lobo pierced his eyes. The weight of Chun Luochi's impending demand loomed like a dagger. Compensation? How much? Was the other party after money, or was it the face of Hongxing? Chapter 9, A Gracious Hand. Big Boss B turned and grasped the landline on the table, his fingers trembling as he dialed the direct line of Hongxing's strategist, Chen Yao. As soon as the call connected, Big Boss B immediately adopted a respectful tone, yet his anxiety was palpable. Yao Gu, it's me, AB. There's been an incident. Anan and a few reckless ones barged into the Saigon docks causing trouble, and now they're being held. He quickly summarized the conflict, his voice quivering. This time, it was Anan's fault, and he took full responsibility. But they aren't releasing him, and I'm afraid they might resort to violence. Yao Gu, can Hongxing provide some assistance? Anan is my beloved younger brother. He cannot be lost. Silence reigned on the other end for a few seconds before Chun Yao's voice emerged. As frigid as ice. AB, the handsome Nan is someone you brought up, but you've spoiled him too much. This time, he has offended that fool in Saigon. Is that a place to trifle with? He sighed. If you can't handle this, Hongxing will step in. But remember, I will give you face. But the rules cannot be broken. After rescuing him, manage your younger brothers well. If you let this continue, even the gods won't be able to save you. Big Boss B bowed repeatedly. Understood, understood, Yao Gu. I will definitely manage them strictly. After hanging up, he felt cold sweat soaking through his nightwear. Chen Yao's warning struck deep into his heart. No matter how much pain Anan was in, he had to get through this hurdle first. Without daring to delay, Big Boss B rushed to the corner safe, twisted it open with a click, and pulled out 2 bundles of Hong Kong dollars. A total of 200,000 in cash. The sight of the crisp bills was striking. He stuffed them into a black handbag and turned to hand it to Big Head. Hold this. Come with me to Saigon. Big Head received the bag, the heavy weight causing his brow to furrow. B brother, bringing so much cash? I'm afraid Saigon will demand a steep price. Big Boss B interrupted him. A fleeting pang of pain in his eyes, but resolute. Matters that can be resolved with money are not matters at all. Anan's life is what truly matters. He donned his jacket, his voice hoarse. Be clever, adapt to the situation. Remember, we are not going to fight. We are going to negotiate, admit our mistakes. And first get him out. The two hurried downstairs. The little brothers in the corridor stepped aside, not daring to breathe. Big Boss B's steps were heavy, each one feeling like a tread on the edge of a blade. Go. He barked at Big Head as they squeezed into a black sedan. The engine roared, and the car sped toward Saigon. Inside, Big Boss B clenched his fists. Chen Luoqi's icy tone and the imposing figure of that fool flashed through his mind. Would this journey result in financial loss or be a trap leading to their demise? He closed his eyes, fervently hoping that the 200,000 could indeed buy back Anan's life. The black sedan raced, tires screeching as they traversed the waterlogged road. In the back seat, Big Boss B gripped his fists, knuckles whitening, his reflection in the window showcasing his taut face. At the same moment, in the study of Jiang Tianxing's villa, the crystal chandelier cast a cold light on the mahogany table. Chen Yao stood with hands at his sides before Jiang Tianxing, having finished recounting the details of Big Boss B's desperate call for help. Chen Luoqi. It seemed the other party was indeed the capable individual behind that fool. Jiang Tianxing selected a Cuban cigar from the box, the action of cutting it performed with an elegance unbecoming of a man from the underworld. Suddenly, he chuckled lightly. Smoke curling from his lips, Chen Kuan? Huh. In the underworld, they call him Big Fool, but at the Saigon police station, they refer to him as Mr. Chun. I hear the gentry are collectively pushing for him to run for district councillor. The silver lighter snapped shut, the flame illuminating the shadows in his eyes. I splurge to attend charity galas, purchase horse club memberships, yet those socialites still avoid me. Meanwhile, he trades some seafood for an entry ticket into high society. Chen Yao swallowed hard, eventually uttering, the Hongxing brand is too bright, making it difficult to launder. The latter part of his statement faded into a sigh. How could Chen Yao not understand the efforts Jiang Tianxing had made to clean up his image? The infamous Jiang, in the upper echelons of society, was merely a smiling face, a figure on the periphery that nobody valued. Jiang Tianxing's fingertips rested on the mahogany table. The gentle tapping sound resembling a pebble dropped into a deep pool, sending ripples of invisible consequence. He lifted his gaze to Chen Yao, the curve of his lips revealing a knowing amusement about the world. Ah Yao, even if Chen Luoqi does wear the badge of counselor, do you think the goods from his Saigon trading company can smoothly sail out of Saigon? He leaned back against the chair, the blue smoke from his cigar swirling before him. In this sea of Hong Kong Island, without the banner of a gang, which ship would dare claim it could reach the shore? Chen Yao's spine straightened, his gaze behind the lenses calm as water. Jiang Tianxing's words were like a scalpel, precisely cutting through the fabric of the underworld. The Saigon police can protect him now because his ship is still anchored at their dock. Jiang Tianxing lifted his cigar, taking a deep drag as the grayish-white ash fell softly into the enameled ashtray. Yet, to expand his business, one must inevitably cross the sea. Who holds sway over the docks of Yaomati? Who oversees the containers at Kowloon warehouse? The wolves of He Lianxing and Dongxing have long been salivating over his lucrative piece of meat. He let out a cold chuckle. Their inaction was merely a sign of their fear of Dashin's strength and his roots in Saigon. as well as their trepidation that any movement might provoke warnings from the local authorities. However, the moment he steps out of Saigon, Jiang Tiansheng did not finish his thought but extinguished the cigar with a decisive pressure, the ember extinguishing in an instant. The study was left with only the cold light streaming from the crystal chandelier. Jiang Tiansheng spoke again, his voice lowered yet resonant. The banner of Hongxing could shield him from the open and covert assaults of rival gangs. With his goods flying under the Hongxing flag, from Tsim Sha Sui to Central, they could help him weather the storm. His tone shifted, a flicker of fervor passing through his eyes. Conversely, the Saigon Trading Company was legitimate, its accounts clean, and its status as a council member a gilded calling card, precisely the shell that Hongxing lacked. I, Jiang Tiansheng, am now willing to make sacrifices, provided I can cleanse the gang's reputation. Territory and profits are negotiable. But merely throwing money at acquiring a racing club membership or squeezing into charity banquets. He shook his head in self-mockery. Those elites regarded him as nothing more than a nouveau riche, even a mere upstart. But what if Hongxing had a councilman named Chen backing it? Chen Yao's Adams apple bobbed silently. He understood Jiang Tiansheng's all-or-nothing gamble. The dragon head had grown weary of reigning in the shadows. This was a mutually beneficial arrangement. Jiang Tiansheng asserted firmly, what I lack is the flag to cross the sea, while what you need is a door to the light. The banner of Hongxing would provide him with safe passage, and his legitimate identity would cleanse Hongxing's reputation. His gaze, sharp as lightning, pierced Chen Yao, who understood that other gangs would only seek to carve out a piece of him, but only I can offer him the whole hide. This deal promises mutual gain. After a prolonged silence, Chen Yao finally inclined slightly, his voice steady and calm. Mr. Jiang sees clearly. I will keep a close watch on Saigon. He paused, adding, the big guy B is going to Saigon tonight to negotiate a ransom, presenting an opportunity to gauge the wind. Whether Saigon is willing to release the captives, and at what price, will reveal their strategy. He raised his eyes, the reflection of his glasses obscuring the contemplation beneath. I will ensure that the whispers carry through. Not a single detail will be missed. Jiang Tiansheng nodded with satisfaction, drawing out another cigar. The fervor of Jiang Tiansheng's desire to cleanse his reputation was palpable. Regardless of the outcome, this situation provided a rationale for him to engage with those in Saigon. Otherwise, rushing in to negotiate would only lead to embarrassment. This incident served as a ladder, a fortuitous opportunity that would allow him to lawfully connect with Saigon's influence to discuss collaboration. To seek them out proactively would be to appear subservient, damaging his prestige. Seizing the opportunity, however, would preserve his dignity and advance his plans. As the black sedan screeched to a halt at the dock entrance, the formidable B gazed through the window, observing the throng at the dock. All sporting crew cuts and clad in black work uniforms, resembling a line of silent markers driven into the damp night. Brother B, at the wheel, tightened his grip on the strap of the money bag, his throat constricting. Those crew-cut thugs stood rigidly, their heels slightly apart, shoulders taut, unyielding as the winds blew. After 2 decades in the underworld, he had never encountered a gang's lackeys standing with such discipline. Reminiscent of a military honor guard he had once seen at a northern barracks. The past year had seen Saigon remain calm, with many regarding Dashin as merely a brute. Who would have thought the dock had already changed its leadership? Stay close to me. Brother B lowered his voice, his leather shoes splashing through a puddle of fish scales. A few crew-cut thugs shot him sidelong glances, their gazes sharp as knives, silently blocking their path. Just as he was about to speak, a youth in a tank top and work pants emerged from the shadows. Hongxing's Big B? The youth's Mandarin carried a stiff accent as he gestured towards a warehouse behind him. Xiao Chun is waiting for you. As the iron door of the warehouse creaked open, a strong whiff of brine enveloped them. Beneath the high-intensity xenon lights, mountains of foam boxes glimmered coldly. Chen Luoqi sat in a folding chair atop the stacks. Rising to his full height of 185 centimeters, his suit taut against his muscular frame. Dashin loomed like an iron tower behind him, a 2-meter giant. The hairs on the back of Brother B's neck stood on end. At 6 meters tall, he felt like a diminutive winter melon before the two. Even his gesture of offering a cigarette appearing awkward. Mr. Chun, Brother Dashin. Chen Luoqi did not take the cigarette, but merely nodded. Dashin guffawed, his voice deep. Hongxing's Big B? How much are you paying to ransom your pretty boy? 200,000 Hong Kong dollars, cash. Brother B signaled for the big man to open the bag, stacks of $1,000 bills shimmering brilliantly under the lights. Anan has offended the Saigon dock. I apologize on his behalf. He lowered his head, adding, if that doesn't suffice, I'll host 10 tables of drinks for all the brothers in Saigon. Water dripped from the warehouse roof with a soft patter against the metal surface. Chen Luoqi suddenly leaned forward, snatching a bundle of cash. His fingers brushing the raised edges of the bills as if inspecting merchandise. Cold sweat trickled down Brother B's spine, only to be met with a soft chuckle. I'll take the money. Chen Luoqi tossed the bills back into the bag, splashing a few droplets of rainwater, and you can take the people. Scared? Dashin's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that it? Chun Luochi brushed off non-existent dust from his suit jacket, his tone flat, as if discussing seafood prices. Fortunately, nothing significant had happened this time. His calm demeanor, however, made Brother B notice the sudden tension in Dashin's neck muscles. Thank you, Mr. Chun. Brother B almost bowed. But Chun Luochi raised a hand to gesture him up. Come visit Saigon for seafood sometime. Chun Luochi smiled faintly. Our lobsters are more vibrant than the well-known ice-fresh goods. Chun Luochi inclined his chin towards the shadows, his voice low yet penetrating the humid air of the warehouse. Go bring out those from Causeway Bay. Moments later, the side door of the warehouse was pushed open, and two more crew-cut thugs in black work uniforms led in 5 figures. It was indeed the handsome man and his 5 tigers from Causeway Bay. The 5 appeared somewhat pale, their lips dry, walking with slightly unsteady steps. But after eating steamed buns and drinking some water, they had regained some spirit. Their clothing was relatively intact, albeit dusted, clearly showing they had not endured any severe physical suffering. Upon seeing Brother B, handsome Nan's eyes brightened for a moment before he lowered his head. Brother B. The weight that had been hanging over Brother B's heart finally settled. He quickly scanned the 5, confirming there were no visible injuries. And he truly breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared Chun Luochi had indeed only given them a lesson, not a brutal beating. He inclined his body slightly towards Chun Luochi. Thank you for your leniency, Mr. Chun. Take them away. Chun Luochi resumed his seat in the folding chair, his demeanor casual, as if he had merely dealt with a trivial matter. Thank you. Thank you. Brother B repeatedly expressed his gratitude, signaling the big man and the still-shaken 5 tigers from Causeway Bay to hurry along. The group hurriedly exited the warehouse, which was permeated with a strong odor of brine. Outside the warehouse, the sea breeze picked up, and Brother B's black sedan sat lonesome in the shadows at the dock entrance. Only then did he recall that he had anticipated a series of complications, even a potential clash, but never expected matters to resolve so smoothly. Having come with only 1 car, now with the big man and the 5 tigers from Causeway Bay, squeezing 7 people into one vehicle was simply impossible. He turned back to glance at the warehouse direction. Beneath the high-hanging xenon lights, the small crew cuts remained as silent sentinels, steadfastly anchored in the nocturnal gloom, unmoving and unapproached by any inquiry or offer of assistance. It was evident that there was no intention of sending off guests on this side of Saigon. Boss, what is the count? The hefty one murmured, a look of dazed survival etched upon his face. Wait. Boss B gritted his teeth, his gaze sweeping over the dimly lit road beyond the pier. Aside from the rhythmic crash of waves against the shore and the whisper of the wind, an oppressive silence prevailed. Occasionally, the cold, knife-like stares of the crew cuts flicked over them, sending a chill down Boss B's spine. Just as Boss B was on the verge of numbness, contemplating whether to send the hefty one to procure a vehicle, a taxi finally appeared in the distance. Lurching toward them, it was a dilapidated red cab, its taxi sign flickering erratically. Boss B felt a wave of relief wash over him as he dashed into the street, waving his arms. Ultimately, the hefty one ferried Boss B and the dapper Nan away, the remaining Coppergong Bay 4 Tiger taking the taxi, swaying as it departed from the Saigon pier. As the engine roared to life, Boss B inexplicably turned back to see several crew cuts marching across the pier, their movements eerily synchronized. The iron gate of the warehouse clanged shut. Inside, the simple-minded one gazed at the slowly closing door, isolating him from the storm outside and the retreating figures, confusion and incomprehension swirling in his wide, bell-like eyes. Chapter 10. Hongyun Roast Goose. He scratched the back of his head and asked in a deep voice to Chun Luochi, who sat on a folding chair, Cousin, is this it? 200,000. And we let them go? Brother Desha, Chun Luochi replied calmly, his voice imbued with a maturity and calculation beyond his years. Do you think our intention in capturing them was merely for that 200,000 Hong Kong dollars? Or was it to vent our frustrations by crippling a few members of Hongying? Taken aback, Desha opened his mouth but found no words. He had not considered such depths. His only thought was that anyone daring to cause trouble at the Saigon pier deserved a severe reckoning. Neither, Chun Luochi answered himself, a faint smile curving his lips, a mix of self-mockery and perceptiveness. This time, it's a shot in the dark. He stood up, moving to the center of the warehouse, surveying the mountain of foam boxes. Under the lights, his shadow stretched long. Saigon pier is now ours to command. But what lies beyond Saigon? Hong Kong Island is vast. Our Saigon Trading Company must expand, must lay down its roots. Can we suffice with just our 100 or so brothers? Desha shook his head, a vague understanding flickering in his eyes. Not enough, Chun Luochi asserted decisively. The pier, logistics, nightlife, real estate, none of these sectors are devoid of gang influence. If we wish to operate, we cannot circumvent them. Then we fight. Desha clenched his fist, muscles taut. We brothers can take on 10 of them each. Chun Luochi regarded De Sha with an understanding gaze, devoid of reproach, only a perceptive acknowledgement of reality. Fight? Can violence truly resolve our issues? If we conquer Copper Gong Bay, what of Mong Kok, Sim Sha Sui Yamati? The cycle of violence is endless. Moreover, such actions only draw the attention of the authorities, inviting unnecessary troubles. What we seek is to conduct business, to earn, to support our people, not to engage in the petty squabbles of thugs over turf. He paced to the window of the warehouse. Cooperation is a path, but not with just anyone. Those gangs are steeped in filth, gambling, drugs, loan sharking, extortion, every vile act imaginable. Tying ourselves too closely to them would tarnish the reputation of the Saigon Trading Company, making it difficult to conduct legitimate business in the future. He turned, his gaze piercing. Hung Hing is merely the least of the evils. Jiang Tianxing adheres to some semblance of order, at least on the surface. Hung Hing's operations are cleaner, devoid of excessive chaos. By capturing their members and letting them go, we extend a gesture of goodwill. We want them to understand that in Saigon, we are not solely about violence. We can also reason and cooperate. The Shah scratched his head. So, must we only collaborate with Hung Hing? Of course not. Chun Luochi categorically denied, his tone imbued with undeniable confidence. Hung Hing is but one option, perhaps not even the best. This release is a message. We possess the strength and the composure. The initiative lies with us. We are not beholden to anyone, nor are we compelled to carry Hung Hing's banner. He returned to stand before De Sha, his voice low yet firm, infused with clarity of purpose. De Sha, remember, what is the most crucial thing for the Saigon Trading Company right now? It is to distribute the goods from the north across all of Hong Kong Island. This is not merely for profit, it is to expand our reach. A larger enterprise allows us to sustain more lives. We recruit those returning veterans from the north, individuals with intellect, awareness, capable of hard work and discipline. They enter the fray to provide for their families, to live well, with a sense of responsibility. He gestured toward the gangs on Hong Kong Island, who frequently boasted of their thousands of members. What sort of rabble are they? Scoundrels. They emerge only for money, prestige, and women. For money, they would betray even their own leaders. What can such individuals accomplish? Chun Luochi's gaze sharpened like a blade. Sweeping over the crew cuts standing like javelins outside the warehouse, his voice filled with immense confidence and a hint of disdain. Do not be deceived by their numbers. They are a disorganized rabble. When push comes to shove, we have 3,000 organized, disciplined, and principled crew cuts, more than capable of overpowering any so-called major gang on Hong Kong Island. Letting Hung Hing's people go is not out of fear, but rather a refusal to needlessly burn bridges. The road ahead is long, we shall see. De Sha listened to Chun Luochi's coherent analysis. Though he may not have fully grasped every term, the overwhelming confidence and undeniable aura convinced him entirely. He nodded vigorously, the last traces of doubt evaporating from his eyes, and he rumbled, Understood, cousin. Whatever you say goes. Chun Luochi felt a sense of satisfaction at De Sha's comprehension. It's stifling in here. Let us step outside for some fresh air. Are you hungry? De Sha's face broke into a grin, the tension dissipating, replaced by the warmth of the bustling street. Starving. Cousin, timing is everything. A new Hanyun roast goose just opened around the corner from the Saigon Pier. The owner uses the finest frozen black-brown geese from the north. While they may not compare to freshly slaughtered geese, the marinade and cooking technique are said to be exceptional, yielding crispy skin, tender meat, and succulent juices, an exquisite taste. Shall we give it a try? Chun Luochi raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. Oh, frozen from the north? I'm curious to see what they can produce. Let us go and sample it. He took the lead, immersing himself in the clamor of the Saigon Pier's afternoon hustle. De Sha chuckled and hurried to follow. Little Ka leaped gracefully, matching Chun Luochi's pace, her icy blue eyes scanning the surroundings with vigilance and loyalty. The Hanyun roast goose was indeed not far. Turning a corner piled high with fishing nets and floats revealed the establishment. The shop was modest, yet a gleaming wooden sign boldly displayed the golden characters of Hanyun roast goose. Even from a distance of several meters, the intoxicating aroma, a blend of fruitwood charcoal, rich meat, and secret sauce, wafted toward them, tantalizing their appetites. It was peak lunchtime, and the small shop's entrance was crowded with patrons, the line stretching out onto the street. Through the open shop door and the transparent glass, one can observe the bustling crowd within, with every seat occupied. The waitstaff deftly navigate the narrow aisles, carrying glistening roast goose, char siu, and poached chicken, amidst the cacophony of shouts, clinking glasses, and the satisfied murmurs of diners, creating an atmosphere as lively as a boiling pot. Just as the rotund face of the big fool briefly appeared at the entrance, several shirtless fishermen in the front of the line brightened at the sight and shouted, "Big fool, over here. There's a spot." A few familiar neighbors in the queue chimed in. Yes, big fool, you go ahead. We don't mind waiting a bit longer. The owner, busy sweating profusely as he sliced the roast goose at the open counter, looked up at the commotion, his glistening face instantly breaking into a wide smile. Wiping his hands on a yellowing towel, he hurried over. "Oh dear. Big fool, what an honor to have you here. Please, take a seat." His gaze fell upon the small card quietly squatting beside Chen Luoqi, and his smile faltered slightly. Rubbing his hands hesitantly, he ventured, "But this one must be Little Card, right?" Little Card emitted a sound of mild protest, seemingly feeling a bit wronged. Without waiting for a response, Chen Luoqi's long fingers gently brushed against Little Card's upright ears, his voice calm yet firm. "No need to worry, he is very well behaved. Just give me a plate for some roast goose, goose meat, and goose bones, and I'll have him eat in the back alley." His deep gaze swept across the greasy floor and the crowded tables, evidently sensing that this bustling space filled with smoke and meat aromas was not suitable for Little Card. All right, just a word from Big Fool." The owner, visibly relieved, bellowed into the kitchen. "Ah Chong, hurry, set up a small table for Big Fool. And get a clean plate for some fine roast goose, goose meat, and goose bones." He personally guided the two through the throng, managing to clear a spot in a corner near the kitchen entrance, and attentively offered them hot tea. Chen Luoqi accepted the plate brimming with food from the staff and called out softly to Little Card. "Little Card, come with me." Obediently waiting at the door, Little Card immediately stood up, his icy blue eyes sharply scanning the surrounding crowd, yet he stayed close to his owner's trousers, skillfully avoiding the diner's legs as he silently followed Chen Luoqi through the smoky kitchen, arriving at the relatively secluded back alley. Chen Luoqi placed the plate on the cool ground and patted Little Card's head. "Good boy, eat here." When he returned to the shop, Big Fool had already seated himself comfortably, busily sterilizing bowls and chopsticks with boiling water, grinning broadly. "Cousin, sit down quickly. The owner promised to chop a fine goose leg for us. I guarantee you'll want more after tasting it." As he spoke, a staff member approached with a steaming platter of roast goose, its skin glistening like amber, instantly overpowering the din of the restaurant with its rich aroma. This roast goose was indeed a sight to behold. The body of the goose was plump, its skin roasted to perfection, resembling exquisite amber glass, radiating an enticing golden red sheen. Thin and crisp as paper, seemingly ready to shatter with the slightest touch. The thin layer of fat beneath the skin had almost completely melted, saturating the firm goose meat, giving the entire piece a translucent quality. The rich aroma of fruitwood charcoal, mingling with the unique essence of goose fat and the complex sweet-salty notes of the secret sauce, boldly invaded the nostrils, making one salivate. Big Fool eagerly picked up a piece of goose leg meat still attached to the crispy skin, and with a satisfying crack, the crisp skin shattered. He took a bite, his eyes instantly squinting in delight. Just right. The skin is as crispy as glass, melting in the mouth. The meat is tender, with all the juices locked inside, savory with a hint of honey and a faint fruitwood fragrance. To achieve this level with northern fresh goose, the owner certainly has skill. Chen Luoqi also took a piece of goose breast, dipping it in the accompanying sour plum sauce. The initial crunch from the ultra-crispy skin was astonishing, followed by the thin, melting layer of fat, and finally, the firm, tender, juice-laden goose meat. The perfect balance of sweet and sour from the plum sauce beautifully countered the richness of the roast goose, further enhancing the deep flavor of the meat. The texture was indeed firm and springy, with abundant juices, the marinade deeply infused, and the timing of the cooking masterfully controlled, showcasing the roast goose's potential to the fullest. He nodded slightly, offering a rare compliment. Perfectly timed, well marinated, with crispy skin and tender meat, truly remarkable. Upon hearing this, Big Fool beamed even brighter. As if the roast goose were his own creation, the two indulged heartily, relishing the satisfaction that this street food brought. Before long, half the roast goose had vanished, leaving a pile of bones on the table. Just as Big Fool was about to beckon the owner for another half, a commotion arose at the shop entrance, accompanied by the staff's attempts to dissuade the newcomers. "Master, there's truly no space left. Look at the line. Oh dear, kind benefactor, please show us some leniency. We've traveled quite a distance, and our stomachs are growling. Even Buddha needs to eat." A voice, slick yet tinged with a hint of laziness and absurdity, rang out. Chen Luoqi and Big Fool turned to see three remarkably eye-catching individuals at the entrance. At the forefront stood a middle-aged man clad in a gray monk robe, worn and stained, slightly plump with a protruding belly, his hair cropped short. What caught the eye most was his face, where the features seemed crammed together, small, darting eyes, a mouth that habitually drooped downwards, yet he made an effort to muster a friendly smile, resulting in an extremely lewd expression. His demeanor and aura resembled a younger version of the late actor Wu Mingda. Following him were two similarly garbed little bald boys, around 7 or 8 years old. One was slightly taller, with thick eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding a spirited vigor. The other was shorter, with a round face and equally round eyes, appearing particularly docile and honest. "Brother Da, why don't we wait or try another place?" The round-faced boy tugged at the middle-aged monk's robe, speaking softly, just as his stomach audibly growled, turning his face crimson. "Wait for what? Shaowen, people are iron, rice is steel. One meal missed leaves one feeling anxious." The middle-aged monk, referred to as Brother Da, shot a glare, his small eyes scanning the shop interior in search of a miraculous empty seat. When his gaze fell upon the kitchen entrance, it fortuitously collided with Chun Luoqi's. Observing this trio, particularly the face that bore a striking resemblance to the late actor, filled with streetwise cunning and survival wisdom, the faint interest Chun Luoqi initially held for food suddenly intensified. The three individuals, amidst the clamor of the roast goose shop, resembled a strikingly amusing tableau of life. "Owner," Chun Luoqi spoke, his voice low yet clear enough to reach the entrance. "There's still a spot here. Let these three gentlemen join us at our table." "What?" Brother Da was momentarily taken aback. Then his previously solemn face erupted into an expression of overwhelming joy, blooming into a radiant smile as if he had hit the jackpot, his small eyes squinting into slits. "Oh dear. A benefactor. A living bodhisattva. Thank you, kind benefactor. Thank you for your kindness." As Brother Da hurriedly expressed his gratitude, he pulled the two little bald boys along, rushing inside with the agility of an eel, leaving the staff no time to intervene. Approaching the small table, Brother Da bowed repeatedly to Chun Luoqi and Big Fool. "Oh dear, I apologize for the intrusion. You are truly a great benefactor. May Buddha bless you." He then playfully patted the back of the two little boys' heads. "What are you staring for? Hurry up and thank this benefactor." The little boy with thick eyebrows and bright eyes reacted the quickest, immediately joining his hands in a respectful gesture and bowing earnestly. "Thank you, big brother." The round-faced lad named Xiaowen followed suit, pressing his palms together in a bow, his voice soft and sweet. "Thank you, big brother." His demeanor was earnest yet endearing. Chun Luoqi's gaze fell upon the smooth, shiny heads of the two little bald boys, and they seemed delightfully tactile. He casually raised his hand, and under the astonished and curious gaze of his senior Brother Da, and the slightly nervous yet intrigued stares of the little bald boys, he gently rubbed the head of the chubby boy. It felt warm, slightly sweaty, with a smooth and rounded texture, akin to a freshly shelled egg. He could even sense the little fellow's body tense momentarily, though he did not flinch. The skull was well proportioned and full, and without needing to knock, one could tell it was a good head. "Please, have a seat." Chun Luoqi gestured for the waiter to bring more stools. "Hey, all right. Thank you, thank you." Senior Brother Da quickly ushered the two little ones to sit down, not forgetting to introduce himself. "Ahem, I am Ada, and these two are my junior brothers. The taller one is named Xiaolong, and the smaller one is Xiaowen. You can call me Big Fool." Big Fool waved his hand dismissively. Chun Luoqi. The tactile sensation of the little bald boy's head was indeed delightful. "Oh, Big Fool, it's a pleasure to meet you." Senior Brother Da, Dazai, immediately took the cue, grinning widely. "Thank you, Chun Benefactor, Big Fool, truly. Otherwise, we wouldn't know how long we would have to wait." The waiter promptly brought utensils and a platter of marinated delicacies for the three of them, when a large platter of glistening, ruby-red roasted goose was served. The enticing aroma wafted through the air, causing Senior Brother Da's eyes to widen instantly, and Xiaolong and Xiaowen could hardly suppress their saliva. "Let's dig in." Senior Brother Da called out, already reaching for his chopsticks. The seemingly unremarkable trio of monks wielded their chopsticks with a fervor that could rival a miniature martial arts tournament. Despite his lewd demeanor, Senior Brother Da's movements were remarkably swift and cunning. His pair of chopsticks danced with unparalleled finesse, sometimes darting like a serpent to precisely snatch the most succulent piece of goose belly. At other times, they descended like a mountain, forcefully intercepting a goose wing that Xiaolong aimed for, and occasionally, they would delicately skim like a dragonfly touching the water, skillfully snatching a piece of skin-on goose breast from beneath Xiaowen's chopsticks. As he chewed heartily, he mumbled indistinctly, "Xiaolong, grab that piece with the crispy skin. Xiaowen, don't just eat the lean meat. This belly meat is the best." His cheeks bulged, glistening oil trickling down the corners of his mouth, yet he remained unfazed. Xiaolong, brimming with vigor, was focused and decisive in his actions. His targets were clear, honing in on the goose legs and bony sections, with his chopsticks moving like swift, fierce daggers. Not only did he ensure that he had enough to eat, but he also kept an eye on his slower-moving junior brother Xiaowen. Noticing Xiaowen struggling to grasp a slippery piece of goose neck meat, he deftly flicked his wrist, placing the goose leg he had just picked up into Xiaowen's bowl, while simultaneously seizing the almost escaped goose neck with lightning speed and stuffing it into his own mouth, all in one fluid motion, exuding bravado. "Xiaowen, eat this. It's meaty," he exclaimed, his mouth stuffed to the brim, yet still managing to mumble. Xiaowen, appearing considerably more innocent, was nonetheless no slouch. His chopstick skills, while not as fierce as his seniors, were marked by delicacy and quick reflexes. He targeted the sinewy scraps that were tricky to pick up, yet bursting with flavor, as well as the goose offal soaked in sauce at the bottom of the platter. His movements carried a unique agility, often picking up the overlooked or dropped pieces of goose meat amidst the clashing chopsticks of senior brother Da and Xiaolong. However, being younger, his actions were slightly slower. Despite his earnest efforts, his bowl contained far less meat than his two senior brothers, especially as he watched the last coveted piece, the plump, glistening roast goose backside, being snatched away by senior brother Da with a particularly crafty maneuver. Disappointment and dismay were unmistakably etched across his round face, his lips forming a slight pout. Hee, I concede. Senior brother Da triumphantly held up the goose backside, which he deemed invaluable, and waved it teasingly before Xiaolong and Xiaowen. Then took a hearty bite, relishing the moment, the oily juices dripping onto his monk's robe without a care. As he savored the exquisite blend of crispy skin and rich fat, he mumbled incoherently to Xiaowen. Do you see this, Xiaowen? This goose backside is the essence of all essences. Want some? Just longing for it won't suffice. You need to practice your stance and chopstick skills. If you can't snatch it next time, don't say your senior brother didn't teach you. Xiaowen, gazing at senior brother Da's glistening mouth and self-satisfied expression, glanced down at the meager amount of meat in his bowl, feeling a tad aggrieved as he pouted, softly replying, oh, but obediently continued to pick at the roast goose and offal in his bowl. Chen Luoqi watched with great interest the scene of these three monks battling over the roast goose. This genuine and lively ambience was far more entertaining than the violent conflicts of thugs. He noticed Xiaowen's dejection, but even more, he observed Xiaolong's instinctive act of placing the better pieces of meat into Xiaowen's bowl, despite his own rapid consumption. Boss, Chen Luoqi set down his chopsticks. His voice not loud, yet clearly audible to the busy waiter. Bring 2 more roast geese, cut into pieces. The bill for this table is all on me. Huh. Senior brother Da, who was diligently sucking the essence from the goose backside bone, suddenly choked at these words, erupting into a fit of violent coughing, his face turning bright red. Once he managed to catch his breath, he looked up, his small eyes wide with disbelief and overwhelming joy, even glistening with tears, perhaps from choking, his expression 10 times more ecstatic than when he had snatched the goose backside. Shin benefactor, you are truly a living bodhisattva, compassionate and benevolent. Your generosity is deeper than the sea and broader than the sky. I, senior brother Da, have roamed the rivers and lakes for many years and have never encountered such a magnanimous and righteous benefactor like you. Xiaolong, Xiaowen, quickly, thank our great benefactor. Xiaolong immediately set down his chopsticks, once again placing his palms together in a deep bow, his voice booming with sincerity. Thank you, big brother. Thank you so much. Xiaowen hurriedly followed suit, his round face brightening with joy and gratitude. Thank you, big brother. Thank you, big brother. Observing the genuine joy radiating from the 2 little bald heads, Chen Luoqi's lips curled into a barely noticeable smile. He cast a casual glance at the trio of brothers, inquiring, with senior brother Da guiding these 2 young masters, their dexterity is quite impressive. They must have had some training, right? I see that Xiaolong and Xiaowen have stable stances and methodical movements. Ordinary children do not possess such finesse. Senior brother Da, still basking in the immense surprise of the 2 roast geese and showering Chen Luoqi with endless flattery, replied, the moment I saw you, I knew you were no ordinary person. Your forehead is full, and your features are balanced. Your brow is so bright it could light the way. Surely, you will be blessed with long-lasting fortune and boundless wealth. Only upon hearing Chen Luoqi's question did he slightly rein in his excitement, clearing his throat and adjusting his non-existent monk's robe collar, his lewdness somewhat tempered as he adopted a more serious demeanor. Chen benefactor, you have a keen eye. I dare not conceal it from you. The 3 of us hail from the nearby Wulong Academy. Hee, our ancestral master passed down some techniques for strengthening the body, primarily focusing on breathing and meditation, along with basic martial arts. Once mastered, it makes carrying firewood and fetching water easier. And we need not fear slippery roads or dog bites. He laughed candidly, even a bit mercantile, emphasizing the importance of physical fitness and self-cultivation, without any expectations of becoming some legendary hero capable of flying through the skies. For folks like us, to put it bluntly, it's merely about making a living and staying safe, which is enough to be thankful for. Big fool, finding it amusing, not on a freshly served goose leg, laughing heartily. Senior brother Da, your approach is quite grounded. He pointed at the pile of goose bones on the table, which had almost formed a small mountain, and then gestured towards brother Da's shiny lips. Brother Da showed no sign of embarrassment typically associated with a monk caught in a breach of ascetic rules. Instead, he thumped his thigh with conviction, exclaiming, oh, big fool, how can you say such a thing? The Buddha, in his infinite compassion, would never truly allow us to go hungry. Furthermore, Xiaolong and Xiaowen are at a crucial stage of growth. Without meat, how could they possibly muster the strength to practice? As their senior, it is my duty to accompany them in enjoying some hearty fare, both for their health and to indulge my own desires. This is also a part of cultivation, experiencing the myriad flavors of the world. His reasoning was delivered with fervor, his face unflinching and even tinged with a hint of pride. Ha! Big Fool erupted in hearty laughter, finding this seemingly lewd yet cunningly genuine monk to be perfectly aligned with his own temperament. Master Da, your candidness is refreshing. I appreciate it. In our world, we value straightforwardness. You practice your Buddhism, while I navigate my own affairs. If we desire meat, we shall partake generously. Here at the Saigon docks, there is no shortage of delectable offerings. Fresh catches, shrimp and crabs that come ashore at midnight, roasted suckling pigs, and duck. Not to mention the deep-sea grouper and the renowned char siu. The list is endless. Whenever you find the time, come seek me out, Big Fool, and we shall dine together. I assure you, you will feast to your heart's content. Really, Brother Da's small eyes sparkled with the fervor of a hungry wolf, as if envisioning a table laden with seafood and delicacies. Rubbing his hands together, he beamed with delight. Oh, Big Fool, you are truly my kindred spirit. It's a promise. Once I gather enough offerings. Oh no, once the temple gets through this busy period, I will definitely bring Xiaolong and Xiaowen to find you. He turned to the two younger ones. Did you hear that? Big Fool has promised to treat us to delicious food in the future. Xiaolong and Xiaowen's eyes also gleamed with anticipation. Xiaolong nodded vigorously, exclaiming, I heard. Thank you, Big Fool. For a growing boy with an impressive appetite, the allure of culinary delights was a tremendous motivation. Xiaowen, blushing shyly, responded with an enthusiastic clearly excited about the future feast. As they indulged, the staff swiftly cleared away the remnants of their meal, with several heaps of burnt goose bones stacked high, the glossy plates still glistening with tantalizing sauce. Brother Da, patting his round belly in satisfaction, casually wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, thereby adding another layer of merit to his robe. Umitba. This meal was truly a pleasure. He sighed contentedly, his eyes squinting into narrow slits, as if still enveloped in the aroma of goose meat. Xiaolong sat upright like a pine tree. Though he was full, his gaze occasionally wandered to the empty plates, seemingly reminiscing about the crisp skin and the chewy meat, pure gluttony. Xiaowen, meanwhile, rubbed his plump little belly, a rosy hue gracing his round face as he softly chimed, delicious, little pig. Suddenly, a light patter of footsteps approached from outside, and a fluffy gray figure appeared at the doorway, its bushy tail wagging like a blooming flower, curious ice-blue eyes scanning the crowd. It was Xiao Ka. Xiaowen was the first to notice, his eyes lighting up. Oh, a dog. Big Fool muttered, Xiao Ka is very well behaved, it won't bite. Under the firm grip of the Copper Gong Bay 5 tigers, too scared to move, too scared to move. He sprang off his stool and jogged over, crouching down, his small hand cautiously reaching towards Xiao Ka's head. Xiao Ka, unperturbed, lowered its head and nuzzled against Xiaowen's palm with its wet nose, emitting soft whines, as if to show affection. Be careful, Xiaowen, Master Da called out, his tone lacking reproach, instead filled with interest. However, Xiaowen was oblivious to the warning, giggling as he wrapped his arms around Xiao Ka's neck, burying his face in its soft fur, rubbing back and forth. Xiao Ka tilted its head in response, wagging its tail even more vigorously, and even reached out its tongue to lick Xiaowen's bald head, prompting peals of laughter from him, his round head glimmering in the sunlight. Initially, Xiaolong sat with a semblance of restraint, his brows furrowed in a way that suggested a senior should maintain decorum. However, Xiaowen's joy was infectious, and coupled with Xiao Ka's adorable demeanor, his serious expression gradually softened. Xiaolong, competitive, it's so soft. Xiaowen called back. After a moment's hesitation, Xiaolong succumbed to temptation, murmuring an agreement before rising to approach. Tentatively, he reached out to pat Xiao Ka's back, and upon seeing it squint in pleasure, he grew bolder, mimicking the motion of rubbing its thick fur, a rare smile breaking across his face. It really is quite soft. Big Fool watched with delight. Chapter 12, Lido Nightclub. Seizing the opportunity, Master Da cleared his throat, leaning forward slightly and lowering his voice, his face adorned with that signature ingratiating smile. Master Chun, Big Fool, today, I am truly grateful for your kindness. If you two bodhisattvas do not mind, you must visit our Wulong temple one day. Though the courtyard is modest, it is serene and elegant, and the back mountain boasts a bamboo grove ideal for enjoying the scenery and sipping tea. And while you're at it, haha, if you could contribute a bit of incense money to light a few lamps, it would also be a way to offer some oil to the Buddha, ensuring both of you enjoy longevity and happiness. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes darting mischievously from side to side, before leaning in closer. his voice nearly a whisper. However, I must implore you, if you happen to meet our master, please tell him you encountered kind-hearted individuals while begging for alms on the road. Our master is wonderful in every regard. But if he were to find out we dined on roast goose without including him, I fear I would be punished with 100 repetitions of scripture. And I'd have to take Xiao Long and Xiao Wen to fetch water from the back mountain as penance. Big Fool burst into laughter, slapping his thigh. All right, Master Da, your roundabout approach is truly clever. I'll remember to say I met benevolent people while begging and roast goose. I've never heard of that. Chun Luoqi nodded nonchalantly, his gaze resting on Xiao Ka, who was still frolicking with Xiao Wen. I will certainly impose on you when I have the chance. Xiao Ka seemed to understand, wagging its tail and nudging against Xiao Long's leg, prompting him to chuckle as well. Seeing this, Master Da cheerfully concluded, then it's settled. Xiao Long, Xiao Wen, bid farewell to your benefactors. We must return to the temple before it gets too late, or our master will start reciting the sutras. The two little bald heads sprang to their feet, with Xiao Wen reluctantly giving Xiao Ka one last hug, while Xiao Long solemnly joined his hands in a bow. Chun Luoqi withdrew his gaze, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the edge of the table. The Wulong Temple, you say? That sounds like an intriguing place. In the days that followed, Chun Luoqi found himself ensnared by an inexplicable sense of lethargy, drifting through the days like a prematurely retired old man. The time in Saigon's Chun family village was tranquil and prolonged. The morning sun filtered through the palm leaves, spilling onto the winding paths as he strolled leisurely to the village pond with Xiao Ka in tow. With a fishing rod plunged into the mud and a straw hat perched atop his head, he ambled between dreams and wakefulness, waiting for a fish to bite. Occasionally, villagers would pass by, cheerfully addressing him as Little Master Chun, to which he would lazily wave his hand, too indolent to even lift his eyelids. What had become of the spirited young man from years past? He appeared afflicted by a vacation syndrome, living a life more unmoored than the bobbers floating in the pond. Even Big Fool couldn't help but murmur about it. My cousin, once merely lazy, now seems utterly peculiar after this trip. Several times, Big Fool spotted Chun Luoqi sitting by the riverbank, lost in thought, his gaze distant. A faint smile playing at the corners of his lips, as if reminiscing about some delightful memory. Gathering his courage, Big Fool approached and asked, Cousin, what delightful thoughts occupy your mind? You seem to be in another world. Chun Luoqi, startled as if his tail had been stepped on, abruptly snapped back to reality, his face flushing a mix of red and white, and he barked irritably, Mind your own business, get lost. The furious embarrassment concealed some unmentionable secret. The Shah scratched his head, pondering. His cousin had never been so adept at hiding his feelings before. With the elections for the Saigon Council approaching, the Shah had intended to discuss matters thoroughly with Chun Luoqi. That afternoon, when the Shah found Chun Luoqi, he was dozing in a bamboo chair beneath the shade of a tree. Cousin, the village head is urging us to proceed with the formalities. We must establish some regulations. The Shah exclaimed, shaking him awake. Chun Luoqi lazily stifled a yawn without opening his eyes. Just do as the village head says, and don't bother me. The Shah, growing anxious, replied, but what if my past deeds on the streets come to light? Only then did Chun Luoqi sit up slowly, a smirk on his lips. I've already taken care of it for you. That foreigner William has been paid off to grant you the status of an informant. From now on, if anyone inquires, just say you infiltrated to gather intelligence on the organization, understood? Upon hearing this, the Shah felt a weight lift from his heart, yet could not suppress his curiosity. Why did his cousin, with such meticulous thought, choose to apply it to shirking responsibilities? He tentatively probed, Cousin, what on earth is wrong? You seem distracted. After much hesitation, Chun Luoqi could not articulate anything, certainly not the truth about being enchanted by a woman. So annoying. He snapped, adopting a demeanor that clearly signaled to Shah to leave him be. To be candid, Chun Luoqi held the organization's activities in utter disdain. The organization? It sounded imposing. It was merely a pit of fire. No matter how glamorous one appeared, in the end, it either led to a trivial resolution or necessitated exhausting efforts to clear one's name. Why take such convoluted paths when one could plunge directly into the commercial world? The royal police? That was an even greater joke. With such meager pay for serving the queen, who could possibly be sane? Even if one achieved merit, promotion was uncertain. And with his limited office acumen, he would surely end up bearing the blame. What baffled him most were the protagonists in time travel stories. Before their journeys, they were pathetically unaccomplished, yet upon arriving in new realms, they transformed into polymaths. He could understand gaining powers through a golden finger system. But how could strategies and cunning be anything other than the result of time's relentless passage? Chun Luoqi believed he lacked such gifts. If confronted with the verbal duels of a banquet of treachery or the life or death decisions of a coup, he would undoubtedly be the first to falter. Although he did not aspire to wealth rivaling nations or command a million-strong army, he could only dream of seeking an imperial pardon. Currently, he relied on 3 assets to establish himself in Saigon: the foresight gathered in the information age, an indomitable force, and the clinking of cash in his pockets. The Saigon Trading Company flourished under his management, yet Chinluachi was disinclined to get his hands dirty. Desha was sent out as the frontman. Otherwise, the council seat would have been his, saving him the unnecessary expense of bribing that foreigner William. During the clearance at the Saigon docks, clad in leather and a helmet, he blended seamlessly into the crowd. As long as he wasn't caught in the act, who could pin any involvement in the organization's disputes on him? Squinting his eyes, he gazed at the shimmering river, the reflection revealing his sly smile. Indolence had its rewards. After all, using his wits and resources was far superior to engaging in violence. As the sun set, Chinluachi packed up his fishing rod, the bucket empty. He felt no irritation and sauntered home without the intention of purchasing fish to show for his efforts. The village road, adorned with red bricks and green tiles, wafted with the scent of cooking smoke, and the distant sounds of children playing echoed. Suddenly, he halted, entranced by the evening glow in the sky. The image of that woman flickered in his mind, her captivating smile stirring unrest within him. He shook his head, chastising himself for being so foolish. Yet, on second thought, what was wrong with this leisurely life? Desha, carrying a basket of eggs, meandered along the newly paved cement road of Chun family village, distributing eggs and milk from door to door, all the while forcing a smile. Grandpa and Grandma, remember to cast your vote for me. Desha will surely work hard for Saigon. Little Ka followed closely behind, tail wagging joyfully, though its eyes occasionally darted toward the fish pond at the village's edge, where its languid master resided. What on earth had gotten into his cousin? Desha wiped his brow, dropping the empty basket to the ground. Squatting under the banyan tree at the village entrance, he exchanged glances with Little Ka. The dog whimpered softly, licking his hand as if to inquire. Images of Chinluachi's recent demeanor played in Desha's mind, lost in thought, inexplicably blushing, and erupting in frustration when pressed. He resembled a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The previous lethargy he exhibited paled in comparison to his current state. Desha. The village head strolled over, hands behind his back, wearing a knowing smile. Have you finished distributing the eggs? Good, good. Once you become a councilman, you'll be quite impressive. Make sure to find a wife and start a family. It's a major life event for a man. The village head patted his shoulder earnestly, emphasizing that a man without a family could hardly be considered complete. Boom. The village head's words struck Desha like a thunderclap, unlocking the confusion that had plagued him for days. Could it be that his cousin was infatuated? Desha felt he had uncovered the truth. A family gives spirit, he murmured, his eyes widening in realization. His cousin's disheveled and flustered appearance suddenly took on a new interpretation. Those distant gazes, the subtle yet sweet smiles. The irritation when questioned, was it not a sign of being love-struck? Infatuation. His cousin was indeed lovesick. Desha slapped his thigh, enlightenment flooding him, nearly leaping with excitement. Little Ka jumped in surprise, barking twice. The riddle that had troubled him for days was finally resolved. Desha felt as though he had just quenched his thirst with ice-cold sugarcane juice on a scorching summer day. Just which enchanting woman had captured his cousin's heart? That evening, at the Lido nightclub, the neon lights of Mong Kok flickered vibrantly, and the atmosphere buzzed with life. Desha nearly dragged the reluctant Chinluachi through the grand, resplendent entrance of the nightclub, where the deafening music throbbed like a heartbeat. Cousin, one must learn to seize the moment and enjoy life. Inside the private room, laser lights swirled, casting mesmerizing patterns as the pulsating disco music threatened to lift the roof off. Desha shouted, attempting to drown out the noise. Sliding a glass of amber liquid toward Chinluachi. If you spend all day staring at a fish pond without catching anything, you'll turn into a wooden fish. Let us enjoy ourselves tonight. Chinluachi frowned, seated in a wide crimson velvet sofa, starkly out of place in the raucous environment. Resembling a monk who had wandered into a den of temptations. He glanced at the drink, but made no move to touch it. Rubbing his temples as if battling a headache. Boss, you forced me to come here. I've never liked such noisy places. Good evening, big brother Desha, little Chun. Welcome, gentlemen. A heavily made-up woman in a tight-fitting cheongsam sashayed into the room, her smile revealing more teeth than eyes. She was the head hostess, Kate Ma. Following her were several young, glamorous dancers, clad in shimmering, revealing outfits, their makeup expertly applied, exuding an aura of practiced seduction. Make sure to treat my cousin well. Big brother Desha has rewards. Desha grandly waved his hand, pulling the dancer who bore a striking resemblance to a popular star. Ahong, come here. Tonight. I'll take care of you. The dancer named Ahong was exceptionally adept at charming others. She immediately nestled up to him with a soft demeanor, her smile enchanting as she exclaimed, Dear foolish brother, how generous you are. Thank you for your kindness. She poured a drink for him from the bottle. her slender fingers thoughtfully smoothing his collar as she added, "Take your time drinking, dear brother, no need to rush." Other ladies also sought to draw near to Chinluachi, the rich aroma of perfume mingling with the scent of smoke and alcohol wafting through the air. However, Chinluachi merely cast a fleeting glance, subtly leaning back, his entire presence exuding an air of aloofness that discouraged approach. He felt no inclination towards the meticulously crafted beauty before him, his gaze tinged with a barely perceptible scrutiny and disdain. None dared to sit beside him. Meanwhile, the foolish brother reveled in Ahang's attentions. But upon noticing his cousin's unapproachable demeanor, a wave of impatience surged within him. He could not fathom how, amidst so many beautiful women, none could pique his cousin's interest. "Hey, cousin, what do you think? Are you not tempted by anyone?" he called out, embracing Ahang. "They're all stunning. Your standards can't be that high." Chinluachi raised the untouched glass of liquor, swirling the ice cubes that clinked melodically, the light refracting through the amber liquid. He lifted his gaze, scanning the array of waiting, dazzling faces, and calmly uttered, "No interest, none appeal to me." "None appeal to you?" The foolish brother was taken aback, prompting Ahang to refill his glass to ease his shock. He was perplexed. What could his cousin possibly desire? Without any clear standard, how was he to exert his efforts? Observing Chinluachi's detached and frigid demeanor, coupled with his recent unusual behavior, the foolish brother became increasingly convinced his cousin must have someone special in mind, and that someone held significant weight in his heart. A stubborn determination surged within him as he slammed his glass onto the coffee table, producing a loud crash that startled Kate's mother. "Kate's mother, I don't care what it takes. Tonight, I want my cousin to have a good time. Bring more people over. Not just the beautiful ladies under your command, but those from other mothers as well. As long as I can make my cousin smile, I'll pay 100,000. Consider it a treat for everyone. 100,000. The figure detonated like a bomb, leaving Kate's mother wide-eyed, her thick makeup unable to conceal the sudden flush that spread across her face. 100,000, she shrieked, her voice cracking. "Don't worry. You can count on me, Kate's mother. Young Master Chin will surely be satisfied tonight." Energized as if infused with adrenaline, Kate's mother rushed out with fervor. Shortly thereafter, the door to the private room swung open repeatedly, a parade of alluring women pouring in. The entire Lido seemed to come alive, with mother's most popular, newly arrived, and diverse dancers entering the room, their eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. Chapter 13. The entrance of the fiery Hongxing Liangquan. The scent of perfume in the room was so potent it felt almost tangible, with women of varying shapes and charms. Some demure, others seductive, and still others coldly alluring, all attempting to please him, their attention focused on the man who remained composed in the depths of the sofa. Impeccably suited, yet radiating an aura that discouraged proximity. The music thumped loudly, and the lights danced chaotically, enveloping Chinluachi in a cacophony of cosmetics and noise. Yet he appeared to be at the eye of the storm. He sipped slowly from his glass, the fiery liquid coursing down his throat, igniting a slight frown. His gaze swept over the meticulously crafted, smiling faces, the shimmering dresses, and dazzling jewelry, yet all it stirred within him was an indescribable sense of emptiness and weariness. This was not what he desired. Raising his glass to the dazzling laser lights, he watched the ice cubes gradually melt within the amber liquid. The allure of these captivating women paled in comparison to the fruit platter on the table. The din of the private room seemed to freeze momentarily. At that moment, the fiery Hongxing Liangquan burst through the door, flanked by a young woman donned in a low-cut dress, exuding an air reminiscent of a fierce guardian of the venue. His eyes darted around the room, scanning the multitude of beauties, his brows knitting together at the sight. Was someone here to cause trouble? His gaze settled on the foolish brother, and a pang of dread gripped his heart. The foolish brother was notorious for his prowess in the underworld. His associates could only serve as window dressing, and if it came to blows, they would likely be taken down in 3 moves. Cold sweat trickled down his back as he instinctively clenched his fists, only to catch sight of the scene unfolding in the room. The foolish brother was downing whiskey with a furrowed brow, while the impeccably dressed Chinluachi was, remarkably, engrossed in a fruit platter, his fork dancing rapidly, making it appear as if it were an enticing feast. The tension in Liangquan's shoulders relaxed, and he sensed that this was likely not a confrontation. A smile crept onto his face. "Ah, it seems we have a benefactor here." He turned to his underling at the door, raising his hand. "Bring in 3 more platters of fruit, chilled." "Foolish brother, what a rare guest." Liangquan beamed, plopping down on the sofa opposite the foolish brother, with the young woman settling beside him, her curious gaze darting toward Chinluachi. The foolish brother slammed his glass onto the glass coffee table, startling Kate's mother. "What do you mean, rare guest? Liangquan, do you see that?" He pointed at Chinluachi. "My cousin is here for the first time, and it's such an awkward situation. Help me out. I refuse to believe there isn't a single beauty in the entire Lido who can catch his eye." Before he finished speaking, The piece of cantaloupe that Chun Luoqi had just speared fell back onto the plate with a soft thud. He leisurely took a tissue to wipe his hands, too lazy to even lift his eyelids. Liang Kuan took a closer look at this man. Beneath the suit, his muscles were taut like a bowstring, clearly a martial artist. Yet his fingers were delicate and devoid of calluses, akin to a fierce tiger in disguise. The foolish brother was now managing the docks of the Saigon Trading Company, straddling both the legitimate and illegitimate worlds. Establishing a connection here could lead to a lucrative windfall. Liang Kuan had no allegiance to gambling or drugs. His mind whirred with possibilities as he leaned forward, offering a cigar. Foolish brother, what shall we call this gentleman? What sort of beauty does he prefer? None of these have caught his fancy. Chun Luoqi pushed the cigar away with his fingertips. His voice as cool as ice water. A beauty is a beauty. His gaze swept across the flirtatious dancers. Unfortunately, they simply do not appeal to me. Kate's mother fumed with urgency, her foot tapping anxiously, while Liang Kuan squinted. This was not a matter of finding the women unattractive. It was a clear disdain for the world of vice. He recalled encountering two faces in the corridor half an hour prior. One, a short-haired girl in work clothes scolding a drunken patron, exuding a masculine aura. The other, a delicate flower, her brow furrowed with concern. The stark contrast struck Liang Kuan as he slapped his thigh. Foolish brother, young Master Chun, wait a moment. He dashed out of the private room like a whirlwind. Seizing the collar of his waiting underling, Shaqiang, go, bring Cui Xiaoxiao and her friend over. Remember, faster than the cops can raid. The corridor outside the private room was dimly lit, the air thick with the mingling scents of smoke, alcohol, and cheap perfume. Separated from the cacophony within by just a wall, two figures were shoved into Liang Kuan's view by Shaqiang. The one in front was none other than the tomboy Cui Xiaoxiao. Her uneven short hair resembling something a dog had chewed, her washed-out work pants clinging to her slender legs, her face devoid of makeup, even bearing suspicious oil stains. She wore a stern expression, her mouth set tightly, her brow furrowed, and her gaze vigilant like a protective mother leopard. Kuan Gu, she spoke in a gruff tone, like an unrefined stone. Behind her, however, was a woman who glided into the tumultuous mire of noise like a trembling drop of dew. Her long hair, not meticulously styled into cascading waves, fell gracefully like black jade over her shoulders, with a few wisps clinging to her alabaster neck. She was not adorned in the signature-fitted sequined dress typical of the venue, but rather wore a simple, unassuming ivory-hued slip dress, its straightforward cut revealing a fabric that appeared somewhat inexpensive. Yet, it was precisely this unpretentious draping that accentuated an enchanting silhouette, the delicate slope of her shoulders, the slenderness of her waist, and the length of her legs were gifts from the heavens. As she moved, the hem of her dress swayed, exuding an inherent charm steeped in elegance. Her face was astonishing, her features so exquisitely refined that they seemed devoid of any earthly presence, particularly her eyes, which, when they shimmered, appeared to draw in the dim, elusive light, transforming it into a glimmering pool of liquid brilliance. However, at that moment, those beautiful eyes were filled with confusion and helplessness, her long lashes trembling anxiously like the wings of a startled butterfly, her complexion so pale it bordered on transparency, contrasting starkly with the natural blush of her lips, evoking a sense of tender pity. The two had just been pulled from the chaos of the bar, breathless, with beads of sweat forming at their temples. Wow, 13th sister, Mei Run, you've arrived just in time. Liang Kuan greeted them with a broad smile. Rubbing his hands together as he approached, a half-burnt cigar dangling from his lips, his eyes narrowing as he assessed them amidst the swirling smoke. His gaze lingered on Zhang Mei Run for a full 3 seconds before he broke away, his voice quick and insistent, laced with temptation. 13th sister, an opportunity has arisen. That esteemed guest inside, he grinned widely, his tone low yet laden with undeniable authority, gesturing towards the private room door with his thumb. If you can secure him, I'll give you an extra 500,000 on top of what you deserve. He paused deliberately, eyes fixed on Zhang Mei Run's pale face. This amount could save your mother, couldn't he it? The money for a kidney transplant due to uremia can be gathered tonight. The air instantly thickened with tension. Zhang Mei Run's pupils constricted sharply, her fingers instinctively twisting the hem of her dress. The figure of 500,000 striking her like a lightning bolt through her despondent darkness. The gaunt visage of her mother on the hospital bed flashed before her eyes, the blood-red stamp of the hospital's payment notice searing into her nerves. She nearly choked on her words, ready to acquiesce, but was seized by Cui Xiaoxiao, who grasped her wrist firmly. Taking a step forward, Cui Xiaoxiao positioned herself protectively in front of Zhang Mei Run, her sharp gaze cutting through as if wielding a knife. Kuan Gu, who is it inside? A brother from the underworld or a perverse rich heir? Mei Run is not a girl from this place. She hasn't undergone these trials. Her concern was starkly evident on her face. Zhang Mei Run was too innocent. Like a delicate flower sheltered from the storm, and the private room, a den of wolves, could lead her to irreparable ruin with a single misstep. Yet, Zhang Meirun gently extricated herself from Cui Xiaoxiao's grip. She lifted her face, tears welling in her eyes, but a near-tragic resolve forced them back. Xiao, I understand. Her voice was faint yet clear, taut like a tightened string on an instrument. The hospital issued another ultimatum yesterday. Money is my mother's lifeline. Regardless of who is inside, even if it's the king of hell, I must go in. The harsh white light from the corridor illuminated the fragile, yet tenacious lines of her profile. Within that slender figure wrapped in the long dress surged a fierce determination. She turned to Liang Kuan, her seductive gaze now devoid of timidity, replaced by a glimmer of defiance. Kuan Gu, you will keep your word, one to you? I, Liang Kuan, am a man of my word. A mere spit from me is as good as a nail. He thumped his chest, ash from the cigar cascading down. Leaning in closer, he lowered his voice, laced with seduction. The gentleman inside, Chen Sheng, is no ordinary client. He dresses in a suit and tie, appears cold. But he is a significant figure, a cousin of that big fool. He dislikes the heavy scent of makeup in this place, likely preferring something fresh and clean. His gaze roamed over Zhang Meirun, as if appraising a priceless gem awaiting a buyer. With your looks and aura, you are naturally his type. Remember, don't mimic those vulgar women flaunting their charms. The more natural you are, the better. He flashed a toothy grin. Go for it, and after tonight, your mother's life will be saved. Zhang Meirun closed her eyes, her thick lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. The stale air of the corridor filled her lungs, mingling with the scent of smoke, sweat, and the greasy aroma wafting from the distant kitchen. She inhaled deeply, then slowly exhaled, as if purging all fear, shame, and hesitation from her being. The crushing weight of medical expenses, her mother's groans, and the suffocating reality of survival melded into a molten core of fiery resolve within her chest. When she opened her eyes again, they held only a frozen lake of calm, disturbingly serene. She ignored Cui Xiaoxiao's worried gaze and Liang Kuan's expectant look, turning resolutely towards the heavy door that separated two worlds. Her hand, adorned with pale pink nail polish, gently grasped the cold metal doorknob. With a creak, the door opened a crack, unleashing a cacophony of deafening music, an overwhelming blend of suffocating perfume, sweet fruity notes, garish floral scents, and heavy musk. Like a spilled palette of colors, along with a medley of laughter and screams that surged forth like a tidal wave. Dazzling laser lights flickered like shards, briefly illuminating Zhang Meirun's silhouette. She stood quietly at the threshold, her long hair stirred by the airflow, a few strands clinging to her damp neck. The strap of her slip dress slipping slightly, revealing a delicate collarbone, which, rather than appearing frivolous, highlighted a raw, unrefined innocence. Beside her, Cui Xiaoxiao, with her short hair, cargo pants, and bare face, resembled a silent cactus, further accentuating Zhang Meirun's ethereal presence, like a fairy lost in the mortal realm. Her graceful form enchanting yet untouched by the dust of the world. The clamor within the private room seemed to be momentarily suspended. The thunderous music continued to roar, the mesmerizing laser lights still darting wildly. The clinking of glasses, whispers, and giggles persisted, yet at the moment she glanced up, all these sounds faded into the distant background, becoming indistinct. Every gaze, no matter where it had rested moments before, was now magnetically drawn to the slender figure at the door, pinning it with unwavering focus. Time stretched infinitely in that instant. The music continued to blare, but the laughter, the urging for drinks, the sound of dice rolling suddenly diminished. Countless eyes, captivated by the meticulously crafted allure of the dancers and the distracted glances of the big fool, converged sharply on this striking scene at the door. Kate Ma was in mid-sentence, coaxing someone to drink, her voice hanging in the air. A dancer holding a glass froze, liquor spilling over the rim. In Chun Luoqi's hand, the silver fork pierced the last glistening piece of watermelon, the cold gleam of the fork tip reflecting the shifting colors of the laser lights. He had merely cast a casual, bored glance toward the door, his eyes skimming over Cui Xiaoxiao's surprised expression, akin to spotting an incongruous piece of furniture. Chun Luoqi was absently jabbing at the last chilled watermelon in the fruit platter with his fork. The cloying sweetness of cantaloupe, the spiciness of whiskey, and the ever-present, headache-inducing scent of perfume had long dulled his senses. He couldn't even muster the energy to lift his eyelids, feeling as if this private room had transformed into a vast, gaudy cage. Yet, when the door opened, a faint yet distinctly different aura wafted in, like a refreshing spring in the desert. It was not a concoction of artificial fragrances, but rather a subtle, clean scent reminiscent of soapwort mingled with the aroma of sun-dried cotton, underpinned by a faintly bitter herbal note, akin to the tender shoots sprouting in the forest after a torrential rain. instantaneously piercing through the murky haze of perfume in the room. This scent caused his fingers, which held the fork, to momentarily halt, almost imperceptibly. Instinctively, he lifted his gaze. His eyes pierced through the mesmerizing lights, the swirling smoke, and the suddenly tasteless faces adorned with heavy makeup, landing squarely on the girl with long hair at the door. She stood there, her back straight as an arrow, resembling a young poplar struggling to anchor itself amidst a raging storm. Her enchanting eyes shimmered with a sense of bewilderment and solitary bravery that felt utterly out of place. Her graceful demeanor belied a near-tragic resolve. The simple strappy dress she wore seemed starkly out of place among the opulence of the room, shimmering with jewels and sequins. Yet it radiated a breathtaking purity. The girl beside her, with her short hair, appeared as her shadow, further accentuating the captivating beauty that was not garish but rather a delicate allure that pierced the soul. In Chun Luoqi's eternally icy gaze, a faint ripple, nearly imperceptible, finally flickered. It was exquisite, like a white lotus quietly blooming in the mire, untouched by the filth of the world, yet stunningly beautiful. In the interplay of light and shadow, the girl's long hair, not artificially curled or dyed, cascaded in its natural ebony sheen, flowing like a waterfall, with a few rebellious strands caressed by the gentle breeze from the corridor, softly brushing against her smooth forehead and the delicately translucent curve of her neck. As the light swept across, the tips of her hair glimmered with a lustrous sheen akin to jade. Her face possessed a non-aggressive, almost fragile beauty, her skin as pale as fine porcelain, glistening with a dewy radiance under the enchanting lights. Each contour of her features was exquisitely balanced, neither excessive nor lacking. Particularly, her eyes at that moment brimmed with fear and unease, reminiscent of a startled fawn, sparkling with a watery sheen, as if they could absorb all the light in the world. Her lips, tinged with the pallor of bloodlessness, added an extra layer of poignant grace. Chapter 14. Zhang Meiran. Inherently graceful, Chun Luoqi slowly lowered his hand, allowing the silver fork to fall onto the edge of the crystal fruit plate with a delicate clink. His body sank deeply into the sofa, yet for a fleeting moment, the aura that repelled others softened. He gazed at her as though he were admiring a genuine masterpiece that had unexpectedly appeared at a counterfeit art exhibition, imbued with scrutiny and a hint of inquiry that he himself had not recognized. The silence within the private room stretched infinitely over a few seconds, with only the laser lights silently rotating, slicing through the shadows, as well as this tense and frozen moment. Zhang Meiran felt the weight of that gaze, a heavy scrutiny that settled upon her, penetrating and discerning. She forced herself to meet it, despite her heart pounding in her chest like a drum, almost bursting forth from her throat. She slightly lifted her chin, revealing the delicate, fragile line of her neck, akin to a swan that had exposed its throat for slaughter. With the flicker of desperate flame in her enchanting eyes quietly burning beneath the mesmerizing lights, the brief silence in the private room was shattered. Several nearby dancers instinctively gasped, their eyes suddenly filled with a complex mix of emotions: awe, jealousy, disbelief, and a tinge of self-loathing. Some subconsciously tugged at their overly revealing necklines, while others straightened their backs, attempting to regain a semblance of confidence, only to realize it was in vain. Even the brash one had paused in his boasting, mouth agape, staring dumbfounded at the entrance, forgetting to lower his glass. Liang Kuan squinted with smug satisfaction, his lips stretched into a grin that reached his ears. Cui Xiaoxiao, positioned almost against her back, urged her in a hushed tone, "Arun, go in." Zhang Meiran took a deep breath, her courageous gesture causing her ample bosom to rise and fall alluringly beneath her thin dress. She raised her chin slightly, trying to mask the immense fear and confusion within her, stepping into this surreal world. The cacophony of background noise, the dazzling lights, and the myriad fragrances in the air blurred all sensory inputs in an instant. The entire world seemed to be pressed on mute and slow motion, leaving only that figure bathed in a halo of light, tall and slender, yet possessing a strikingly mature curve that would stir the blood of any man. Her flowing hair glistened with a healthy sheen, cascading smoothly over her shoulders, with a few rebellious strands falling across her chest. The strappy gown, while not revealing, was expertly tailored to perfectly outline her slender waist and voluptuous hips, the hem swaying like rippling water with each step she took. Her skin, under the psychedelic lights, was as fair as the finest sheep's fat jade, with a texture so delicate that not a single pore was visible. Most captivating of all was her face. A perfectly oval visage, her features proportioned as if crafted by an artist's hand. Her elegantly arched brows needed no further embellishment to convey emotion. Her eyes, shaped like delicate peach blossoms, slightly upturned at the corners, exuded a naturally languid allure as they shimmered with an unsettling mix of anxiety and feigned composure, reminiscent of a startled fawn, stirring an even stronger urge to protect, or perhaps to destroy. Beneath her pert nose lay two luscious, soft lips, akin to rose petals. Slightly pursed, yet brimming with a stubbornness that inexplicably invited imagination. She stood there like an orchid that had wandered into the clamor of the mundane world, embodying a breathtaking contradiction of purity and seduction. Beside her, the short-haired, utilitarian-clad Cui Xiaoxiao, with her guarded demeanor, served as the perfect foil. Cui Xiaoxiao's unremarkable, rugged, even somewhat coarse demeanor resembled a stubborn rock, rendering Zhang Meruan's exquisite beauty even more radiant and captivating, creating an unsettling stir in the heart. Chun Luoqi's back sank deeper into the sofa, his hands resting on his knees, fingers subconsciously tightening ever so slightly. He observed her trembling fingertips, pretending to be composed, watched her fragile profile illuminated by the harsh light, and felt a slow, burning sensation within his heart, not merely a desire, but an awakening akin to a sudden spark igniting a barren wasteland. He had never witnessed such a breathtakingly contradictory beauty, innocent and pure yet imbued with a solitary courage born of hardship, graceful yet enveloped in a fragile melancholy. The inexpensive long dress she wore not only failed to appear shabby, but instead became her most dazzling armor, rendering the surrounding bejeweled dancers utterly banal. He swallowed hard, his gaze trailing from her quivering lips to her rising and falling chest, finally plunging into the depths of her glistening eyes. This unvoiced shock rippled outward. The neon lights swept across the booth, capturing Kate's gaping mouth and the glass frozen in midair. Several flamboyantly dressed dancers instinctively drew their legs together, awkwardly clutching their too short skirts. The carefully painted faces lost their color, contorted with shock, jealousy, and embarrassment beneath layers of makeup. The air was thick with not the scent of perfume, but the unspoken bitterness and the discomfort of being cast aside. The entire room resonated only with the pounding electronic music, akin to a giant and hollow heartbeat. The brash one caught a glimpse of his cousin Chun Luoqi, who was staring in a daze, with a predatory gaze, fixated on Zhang Meruan. The fervor burning in that gaze had never been seen before, piercing through the raucous electronic beats and the entrancing lights, directly honing in on the slender figure at the entrance. A triumphant grin spread across the brash one's face, revealing a row of yellowed teeth, as excitement surged within him. He had long awaited this moment when his typically aloof cousin would succumb to earthly desires. This was sufficient proof of the brilliance of his arrangements for the night. He slapped his robust fingers heavily on his knee, causing the sofa to tremble slightly, startling the nearby dancers into withdrawing their necks. Suddenly, the brash one sprang to his feet, his imposing figure blocking the light like a wall, casting shadows over half of the booth. He chuckled, his voice gravelly as if sandpaper were scraping. "Hey, beautiful, what are you standing there for? Come over." Zhang Meruan was startled, her heart abruptly constricting, as if gripped tightly by an invisible hand. In the dimly lit room, two male guests occupied the space. To the left, a hulking figure resembling a bear, affectionately known as Big Silly, who was jovially flanked by two alluring dancers, their laughter drowned out by the pulsating music. To the right sat Chun Luoqi, solitary and forlorn in the corner, his gaze fixated on a crystal fruit bowl reflecting the swirling laser lights. Upon first encountering Chun Luoqi, his sharply defined features and deep, nocturnal eyes had stirred a subtle flutter of excitement within her, presenting at least a visage pleasing to behold, perhaps signaling that the night would not be too arduous. Yet, the coarse and rugged countenance of Big Silly, with a physique as imposing as a bronze statue, was like a bucket of icy water awakening her from a reverie. His broad shoulders strained against his shirt, and the sinewy muscles of his arms bulged with every movement, marked by a grotesque scar that sliced across his glistening skin. Zhang Meruan's fingertips trembled involuntarily, cold sweat beating down her spine, the thin fabric of her dress clinging to her skin. She quickly cast her eyes downward, attempting to conceal her panic. But the heavy breath escaping her lips betrayed her unease. This man appeared not to seek merriment, but rather to devour her whole. Cui Xiaoxiao, standing behind Zhang Meruan, felt her nails digging into her palm. She could see it clearly, the slight tremor of Zhang Meruan's frail shoulder blades, reminiscent of a withered leaf in the autumn wind. The carefully composed line of her profile, under the harsh light, appeared fragile and vulnerable. Xiaoxiao's heart sank to the depths, worry coiling around her like a poisonous vine. Should Zhang Meruan fall into the clutches of Big Silly, this brutish man, reeking of alcohol and sweat, with hands as solid as an anvil, could easily crush her delicate wrists if he were so inclined. A fleeting image of Zhang Meruan's ill mother flashed in Xiaoxiao's mind, her pale face, cracked lips, the stack of medicine bottles on the bedside table, and the exorbitant bills for surgery loomed like phantoms that could not be banished. Xiaoxiao opened her mouth, a plea caught in her throat, transforming into a silent sigh. To refuse? That would be akin to severing the lifeline for Meruan's mother. Xiaoxiao could only bite her lip until it bled, forcibly suppressing the urge to protest. Seeing Zhang Meiran hesitate, Big Silly growled impatiently and strode toward Chen Luoqi with heavy steps. His massive frame loomed like a moving wall of flesh, completely obstructing Chen Luoqi's line of sight. Chen Luoqi, lost in the impact of Zhang Meiran's fleeting glance, suddenly found his vision monopolized by Big Silly's bulk. Clenching his jaw, he felt a surge of unnamed fury rising within him. This imbecile. He longed to give that rotund backside a swift kick, wishing for him to vanish as far away as possible. Yet, oblivious to Chen Luoqi's ire, Big Silly merely beckoned to Zhang Meiran. What are you dawdling for? Get over here. Drawing a deep breath, Zhang Meiran steeled herself, the act of summoning courage causing her chest to rise and fall dramatically beneath her thin dress, inciting jealous glances from the nearby dancers. The thought of short pain is better than long pain gripped her like a lifeline, compelling her to move forward. With her heart pounding, she took a step, her high heels making almost no sound on the plush carpet, yet feeling as though she were treading on the sharpest of blades. In a hurried gait, she approached Big Silly, only to be overwhelmed by his potent scent of cigars and sweat, nearly choking her. Observing her reaction, Big Silly grinned widely and suddenly shoved her back with force. The sheer strength of his push sent Zhang Meiran hurtling forward like a kite severed from its string. Her skirt billowed as she stumbled, revealing her slender ankles. And in that moment of imbalance, she shut her eyes tight. Instinctively, Chen Luoqi opened his arms and caught her in his embrace. Her petite form collided against his chest, carrying the faint fragrance of jasmine and the coolness of perspiration, starkly contrasting with his heated body. Zhang Meiran's cheek met the fabric of his shirt, the contours of his solid chest hidden beneath. Chen Luoqi's hand encircled her back, feeling the delicate structure of her shoulder blades through the thin material of her dress. Their eyes met, and time seemed to stand still. The raucousness of the private room faded like the receding tide. Chen Luoqi's gaze was profound, previously scrutinizing now transformed into a turbulent sea reflecting Zhang Meiran's pale visage. In those depths, she glimpsed her own reflection. Her lashes quivered, lips parted slightly, her eyes glistening with a watery sheen, resembling a startled creature. The intensity of their gaze stretched on, feeling as if it transcended millennia. She sensed the strength of his embrace, both gentle and possessive. He inhaled the sweet scent of her hair, mingled with a hint of despair. Their hearts thundered in the silence, Chen Luoqi's atoms apple-bobbing as his fingertips unconsciously grazed her shoulder blade. Zhang Meiran found herself forgetting to struggle, a warm current radiating from the skin he touched, curiously soothing her racing heart. This embrace, unexpectedly, did not repel her. Ha ha, it's done. Big Silly's raucous voice shattered the delicate silence, his exuberance tearing apart the moment. He boisterously patted Chen Luoqi's shoulder, causing the sofa to shake. Old buddy, what do you think? This chick is a real catch, right? Your main task tonight is to keep her company. I guarantee you'll have the time of your life. He deliberately raised his voice, inciting giggles from the nearby dancers, their gazes piercing Zhang Meiran like needles. The once ambiguous atmosphere dissolved in an instant, and Zhang Meiran felt as if awakening from a dream, her cheeks flushing crimson. She abruptly extricated herself from Chen Luoqi's embrace, stumbling in her panic, only to be steadied by him instinctively grasping her waist. Flustered, she quickly seated herself on the vacant spot beside him on the sofa, her hands twisting the hem of her dress, attempting to regain her composure. Initially, upon seeing Chen Luoqi, Zhang Meiran had been more than willing to engage. He was as handsome as a nobleman depicted in ancient paintings, with a high nose and thin lips, dressed in a dark shirt that accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist. Juxtaposed against Big Silly's brutish demeanor, he appeared to stand out like a crane among chickens. Now, he was uncomfortably close, the fresh scent of aftershave and a hint of lingering tobacco enveloping her. Yet, as she felt the rising heat of his breath brush against her ear, it sent a shiver down her spine. Zhang Meiran instinctively stood up, creating some distance between them. She had mentally prepared herself. For her mother's medical expenses, she must endure. But now, seated beside this man, her anxious heart remained suspended. The softness of the sofa did little to ease her rigid spine. Every inch of her skin was taut, fearful that a single misstep could lead to calamity. Chen Luoqi observed her return to her seat, an inexplicable emptiness washing over him. The sensation of her waist lingered in his palm, delicate yet resilient, a fragile grip that felt as though it could snap at any moment. He found himself enchanted, his arm instinctively encircling her slender waist once more. The movement was somewhat clumsy, yet bore an undeniable possessiveness. The warmth of her skin beneath the fabric ignited a delicate sensation, his fingertips trembling as if cradling a priceless porcelain artifact. Zhang Meiran was taken aback by the unexpected embrace, her body tensing like a drawn bowstring. She turned to glance at Chen Luoqi, only to find him avoiding her gaze, a faint flush creeping up to his ears, while his jawline remained unyieldingly tight. radiating a stubborn resolve not to release her. This unrefined reaction inexplicably softened her heart, allowing her taut nerves to relax just a fraction. An awkward silence enveloped the two. Zhang Meruan's gaze fell upon the crystal fruit bowl on the table, its watermelon glistening enticingly. After a brief hesitation, she reached for a small piece, her fingertips glistening with the sweet juice. Not daring to meet Chen Luoqi's eyes, she lowered her gaze, gently offering the fruit to his lips. Her voice barely a whisper. "Would you like to try?" The posture resembled that of a timid maiden presenting an offering, imbued with an innocent desire to please. Chen Luoqi was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixating on her trembling fingertips, the nails neatly trimmed and shining like polished shells. He swallowed hard and obediently opened his mouth to accept the offering. The coolness of the watermelon melted on his tongue, sweet yet cloying. But his heart felt as if it had been brushed by a feather. Unconsciously, he tightened his grip, drawing her closer, almost enveloping her in his embrace. Chapter 15. The Ambition of Cui Xiaoxiao. The Shah observed with rapturous delight, his mouth stretching into a grin that seemed to reach his ears, exhibiting a classic anti-smile. He rubbed his plump hands together, resembling someone who had just witnessed a splendid opera. "This is it. A beautiful woman." He merrily seized a bottle of liquor and took a generous swig, blissfully unaware of how glaring his presence was, akin to an unwelcome light bulb. His booming voice drew flirtatious glances from Liang Kuan. At that moment, Cui Xiaoxiao could no longer restrain herself. Like a nimble female leopard, she darted from the shadows by the door to the sofa where De Shah sat. She had clearly overheard his boastful declaration about being the big shot at the Saigon Trading Company, a figure who navigated both legitimate and illicit realms. If she could assist Aran, she would dare to do anything. "De Shah, go," Cui Xiaoxiao called out with a resonant voice, deliberately infusing it with utmost respect as she slightly bent at the waist, her sharp eyes shimmering with an almost worshipful gleam beneath her short hair. "I am Cui Xiaoxiao, accompanying Aran today." She lowered her coarse voice, attempting to sound demure, "having long heard of your esteemed reputation. Who on the streets does not regard you with deference? To meet you in person today is truly a stroke of fortune." She presented a glass of freshly poured liquor with both hands, her gaze nervously darting towards Zhang Meron, anxious that her friend might be slighted. De Shah cast a sidelong glance at Cui Xiaoxiao, his brow furrowing. This short-haired woman donned drab work pants, her flat figure resembling a bamboo pole, her face so unadorned that even makeup seemed absent, resembling a mere mechanic's apprentice. He grimaced in distaste, muttering to himself about the manly woman being quite bothersome. However, upon glimpsing Zhang Meruan's breathtaking visage and observing his cousin's demeanor, he reconsidered. With a gruff voice, he waved his hand dismissively. All right. In light of her presence, you can stay." But, he gestured towards the fruit platter. "You'll assist Aran by serving fruits and pouring drinks." Cui Xiaoxiao felt as if a great burden had been lifted, repeatedly expressing her gratitude while secretly sighing in relief. At least she could remain close to Aran. Liang Kuan also entered the room, and as more people gathered, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. Chen Luoqi's grip around Zhang Meruan's arm became increasingly rigid. They were so close that he could count her eyelashes and detect the faint fragrance wafting from her neck, yet the scrutinizing gazes felt like needles piercing his back. Zhang Meron was equally tormented. Her gestures of offering fruit became increasingly mechanical. Even Chen Luoqi's silent gaze made her feel as if she were sitting on pins and needles. Around De Shah, the dancers occasionally cast scornful glances in their direction. Liang Kuan embraced his female companion while his eyes lingered on Chen Luoqi. The entire private room felt like an invisible prison, suffocating and oppressive. Chen Luoqi's fingers unconsciously tightened around her waist, prompting a soft gasp from Zhang Meron, which made him abruptly aware and hastily loosen his grip. "TSK, too cramped." Liang Kuan suddenly broke the standoff. He pushed aside the fire extinguisher he had been cradling, stood up with a flourish, a half-cigar pinched between his fingers, a shrewd smile emerging through the swirling smoke. "De Shah, go. My brothers here are feeling quite stifled. How about we use the empty rose hall next door? I'll have someone prepare a new private room. You can take these lovely ladies there to revel, and here." He deliberately elongated his tone, gesturing towards Chen Luoqi. "It's just for you two to nurture your relationship." His words were impeccably crafted, elevating both Chen Luoqi and Zhang Meron in esteem while providing De Shah with a graceful exit and subtly hinting at another opportunity for uninhibited revelry. De Shah, already finding Chen Luoqi's company dull, instantly brightened at the prospect of alcohol and women, joyously slapping his thigh. "Hey, Kuan-go understands. Let's go. Let us change venues. Tonight, let us have some fun." He waved his hand, hurting Ah Hong and the other two most vivacious dancers to rise, then shouted towards the corner where Cui Xiaoxiao stood. "Hey, manly woman, you stay. Don't just stand there. Take good care of them." He evidently regarded Zhang Meiran as Chun Luoqi's possession, automatically disregarding her wishes and issuing orders solely to Cui Xiaoxiao. He waved his hand again, ushering the dancers to their feet as if herding sheep. The women giggled and adjusted their skirts, casting Zhang Meiran a mix of jealous and pitying looks. Kate approached with a smile, but Dasha shoved her aside. Step back. You're in the way. Leading the way. Dasha exited with the alluring figures trailing behind him. As they passed Chun Luoqi, he winked and lowered his voice conspiratorially. Cousin. A moment of passion is worth 1,000 gold. His coarse laughter was jarring. Liang Kuan, feeling relieved, immediately took the lead. Dasha Gu, this way please. I guarantee you'll have a splendid time. He shot a knowing glance back at Chun Luoqi, then gestured towards Cui Xiaoxiao, who was holding the fruit platter with a conflicted expression. 13 May, be sharp. He then hurried to catch up with Dasha's imposing figure. A cacophony of laughter and chatter flooding towards the door of the VIP room, the noise abruptly diminishing as the door closed. The private room was instantly enveloped in an eerie silence. Only the muffled electronic music persisted. In this vast space, only Chun Luoqi, Zhang Meiran, and Cui Xiaoxiao, who squatted in the corner clutching the heavy glass fruit platter like a forgotten statue in the shadows, remained. The mingled scents of smoke, alcohol, and perfume seemed to dissipate, as if separated by some invisible barrier. Chun Luoqi's arm still encircled Zhang Meiran's waist, and even as her body trembled slightly, his hold tightened, drawing her closer. The swirling laser lights swept across the empty booth, the beams dancing upon Chun Luoqi and Zhang Meiran. In the crystal fruit platter, a silver fork lay quietly, reflecting the intimate proximity of the two figures. The oppressive atmosphere suddenly lifted, replaced by a different kind of unspoken tension. Only their heartbeats and the unvoiced currents in their intertwined gazes remained in the air. Oh, and there was Cui Xiaoxiao, the unwilling light bulb, who at that moment dared not disrupt the burgeoning intimacy between Chun Luoqi and Zhang Meiran. Mr. Chun, her voice was barely above a whisper, trembling slightly. Summoning all her courage, she finally raised her tear-streaked face. Under the light, her eyes glistened with moisture, the defiance within them shattering and reassembling in the glimmer of tears, tugging at the heartstrings of those who beheld her. Chun Luoqi's gaze shifted from her tear-filled eyes to the delicate, pale fingers of the girl, adorned with a hint of pink nail polish, creating an image of exquisite temptation. He could even catch a whiff of the faint fragrance lingering at her fingertips. His heart thumped heavily in his chest. He said nothing, merely leaning slightly forward, a subtle hint of anticipation in his demeanor. His eyes inadvertently traced the delicate collarbone and the soft curves revealed as she raised her hand, causing his throat to involuntarily tighten. In the corner, Cui Xiaoxiao clutched the heavy glass fruit platter, her knuckles whitening as if she were a statue forgotten in the shadows. She dared not breathe too heavily. Her gaze fixed on her friend's slightly trembling shoulders, her heart gripped by an invisible claw, her nails nearly embedding themselves into the glass walls of the platter. Hongxing 13 May. Chun Luoqi had taken Zhang Meiran away, leaving Cui Xiaoxiao alone in the vast private room. Before departing, Zhang Meiran turned back and shook her head at Cui Xiaoxiao, signaling her not to follow. Cui Xiaoxiao curled up in the cold shadows of the corner, the heavy glass fruit platter feeling like a massive block of ice, siphoning away the last vestiges of warmth from her body. The coarse, piercing laughter of Dasha resonated faintly from next door, like a dull knife, repeatedly slicing at her eardrums and severing her already fragile self-esteem. For the sake of money, her dear friend was compelled to make a reluctant sacrifice, while she herself harbored an ineffable affection for Aran. She bit down hard on her lower lip, the iron tang of blood flooding her senses, momentarily stifling the anguished sobs that threatened to erupt from her throat. Within her line of sight, the cut watermelon in the fruit bowl appeared, its vibrant red flesh under the dim light resembling coagulated blood. With trembling fingers, she forcefully plunged them into the icy, yielding fruit, stirring and crushing it as if it contained the mockery of this merciless world towards her and her dear friend. Her nails scraped against the glass surface, producing a jarring sound. A sense of powerlessness wrapped around her like seaweed, nearly dragging her under. She watched helplessly as Arun was taken away, feeling utterly impotent, reduced to a mere bystander clutching that accursed fruit bowl. Cui Xiaoxiao abruptly shut her eyes, curling her body tighter as if to disappear completely into the cold darkness. Yet, an unprecedented, searing flame ignited deep within her chest, consuming her tears and fears, leaving only a burning resentment and unwillingness. Why? Why must they be trampled like mere ants? Why did Arun have to pay such a steep price? Why was she, Cui Xiaoxiao, relegated to the role of a masculine figure, merely serving fruits and pouring drinks? She opened her eyes wide, and in the darkness, her gaze, once sharp, now bloodshot, shone remarkably bright, like a star forged in fire. She fixated on the mangled, blood-like watermelon flesh in the bowl, A thought sprouted like a toxic seed breaking through the earth, growing wildly with the power of destruction and rebirth. I will rise above the rest. No longer will I be the subservient Chui Xiaoxiao, a mere background figure. She craved strength, status, the ability to dictate her own fate and protect those she cherished, even if that power emerged from darkness. Even if she had to tread upon thorns and corpses to ascend. This world, it seemed, only recognized fists and currency. Thus, she would seize it, snatch it, overturn those who once stood upon their heads. Releasing her grip on the fruit bowl, her palm was marked with deep red lines from the glass, even oozing droplets of blood. Yet, she felt no pain. Slowly, painfully, she propped herself against the wall and stood up. Her body, stiff and numb from prolonged curling, straightened her spine at that moment, like a blade unsheathed on a frigid night, its edge gleaming, pointing towards an abyss of darkness ahead. A seed named ambition had broken through the hardened shell, nurtured by humiliation and anger, growing quietly with an eerie chill. The encounter between Chen Luoqi and Zhang Meron unfolded like a chance drama. On that raucous night, Chen Luoqi found himself captivated by Zhang Meron's beauty. Or perhaps it was Zhang Meron who succumbed to Chen Luoqi's charm. Zhang Meron, a woman who, like Kong Ci, dazzled time itself, and like Mei Jiangxue, softened the years. Her eyes shimmered like autumn waters, every gesture exuding classical elegance, stirring tumultuous waves within Chen Luoqi's heart. However, as he lay in bed gazing at the falling plum blossoms, a ripple of confusion stirred in his heart. Amidst the ultimate humiliation and exhaustion, tears surged forth, trailing down her smooth cheeks and into her hair. I can't. My mother, she's not going to make it. Clarify. Chen Luoqi's voice was low, yet tinged with a hint of inquiry. Zhang Meron, as if grasping a lifeline, poured her heart out amidst her flowing tears. It's late-stage uremia. The doctor said she needs a kidney transplant. It requires a lot of money. She choked on her words. We can't afford it. I was told by Xiao to hook up with a wealthy man, that he could help me as long as you were satisfied, there would be 500,000. The last few words escaped her throat with the remnants of her shattered pride. Chen Luoqi fell silent. The room was filled only with Zhang Meron's suppressed sobs. He gazed at her tear-streaked, pitiful yet striking face. The air felt thick. Zhang Meron wept, awaiting the final verdict. Moments later, Chen Luoqi's deep voice resonated like a decree. From now on, you will be with me. A statement devoid of emotion. Zhang Meron's eyes widened in shock. Tears frozen on her long lashes, bewilderment and fear etched on her face. Your mother's illness. Chen Luoqi's voice lacked any warmth, yet it bore an undeniable authority in the darkness. The best hospital in Hong Kong, the finest kidney source, the top doctors, I will arrange it. If this place isn't suitable. He paused, his tone calm, yet heavy with gravity. Top-tier specialists from Europe, ready to fly over at any moment. Money? Not an issue. He leaned closer, shadows enveloping them once more, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure, but also casting a faint glimmer of hope. Cold fingers gently brushed against her tear-stained cheek, an oddly soothing sensation for the nearly lifeless Zhang Meron. He locked eyes with her wide, shocked gaze, articulating each word with clarity. It's not just for one night, Zhang Meron. You will be with me from now on. Your body, your heart. His fingertip pressed against her rapidly beating heart, must belong to me. The immense shock left Zhang Meron's mind blank. The ladder of salvation that appeared in her direst moment came at a cost, surrendering herself. She gazed into the unfathomable depths of the man's eyes before her. Devoid of compassion, only an undeniable control. For her mother, this was not an attraction towards this detestable man. This thought surged within her mind, drowning out all remnants of shame and pride. Trembling, she summoned all her strength, lifting her tear-streaked face, inch by inch, eagerly, submissively, leaning towards his cold, chiseled jawline. She uttered no words, merely closed her eyes, pressing her warm, salty lips, tinged with tears, firmly against his cool ones. The kiss was clear and heavy. Chen Luoqi felt the tender, trembling touch of her lips, gazing at her tightly shut eyes and quivering lashes, a genuine smile of satisfaction finally gracing his lips. Chapter 16, Liang Kuan's Scheme. The cacophony of the Rose Hall hit every newcomer like an invisible wall, slamming into their eardrums. The pulsating bass reverberated from the floor, jolting the crystal chandeliers into a buzzing tremor, while colorful laser beams sliced through the swirling smoke. The air thick with the potent scent of alcohol, cheap perfume, sweat, and the sharp aroma of cigars. The dance floor was a sea of writhing figures, shouts and whistles rising and falling in time with the thunderous electronic beats. Big Fool was ensconced in the largest booth at the center, resembling a fierce deity perched upon a throne, his left arm wrapped around a hong. The woman almost melded against his chest, playfully feeding him peeled grapes. To his right, another dancer carefully held a wine glass up to his lips. Liang Kuan sat slightly to his opposite side, a fire extinguisher beside him, deftly peeling pistachios with his long fingers. The shells accumulating into a small pile on the glass coffee table. Surrounding them were several heavily made-up dancers, laughing and urging each other to drink. Their glances ever so subtly darting towards the two dominant figures at the center. Huh, what a delight. Desha downed the amber liquid in his cup in one gulp, slamming the glass onto the table with a resounding thud that momentarily drowned out the music. Wiping his mouth, remnants of the drink clinging to his stubble. His thick fingers playfully patted Ahong's exposed thigh, eliciting a series of coy protests from her. His large, copper-ringed eyes gleamed with a predatory light under the psychedelic glow, yet held a playful glint as they fixated on Liang Kuan. Brother Kuan, Desha's voice pierced through the noise, its hoarse timbre imbued with undeniable authority. I appreciate the extravagance tonight. However, he leaned slightly forward, casting a massive shadow over one corner of the coffee table. We're all in this game together. So let us speak plainly. You, Brother Liang Kuan, the big shot of Mongkok, with your fine wines and beautiful women. Surely your intent isn't merely to watch me court the ladies, is it? Haha, if you have something on your mind, feel free to spill it. Though my name contains Sha, fool, I assure you, these eyes of mine, he gestured to his sparkling orbs, are quite sharp. Liang Kuan's signature shrewd smile remained unperturbed as he leisurely took a puff from the cigar resting beside the fire extinguisher, slowly exhaling smoke rings. Enveloped in the haze, his gaze appeared even deeper and more inscrutable. He gently tapped the back of the extinguisher, signaling her to pause, before turning his attention to Desha. His voice low yet distinctly audible. Brother Desha, you speak with such candor, refreshing. I must admit, my intentions tonight, beyond extending hospitality, do indeed lean towards a proposal. I wish to discuss potential collaboration with you and your esteemed associate. Oh, Desha raised an eyebrow, interest peaked on his rugged face as he refilled his glass, gesturing for Ahong to pour for Liang Kuan as well. Collaboration? I excel in the art of confrontation, but business discussions, haha, Brother Kuan. Do elaborate on what you have in mind. What piece of the pie in Saikung has caught your fancy? Let me make it clear. We at Saikung Trading Company do not engage in the narcotics trade. That is crossing the line. His tone was resolute, his gaze suddenly sharp as a knife. Fixed on Liang Kuan. Liang Kuan immediately waved his hand, maintaining his smile. Brother Desha, you misunderstood. My work relies on the docks, logistics, and nightlife, clean and above board. The narcotics trade is off the table. Let us not sully our relationship. What I'm interested in are two other golden pillars of your Saikung Trading Company, fresh produce and specialized logistics. He deliberately softened the volume of specialized logistics, but everyone present understood the implications. Desha grinned widely, revealing his gleaming white teeth, encouraging him to continue. Your fresh produce channels in Saikung are meticulous. From source to dock to market, a seamless operation recognized throughout the island. As for your specialized logistics, the ability to discreetly transport goods in and out, who wouldn't envy such prowess? I, Liang Kuan, have established connections in Taiwan, with docks, warehouses, and sales channels at my disposal. I was pondering whether we could replicate your successful model over there. If we join forces, with you overseeing the source and transport in Saikung, while I expand the channels and sales in Taiwan, could we not orchestrate a grander scheme? Listening intently, Desha rhythmically tapped his thick fingers on his knee, producing a dull thud akin to a beast evaluating its prey. The flesh on his face shifted with the dance of light and shadows from the music, his gaze oscillating between sharp and contemplative. After Liang Kuan finished, he did not immediately respond. Instead, he grabbed a handful of pistachios that Ahong had shelled, crunching away audibly. Brother Kuan, Desha swallowed the nuts, took a swig of his drink, and then spoke slowly, his tone imbued with a rugged cunning. Your vision is indeed sharp. The business in Saikung is indeed stable. However, he chuckled, leaning back into the sofa, his massive frame sinking into the cushions. As you mentioned, I have someone behind me with considerable influence. The nuances of this business and the final decisions are not solely in my hands. I am merely the frontman, responsible for clearing the path and maintaining order. The real decision-maker is my esteemed relative. A flicker of understanding darted across Liang Kuan's eyes, yet he maintained an expression of feigned surprise. Oh, young Master Chin, the one from earlier? Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. I assumed you had a powerful figure guiding you from behind. But to find that the sage is right before me, and so youthful and accomplished, I stand corrected. He raised his glass in a solemn toast to Desha, as if honoring the absent Chun Luoqi. Desha, pleased, shook his head as if the praise were directed at him. Indeed, my relative's mind operates faster than a spinning top. The stability of Saikung's operations is entirely due to his strategic foresight. I, on the other hand, am merely tasked with the more brutish aspects. Haha. He shifted gears. However, Brother Kuan, your proposal sounds like a tempting morsel. The profits in Taiwan are indeed substantial. Seizing Dasha's interest, Liang Kuan swiftly threw out another enticing bait. Brother Dasha, you are indeed perceptive. Besides fresh produce and specialized logistics, I also have a lead in electronics. I have some connections in Taiwan, and the profit margins are significant. If we can collaborate, I'm willing to share this line with the brothers in Saikong. When it comes to making money, let us all profit together. Electronics? Dasha's eyes visibly brightened, and his finger drumming on his knee quickened. This avenue promised swifter returns than fresh produce, with relatively manageable risks. He stroked his stubbled chin, contemplating for a moment. Brother Kuan, your sincerity is commendable. Dasha finally spoke up, his voice booming. However, such a significant matter cannot be decided unilaterally by me. Therefore, he waved his hand decisively. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, at Yunlai Tea House, I shall treat you to breakfast. Let us bring my esteemed relative along. We shall sit down, brew a good pot of tea, and discuss matters at leisure. Regardless of whether this deal comes to fruition, I value our friendship. Should you visit Saikong in the future, there will be ample fresh seafood on offer. I shall personally take you out to sea to catch big fish. Liang Kuan's smile finally blossomed, akin to a meticulously orchestrated flower. This was the moment he had awaited. He immediately raised his glass, his voice rising with genuine elation. Excellent. Brother Dasha, you truly are forthright. It's a deal. Tomorrow at 10 in the morning, at Yunlai Tea House, I shall be eagerly awaiting your arrival. It is my honor to forge a friendship with the brothers of Saikong. Now, let us drink to this, and may our collaboration be fruitful. Cheers. Dasha boomed, tilting his head back to down the contents of his glass in one go, his Adam's apple bobbing vigorously. Setting down the glass, he pulled Ahong closer, bellowing towards the dance floor. Where's the music? Crank it up. Tonight we don't leave until we're inebriated. Brother Kuan, let us keep drinking. Absolutely. Let us enjoy ourselves. Liang Kuan laughed, raising his glass, a fleeting glimmer of cunning evident in his eyes as they clinked. The revelry in the Rose Hall continued unabated, the deafening music crashing against the walls like an invisible tidal wave. The following morning, the unique salty sea breeze of Sai Kung's Chun family village, infused with the fragrance of lush vegetation, quietly wafted through the half-open window. Chun Luo Qi awoke to a warm, unfamiliar embrace. Nestled in the crook of his arm was the soft, warm body of Zhang Meiran. She lay on her side, her face buried in his shoulder, her breathing shallow and even, a testament to the exhaustion of the previous night. The tear-streaked remnants of her earlier distress had long dried, leaving faint traces on her nearly translucent, fair cheeks. Her tightly shut eyelashes, dense as raven feathers, cast a faint shadow beneath her eyelids. Though they struggled to conceal her fatigue, her cheeks radiated an unusual flush, reminiscent of petals kissed by the dawn's first light, embodying a delicate vitality amidst fragility. She curled up like a young beast that had finally found shelter, shedding all defenses. Below, Xiao Ka suppressed an excited whimper, stubbornly persistent. Chun Luo Qi cautiously shifted his arm, attempting to extricate himself without disturbing a run. His movements were exceedingly gentle, as if handling a rare and fragile porcelain artifact. Yet, the soft body in his embrace stirred slightly. Zhang Meiran's eyelashes fluttered, gradually lifting. The veil of drowsiness lingered in her eyes, infused with a hint of bewildered panic, akin to a startled fawn colliding into the depths of Chun Luo Qi's profound gaze. Awake? Chun Luo Qi's voice was low and husky, imbued with the unique rasp of morning, softened from the previous night's hardness, now tinged with an indescribable warmth. He did not immediately rise, but instead lowered his gaze upon her. Zhang Meiran parted her lips, her throat parched, still burdened by the remnants of last night's pain and exhaustion. She nodded gently, her eyes flitting away, unable to meet his gaze, as though the one who had kissed him last night was not herself. A wave of overwhelming shame gripped her once more. It's still early. Let us sleep a little longer. Chun Luo Qi tenderly brushed aside the damp strands of hair from her forehead with his fingertips. His motions so natural they suggested he had performed them 1,000 times before. There's barking outside. I'll go check. His tone was calm, yet carried an unmistakable air of authority. This very arrangement, at this moment, provided her with an oddly stabilizing force. Zhang Meiran watched as he gracefully turned to get out of bed, his tall, upright figure blocking the morning light streaming in through the window. He casually donned a black shirt draped over the chair, the contours of his shoulder and back muscles flowing with strength. Instinctively, she clutched the soft, thin blanket tighter around herself, revealing only her eyes as she observed him stride toward the door. This was Qinjia Village in Saigon, Chun Luo Qi's own two-story old house. Remarkably refurbished. Xiao Ka's joyful barks resonated from downstairs. Chun Luo Qi descended. In the living room below, Dasha sat robustly on a sofa, a large bowl of steaming, aromatic century egg and lean pork congee before him. He slurped contentedly, emitting satisfied sounds. Xiao Ka circled around its own bowl, which was similarly filled with century egg and lean pork congee mixed with beef jerky, happily wagging its tail like a windmill. Desha had the keys to this place, coming and going as if it were his own home. "Morning, cousin." Desha looked up, grinning widely, revealing teeth slightly yellowed from smoke. His face bearing a wholesome yet rugged demeanor typical of the underworld. "The congee is still warm. Hurry and have a bowl. It's plentiful." Chen Luoqi approached the table, not immediately reaching for the bowl, his gaze sweeping over Shao Ka's shiny coat and bulging belly before returning to Desha's face. "So early? Did the sun rise in the west?" His tone held a hint of teasing. Desha chuckled, wiping his mouth. "Just thinking of my sister-in-law." He gestured upstairs, lowering his voice a bit. "Has Miss Zhang gotten up yet? I brought her something." He pointed to a thermal container nearby, longan and red date congee. "Good for replenishing energy and blood after. You know, it's good for women." His hands rubbed together, his expression slightly awkward. Chen Luoqi raised an eyebrow, a glimmer of amusement flashing in his eyes as he elongated his tone. "Oh, Desha, when did you become so attentive? Have you been possessed by some spirit? Or is there a certain sister-in-law who trained you well?" He pulled out a chair and sat down, stirring the congee with a spoon. The grains glistened, the meat shreds and century egg fragments evenly distributed, releasing an enticing aroma. Desha's face flushed at the remark, but he straightened up with some pride. "Ah, I don't know any of that. It's Liang Cohen who pointed it out." He leaned in a bit closer, lowering his voice further, sharing a conspiratorial tone. "Liang Cohen specifically mentioned that Miss Zhang is not like those dancers outside. She is a proper young lady. This is the first time Cohen Gu said we should take good care of her and not treat her poorly." He spoke while observing Chen Luoqi's expression. Chapter 17, Yunlai Tea House. Chen Luoqi's hand, poised to scoop the congee, momentarily halted. Amidst the rising steam, the playful glint in his eyes faded, replaced by a profound contemplation. He slowly brought a spoonful of congee to his lips, the warmth of the rice sliding into his stomach, imparting a gentle heat. Was Liang Cohen's suggestion merely an act of goodwill, or did he harbor ulterior motives? Cui Xiao orchestrating connections, Zhang Mei Run offering herself. And now he was stepping in. Liang Cohen's role seemed to transcend that of a mere broker. Money held little significance for Chen Luoqi. Yet for Zhang Mei Run and her gravely ill mother, it was a chasm. Did Liang Cohen intend to use this 500,000, along with Zhang Mei Run's allegiance, to make both Cui Xiao and Zhang Mei Run indebted to him, or to extract greater benefits from Chen Luoqi through them? Before Chen Luoqi could dwell on his suspicions, Desha interjected. "I almost forgot the main matter." He straightened his demeanor. "Liang Cohen mentioned he has a business deal he wants to partner with us on. I think it sounds good. The path is stable, and there is plenty of profit. We've arranged to meet at Yunlai Tea House at 10 o'clock for detailed discussions. You mustn't let me lose face." Yunlai Tea House. Chen Luoqi silently contemplated. It was a place where one often discussed both legitimate and dubious business, a mix of chaos and calm, making it relatively safe, and the tea house offered commendable delicacies. "Understood," Chen Luoqi replied, continuing to sip his congee, his mind racing. Partnering with Liang Cohen? He was ruthless yet loyal, adhering to rules. However, collaborating with a tiger carried considerable risk. Moreover, the involvement of Zhang Mei Run added layers of subtlety and constraint to this potential partnership. Outside, the first brilliant ray of sunlight finally pierced through the clouds, spilling golden light into the courtyard, illuminating the damp flagstones and casting a bright beam across the living room floor. Chen Luoqi set down the empty bowl and stood up. The congee was delightful. He told Desha, his voice steady yet tinged with resignation. "I'll be at Yunlai Tea House at 10. He paused, his gaze falling upon the thermal container. "This I'll take upstairs." Desha immediately beamed. "Great, cousin. Rest assured, I'll be waiting downstairs. Not a single fly will disturb my sister-in-law's rest." Chen Luoqi rolled his eyes in exasperation, grabbing the thermal container as he turned toward the staircase. He pushed the door open. Inside the room, Zhang Mei Run was indeed awake, sitting up in bed, wrapped in her blanket, her gaze somewhat hollow as she stared at the bright sunlight streaming in through the window. Upon hearing the door open, she turned abruptly, her long hair cascading down her shoulder, partially obscuring her face, revealing an eye filled with confusion and a deeply concealed glimmer of hope. Chen Luoqi met her gaze, his footsteps unwavering as he approached the bedside, placing the hefty, still warm thermal container on the nightstand and opening it to reveal the longan and red date congee sent by Desha. Zhang Mei Run's eyes fell upon the container, and her throat gently rolled. The sweet aroma of longan and red date congee wafted into her nostrils, igniting a fierce hunger after her exertions. She attempted to shift her body, reaching for the warmth that lay tantalizingly close. However, even the slightest movement of her shoulder sent a sharp pain surging from her lower abdomen, seizing her in an instant. She drew in a sharp breath, her delicate brows knitting tightly, and her pearly teeth instinctively bit down on her lower lip, her complexion paling further in an instant, while fine beads of cold sweat emerged on her forehead. "Do not move," Chunluachi's deep voice resonated, imbued with an undeniable authority. He had sensed her discomfort almost simultaneously with her frown. Without any unnecessary inquiries, he stepped forward, seated himself at the bedside, and effortlessly reached for the thermos and spoon. Zhang Meiran was about to refuse this excessive intimacy and care, yet her voice trembled weakly with pain. "Open your mouth," Chunluachi interrupted her, his tone flat yet laden with an invisible pressure, as if stating an established fact. He scooped a small spoonful of warm porridge, carefully blew on it to ensure it was at the right temperature, and steadily brought it to her pale lips. His arm encircled her shoulders, cradling her fragile form in a half-embrace, half-support. The action was assertive and direct, leaving her no room to struggle or decline. The warm, sweet porridge brushed against her lips and teeth. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Meiran ultimately acquiesced and slightly parted her lips. The warm rice porridge slid down her parched throat, infused with the sweetness of longan and the rich aroma of red dates, its warmth seemingly alive as it soothed her cold stomach, oddly alleviating the deep-seated pain within. She swallowed it in small bites, her long eyelashes casting a delicate shadow beneath her eyes, concealing the complexity of emotions within: embarrassment, gratitude, or perhaps a sense of helplessness in the face of this abrupt, forceful tenderness. The only sounds in the room were the occasional clinking of the spoon against the thermos and her faint swallowing. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting elongated shadows of the two entwined figures upon the wall. "About your mother," Chunluachi's voice shattered the silence, continuing his actions while his gaze remained fixed on the porridge, his tone as steady as if discussing the weather. "You needn't worry anymore." Zhang Meiran abruptly lifted her gaze to him, her eyes shimmering with tears, filled with incredulous hope and deeper trepidation. She feared this might be yet another fleeting joy. "I will arrange for someone," Chunluachi continued, his tone unwavering yet each word clear, imbued with a sense of resolute control. "I will contact the best hospital on the island, nephrology, the finest specialists." However, Zhang Meiran's voice trembled, and after a difficult swallow, she regained her composure. "I can only barely maintain with dialysis twice a week now. The doctor said finding a kidney donor is exceedingly difficult. I do not know how long I must wait." A wave of immense despair and helplessness engulfed her, the image of her mother's illness vividly haunting her. "Wait." Chunluachi scooped another spoonful of porridge, steadily bringing it to her lips, his deep gaze finally lifting to meet her tear-brimmed eyes. "Waiting is not a solution. I will take care of the hospital arrangements, and I will find a way for the kidney source." His tone remained calm, but the phrase "I will find a way" emanated an undeniable strength, as if declaring an impending solution. This seemingly casual promise bore the weight of his vast resources and energy. It was like a massive buoy that instantly lifted Zhang Meiran, who was on the brink of being submerged by despair. The burden she had silently endured for so long seemed to find a solid support at that moment. The pent-up fear, grievance, and the sudden surge of hope crashed over her like a flood, sweeping away the last remnants of her forced composure. Unable to contain herself any longer, she trembled slightly, shedding all defenses, burying her forehead and half of her cheek deeply and tightly into Chunluachi's solid, warm chest. Her tears silently soaked the fabric of his shirt, as she clung to him like a lifeline, drawing strength from his reassuring warmth. In that moment, he was the only unwavering support she could grasp in her precariously teetering world. Chunluachi, feeling the soft, dependent form in his embrace tremble, instinctively tightened his hold. He lowered his gaze to her silky black hair, her fragile yet beautiful profile before him, her tear-streaked visage exuding a heart-wrenching, fragile allure. He became acutely aware that his attraction to her was not merely out of duty or pity. This delicate, boneless body, so hauntingly beautiful, held a similarly lethal allure for him. The thought made the muscles in his arms tighten slightly, and his throat involuntarily swallowed. The morning light poured in, bathing their intertwined figures in a golden hue. The air was filled with the sweet fragrance of longan and red date porridge, intertwined with an unspoken tension, one seeking refuge in despair, the other quietly nurturing a deeper possessiveness beneath a facade of strength. It was indeed a mutual pursuit, initiated by beauty, ensnared by adversity, with both harboring unspoken intentions. At Yunlai Tea House, in a street-facing private room on the second floor, the window was half open, allowing the bustling sounds of the market to blend with the warmth of the morning tea. Today, Liang Kuan had not brought his signature fire extinguisher, but instead accompanied by the simple-minded Shaqiang. The two sat and stood in an unusual silence. Shaqiang stood behind Liang Kuan, taut like a drawn string, his sharp gaze scanning the entrance. When the unmistakable booming voice of Dashin echoed up the stairs, accompanied by Chunluachi's steady footsteps, Liang Kuan's relaxed expression immediately transformed into a warm smile as he motioned to Shaqiang. "Go on," Hurry up and get the shrimp dumplings and char siu pastries. Choose the best ones. Shaqiang promptly complied and disappeared outside, yet he did not descend but stood guard at the door like a sentinel, isolating the room from the outside. The tea house staff moved swiftly, and soon the redwood round table was adorned with a variety of exquisite steam baskets and dishes. Crystal-clear shrimp dumplings, their translucent skin revealing the pink shrimp within, glistening char siu pastries, layers of flaky pastry, soft and sweet mala cake, so fluffy it seemed to breathe. And there were also black bean sauce chicken feet, crab roast yumai, and crispy fresh shrimp rice rolls, steaming and fragrant. Chun Luoqi's gaze swept over the table, a hint of barely perceptible satisfaction flickering in his eyes. He and Dashin had trained in martial arts, requiring considerable sustenance. And with the reputation of the delicacies at Yunlai Tea House not being unfounded, both flavor and quality were exceptional. He wasted no time, deftly wielding his chopsticks, accurately picking up a shrimp dumpling and sending it to his mouth, the fresh, sweet, and bouncy flavor bursting on his palate. Dashin, reveling in the feast, mumbled his approval. So good. While devouring the food with enthusiasm, Liang Kuan observed his two brothers across the table indulging heartily, and his own efforts to maintain a facade of restraint began to wane. He picked up his chopsticks, took a piece of char siu pastry, and leisurely bit into it. The flaky crust crumbled, and the well-balanced sweet and savory filling unexpectedly whetted his appetite, prompting him to indulge in a few more. For a moment, the room was filled only with the sounds of chewing and the clinking of dishes, the atmosphere subtly harmonious yet tinged with an underlying tension of anticipation. Chun Luoqi ate with focus, but his mind was as clear as a mirror. Liang Kuan, the old fox, was exhibiting an unusually low profile today. He had expected Liang Kuan to broach the subject amidst the clinking of cups, yet as the table's delicacies dwindled, Liang Kuan had only encouraged them to eat, without alluding to the pressing matters at hand. However, his gaze occasionally lingered on Chun Luoqi's face, filled with both inquiry and deliberate restraint. Finally, after Chun Luoqi set down his chopsticks with a satisfied sigh, and Dashin patted his round belly with a burp, the table lay in disarray. Only then did Liang Kuan pick up the small purple clay teapot on the table, skillfully warming the cups, rinsing the tea, and pouring with precision. The amber-hued tea flowed into the petite cups, and the fragrant aroma wafted upwards, dissipating the lingering heaviness of the food. He personally slid 2 cups of steaming tea in front of Chun Luoqi and Dasha, a smile plastered on his face. Drink this pu'er. It will aid digestion and alleviate greasiness. Chun Luoqi lifted the amber-hued pu'er, the tea swirling gently within the cup, reflecting the depth of his gaze. He did not drink immediately, instead caressing the warm, smooth wall of the purple clay cup with his fingers, while his eyes, as substantial as reality, rested on the beaming face across from him. Brother Kuan, Chun Luoqi's voice, though not loud, cut through the faint sounds of the bustling streets outside with clarity. Imbued with a calm understanding, today's refreshments are quite splendid. You have certainly given me face. He paused, bringing the rim of the cup closer to his lips. Taking a delicate sip, the aroma unfurled on his tongue, carrying a hint of subtle astringency, followed by a sweet aftertaste that left him pleasantly surprised. Who in the underworld does not know your illustrious name, Liang Kuan? Why the humility today, both yesterday and today? He set down the teacup with a crisp sound, which resonated sharply in the suddenly quiet private room. His penetrating gaze fixed on Liang Kuan, not confrontational, yet reminiscent of 2 deep pools of water, calm on the surface but teeming with undercurrents, waiting for the other to reveal their cards. Liang Kuan's smile faltered for an instant, only to be replaced by an even broader grin, though now it bore a trace of acceptance, as if laying the groundwork for what lay beneath the surface. He rubbed his face, leaning slightly forward, lowering his voice with a hint of earnestness. Young Master Chun, let's speak plainly. My livelihood in Mong Kok relies on the strength of my brotherhood and stable territory. But as you can see, in these times, merely collecting protection fees and managing turf has become increasingly tenuous, with risks mounting ever higher. He gently tapped his fingers on the rosewood table, the rhythm tinged with urgency. Over in Saigon, it's a different story. I admire your capabilities, Chun Luoqi. In just over a year, you've established a stronghold in Saigon, with legitimate businesses thriving, docks, transportation, trade routes, all profitable and secure. The entire Hong Kong island is watching. He pointed to his chest, spreading his hands in a gesture of helplessness mixed with fervor. I have many brothers under me. Mong Kok is a decent slice of the pie. But compared to the current development in Saigon, it's hardly comparable. Our brothers need to eat and support their families. Relying solely on old methods will lead to inevitable ruin. I wish to hop on this train with you, to share in the bounty, not too greedy, just enough to ensure stability for the brothers. Chapter 18, The Tenacious Detective. Liang Kuan scrutinized Chun Luoqi's expression, noticing the latter remained composed, and thus threw in a heavier card. Moreover, young Master Chun, I am aware that manpower is scarce in Saigon. Those who can come have come, while the rest are either old or young, and further expansion poses a challenge. As for my side, I do not dare to boast, but I can assure you we have ample manpower, and we get things done efficiently. More crucially, he lowered his voice to a mere whisper, I have connections over in Taiwan, and I know the routes well. If the Saigon model could be replicated there, just imagine the possibilities. The private room was enveloped by the distant sounds of traffic and the lingering aroma of tea. Chun Luochi's gaze fell upon the floating tea leaves in his cup, while his mind raced with thoughts. Liang Kuen's words struck a chord deep within him. In this era, establishing a foothold in Hong Kong, especially if one wishes to expand their business, is inextricably linked to the power of organized crime. While he despised the brutish tactics of violence and coercion, reality was as such. The able-bodied men from Saigon had indeed left in droves, leaving only the elderly, weak, and women behind. Further expansion, be it in docks, transportation, or new trading ventures, was a tangible challenge due to manpower constraints. The offer of manpower from Liang Kuen, especially his claimed connections in Taiwan, represented a tantalizing opportunity. To leverage this could open doors to wider markets and radiate the Saigon model outward, undeniably appealing. Yet, the risks were equally substantial. Liang Kuen was notorious for his ruthless nature, but he was also known for his loyalty and principles, though the boundaries of that loyalty and principle were nebulous. The matter concerning Zhang Meirun and her mother loomed like an invisible thread, entangled in this potential transaction. Liang Kuen, through Cui Xiaoxiao, had generously facilitated Zhang Meirun's allegiance to him. Such a favor, in essence, could serve as a form of leverage. Accepting this favor, in Chun Luochi's eyes, would equate to a tacit acknowledgement of a certain binding. His thoughts oscillated on the scales of profit and risk. There were risks, yet opportunities lay before him. The current expansion of Saigon had indeed reached a bottleneck, and leveraging the power of organized crime seemed to be an unavoidable path. The critical factor lay in control, in delineating clear boundaries. Saigon currently had 800 small-time thugs, no matter how many there were. Not just the Hong Kong police, but also the military would be kept on edge. While the villagers who could come had already done so, the remaining were either too old or too young to be of any use. Overthinking would yield no results. Chun Luochi mused, his gaze returning to its usual steadiness and sharpness. The path is forged by those who tread it. Should Liang Kuen dare to overstep one day, let him be dissuaded. If not, then sever ties decisively, with swift and unambiguous action, never allowing for ambiguity. He raised his eyes, meeting Liang Kuen's expectant gaze, tinged with a subtle hint of anxiety. Chun Luochi's expression remained impassive as he picked up the purple clay teapot, personally refilling Liang Kuen's empty cup. The amber tea flowed into the cup, steam rising delicately. Brother Kuen, Chun Luochi's voice, though soft, carried a weighty resonance. You have laid your cards on the table, granting me face and clarity in direction. He set down the teapot and lifted his cup, subtly acknowledging Liang Kuen. Indeed, the manpower in Saigon was strained, and the potential in Wan Chai was legitimate, a mutually beneficial arrangement. A faint smile graced his lips, devoid of warmth, yet radiating a sense of assured control over the entire situation. May our collaboration flourish. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Liang Kuen's smile erupted with renewed vigor, exclaiming the word excellent thrice, as though a tremendous weight had been lifted from his shoulders, his joy palpable. He promptly raised his cup, clinking it heavily against Chun Luochi's, producing a clear ringing sound. Loki, my dear brother, I knew you were a person of grand designs. To our successful partnership, from now on, the affairs of Saigon will be my domain. Come, let us drink tea. Drink tea. He tilted his head back, draining his cup as if it contained not tea, but the finest elixir. Throughout their business negotiations, the Shah had remained quietly seated beside them, cradling his cup and sipping delicately, his eyes darting back and forth, absorbing the verbal sparring between the two without daring to interject. However, upon witnessing the successful conclusion of the deal, the atmosphere shifted, and his boisterous spirit returned in an instant. We struck a deal. What a joyous occasion. The Shah bellowed, thumping his thigh, the sound resonating as the dishes on the table rattled lightly. His excitement surged as he turned to Liang Kuen, declaring, Brother Kuen, today's tea and refreshments are truly first-rate. A fine gesture indeed. We, as your old friends, mustn't be remiss in our etiquette. He pounded his chest, producing a thunderous sound. Tonight, I shall treat. Let us head to the Saigon docks for the freshest seafood, just unloaded from the ships. Grouper, lobsters, giant abalone, plenty for all. Let us also uncork some fine wines and celebrate our brotherhood in style. It's all about reciprocity. Isn't it, old friend? He glanced at Chun Luochi, his eyes sparkling with eagerness and a desire for recognition. Chun Luochi cast a sidelong glance at the Shah, remaining silent, merely raising his cup for another sip. Yet, in that precise moment, gunfire erupted from downstairs. The sound was not sporadic or tentative, but rather a rapid barrage, as relentless as a torrential downpour upon a tin roof, instantly shattering the light-hearted atmosphere within the private room. Liang Kuan and Desha's smiles froze. Sha Chong burst into the room, panic etched on his face. Chen Luoqi furrowed his brow. The moment the gunfire erupted, the elegance of Yunlai Tea House's second floor was utterly obliterated. What transpired was not a mere couple of tentative gunshots, but rather a tempest of death unleashed by automatic weapons, their fiery tongues spewing forth a relentless barrage of bullets akin to searing iron nails, viciously embedding themselves into wooden beams, ornate screens, and exquisite tea sets, producing a cacophony of agonizing rips. The scalding projectiles, entwined with the searing air, rampaged through a space once suffused with the aroma of tea and delicacies, shattering the very essence of ease. "Get down. Everyone down." A young officer, Zhong, his complexion ashen, bellowed hoarsely, desperately attempting to shield a paralyzed tea patron as they retreated to a corner. His voice was a mere whisper amidst the deafening roar of gunfire. Below, the arms dealers exhibited a flagrant disregard for life. Their movements were swift and ruthless as they seized control of the staircase and several strategic positions, unleashing a torrential hail of fire from their submachine guns and pistols. The bullets did not seek targets. They swept indiscriminately. On the stairs, several patrons who had just attempted to flee were caught in the crossfire, their bodies torn apart like rag dolls by the sheer kinetic force, blood and viscera splattering across walls and railings. A server, laden with a tray, was unable to emit a scream before his upper body was reduced to a grotesque pulp, his fallen form toppling a stack of steamers, the scalding steam mingling with the metallic scent of blood in an instant. They were not merely breaking through, they were orchestrating a massacre, using the wails of civilians and the fallen as both cover and intimidation, their audacity reaching its zenith. "Yuan, sir, evacuate. We must first clear the crowd." Zhong's voice quivered with desperation as he shouted towards a figure moving with the swiftness of a cheetah amidst the hail of bullets. Yuan Haoyun was concealed behind a thick column, his eyes ablaze with a frenzied excitement. He could not hear Zhong's cries, or perhaps he did, but those sounds were drowned out, akin to the buzzing of flies, entirely disregarded. "Evacuate my foot." Yuan Haoyun suddenly lunged forward, his two pistols erupting in a thunderous roar, instantly sending two assailants attempting a flanking maneuver crashing to the ground, shattering a fish tank behind them, water and goldfish mingling with the blood pooling on the floor. His movements were bold and unrestrained, devoid of caution or cover, relying solely on astonishing reflexes and a reckless ferocity to navigate the storm of bullets. Vowing that not a single one of these scoundrels would escape. "Shoot! Shoot to kill!" he roared, his voice hoarse with rage, akin to a lion thoroughly incensed. His onslaught was an unreserved torrent of firepower, a quest for the most immediate destruction. While the trajectory of stray bullets and their potential to harm innocents were far beyond the scope of his frenzied thoughts. Yet, Yuan Haoyun did not even blink. His entire focus locked onto the gunman at the staircase who was reloading his magazine. Bang! Bang! Another two shots rang out, striking the target squarely in the chest. Blood splattered across his face, mingling with that of the fallen, his eyes reflecting a savage delight and an impulse to annihilate. "Yuan, sir, over there. There's a child." Zhong's eyes widened in horror as he pointed towards a table near the window. A young mother clutched her 3- or 4-year-old child tightly, cowering beneath the table, trembling in terror. One of the gunmen from the arms group had evidently spotted this living target, grinning as he aimed his weapon. The dark muzzle trained on the helpless mother and child. Damn it! Yuan Haoyun noticed as well, but he was too far away. In a fit of rage, he disregarded his complete exposure to the enemy's crossfire, springing upright and unleashing a volley towards the gunman. His aim was indeed impeccable. The assailant was turned into a sieve in an instant, yet at the same moment, at least 3 other firearms simultaneously targeted him. Uft! Uft! Bullets whizzed past him, striking the walls and columns behind him, with splintering and debris flying. One bullet, with a sharp whistle, missed Yuan Haoyun but pierced through the leg of a rosewood tea table beside him, causing it to collapse. Behind the table, a young woman in a cheap how, attempting to crawl forward, was struck brutally in the abdomen by the heavy edge of the fallen table, emitting a short, anguished cry as blood spewed forth. Her body curling in agony, clearly beyond salvation. Ailing, a man, seemingly her companion, cried out in despair, trying to rush to her side, but was forced to retreat behind cover by the errant bullets, helplessly watching the woman convulse in a pool of blood. Yuan Haoyun did not spare the injured woman a glance. He rolled behind another column, swiftly reloading his magazine, still shouting, "Did you see that? These beasts are even killing children. What rules do we need to discuss with them? Shoot to kill. Suppress their fire. Don't let them raise their heads." His command further incited the already chaotic officers at the scene. Some officers, spurred on by his ferocity and the grim tableau, became equally enraged, recklessly exchanging fire with the criminals. Bullets swirled even more densely in the confined space, errant shots like lethal locusts, perforating tables, chairs, walls, and bodies. Erupting in a spray of blood, cries of agony, wails of despair, the whistling of bullets, the shattering of furniture, and the furious roars of firearms melded into a symphony of hell. Chun Luochi and his companions were paralyzed in the private room. Dasha's fists clenched to the point of whitening, Liang Kuan-'s forehead glistening with cold sweat, while Shuangqi cowered in a corner, trembling. Through the crack of the door, they glimpsed the hall below, which had devolved into a scene of carnage. Diners screamed and scattered, tables and chairs overturned, dishes shattered, a scene of utter devastation. After a fierce gunfight, few criminals remained, yet one formidable figure still posed a challenge. Yuan Haoyun's silhouette flickered like a specter at the staircase's edge. His gaze was as sharp as a blade, a half-burnt cigarette dangling from his lips, ash cascading down. "Don't move, any of you," he roared, his voice overpowering the gunfire, yet devoid of any soothing intent. Zhong was trying to evacuate the crowd, waving his arms and shouting, "Quickly, exit through the back door. Don't crowd." But Yuan Haoyun shoved him aside, bellowing, "Evacuate my foot. Not a single one will escape today." His impulsiveness spread like wildfire. Entirely disregarding the civilians huddled on the ground, one woman clutching a child who was grazed by a stray bullet, screaming as she fell, yet Yuan Haoyun remained oblivious. Bullets rained down like a tempest. Yuan Haoyun fired his dual pistols, his movements frenzied and almost demonic, each shot an expression of unleashed fury. Bang, 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 shells ejected, and he charged forward. The gang leader, agile and cunning, used the pillars to evade, bullets grazing Yuan Haoyun's clothing, yet he fought with increasing fervor. Realizing the danger, Zhong's blood surged, and he called out, "Be careful, boss," as he lunged towards the gang leader. The leader, however, smirked maliciously, seizing a nearby server as a human shield. "Come on, shoot." Zhong, exposed, was instantly pierced by 3 bullets in the chest, blood gushing forth as he staggered to the ground, his fingers reaching out futilely towards Yuan Haoyun. Zhong. Yuan Haoyun's vision blurred with rage, bellowing like a wild beast. Hatred consumed his reason, and he unleashed a frenzied barrage of fire, the bullets tearing through the air indiscriminately. The gang leader nimbly rolled behind the kitchen door, taunting, "Mad dog, you can't even protect your own." Yuan Haoyun's fury peaked. He disregarded the hail of bullets and lunged forward, each step sinking into a pool of blood. Inside the kitchen, steam billowed, and knives clattered as the gang leader finished reloading his magazine. But Yuan Haoyun, like a starving tiger, pounced, delivering a crushing blow to his face followed by a knee to the abdomen. The leader coughed blood as he fell, yet Yuan Haoyun did not relent, pressing the gun against his forehead. For Zhong, he pulled the trigger, and blood erupted, silencing the scarred face forever. The gunfire ceased abruptly, a profound silence enveloping the tea house. The acrid scent of gunpowder mingled with the iron tang of blood, as over a dozen corpses lay sprawled across the floor. Half of them innocents, their vacant eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. Yuan Haoyun panted heavily, standing amidst the crimson pool, his guns hanging limply, his face splattered with blood, yet devoid of any remorse. In the distance, the wail of sirens grew ever closer, yet he remained oblivious, merely kicking the corpse of the gang leader and spitting disdainfully. Scum. Inside the private room, Chun Luochi gradually released his grip on the teacup, his fingertips icy. Dashin wiped a bead of cold sweat from his brow, murmuring, "Bro, that guy was a total menace." Lian Kuan's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice trembling. "Fortunately, our room is secluded, otherwise Shuangqiang slumped to the ground, muttering, 'So many lives lost. That madman even killed the hostages.'" Chun Luochi remained silent, his gaze sweeping over the horrific scene visible through the door's crack. Chapter 19. Framing and Betrayal? The echoes of gunfire still buzzed in their eardrums, mingling with the acrid scent of gunpowder and the heavy stench of blood, all interwoven with the cloying aroma of shattered pastries, pressing down upon every inch of Yunlai Tea House. In the hall, the hellish tableau had yet to fade. Tables and chairs lay overturned, dishes scattered, and crimson liquid meandered through the cracks of the tiles, soaking into the remnants of shrimp dumpling wrappers and siumai scraps. Moans, stifled sobs, and the urgent shouts of police officers rose and fell, painting a harrowing picture of survival in the aftermath of disaster. Several bodies draped in white sheets silently bore witness to the brutality of the recent storm, one corner of which bore a shape that could faintly be recognized as the undercover officer mistakenly killed by Yuan Haoyun, a deliberate murder. Yuan Haoyun stood in the center of the hall, surrounded by a pool of viscous blood. His chest heaved violently, his guns hanging low, their barrels still emitting wisps of smoke. his face and clothes splattered with dark crimson droplets. His vacant gaze scanned the chaos around him, devoid of compassion, replaced by a near-exhausted numbness and the emptiness following a violent outburst. At that moment, hurried and heavy footsteps approached from the entrance. Director Peng, accompanied by a squad of well-equipped, solemn-faced officers, burst in. Nearing 50, with graying temples, a resolute countenance, and eagle-like sharp eyes, he swiftly surveyed the entire scene of carnage. When his gaze fell upon the body of the undercover officer he had meticulously placed, his pupils constricted sharply, and his jaw tightened instantaneously, a chilling blend of sorrow and fury radiating from him. Soon, he noticed more civilian bodies, particularly a young woman crushed beneath a coffee table, and a child curled in their mother's embrace, their pale face devoid of color, eyes glazed over. Secure the scene. Ambulances first. Evacuate all non-essential personnel. Move quickly. Peng's voice, though not loud, carried an undeniable authority, instantly quelling the chaos around him. His orders were clear and efficient, starkly contrasting with Yuan Haoyun's earlier frenzied howls. The officers immediately took action. Some erected a barricade, others guided the remaining patrons out through the back door, while another group assisted the arriving medical personnel in carrying the injured onto stretchers. Order was painstakingly re-established amidst the bloodshed. Peng's gaze ultimately settled on Yuan Haoyun as he approached him step by step. Each footfall seemed to squelch upon the congealed blood, emitting a sickening sound. He halted before Yuan Haoyun, the distance between them less than 2 meters, the air thick with tension. Peng's eyes were as sharp as blades, fixating on the still damp bloodstains on Yuan Haoyun's face and the remnants of madness flickering in his eyes. Yuan Haoyun. Peng's voice was terrifyingly low, imbued with the weight of a storm. Look at the havoc you've wrought. Yuan Haoyun seemed to awaken from a stupor at this voice, his vacant gaze sharpening as he turned to Peng, a stiff, indifferent smile twisting at the corners of his mouth. Sir, in the heat of the moment, there are bound to be unforeseen circumstances. These thugs fought back. They got what they deserved. Unforeseen circumstances? Peng's voice suddenly escalated, laced with unrestrained anger and sorrow, as he vehemently pointed at the lifeless body of the gang leader, whose head Yuan Haoyun had blown apart. Scarface. He was a key figure in the armed syndicate. I've been tracking him for 3 months, laying countless traps and investing immense effort just to extract the entire chain from him. And now? You've turned him into a sieve. All leads are completely severed. Peng's finger trembled as he gestured towards the white sheet-covered civilians. In them, these innocent lives. Ajong. My undercover. He shouldn't have had to die. And that child. That mother. The woman crushed by the coffee table. This is your so-called accident. Peng stepped closer, nearly pressing his face against Yuan Haoyun's, each word a chilling icicle. You are merciless. Yuan Haoyun, as long as you have a gun in hand, you wouldn't waste a single bullet. Your mind is consumed with killing. 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 Are you a police officer or a butcher? Yuan Haoyun was forced back a step by Peng's imposing presence and rapid-fire questioning, the indifference on his face evaporating, replaced by anger and defensiveness. Sir, you weren't there to witness how dire the situation was. Do you know how fierce their firepower was? Ajong died right before my eyes. I was trying to save lives, to control the situation. Scarface was holding hostages. He deserved death. Those stray bullets are blind. What could I do? Should I stand idly by while my brothers perish, allowing the thugs to escape? His voice rose, infused with a twisted sense of justice and a desperate need for self-justification. Control the situation? You've turned this place into a slaughterhouse. Peng retorted, incredulous, gesturing at the devastation. Saving people? Look at whom you've saved. Ajong is dead. Hostages are dead. A multitude of civilians perished. Is your notion of control indiscriminate shooting? Why don't you practice killing hostages as well? Peng's eyes sparkled with fury, locking onto Yuan Haoyun with unyielding intensity. Yuan Haoyun's face turned ashen, his gaze flickering wildly, his lips trembling slightly, yet he found himself unable to retort immediately. Peng's final words struck him like a searing iron, branding him with the deepest, most terrifying truth of the undercover officer's death. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on his gun. Just as the two were locked in a fierce standoff, the atmosphere taut with tension, an officer approached Peng swiftly, whispering, Sir. In the inner room on the 2nd floor, we've discovered 4 individuals who haven't emerged. They seem somewhat suspicious. Both Peng and Yuan Haoyun turned simultaneously, their sharp gazes piercing through the swirling smoke and the chaos, precisely identifying the ajar door of the private room. Through the crack, several pairs of eyes were peering out, observing everything within the building. Yuan Haoyun's heart sank like a stone, as if plunging into an icy abyss. Had those few individuals inside the private room witnessed everything, particularly the death of the undercover officer? Fear coiled around his heart like a chilling serpent, even more so than facing the guns of the thugs. No, they must not leave. He could not allow them the chance to speak of what they had witnessed. Who? Yuan Haoyun nearly shouted, his voice laced with a barely perceptible tremor and a forcefully suppressed panic. Come out. All of you come out. The door to the private room creaked open. Chun Luoqi stepped out first, his gait steady, his expression inscrutable, though his eyes were deeper than usual, as if harboring the calm before a storm. Dashan followed closely, beads of cold sweat still lingering on his brow, his gaze vigilant. Lian Kuan-'s complexion had paled, struggling to muster a stiff smile. Xuanxiang nearly tumbled out, his legs weak and unsteady. As an old hand in the game, Lian Kuan reacted the quickest. He immediately donned the warmest, most grateful smile, repeatedly bowing to Peng and Yuan Haoyun. Ah, sir. Thank you. Truly a lifesaver. That earlier commotion was terrifying. Were it not for the officer's valiant intervention, we would likely have met our demise here today. My heartfelt gratitude to the chief. Thank you, sir. He was eager to distance himself from this treacherous locale, far removed from the bloodthirsty fiend Yuan Haoyun, and he wished to avoid entanglement in the internal strife of the police, especially regarding the grim truth of the waiter's death, which would spell considerable trouble. However, at this moment, Yuan Haoyun resembled a frightened bird, perceiving any attempt to flee as a sign of guilt and an effort to conceal the truth. He suddenly stepped forward, blocking the staircase, although his weapon remained lowered. His finger was firmly pressed against the trigger guard, his gaze menacingly fixated on Lian Kuan, his voice hoarse and laden with intimidation. Halt. Who permitted you to leave? Lian Kuan, you're the one from Mongkok, aren't you? Were you also part of today's arms deal? Speak. What is your connection to Scarface Chong? Are you here to make contact and collect the goods? His accusations were utterly unfounded, an attempt to ensnare Lian Kuan and the others with baseless charges. Lian Kuan's smile instantly faltered, a chill running through him, swiftly followed by a surge of intense anger. Damn it. This mad dog is trying to frame us and silence us. He suppressed his fury, his tone tinged with grievance and helplessness. Sir, on what grounds do you say this? I, Lian Kuan, have a modest business in Mongkok, all above board, primarily entertainment venues. At worst, we deal with minor disputes, arms. I wouldn't dare touch that even if I had 10 lives. Today, we merely arranged to meet with the boss from Sai Kung to discuss legitimate business cooperation. Who could have foreseen such misfortune to encounter this situation? Look at us, unarmed, nearly wetting our pants with fear. Do we appear to be here for a transaction? Inspector Peng furrowed his brow. He was well aware of Lian Kuan's background in Mongkok, primarily involving bars and adult films, with some minor involvement in vice. And although not a saint, arms trafficking was not in line with Lian Kuan's usual dealings. What concerned him more was Yuan Haoyun's unusually aggressive reaction, a fervor that suggested an abnormal obsession with detaining someone. He spoke in a measured tone. Yuan Haoyun, calm yourself. Whether Lian Kuan is involved in arms dealing cannot be determined solely by your words. Where's the evidence? Evidence? Yuan Haoyun exclaimed as if his tail had been stepped on, his voice rising in a hysterical frenzy. Their mere presence here is evidence. Scarface Chong is here too. Such a coincidence. Inspector Peng, do not be deceived by them. They are exceedingly cunning. They must all be taken back for thorough interrogation. Not a single one can be allowed to escape. His gaze swept over Chun Luoqi and Desha, finally locking onto Lian Kuan. Especially you, Lian Kuan. Come with me to the police station. Lian Kuan cursed inwardly, yet dared not reveal it on his face, continuing to plead his case. Sir, this is truly unjust. We are merely here to discuss business over tea. Discussing business? Yuan Haoyun interjected with a sinister laugh. With whom? Scarface Chong? I see you as part of the same scheme. Enough chatter. Everyone, line up against the wall. Strip search. He made a move to step forward to take action. That is enough. A calm yet authoritative voice resounded, instantly overpowering Yuan Haoyun's outburst. Chun Luoqi stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Lian Kuan, facing Yuan Haoyun directly. His movements were slow, yet imbued with a steadiness akin to a mountain, effectively diffusing Yuan Haoyun's frenzied hostility. Officer Yuan Haoyun. Chun Luoqi's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Imbued with a chilling clarity, your current conduct has grossly exceeded the normal bounds of police authority. Baseless accusations, unlawful detention, and even an attempt at violent enforcement. Is this the manner of the royal police? He turned his gaze toward Inspector Peng, adopting a tone of businesslike calm. Inspector Peng, I am the head of Sai Kung Trading Company. We are all legitimate businessmen on Hong Kong Island, paying taxes and abiding by the law. Today, we arranged to meet Mr. Li Qian Kuan here to discuss potential business cooperation in logistics and seafood supply between Sai Kung and Mongkok. Our presence here is purely a commercial endeavor, entirely unrelated to the arms incident occurring downstairs. I trust that the police can easily verify this. He paused, casting another glance at the agitated Yuan Haoyun, his eyes betraying a hint of undisguised disdain and warning. As for the officer's accusations, they are entirely unfounded and maliciously speculative. We are obliged to cooperate with the police investigation, but only under lawful and compliant circumstances. Officer Yuan's current demeanor and statements, if I may be frank, seem more akin to creating discord and concealing some unspeakable blunder. Should Officer Yuan insist on unlawfully detaining us, I will promptly contact my lawyer and file a formal complaint with the Police Complaints Division. I am certain that Director William of the Saikung Police Station would be quite eager to learn of this officer's gallant conduct today. Chen Luoqi's assertions were coherent and well-founded, and crucially, he highlighted his and Sha's status as reputable taxpayers and lawful businessmen, as well as their connections with the Saikung Police Station. This was like a bucket of cold water, momentarily sobering the hot-headed Yuan Haoyun, while also providing Inspector Peng with a basis and rationale to intervene. Inspector Peng understood the situation. He was aware of Chen Luoqi's significance in both the business and police circles of Hong Kong Island. The Saikung Police Station treated him with considerable courtesy. The Saikung Trading Company was indeed a benefactor to the Saikung Police Station, providing various donations. As for William, he had facilitated connections with customs regarding smuggling operations, and his involvement was substantial. Yuan Haoyun's actions today, particularly the resulting casualties among civilians, once lashed onto by someone of Chen Luoqi's stature, compounded by the presence of numerous eyewitnesses, though most were eager to escape, it was hard to ensure that none were observant, would undoubtedly create a tremendous uproar. He had to regain control of the situation. Sir, Inspector Peng's tone softened somewhat, yet remained serious. Thank you for your cooperation. Today's circumstances are exceptional, please understand. The police will verify the reasons for your presence here. As for Officer Yuan, he shot a stern glare at Yuan Haoyun. His emotional state and inappropriate conduct will be addressed by me. Now, please provide your names and contact information so that we may take a simple eyewitness statement, after which you may leave. Should we need further information, we will contact you. Inspector Peng. Yuan Haoyun was agitated. How could he allow them to leave? That waiter, he blurted out, they cannot leave. They might have seen something. Seen what? Inspector Peng spun around sharply, his gaze piercing as he fixed it on Yuan Haoyun. Yuan Haoyun, mind your identity and language. I now command you to immediately go outside, maintain order, and account for the criminal's weapons. You need not concern yourself with what transpires here. Should you utter another word, I will promptly suspend you. Chapter 20. A Vengeful Spirit Against Evil? Yuan Haoyun found himself stifled by Inspector Peng's piercing gaze and unequivocal command. He perceived the unmasked warning and disappointment in Inspector Peng's eyes, as well as the fleeting, icy derision on Chen Luoqi's face. He understood that Inspector Peng harbored suspicions. Further commotion would only expose him entirely. His fists clenched tightly, nails nearly embedding into his palms. His chest heaving violently, like a wild beast forcibly shackled. A low, repressed growl of defiance emanated from his throat. He cast a venomous glare at Chen Luoqi and Liang Kuan, particularly at Chen Luoqi's calm, unflappable visage, as if he wished to etch that image into his very bones. Ultimately, under Inspector Peng's renewed stern scrutiny, he stamped his foot in frustration and fear, turning on his heel and storming out of the tea house, leaving behind a scene of bloodshed and chaos. Watching Yuan Haoyun disappear through the doorway, Liang Kuan finally exhaled a sigh of relief, his shirt soaked with cold sweat. He quickly forced a smile at Inspector Peng. Thank you, Inspector Peng, for your keen insight. We will certainly cooperate. Chen Luoqi merely nodded slightly at Sir Peng, acknowledging him without further comment. His expression remained largely unchanged. Yet deep within his gaze lay a frigid abyss. He had clearly perceived the venomous glare from Yuan Haoyun. This rabid dog had harbored a profound resentment toward them. A police officer approached with a notebook, conducting routine inquiries about their names, contact information, arrival time, and observations. Liang Kuan and Sha Chong hurriedly responded, striving to absolve themselves of any involvement, insisting they were merely there for business and had taken refuge in the private room upon hearing the gunfire, seeing nothing of consequence. Chen Luoqi provided only his name and company, and when it came to the gunfight, he simply remarked, "We were in the private room, hearing the gunfire grow intense." Too frightened to emerge until the shooting ceased and the police arrived, he deliberately avoided any detailed description of the events downstairs, particularly concerning the circumstances surrounding the server's final moments. Better to err on the side of caution. Chen Luoqi was not one to act with undue righteousness. The Shah stood by, nodding in agreement. After completing the brief registration, Sir Peng waved them off, signaling their departure. Liang Kuan, as if granted a reprieve, repeatedly expressed his gratitude, pulling along the still shaky Sha Chong as they hurriedly descended the stairs, eager to escape this nightmarish place. Chen Luoqi trailed behind, his steps steady and unhurried. As he passed the body, covered with a white sheet, the unfortunate server who had been mistakenly killed, he paused slightly. His gaze swept over a small patch of dark red seeping from the sheet, then flitted to the lifeless form of a young woman, crushed by the coffee table, before finally resting on the face of a little girl, tightly held in her mother's embrace, her eyes vacant and numb. His expression bore no trace of emotion, his calmness chilling. What a vengeful officer Yuan Haoyun was. For the sake of so-called justice, could he truly regard human lives as mere fodder? Could he recklessly instigate slaughter? Even to cover his own mistakes, was he willing to frame the innocent? Chen Luoqi was no saint, his hands not entirely clean. Yet he was acutely aware of his own moral boundaries. It was the likes of Yuan Haoyun, driven solely by reckless bravado and a primal instinct for violence, who represented the true instability and danger. Stepping outside the Yunlai tea house, the afternoon sun was somewhat blinding. The street had been entirely cordoned off. Police lights flashing as onlookers were kept at a distance, murmurings abounding. The air still carried the acrid scent of gunpowder, yet at last he could inhale a breath that was not entirely tainted. Liang Kuan stood at the roadside, fervently wiping the cold sweat from his brow with a handkerchief. Upon seeing Chen Luoqi emerge, he hurried over, his voice low and trembling. "Young Master Chen, what a stroke of bad luck we've had today. That Yuan Haoyun is nothing short of a rabid dog. He'll bite anyone he can." I was terrified. De Sha chimed in, thumping his chest, still shaken. Yes. The look in his eyes just now could have devoured us whole. Luckily, you were tough enough, or else. Chen Luoqi did not respond, his gaze drifting past the barricade to a black sedan that had just come to a stop in the distance. The tinted windows obscured the interior, but he could sense a piercing gaze directed at them through the glass. He withdrew his gaze and turned to Liang Kuan, his tone even and unruffled. "Brother Kuan, let us have a seafood feast tonight, as usual." Liang Kuan was momentarily taken aback, then quickly regained composure, forcing a smile that was more grotesque than a grimace. "Ah? Oh, yes, of course. We must. To calm our nerves. The freshest at Saigon Pier. I'll be sure to accompany you." He nudged Sha Chong. Sha Chong nodded eagerly, bowing. Yes, young Master Chun, Brother Kuan, Brother De Sha. I'll go get the car right away." Chen Luoqi said no more. Striding directly toward his vehicle, De Sha hurried to keep pace. Once inside, he shut the door, isolating himself from the clamor outside. Leaning back in his seat, Chen Luoqi closed his eyes. The scenes from the tea house replayed in his mind, particularly Yuan Haoyun's frenzied gaze, Sir Peng's suppressed fury, and the horrific demise of the innocent. The looming threat posed by Yuan Haoyun, a significant variable in this chaotic world, was not to be underestimated. Should he provoke Chen Luoqi, he could not guarantee what he might do. The car smoothly pulled away from the disarray. Chen Luoqi watched the rapidly receding streets outside, his fingers unconsciously tapping a rhythm on his knee, as if silently calculating his next move. The road is forged by those who walk it. A rabid dog obstructing the path? Then one must find a way to extract its teeth and shatter its bones. Nightfall at Saigon Pier, in the hot pot restaurant. The steam from the private room still swirled, the red oil bubbling in the copper pot, thick with the aroma of spices, rising toward the ceiling. Bright red slices of beef and lamb, tender white tripe, and vibrant green vegetables bobbed in the boiling broth, eagerly fished out by long chopsticks. De Sha and Liang Kuan had already set the scene, with 7 or 8 empty beer bottles exhaling cold vapor. A new bottle cap was popped open with a satisfying crack, golden liquid frothing as it flowed into a large glass. The two tilted their necks back, their throats working as they guzzled the icy beer, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads under the light, hastily wiped away. Refreshing. De Sha let out a loud belch, his face flushed, grabbing a handful of tripe and tossing it back into the pot. "Brother Kuan, this place's tripe is wonderfully crisp." Liang Kuan wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth, his eyelids drooping. Yet a smile tugged at the corners of his lips as he leisurely picked up a perfectly cooked slice of fatty beef, rolling it in the dipping sauce. Just right. "Young Master Chen, you should join us for a drink. Drinking cola is of no use." He cast a glance at Chen Luoqi beside him. Chen Luoqi feigned ignorance, his long fingers clutching a cold can of cola, unconsciously rubbing the condensation on its surface, producing a soft sound. Chen Luoqi had little affinity for alcohol. He found more enjoyment in soda. Liang Kuan, intent on fostering camaraderie, would not force him to drink, though having one person sipping a soft drink amidst a table of drinkers felt slightly awkward. De Sha merely chuckled, neither encouraging nor discouraging. Sitting nearby, Sha Chong, having downed a bellyful of beer, felt the urge for a smoke and quietly rose. "Brother Kuan, I'm going out for a smoke. Need some fresh air." Liang Kuan waved his hand impatiently, as if swatting away a fly. "Hurry up and go. Don't linger here." Sha Chong chuckled and slipped out. The air outside the private room was refreshingly salty from the sea breeze, a welcome contrast to the stuffiness inside. Sha Chong expertly retrieved a pack of cigarettes, lighting one with a flick of his lighter, inhaling deeply as he squinted at the dim lights of Saigon Pier. Several fishing boats gently bobbed on the dark sea. the distant sound of foghorns echoing. Midway through his smoke, as he scanned his surroundings, his pupils suddenly contracted. A figure strode purposefully toward the hot pot restaurant's entrance, exuding an aura that parted the crowd. Dressed in casual attire, yet with a straightened back and sharp eyes, he projected an intensity that could be felt from afar. The streetlight cast a slanting glow on his face, revealing a rugged countenance now overshadowed by dark clouds, radiating an unmistakable menace. It was Yuan Haoyun, that mad dog. Sha Chang's cigarette fell from his mouth with a soft thud, embers scattering. In a panic, he spun on his heel and bolted back into the hot pot restaurant, his overwhelming fear stripping him of his usual composure. He was like a startled bull, completely disregarding the door to the private room, crashing shoulder first into it. Bang! The wooden door emitted a pained groan, slamming against the wall before bouncing back. The scalding hot pot broth was jolted, splattering a few droplets onto the table, causing the cups and plates to clatter chaotically. The once boisterous atmosphere of the private room was abruptly doused, as though a bucket of ice water had been thrown in, freezing the lively scene in an instant. A slice of beef from Liang Kuan's chopsticks plummeted into the oil dish with a splatter of crimson oil. His hand, which had just lifted a cup, froze mid-air, his expression darkening as he slowly turned to glance at the door. His gaze was like a poisoned dagger. Desha also ceased chewing, his eyes wide as saucers. Chen Luo Qi tightened his fingers around the cola can, his gaze shooting like lightning towards the dazed Sha Chang. What the hell? Liang Kuan's voice emerged, squeezed through clenched teeth, each word dripping with barely contained fury. His chest heaved as he fixed an intense stare on Sha Chang. You fool. Have you eaten bear hearts and leopard gall? Can't you even knock? Have the rules been tossed to the dogs? If it weren't for the fact that Sha Chang has followed me loyally for years, I would have been tempted to smash the copper pot over that foolish face right now. Dazed from the door's impact, Sha Chang felt lightheaded. The smoke he had inhaled now trapped in his lungs. Suddenly, he gasped in the cold air, erupting into a fit of violent coughs, his face turning the color of a liver. Cough, 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 Kuan Kuan Gu. He spluttered, pointing frantically outside, his voice sharp and urgent, laced with palpable panic. He's coming. That mad dog, Yuan Haoyun. The Yuan Haoyun from Yunlai Tea House. He's here, heading straight for us. Yuan Haoyun? Liang Kuan's brow furrowed into a tight knot, his anger replaced by suspicion. That cop? Isn't he involved in the arms case? What is he doing in Saigon? Desha wore a similarly bewildered expression, glancing between Liang Kuan and Chen Luo Qi. Right, bro, what is that cop doing here? Isn't he looking for trouble in the wrong place? Chen Luo Qi's brow was equally furrowed. Yuan Haoyun? Saigon doc. He rapidly sifted through fragments of memory. At this juncture, Yuan Haoyun should be engrossed in the arms case, like a rabid dog clinging to the threads of Uncle Hai and Johnny Wong's leads. What was he doing in Saigon? Had the narrative begun to deviate? Or was there some critical point that he had overlooked? In the original story, Yuan Haoyun had indeed conducted operations at several docks, but always to pursue leads or apprehend informants. Surely, he wouldn't charge directly into a hot pot restaurant, much less in the manner that Sha Chang described, with a fierce demeanor clearly aimed at us. Finally, Sha Chang regained his composure, speaking even faster, infused with a conviction forged through years of narrow escapes. Kuan Gu. Xiao Chun. It's real. I was smoking at the door, and he came over from a distance, his gaze locked onto our restaurant. He didn't stop his steps, just barreled straight in, like a mad dog, ready to bite anyone in sight. I just felt it. He's definitely coming for us. That chilling instinct of being targeted by the police was something Sha Chang had honed through countless brushes with the law. The group exchanged glances, a mixture of confusion and unease beginning to permeate the air. Chen Luo Qi's heart sank. The narrative had undoubtedly shifted. Yuan Haoyun's refusal to pursue the wrongful death case or dismantle the arms syndicate at such a crucial moment, and his overtly hostile demeanor, exceeded the bounds of his script. Where had the error occurred? Had they inadvertently become entangled in something? Or was Yuan Haoyun investigating something else entirely? The bubbling dishes on the table seemed to have lost all their aroma in an instant. The bubbling copper pot emitted a particularly jarring and hollow sound. Before they could piece together their thoughts, a tall figure materialized at the open doorway of the private room, blocking the light from the corridor and casting a long, oppressive silhouette. Yuan Haoyun, with a toothpick clenched between his teeth, tilted his head slightly, his lips curling into an unnaturally wide grin that lacked warmth. His sharp eyes swept over the startled Sha Chang, then over the visibly alarmed Desha, before finally settling on Chen Luo Qi, who sat as serene as a tranquil pool, and Liang Kuan, whose expression was as dark as stormy waters. His gaze lingered on Chen Luo Qi for a fleeting moment. A brief yet penetrating scrutiny. The private room fell into a deathly silence. The steam rising from the hot pot seemed to freeze beneath that icy glare. Chen Luo Qi's brows were furrowed as if carved from stone, his lips pressed into a hard line, with tumultuous waves brewing beneath his deep-set eyes. The Shah's robust physique remained utterly still, his gaze riveted like a nail on Chen Luoqi's profile, as long as his bro remained silent. He would be as immovable as a rock, his rugged features taut with primal alertness. Sha Chong was already as pale as a ghost, cold sweat trickling down his forehead. His throat constricting as he instinctively shrank into the corner, wishing he could meld into the wall, his eyes fixated on Yuan Haoyun's right hand, which was ominously tucked into his jacket pocket, as if it might produce a .38 revolver at any second. Liang Kuan, seasoned by the tumult of life, suppressed his unease and revulsion, forcing a smile that could hardly be described as warm, but was at least somewhat restrained. Yuan, sir, what a coincidence. At this late hour. You surely aren't here for hot pot, are you? Liang Kuan's voice carried a feigned enthusiasm, dropping like a stone into the stillness of the private room, stirring only faint ripples before the frozen air swallowed it whole. Yuan Haoyun remained unmoved, even the smirk on his lips unyielding. His gaze, sharp as an icicle, slowly and forcefully traversed Liang Kuan's face, then shifted to the bubbling copper pot, the crimson oil within mocking in its silence. Next, his eyes swept over Chen Luoqi's calm visage, finally resting onto Sha and Sha Chong. There was no response in his gaze, only an assessment, a condescending scrutiny laced with palpable malice. The atmosphere grew so heavy it felt as though it could be wrung out for moisture. The bubbling of the hot pot became the only clear sound, yet it rang out with an uncomfortable sharpness. Chen Luoqi lowered his gaze, his long eyelashes casting a small shadow beneath his eyes, concealing the tempest of thoughts swirling within. His fingertips absently glided over the cold surface of the cola can, the chill keeping his mind alert. Yuan Haoyun's demeanor was even more malevolent than he had anticipated. This was not a routine visit, nor a case of mistaken location. It was evidently driven by a strong intention, perhaps even a personal vendetta. It made no sense that Yuan Haoyun and their group had no direct points of conflict. They were like wells that did not intrude upon one another. The only connection was the incident at Yunlai Tea House that morning, when Yuan Haoyun shot the waiter. They had happened to be present, yet afterward, they tacitly agreed not to mention it. Could it be? An absurd yet perilous thought flickered through Chen Luoqi's mind. In the private room, only the hot pot's steam fought valiantly against the invisible frost. The distant sounds of other patrons faded into another world, intensifying the suffocating silence that enveloped them. Liang Kuan's forced smile had grown rigid, almost faltering, the muscles at the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. His hands, resting on his knees, tightened around the fabric of his trousers. Yuan Haoyun's complete disregard for him, coupled with a sense of condescension in his silence, felt more humiliating and unsettling than an outright confrontation. Time dragged on, each second stretching like an eternity. Finally, Yuan Haoyun moved, not forward, but rather. He slowly and deliberately shook his head side to side, the minuscule sound of his neck vertebrae clicking echoing in the stillness. This gesture brimmed with provocation and confrontation. His gaze finally settled on Liang Kuan's face, which was on the verge of unraveling, the toothpick in his mouth curving into an even wider and colder grin. Yuan Haoyun spat disdainfully, and the toothpick fell unceremoniously into the scalding hot pot. The broth splattered onto the table, droplets of oil resembling coagulated blood. Chen Luoqi's expression instantly turned as frigid as ice, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing directly at Yuan Haoyun. Liang Kuan stood frozen in place, the flesh on his face twitching slightly, his Adam's apple bobbing as he forcibly swallowed the foul words that surged to his lips. Having navigated the underworld for many years, he was acutely aware of the tenacity of a mad dog like Yuan Haoyun, whose ruthless tactics promised relentless trouble once provoked. However, the dim-witted Dasha could no longer contain himself. He abruptly leapt from his chair, his fists cracking ominously, bellowing, "Yuan Haoyun, are you courting death?" Like an enraged bull, he was about to charge, only to be restrained by Chen Luoqi's firm grip on his arm. Chen Luoqi's strength was not overwhelming, yet it was as steady as a rock, his voice low and restrained. "Sit down, do not act recklessly." Dasha's eyes widened in disbelief, but the undeniable authority in Chen Luoqi's gaze compelled him to reluctantly return to his seat, his chest heaving violently. It was at this moment that Yuan Haoyun leisurely spoke, his voice low yet penetrating, like an icicle piercing through the ears of everyone present. "Regardless of what you witnessed in the tea house, I hope you swallow it whole. Otherwise, I have ample time to play with you at my leisure." A cruel smile curled at the corners of his mouth, devoid of warmth, as his gaze swept across the group, finally resting on Chen Luoqi. "Do you understand? Swallow it down, do not spit it out." The steam from the hot pot wafted upwards, obscuring his outline but rendering that smile even more sinister. Liang Kuan exchanged a glance with Chen Luoqi, both recognizing the simmering fury beneath each other's calm exteriors. Earlier that morning, faced with routine questioning from the police at the Cha Lu tea house. They had synchronized their stories, claiming to have seen nothing while hiding in their room, perfectly concealing the truth of Yuan Haoyun's murder of the hostages. And what was the outcome? Not only did Yuan Haoyun show no gratitude, but he also cornered them with threats, clearly treating them as soft persimmons to be squeezed. Chun Liqi scoffed inwardly. Even as a reborn individual with a golden finger, he had never been so brazen. Yet he maintained an impassive facade. Liang Kuan, on the other hand, suppressed his fury. After years in the gang, he understood all too well that Yuan Haoyun was a mad dog, once bitten. It was impossible to shake off the trouble. It was better to endure for now. Noticing their silence, Yuan Haoyun's brow furrowed, and his voice suddenly escalated. Do you not hear me speaking, officers? He slammed his hand down on the table, causing the dishes to rattle, soup splattering across the surface. The sound was like thunder, freezing the air in the private room. Before Desha could spring up again, Chun Lachi's hand was already pressing firmly on his shoulder, applying more pressure to signal him to remain still. Liang Kuan took a deep breath, forcing a stiff smile, his tone softening as much as possible. Yuan, sir, we have already stated that we saw nothing. We should actually thank you for eliminating that group of bandits and protecting us. As he spoke, he discreetly gestured. Sha Chong, leaning in the corner, immediately nodded in agreement, mumbling his assent. The triumphant smile that appeared on Yuan Haoyun's face twisted his features grotesquely, the grin morphing into that of a predator, his gaze slithering towards Chun Lachi and Desha, dripping with undisguised disdain and provocation. The air felt thick and viscous, each breath tinged with the scent of gunpowder. Desha's chest heaved violently, his typically placid eyes now ablaze with ferocity. He lifted his head defiantly, meeting Yuan Haoyun's gaze head-on, the whites of his eyes suffused with crimson veins, his pupils aflame with primal rage. It was a malevolent energy, emerging from a sea of corpses and blood, heavy and viscous, carrying the scent of rusted iron, instantly overpowering the fetid atmosphere of smoke and alcohol in the room. Do not be deceived by Desha's usual carefree demeanor, which often appeared as though he lacked sense. Beneath the turbulent waters of Saigon's docks lay countless souls silently contributing their final worth to the land reclamation project. Moreover, having endured the possession of the anomalous entity Ma Shangfeng, he was indeed a seasoned warrior. Despite his apparent indulgences, he was a figure worthy of being revered by the esteemed Ing Shu, recognized as a protector. Two equally ferocious energies collided violently within the confined space. One, the spirit of gallant knights, could swallow the world like a tiger. The other, a fierce force, was as sudden as thunder. Yet, Desha's ferocity was evidently more brutal. The unseen pressure made even the oil stains on the table tremble slightly. Liang Kuan felt his throat constrict, his fingers curling uncontrollably, nails digging deep into his palms. Sha Chong held his breath, pressing his body against the cold wall, wishing to merge with the wallpaper. Yuan Haoyun's malevolent grin suddenly faltered. He was unexpectedly struck by Desha's fierce gaze, a jolt of fear racing down his spine. In that fleeting moment of disorientation, he felt an unprecedented humiliation. How dare this ruffian, whom he considered easily manipulable, look at him with such defiance? Did he think of Yuan Haoyun as mere meat on a chopping block? Rage surged, consuming the chill, causing the veins on his forehead to throb violently, seeking death. His roar was akin to a thunderclap, and Yuan Haoyun's movements were swift, leaving behind an afterimage. With lightning speed, he lifted the hem of his trench coat, revealing the cold gleam of a black metal revolver, the embodiment of justice, now firmly gripped in his hand, the barrel ominously poised against Desha's forehead. The icy metal pressed against his skin, the scent of death never felt so palpable, even with Desha's unwavering confidence in his own prowess. The reverence for life instantly quelled his boiling rage. Faced with such a cold-blooded weapon, even the most arrogant fist dared not challenge the metallic bullet. Veins bulged on his thick neck and forehead, writhing like coiled worms, his tightly clenched fists turned pale, nails embedding deeply into his flesh. Yet, his entire body felt as though paralyzed by a binding spell, muscles tensed like iron, with only his eyes remaining fiercely locked onto Yuan Haoyun, burning with unyielding fury. Though he dared not provoke the now completely unhinged mad dog further, an oppressive silence enveloped them once more. Only the heavy sound of breathing and the distant hum of the urban cacophony outside accentuated the stifling atmosphere within the room. Observing Desha as he expectedly succumbed to intimidation, Yuan Haoyun emitted a smug snort from his nostrils, his lips curling back into a twisted grin, elongating each word with a malevolent glee. Still feeling arrogant? Weren't you quite bold just now? Stand up. Let me see how tough your bones are. He flicked his wrist slightly, the cold gun barrel disdainfully tapping Desha's forehead twice. Move again, and I'll treat you to a fresh peanut, ensuring you remember the rules for the rest of your life. This blatant death threat struck Desha's heart like a hammer. His eyes bulged, teeth clenched tightly. His gums seemingly bleeding, as reason screamed in a frenzy, "Do not gamble. This mad dog cares not for human life." It mattered little if he perished. But he could not drag his cousin down with him. His fists were nearly crushed within his sleeves, yet his body felt as though it had been filled with lead. Utterly immobile, this excruciating silence, more suffocating than any shout, brought Yuan Haoyun immense satisfaction. Amidst this stifling stalemate, the previously silent Chen Luoqi finally moved. Straining to suppress his own fury, he slowly rose to his feet, his gaze calmly settling on Yuan Haoyun's twisted visage, his voice steady and clear, even laced with a hint of deference. "Yuan, sir, your anger is detrimental to your health. It is we who have been inconsiderate." He slightly turned to the side, his gaze fixed on the chaotic array of cups and plates strewn across the table. "I offered an apology to Yuan, sir, on his behalf, and decided to punish myself with 3 cups. Before my words had fully settled, Chen Luoqi had already grasped a glass, tilting his wrist as beer gushed into the cup, emitting a crisp sound that resonated through the suffocating silence, rendering it particularly jarring. "Who the hell told you to stand up?" Yuan Haoyun's raucous laughter abruptly ceased, akin to a rooster whose neck had been grasped. His eyes, bloodshot with rage, locked onto Chen Luoqi, the flames of fury almost bursting forth. Just a moment ago, he had relished in the pleasure of tormenting the foolish one, yet now this seemingly languid individual, who was in truth utterly dismissive, had silently challenged his authority. Yuan Haoyun felt his dominance trampled upon once more. Before his roar could fully escape, his wrist had already twisted, the muzzle of the revolver, exuding a chilling aura of death, swiftly redirected, aiming directly at Chen Luoqi's brow. The frigid breath of death surged like a tangible tsunami, drowning Chen Luoqi in an instant. The sensation of being locked onto by the gun's barrel was a terror beyond any verbal threat. Every hair on his body stood on end. Chen Luoqi could distinctly feel the suffocating curve of the trigger, as if it were poised to unleash flames that would extinguish his life at any moment. His heart felt as if it were gripped by an icy hand, pausing for a heartbeat before racing wildly, battering against his ribs, nearly bursting forth. It seemed as though the blood had been instantly drained from his upper body, leaving his limbs icy cold, while beads of cold sweat emerged from his temples and back, soaking through the fabric of his shirt, his body's instincts screaming, "Danger! Absolute lethal danger!" Simultaneously, Liang Kuan and Sha Chong gasped sharply, their throats emitting raspy sounds, yet they couldn't even muster a complete exclamation of shock. Both clamped their mouths tightly, their bodies trembling like leaves in a tempest, their terrified gazes darting between the ominous black muzzle and Chen Luoqi's pallid face. As if witnessing the countdown to death's arrival, the air had become utterly stagnant, as if even the dust had ceased to drift. The Shah suddenly turned to Chen Luoqi, his eyes brimming with fear and concern, his massive frame quivering from suppressed anger and dread. He resembled a furious lion ensnared by chains, emitting a low, guttural growl from deep within his throat, nearly grinding his teeth to dust. Yet, confronted with the weapon capable of claiming Chen Luoqi's life at any moment, he ultimately dared not make a single move. Yuan Haoyun, this rabid dog, had completely lost control, and any provocation could lead to catastrophic consequences. Chapter 22, Burning with Rage. The shadow of death enveloped Chen Luoqi's every thought like the densest ink. However, in that moment of extreme terror that froze his very soul, an opposite force, a volcanic fury erupting from the depths of his being, broke through the icy veneer. Fear ignited from within, and malice surged forth. Damn it! Why should it be like this? A sharp thought detonated within Chen Luoqi's mind, obscured by the shadow of death. The blood that should have turned cold from fear now inexplicably boiled within him. An indescribable ferocity and arrogance shattered the dam of rationality. Who was he? He was one who had tasted death. He was the chosen one reborn with a system. Were it not for the fact that this was Hong Kong Island and not Los Santos, Chen Luoqi would have undoubtedly shown him what the life of a thief was like, demonstrating the meaning of "I do not consume beef." Yet here he was, behaving himself, and still, Yuan Haoyun dared to provoke him. Chen Luoqi adhered to the rules of this world, and what did he receive in return? This relentless pressure? Being threatened with a gun by some unknown thug, treated like a wild dog that could be crushed at any moment? What was this? Heaven has a path, yet you refuse to walk it. Hell has no door, yet you trespass. Yuan Haoyun, you are courting death. A wave of uncontainable murderous intent erupted within Chen Luoqi's heart, like a dormant volcano suddenly awakened. The bone-chilling fear was instantly consumed by this tempest of killing intent. Within the depths of his gaze, the pupils that had once dilated with terror now bizarrely contracted, coalescing into 2 piercing points of cold light, locking onto Yuan Haoyun's twisted, furious face. The air in the private room seemed to freeze entirely, suffocated by this silent killing intent. Yuan Haoyun appeared to sense something amiss. A chill running down his spine. His fingers tightened instinctively around the gun, knuckles blanching from the pressure. Outside the room, the oppressive atmosphere and Yuan Haoyun's frantic roars had already penetrated the flimsy door. In the corridor, several passing waiters turned pale, their steps frozen in place, hands trembling as they clutched their trays. The door to the adjacent room was cautiously cracked open, revealing pairs of uncertain eyes peering in, filled with fear and curiosity. Below, a figure resembling a manager anxiously spoke into a telephone. The polished floor faintly reflected the silhouettes of an increasing number of curious onlookers gathering in the corridor, silently indicating that the commotion had attracted widespread attention. Yuan Haoyun's peripheral vision caught sight of the activity beyond the door, causing his heart to sink. He was confident in his ability to control the situation, but in such a public setting, with dozens of eyes fixed upon them, Chen Luoqi was clearly not a wanted criminal. If he were to recklessly open fire, tomorrow's headlines would undoubtedly scream about police brutality against innocents. Yet, recalling how Chen Luoqi had publicly defied him at the tea house, forcefully diminishing his stature, and now with those ice-cold eyes piercing into him, the murderous intent within those pupils seemed thick enough to swallow him whole. Yuan Haoyun's anger surged to a boiling point, knuckles cracking as he gripped the gun tightly, cursing under his breath. If I don't show you some color, do you truly think you are a big shot? Though killing was off the table, a lesson had to be imparted. Yuan Haoyun reversed his grip on the gun, the handle slicing through the air with a menacing whistle, aimed straight at Chen Luoqi's temple. If this strike connected, it would at the very least leave him dazed, or at worst, result in a concussion. A cruel delight danced across Yuan Haoyun's face. However, just as the cold metal was about to make contact with the skin, Chen Luoqi sprang into action. His movement surpassed the realm of ordinary comprehension, as though time had been compressed by mere fractions of a second around him. It wasn't merely an act of evasion. It was as if his body had preemptively predicted Yuan Haoyun's trajectory before the action even commenced. Chen Luoqi's head tilted at an astonishing angle, a minuscule adjustment, yet executed with pinpoint precision. The handle of the gun whistled past his temple, clipping a few strands of hair. Yuan Haoyun's determined strike went awry, his considerable inertia propelling him forward, causing his balance to falter. A flicker of incredulity flashed in his eyes. How was this possible? How could this kid evade him? The suppressed killing intent within him roared forth like molten lava, defying the walls of rationality, transforming into a fierce counterattack. Time seemed to stretch and tear before his eyes. Every minute movement laid bare. The unsteady posture as he leaned forward from the failed strike, the disbelief etched across his features, and the frozen stares of those peering in from outside, seeking death. A deep, guttural roar erupted from Chen Luoqi, not directed at Yuan Haoyun, but rather a declaration of war against his own repressed nature. Just as Yuan Haoyun's body surged forward from inertia, his gun-wielding wrist coming within mere inches of Chen Luoqi's left hand, Chen Luoqi moved. The left foot, akin to the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, was instantaneously anchored to the carpet. As he twisted his waist and pivoted his hips, a formidable and resolute power surged from his heel, coursing along his spine, and culminating in a powerful thrust towards his left arm. Chen Luoqi did not directly grasp Yuan Haoyun's wrist with his left hand. Instead, it was akin to a cunning serpent emerging from its lair, his fingers slightly curled into a claw, striking upward with the speed of lightning, precisely targeting the acupoints between Yuan Haoyun's wrist, Shinmin, and Daling, with an eagle's grip. In that instant of contact, the force of his fingers was concealed yet imbued with a devious strength. The moment his fingertips grazed the skin, an intricate spiral of power twisted fiercely, compressing. Yuan Haoyun felt as though his wrist were ensnared by a searing iron clamp. A piercing pain mingled with a profound numbness surged from his wrist to his forehead, as if the very strength of his right arm had been instantaneously siphoned away. His fingers involuntarily splayed open, and the heavy .38 revolver slipped from his grasp. Chen Luoqi's movements were seamless and uninterrupted. In the fleeting millisecond as the gun began its descent from Yuan Haoyun's control, his right hand darted forth like a phantom. Fingers splayed not to retrieve the weapon, but rather, with a menacing gust, to strike the side of the falling gun with pinpoint precision. Crack! The resounding sound echoed, as the hefty revolver appeared to be animated, tracing a bizarre arc through the air, spinning gracefully before landing securely in the palm of Chen Luoqi's outstretched hand. The cold, weighty sensation of the gun's grip signified a complete transfer of authority over life and death. This entire sequence, from the wrist lock to the weapon control, unfolded with the swiftness of thunder, merely a breath apart. Inside and outside the private room, all witnesses to this scene, whether the terrified waitstaff outside the door or the curious eyes peering through the crack next door, collectively held their breath. The atmosphere so still one could hear a pin drop. The cruel satisfaction that had once adorned Yuan Haoyun's face was frozen. replaced by overwhelming shock and a fleeting flicker of fear towards death. He could scarcely comprehend how his adversary had executed such a feat. A tempest of murderous rage surged through Chun Laochi's veins, his fingers gripping the gun's handle with such intensity that the metal seemed on the verge of warping. A mere feather-light pressure on the contorted face before him, twisted by shock and residual fury, would obliterate it entirely. Murder in plain sight was not an option. An icy voice reverberated within his mind, forcefully suppressing the nearly cataclysmic urge to destroy everything, allowing Chun Laochi to retain his final shred of clarity. To kill him would yield endless repercussions, even if capital punishment were non-existent in Hong Kong. An outright assault on a police officer resulting in Yuan Haoyun's death would not spare him from a dire fate. His hard-won foothold in this world would collapse in an instant. Yet, while murder was off the table, a lesson was imperative. The glint in Chun Laochi's eyes flared with icy determination, his actions devoid of hesitation. He raised the revolver, its muzzle not aimed at Yuan Haoyun's head or heart, but rather angled upwards, eliminating any possibility of accidental discharge. At the same time, his left foot, coiled with latent energy, surged forward, his center of gravity sinking as his waist and legs harmonized. "Lie down," he barked, his left shoulder crashing into Yuan Haoyun's exposed chest with the ferocity of a battering ram, a powerful blow delivered not by fist, but shoulder. Bang! A muffled thud resonated, akin to a heavy hammer striking a taut drum. Yuan Haoyun felt an overwhelming force collide with his chest, momentarily plunging him into darkness. His organs seemed to jolt out of place. His tall, robust frame was lifted off the ground, akin to a marionette with severed strings, as he was hurled backward, crashing violently into a solid wooden high-back chair propped against the wall. Crash! The chair emitted a groan under the burden, its back colliding forcefully with the wall, causing the decorative artwork to tremble. The tremendous impact was dissipated by the chair and the wall, sparing Yuan Haoyun from an ignoble fall to the ground. He slumped into the chair, his complexion shifting from crimson to pale, then to an ashen hue, as if a colossal weight had been pressed against his chest, each breath inducing a tearing pain, a metallic taste of blood rising in his throat. Coughing violently, he gasped for air, instinctively clutching the spot on his chest where he had been struck, beads of cold sweat cascading down his forehead. The agony surged like relentless tides against his nerves, his ribs feeling as though they might fracture. Yet upon careful reflection, the pain was a dull, diffuse ache, concentrated between flesh and viscera, with his bones seemingly unharmed. The precision with which Chun Laochi had delivered the blow was remarkable, inflicting suffering without causing lasting injury, designed to ensure he would endure torment without facing death or disfigurement. Standing resolutely, Chun Laochi clutched the revolver he had seized, its muzzle still angled towards the ceiling, the cold metal glinting under the lights. He gazed down at Yuan Haoyun, curled in pain upon the chair, breathless, his expression like the frost of 1,000 winters, his voice low yet clear, penetrating through Yuan Haoyun's labored gasps. "Mr. Yuan, have you forgotten what you did this morning at Yunlai Tea House?" Yuan Haoyun, clutching his chest, struggled to raise his head, his eyes still reflecting the pain and fury of his injuries. But upon hearing the name Yunlai Tea House, his pupils constricted violently, a fleeting flicker of panic crossing his visage. "The waiter you shot 3 times. Chun Laochi leaned closer to Yuan Haoyun, lowering his voice, serpentine and frigid, each word meticulously embedding itself in Yuan Haoyun's ear. "The bullets you fired are still nestled within the forensic evidence bag, correct? The ballistic report, would it not perfectly match your firearm, Mr. Yuan Haoyun?" Yuan Haoyun's body stiffened instantaneously, even the pain in his chest momentarily forgotten, his complexion paling to a ghostly white, his lips trembling, yet no words could escape. The events had transpired too rapidly. His fury had clouded his judgment, and he had since been working tirelessly to suppress the news, believing himself to be beyond discovery. "We were merely on the 2nd floor, witnessing everything clearly." Chun Laochi's voice dripped with mockery. "Tell me, what do you suppose would happen if this testimony, combined with those crucial bullets, and perhaps a certain autopsy report, were to be submitted to the Organized Crime and Triad Bureau or the Independent Commission Against Corruption?" He leaned in closer, narrowing the distance to Yuan Haoyun's face, contorted in agony and terror, articulating each word with deliberate clarity. "Now, the one who should be anxious, the one who ought to be contemplating damage control, is you, Yuan Haoyun, not me, Chun Laochi. What audacity allows you to come here, seeking your own demise? What temerity leads you to threaten me at gunpoint?" Chun Laochi's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixed unyieldingly upon Yuan Haoyun. "This is my final warning. Remain compliant and humble. Should you dare to provoke me or my associates again, I assure you, your so-called valor in shooting an innocent waiter will headline every newspaper across Hong Kong tomorrow. Your name will be synonymous with infamy throughout the island." Yet, in the wake of initial terror and excruciating pain, The deep-rooted ferocity and defiance characteristic of a seasoned thug re-emerged in Yuan Haoyun's eyes. He clenched his jaw tightly. Despite the agony in his chest and labored breaths, his gaze remained fixed upon Chun Luoqi, filled with venomous resentment and a madness born from humiliation. He saw the murderous intent that Chun Luoqi struggled to suppress, yet also noted that the gun was never truly aimed at him. He gambled on the notion that his adversary would not dare to execute a police officer amidst such a multitude of witnesses. Clearly, his opponent still harbored reservations. This gaze, this silent provocation, served as the final straw, igniting within Chun Luoqi a tempest of suppressed fury and arrogance. Very well, very well, very well. Chun Luoqi uttered 3 words of affirmation, each one seemingly extricated from between clenched teeth, imbued with a chilling coldness. The last vestige of his feigned calmness vanished entirely, replaced by an expression bordering on frenzied laughter born of rage. Did you truly believe I would shy away from confronting you? Did you honestly think I would be intimidated by your pathetic guise? He abruptly straightened, his right thumb deftly flicking the revolver's cylinder latch, producing a sharp click as the heavy chamber swung open to the left. The 6 golden bullets gleamed with a frigid luster under the dim light of the private room. In a flash, Chun Luoqi's left hand darted forward, his fingers sweeping through the chamber, and with the grace of a magician, 1 bullet vanished between his fingers, swiftly tucked into the depths of his pants pocket. Chapter 23. True Consumption of Bullets. Chun Luoqi's movements were so rapid that even Yuan Haoyun could only glimpse a fleeting shadow. This bullet shall serve as your death warrant. Remember it well. Chun Luoqi's voice was as frigid as the winds of Siberia. Without a moment's hesitation, he transformed his open hand into a fist, fingers clenched tightly, the knuckles emitting faint cracks. This time, it was not the gentle push of Xing Yi Quan, but rather the most direct and ferocious straight punch. Chun Luoqi stepped forward with his left foot, shifting his weight forward, his right fist launching forth like a cannonball, propelled by a full twist of his waist, striking with pinpoint accuracy at the unprotected area beneath Yuan Haoyun's right rib, targeting the liver. This punch carried the explosive force of a cannon, swift as thunder, unstoppable as a rampaging tide. Bang! Another chilling thud echoed. Ugh! Yuan Haoyun's eyes bulged, blood vessels bursting instantly, his body jolting upward in the chair as if struck by high voltage, before collapsing entirely. An indescribable, excruciating pain radiated from his liver, spreading through his entire being, as if his innards had been pulverized by that blow. He gasped for breath, his diaphragm spasming from the agony, unable to emit a scream. Only a desperate, rapid wheezing remained, saliva uncontrollably spilling from the corners of his mouth. Now is the moment. Chun Luoqi's gaze held no mercy, only icy wrath. He grasped Yuan Haoyun's jaw, which had instinctively gaped open in agony, with a grip like iron, nearly crushing the bone, forcing him to maintain his open-mouthed state. Then, with unrelenting speed, his right hand emptied the remaining 5 bullets from the chamber directly into Yuan Haoyun's forcibly agape mouth. The yellow, metallic bullets, accompanied by the acrid scent of gunpowder, filled his oral cavity with their cold, unyielding presence. MMM. Yuan Haoyun's throat emitted terrified whimpers, desperately attempting to close his mouth to expel them. Yet, Chun Luoqi's grip on his jaw was unyielding as steel, not budging an inch. The other hand mercilessly pressed down on his throat, forcefully nudging the bullets downwards. Gulp, gulp. Under the extreme terror and physiological reflexes, several round bullets were compelled to slide past Yuan Haoyun's throat, forcibly swallowed. A cough, cough, cough. Chun Luoqi released his grip. Yuan Haoyun collapsed like a marionette with severed strings, plummeting heavily to the cold floor. He curled into a fetal position, his hands clawing desperately at his throat and stomach, his body convulsing uncontrollably, emitting heart-wrenching coughs and retching sounds, his face smeared with tears and mucus, turning a deep purple from asphyxiation and the turmoil within. He attempted to use his fingers to induce vomiting, but the violent spasms rendered him incapable, leaving him to desperately feel the weight of 5 cold metallic objects sinking deep into his stomach, laden with lethal coldness and humiliation. The private room was terrifyingly silent, save for the desperate wheezing from the depths of Yuan Haoyun's throat, akin to a winded bellows, and the sound of his body thrashing against the cold tiles, echoing through the thick air like the final gasps of a dying beast. Chun Luoqi looked down upon Yuan Haoyun, who was still convulsing and retching, emitting sounds reminiscent of a broken wind instrument. His expression remained inscrutable as he turned and walked towards the corner of the room, retrieving an unopened pure white towel. He tore off the plastic wrapping, holding the gun in his left hand, while his right hand wiped the gun's body with the towel, from the trigger to the chamber, meticulously erasing every potential fingerprint with fluid grace. Once finished, he discarded the towel as if it were a piece of filthy refuse, flicking his wrist to send the golden revolver arcing through the air, where it landed squarely on Yuan Haoyun's chest, which was heaving from retching. The cold metal collided with warm flesh, causing Yuan Haoyun to convulse violently once more. Chen Luoqi did not spare a glance at the weapon, as if it had become utterly irrelevant to him. Without pausing, he grasped a bottle of unopened ice beer from the table, flicked his thumb, and with a soft pop, the cap flew off, striking the wall with a crisp clang before rolling to the floor. With a hiss, the amber liquid surged forth. The amber-colored beer, adorned with fine bubbles, cascaded down like a miniature waterfall, forcefully washing over Chen Luoqi's suspended left hand. The sound of the liquid striking flesh amplified in the silence. The beer first dispersed the viscous saliva, forming a murky stream that trickled down his wrist, dripping onto the table and creating a small dark stain. As the flow continued, the liquid became clearer, the bone-chilling sensation piercing through his skin, purging the last remnants of filth and discomfort. Chen Luoqi's fingers moved slightly, ensuring that the spaces between them were thoroughly cleansed. He shook his hand, causing crystalline droplets to scatter and glimmer in the dim light, before casually setting the remaining half-bottle of beer on the table with a dull thud. Having completed this, Chen Luoqi turned his attention back to Yuan Haoyun, who lay curled up on the ground, twitching like a peeled shrimp. He stepped forward, the hard soles of his shoes striking the floor with a subtle sound. Yet it resonated like a hammer upon Yuan Haoyun's fraying nerves. Chen Luoqi leaned slightly forward, his shadow enveloping Yuan Haoyun's ashen face. His voice dropped to a low whisper, akin to the cold winds of Siberia, and more so like a serpent slithering over dry leaves, cold, slick, imbued with a chilling calm. Every word carving itself into Yuan Haoyun's eardrum. Mr. Yuan, the address dripped with exquisite irony. Rest assured, I shall not take your life now. To do so would be too simple and far too troublesome. Yuan Haoyun's bloodshot eyes, obscured by tears and mucus, struggled to focus on Chen Luoqi's expressionless face. Fear surged like a frigid tide, instantly engulfing the numbness wrought by his pain. Chen Luoqi continued, his tone unwavering, each word methodically dismantling Yuan Haoyun's psychological defenses. However, imagine if I were to compile a clear and comprehensive report detailing everything that transpired here tonight, particularly the captivating scene of you inadvertently shooting that innocent waiter, along with the mysterious disappearance of your firearm and the bullets. What if I were to ensure it made headlines in tomorrow's morning papers, reaching the O Bureau, the ICAC? Even, he deliberately paused, savoring the despair that surged within Yuan Haoyun's eyes, reminiscent of an abyss. Yuan Haoyun emitted a peculiar, clucking sound from his throat, his body trembling like a leaf caught in a tempest. What do you suppose the police force will do with such a valiant detective as yourself? A faint, cold smirk curled at the corner of Chen Luoqi's mouth. Dismissal? That is inevitable. Dereliction of duty, unlawful use of lethal force, and the loss of vital police equipment. Multiple charges that would undoubtedly see the gates of Stanley Prison swung wide open for you. 5 years, 10 years, or perhaps even longer. He leaned in slightly closer, his voice a whisper brushing against Yuan Haoyun's ear. Yuan, sir, after all these years of investigation, how many enemies have you made? How many vendettas do you harbor? You know better than anyone. In the past, you were shielded by your crown, the royal insignia atop the British police cap, symbolizing colonial dominance over Hong Kong, clad in your tiger skin. And they could not touch you, or dared not. But once stripped of that protection, reduced to a pariah expelled from the police force, even facing imprisonment, you become a mere husk. Chen Luoqi's tone suddenly sharpened, piercing like an icicle. What do you think those who loathe you to the core will do? Will they let you vanish silently like a stray dog in the streets? Or will they ensure that from the very first day you step through the prison gates, you experience a torment worse than death? There are plenty of hospitable friends within those walls, eager to take good care of you on my behalf. Just imagine, living in constant dread, never knowing if your next morsel contains shards of glass, or whether you'll wake up to find a blanket smothering you. Such a formidable man as yourself should be quite popular, no? Is that sensation more delectable than the punch I am about to deliver? Yuan Haoyun's body stiffened abruptly, even the spasms ceased. The scenario painted by Chen Luoqi instilled a chill deeper than the 5 cold bullets lodged in his abdomen. He had always approached his cases with relentless vigor and a hard hand, offending individuals from all walks of life, both criminal and otherwise. In the past, with the authority of the royal police and a firearm at his side, no one dared to challenge him. But now, stripped of everything, he could almost envision countless malevolent eyes lurking in the shadows, filled with spite, and the sinister grins waiting in the dark corners of the prison. The criminals he had personally incarcerated, the gang leaders he had dismantled, his vengeance would surely be 100-fold more horrifying than death. A tremor originating from the depths of his soul seized him, a fear more profound than the agony of a ruptured liver. Yuan Haoyun gazed into the chilling depths of Chun Luoqi's eyes, which seemed capable of piercing through all his secrets and fears. He opened his mouth, but only a rasping sound emerged, akin to a deflated bellows. All his arrogance, all his fury and resentment, utterly crushed in that moment, leaving only an abyss of terror at the prospect of unknown retribution. He tightly shut his eyes, as if that could sever him from the dreadful future. His purplish face now a canvas of despair. He fell into a profound, deathly silence, a silence that felt as though all hope and resilience had been siphoned away, resigning him to despair. "No, don't make me. I will not say a word," Yuan Haoyun pleaded hoarsely, his voice strained with pain, his eyes brimming with utter submission and dread. All he wished for was to escape this hellish chamber, to flee from this young man who was more terrifying than a demon. Very well, Chun Luoqi stood, looking down upon him as one might regard a pitiable, supplicating cur. "Remember your words. Your life is temporarily entrusted to me. As for how you sustained your injuries today, was it due to your drunken brawl over jealousy, or retaliation from the arms dealer you were pursuing? Which version do you think is more riveting? You shall concoct your own tale." Chun Luoqi straightened, casting a disdainful glance at the utterly defeated figure before him. The icy fury in his eyes had not dissipated, but had transformed into a detached control over the situation. The objective had been achieved. There was no need to squander further time. Without uttering another word, he merely inclined his head slightly towards the other three individuals in the room. The motion was so swift it was nearly imperceptible, akin to a silent signal from a nocturnal predator. As if receiving a voiceless command, the atmosphere within the room shifted palpably. Liang Kuan and his companions, as though granted a reprieve, released a collective sigh, their backs drenched in cold sweat, struggling to regain their composure. The chamber lay in disarray, with shattered bottles, overturned furniture, and the pervasive stench of blood and vomit mingling with the suffocating tension that silently recounted the harrowing tableau that had just unfolded. Chun Luoqi inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult of emotions rising within him. His gaze swiftly swept across the scene, sharp as an eagle-ass. The crisis was not yet averted. While Yuan Haoyun had been temporarily subdued, there were surely patrons outside who had gone to alert the authorities. The police would arrive at any moment. "Kuan-gu." Chun Luoqi's voice regained its calm, laced with an undeniable decisiveness. "We cannot linger here. The police are on their way." Liang Kuan jolted awake, his pallor still ashen. But years of experience in the underworld made him instantly aware of the gravity of their predicament. "Yes, yes, we must hurry." His voice quivered with urgency. "Silly Chong." Chun Luoqi turned towards the cornered Silly Chong. "Go check the door, see if the police are coming, if anyone is blocking the way. Be sharp." Yes, yes." Little Chun, Silly Chong, as if awakening from a dream, stumbled towards the door, cautiously peering outside. "Big Silly." Chun Luoqi called to Big Silly. "Retrieve the toothpick Yuan Haoyun dropped, and check for any other items he may have left behind. We need to clean up the blood as well. Use the wet towel on the table, and pour some beer to wipe it away thoroughly." Chun Luoqi directed the others to obliterate all evidence in front of Yuan Haoyun, an effort not particularly meticulous, yet it would serve some purpose, albeit minimal. "Understood." Big Silly responded, immediately springing into action. His mind was relatively simple. He obeyed Chun Luoqi's orders, believing that whatever his cousin suggested was undoubtedly correct. Chun Luoqi swiftly approached the window, flinging it open. Situated on the second floor, below lay a relatively secluded alley, cluttered with debris. He quickly assessed the height and landing spot. "Kuan-gu, we will exit through the back alley," Chun Luoqi declared decisively, turning to Silly Chong. "What is the situation outside?" Silly Chong pulled back his head, nervously swallowing. "Luoqi-gu, Kuan-gu, there are many people outside pointing and talking. It seems someone has gone to call the manager. I haven't seen any uniformed officers yet, but they will be here soon. There is no time." Chun Luoqi made a snap decision. "Silly Chong, you support Kuan-gu. I will go down first to provide cover. Big Silly, you go last, and make sure to close the window. Use the towel to avoid leaving fingerprints." "All right." Silly Chong immediately steadied the still weak Liang Kuan. Chun Luoqi hesitated no longer, bracing himself on the windowsill, and agilely leapt out, landing solidly atop an abandoned wooden crate in the alley below with a soft thud. After ensuring his surroundings were secure, he whispered upward, quickly, "Come down. Be cautious." Silly Chong, with Liang Kuan's support, clumsily scrambled over the windowsill. Chun Luoqi securely caught Liang Kuan's legs, assisting him to land safely. Next came Silly Chong, who caused the crate to shake as he jumped down. Finally, Big Silly emerged, following Chun Luoqi's instructions to pull the window shut behind him. As the four of them touched down, a commotion could be heard from the direction of the hot pot restaurant's front door. The patrol officers had arrived first. Chun Luoqi led Big Silly, Liang Kuan, and Silly Chong, stealthily slipping into the neighboring old-fashioned noodle shop via the alleyway. The noodle shop was dimly lit, suffused with the rich aroma of pork bone broth and the alkaline scent of bamboo noodles. A few patrons, dressed in work uniforms, occupied the greasy wooden tables, oblivious to the unexpected guests. The proprietor, a gaunt man in his 50s, was engrossed in wiping the counter when he noticed the movement of the door curtain and looked up. Upon seeing the unmistakable square face of Big Shag, he immediately set down his cloth, straightened his back, and respectfully called out, "Brother Big Shag, your esteemed presence graces this humble establishment." His voice, though not loud, carried a tone of reverence, as if Big Shag were the steadfast anchor of the neighborhood. Big Shag waved his hand dismissively, his face betraying not a hint of emotion, merely stating, "No need for formality, boss. One bowl of wonton noodles for each of us, and make it large." He pulled up a chair and seated himself with a leisurely demeanor, entirely unlike someone who had just escaped a pursuit. It felt more akin to welcoming an old friend in his own living room. In contrast, the timid Sha Chong appeared as tense as a drawn bowstring, his eyes wide with fear, cowering in the shadow by the door, making sounds in his throat as if still recovering from the shock of the window jump. Liang Kuan observed this and frowned, thinking to himself that this pathetic fellow was truly embarrassing. Without a word, he swiftly delivered a sharp slap to Sha Chong's head, the sound echoing sharply, causing Sha Chong to stumble. "You fool, have you lost your wits? You look like a startled quail. What a disgrace." Liang Kuan's reprimand was not loud, yet it was laced with a fierce intensity, and while the slap was not heavy, it was sufficient to make Sha Chong clutch his head and sheepishly retreat behind a pillar. Chen Luoqi cast a sidelong glance, but said nothing, merely tapping the table gently to signal everyone to sit. He understood perfectly. Liang Kuan was asserting his authority, reclaiming the dignity lost when Sha Chong was forced to jump through the window. Of course, Liang Kuan genuinely felt Sha Chong's embarrassment. Had it not been for Sha Chong's unwavering loyalty over the years, Liang Kuan would have long given up on this useless fellow. Soon, steaming bowls of wonton noodles were served. The broth was clear and golden, garnished with a sprinkle of vibrant green scallions, and the wontons, plump with generous fillings, showcased the delicate pink of shrimp. Just as the four of them picked up their chopsticks, a piercing police siren blared outside the noodle shop, gradually drowning out the clamor of the street market. Chen Luoqi smirked. Without a trace of hesitation, he lifted his bowl and moved to the entrance, squatting on the threshold. Big Shag and Liang Kuan exchanged glances and followed suit, the three of them squatting side by side, resembling spectators at a street performance. The broth was delicious. Slurping sounds echoed, and Chen Luoqi ate with focus while his eyes darted toward the hot pot restaurant. A white ambulance with red lettering screeched to a halt in front of the shop, and several individuals in white coats jumped out, hastily carrying Yuan Haoyun on a stretcher. Sha Chong, timid by nature, half hid behind the noodle shop door, peering out like a thief, terrified of being spotted by the police. Two patrolling officers had already arrived, waving their arms to disperse the crowd of onlookers. "No loitering. Move along. Clear out." Their voices were gruff and filled with impatience. One of them glanced at the stretcher bearing Yuan Haoyun, eyes filled with disdain for the overzealous detective who had caused a ruckus without any prior notice while in Saigon, now lying on a stretcher and inconveniencing them. The hot pot restaurant owner stammered a response, yet could not articulate the situation. After a chaotic commotion, the ambulance door slammed shut, taking Yuan Haoyun away. The crowd gradually dispersed, and the police, weary of the situation, hastily wrapped things up. After finishing the last sip of broth, Chen Luoqi placed his bowl on the table at the entrance and stood up, declaring, "All set. Let us return to our feast." His tone was as relaxed as if he had just finished a leisurely stroll. The group swaggered back into the hot pot restaurant. The manager, seeing Chen Luoqi and Big Shag enter, hurriedly bowed. "I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident, Brother Big Shag. It was all the fault of the police." Chen Luoqi raised his hand to interrupt. "No need for pleasantries. Prepare a new private room, a cleaner one." The manager, visibly relieved, quickly led the way. The new room was in a corner on the first floor, adorned with pristine wallpaper, and a copper pot bubbled enticingly on the table, sending wafts of fragrant steam into the air. As the four settled in, they resumed cooking slices of fatty beef, fresh tripe, and duck intestines. Chen Luoqi picked up a piece of tripe, dipped it in spicy oil, and savored it with delight. Meanwhile, Big Shag quietly drank, his throat moving rhythmically, appearing completely indifferent. Midway through their meal, Liang Kuan suddenly set down his chopsticks, his eyes flickering, lips moving as if to speak, yet he restrained himself. Chen Luoqi, ever astute, paused and discerned his thoughts. "What's the matter, Kuan Go? If you have something to say, just say it instead of dilly-dallying." His tone carried a hint of mockery. Only then did Liang Kuan exhale deeply, speaking in a hushed tone. "Young Chun, today I have come to understand your audacity. You faced off against the police, and I am impressed. However, do you not think you are being a bit too impulsive?" Liang Kuan's fingers drummed on the table in a chaotic rhythm. Clashing with the police is a losing business. If they set their sights on us, can we even continue our trade? It's not worth it. He wiped the beads of sweat from his brow as he spoke. Chun Luochi, upon hearing this, chuckled softly and leisurely cooked another slice of beef. Under the dim light, his eyes, sharp as a hawk's, met Liang Kuen's gaze. Kuen Gu, you need to understand, I am not like you. He placed the meat into his bowl, but did not rush to eat. I am a legitimate businessman, the manager of a trading company in Saigon, which has paid over $1 million in taxes this year. Even the police must regard my status. He gestured towards Big Shag. Brother Big Shag here is currently running for election. He will soon become a district councillor in Saigon. We are both successful individuals. He paused, his tone slightly teasing. And what about you? A member of the Underworld, to put it plainly, just a thug. You must bow your head before the police. Liang Kuen's expression changed drastically. Veins bulging on his forehead, his fists clenched tightly beneath the table, yet he dared not retaliate. Chun Luochi's mocking smile grew wider, adding fuel to the fire. In Hong Kong, wealth allows one to act with impunity. As a businessman with a fortune exceeding $100 million, why should I care about a police officer below the rank of inspector, regardless of whether he is in the right? As long as his superior does not protect him, I can easily have him reassigned to guard a water reservoir. He elegantly lifted the slice of beef to his mouth, chewing with an air of disdain. To be honest, Kuen Gu, your life as a thug is a dead end. Without a clean slate, you will always be looked down upon. Thugs have no rights. His words pierced Liang Kuen's heart like a dagger, and he opened his mouth to refute, but swallowed the words back down, his throat constricting painfully as his gaze darted between Chun Luochi and Big Shag. The latent ferocity within him stirred, but the stark reality loomed before him. Chun Luochi, clad in a tailored suit, effortlessly commanded the business realm. Big Shag was on the rise, poised to enter politics. And what about him? Even in a suit, he stood with one foot in the realm of the underworld and the other in the police station. Liang Kuen's expression darkened, but Chun Luochi showed no sign of waiting for him to gather his thoughts. The room fell silent, save for the bubbling of the copper pot, steam rising and obscuring each person's face. Liang Kuen remained frozen in his seat, his face alternating between red and pale, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. Chun Luochi set down his chopsticks at a measured pace. Kuen Gu, let me be clear. He extracted a tissue to wipe his mouth, his gaze sharp as a blade sweeping across Liang Kuen's twitching face. As for gambling, drugs, and vice, Chun, do not even touch them in Saigon. Especially not the latter. He leaned slightly forward, the cuff of his suit revealing a glimmering platinum watch. Do not blame me for not warning you. If you dare to dabble in that filth. Big Shag suddenly interjected, slapping his thigh with exaggerated indignation, his oily face creased with righteous fervor. Big Shag, abhor gambling and drugs. Liang Kuen's fingers, clutching the wine glass, turned pale, yet a derisive laugh escaped his throat. Brother Big Shag, what about the vice? Big Shag paused mid-motion, his chopsticks frozen in midair, his eyes darting around as if seeking an escape, before suddenly straightening his back and pounding his chest. Huang, detest gambling and drugs. The golden chain jingled around his neck with a clinking sound. Cough, cough, cough. Beside him, the foolish Chong, engrossed in his meat, suddenly choked. Spicy oil spraying from his nostrils, his face turning a shade reminiscent of liver. He fumbled with a tissue, awkwardly wiping his face, while his throat emitted a wheezing sound akin to a broken bellows, causing the big fool to scratch his head in embarrassment. In the rising heat, Liang Kuen's taut jawline finally relaxed. He tilted his head back and drained the remnants of his drink, the glass crashing against the rosewood turntable with a thud. A hoarse, derisive laugh escaped Liang Kuen's throat, laced with a heavy nasal tone, reminiscent of sandpaper scraping against rusted metal. He tugged at his constricting tie, the menacing tattoo on his neck undulating with each swallow, like a ferocious beast lying in wait. High profits? That trading life for money. It's a gamble with one's very existence. He abruptly raised his hand, jabbing his index finger fiercely at his temple, nearly piercing the skin, glaring at those powder sniffers. Everything here is rotten. Their heads are filled with nothing but paste. Engaging with these dazed lunatics? A fire of cold disdain burned in his eyes. A visceral loathing for drugs. Indulging in powder is tantamount to digging one's own grave. It's an invitation to an early demise. This wasn't mere venting. It was a profound insight. Getting involved with drugs isn't a risk, it's a death wish. Once ensnared, not just oneself, but the entire territory would be relentlessly pursued by the law, like rabid dogs. 24-hour surveillance, random inspections at any moment. Can business continue? Forget about making money. One's personal freedom would be at stake. By then, clad in a suit, one might find themselves with one foot in a cell and the other hovering at the gates of hell, ready to be shattered to pieces. The nightclubs, entertainment venues, gambling dens, and even the smuggling routes he painstakingly maintained were all golden geese. Though the money came slowly, it flowed steadily, with manageable risks. Once he got entangled with drugs, those legitimate venues would instantly transform into a storm's eye. Who would the law prioritize in a raid? Who would be the target of a black-on-black shootout? Who would patrons instinctively avoid? Getting involved with drugs is akin to shattering the very means of one's livelihood, severing the financial lifeline he had painstakingly built. The most perilous aspect lies in the drug's exorbitant profits, a devilish temptation. Today as loyal underlings, tomorrow, upon catching sight of stacks of cash and tasting the intoxicating aroma of wealth, might easily develop ulterior motives. Once his subordinates savored the sweetness of illicit profits, their ambitions would sprout like rampant weeds. At such a time, who would still regard him as the big boss? For the sake of monopolizing channels and higher profits, betrayal by his own men would become an ironclad rule. Lianquan wasn't he foolish enough to bury a pile of explosive bombs beside him, hastening his own demise, was he? Leaning heavily against the chair's back, Lianquan lifted the glass of liquor he had just slammed down, this time sipping only a small amount. The icy liquid slid down his throat, offering a moment of harsh clarity. Life is singular, while money can be earned gradually. His voice, now tinged with a calm born from desperation, held an unsettling brightness as he fixed his gaze directly on Chen Luoqi across the table. Regarding the Saigon line, he leaned slightly forward, his tone solidifying. Fresh produce, smuggling, ample supply. The profits may not rival those of the drug trade, yet they promise stability. As long as the shipments run smoothly and routes are expanded, not only can he support his brothers, but growth and strength are also within reach. He paused, weighing each word carefully. In the current climate, stability is the talisman of survival and the foundation of wealth. Lianquan, with his squandered life, was not foolish enough to waltz into a bank with a pack of explosives. His words were less an explanation than a declaration. A strategic choice rooted in painful self-awareness and pragmatic considerations. He had clearly delineated the boundaries and articulated his demands. He sought a path that was sustainable, stable, and genuinely respectable, or at the very least, not too hot to handle. In that moment, a subtle shift occurred in the atmosphere of the private room. The previous tension, oppression, and even the absurdity brought on by the big fool were replaced by a more pragmatic and cautious evaluation. The steam from the hot pot seemed to dissipate, revealing Chen Luoqi's still profound visage, now seemingly softened with a touch less of its sharpness. Chapter 25. Having feasted and imbibed, Chen Luoqi's fingers lightly tapped on the polished rosewood table. Not too heavy, yet resonant, it shattered the remaining tension in the air. At last, a warm expression emerged on his face, a stark contrast to the previous air of control, now tinged with a hint of appreciation for Lianquan's clarity. Brother Kuan is a discerning man, Chen Luoqi began, his voice steady and powerful, each word resonating with a convincing weight. Your awareness lays the groundwork for our collaboration. Money has never been a problem. The real concern is how to earn it sustainably and securely. He leaned in slightly, his gaze locking onto Lianquan with palpable intensity. The Saigon channel you mentioned is astute. Seafood, frozen products, legally smuggled bulk goods, these are all lucrative avenues. With proper operation, smoothing out the logistics, scaling up the quantities. A confident smile curved at the corner of his mouth. By year's end, tens of millions would merely be his starting point. Tens of millions? Lianquan's breath quickened imperceptibly, his grip on the glass tightening. That figure struck him like a heavy hammer against his chest. Chen Luoqi seemed oblivious to his reaction, calmly dropping the next bombshell. This is merely a conservative estimate. If we can supply fresh produce directly to high-end restaurants, Japanese dining establishments, or even expand into the mainland market, if we optimize the smuggling routes and diversify the categories, avoiding the most sensitive risk points, reaching over 100 million would simply be a matter of time. He paused, adding, this isn't just pie in the sky, Brother Kuan. This profit is clean money. Funds that can be deposited in banks and spent openly without fear. No more daily anxiety over the law or concerns about betrayal from your subordinates. Chen Luoqi's words struck at the heart of Lianquan's deepest desires and pain points. Over 100 million? That astronomical figure gripped Lianquan's heart like an invisible hand, causing it to contract sharply, only to resume a frenzied rhythm. As the authority of Mongkok, he appeared formidable, yet in reality, the profits from his territory were limited. Regular payments to the syndicate were like ironclad laws etched into his being. With 100 or so brothers to support, when trouble arose, expenses for settling families, medical bills, and bail flowed out like a river. At year's end, after accounting for these, what he pocketed barely amounted to 7 or 8 million. In the eyes of the average person, 7 or 8 million is a fortune. Yet when he gazed at the true big shots, flaunting luxury cars and residing in opulent hillside mansions, throwing money around like confetti, what could his meager earnings accomplish? buy a Rolls-Royce, or a lavish apartment with a view of Victoria Harbor. It wouldn't even cover the gaps. Having bled and sweat his way to this position since he was 16, is this all he aspired to maintain? A precarious existence? He refused to accept it. Chun Luochi's promise of tens of millions, even over 100 million, was not a mere illusion. It was a gilded olive branch. A ticket to the dazzling world of his dreams. It represented tangible wealth, a genuine ladder to elevate him into the upper echelons, liberating him from the label of a mere gangster. Moreover, this wasn't just a fantasy, at least last year. The profits of the Saigon Trading Company truly exceeded 100 million, a source of envy for many syndicates. In an instant, all struggles, humiliations, and resentments became trivial under the overwhelming allure of profit. The remnants of his pride as a leader felt as light as a feather in the face of a financial opportunity capable of altering his entire destiny. Liang Kuan abruptly rose to his feet, the force of his movement causing the chair to emit a jarring screech. The gloomy expression that had just moments ago clouded his features was now ignited by an almost frenzied excitement. His face flushed crimson, his lips quivering slightly from exhilaration. And in his typically cold, ruthless eyes, there now shone an unabashed glimmer of greed and fervor. Without hesitation, and with a hint of eager humility, he raised the remnants of his drink before him, lifting it high towards Chun Luochi, his voice gravelly and pitched higher than usual. Infused with an unprecedented respect and unwavering determination, young Master Chun, Liang Kuan's voice boomed, as if fearing his resolve might go unheard. With your word today, I, Liang Kuan, am all in. From now on, this life, this fortune, they are all staked on your side. As long as you are willing to lead the brothers to prosperity, I, Liang Kuan, shall be at your command, with you, young Master Chun, as my guiding star. Beside him, the simple-minded Chong nearly choked, and even Desha was momentarily taken aback. Liang Kuan tilted his head back and downed the remaining liquor in his cup with a decisive fervor, akin to a sacrificial offering. The cup landed with a thud on the turntable, but this time the sound was not one of despair, but rather a resounding declaration of allegiance. Having finished their meal and drink, the night breeze, infused with the briny scent of the sea, swept through the empty cargo area of the Saigon dock, tousling the strands of hair on Chun Luochi's forehead. In the distance, the taillights of Liang Kuan's vehicle carved two vivid crimson trails through the inky darkness, ultimately vanishing at the end of the road leading into the city. The roar of the engine was swallowed by the crashing waves, and the lingering excitement and ambition in the air seemed to dissipate along with those taillights, leaving only the dock's characteristic chill, mingled with rust and the scent of fish. Indeed, Desha remarked, standing half a step behind Chun Luochi, habitually rubbing his large, fan-like hands together, breaking the silence. Brother Kuan really went all out with that drink tonight. By the end of it, he looked like he wanted to bow down right then and there. His tone was laced with jest, yet also bore a sense of admiration for Chun Luochi's skill. To have so effortlessly subdued the notoriously ruthless and suspicious Liang Kuan, getting him to willingly pledge his life and fortune, was no small feat. Such prowess was rare on the entire island. Chun Luochi did not turn around, his gaze still fixed on the direction in which Liang Kuan had disappeared, yet the corner of his mouth curled into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. This smile held no pride, only a serene sense of resolution. He could see a clear path to wealth, a clean path to riches. That was sufficient. His voice, though not loud, resonated with a steadiness akin to rock, cutting through the sound of the wind. That's right. Desha nodded vigorously in agreement before quickly shifting the topic. Well, this is wrapped up. Should we head home? I reckon that beauty is getting anxious waiting for you. He winked. Need me to take little Ka for a stroll tomorrow morning? You could use some more sleep. You were up late negotiating last night. And today you're playing mind games with Brother Kuan. Even iron can't withstand that. At last, Chun Luochi turned around. His expression neutral, though it held a hint of exasperation and embarrassment that he struggled to conceal, and adjusted the collar of his shirt, tousled by the sea breeze. Not in a hurry to return home. I'm going to see the village chief. What? Desha blinked in surprise, thinking he had misheard. At this hour? It's almost 11. The old man should be asleep by now. What do you need him for? You could wait until the sun rises in the west to find him. His voice, already loud, rose several octaves in astonishment, sounding particularly out of place in the desolate dock. To have a word, Chun Luochi replied succinctly, striding towards the black Mercedes parked nearby. The lights are still on. I'll discuss the development of Saigon. If he is asleep, we'll talk another day. Discuss? Desha hurriedly jogged a couple of steps to catch up, pulling open the rear door for him, his mind a flurry of questions. Old buddy, are you all right? Did Liang Kuan slip something into that drink? Or have you been possessed by something unclean? He exaggeratedly made gestures to ward off evil, circling around Chun Luochi while scrutinizing him from head to toe. Come on. What kind of demon are you? Reveal your true form. I, Desha, the guardian deity of Maoshan, am here. Do not harm my old buddy. Chenluachi was slightly amused by his antics, the corner of his mouth twitching ever so slightly, and he impatiently swatted away Deshaw's flailing hands. Stop messing around. He crouched into the car, his tone tinged with a hint of helplessness. Deshaw grinned and quickly hopped into the driver's seat, starting the engine. The Mercedes glided smoothly out of the dock and onto the winding road leading to the Saigon village. Inside the car, a rich aroma of premium leather mingled with the faint scent of cigars filled the air, as Deshaw skillfully maneuvered the steering wheel. He couldn't help but steal glances at the pensive Chenluachi through the rearview mirror, his curiosity clawing at him like a restless cat. Old buddy, I'm not trying to criticize you, Deshaw finally blurted out, unable to contain himself any longer, but you're really not yourself today? What happened to you? Back when the Saigon Trading Company was just finding its footing and the accounts were brimming with cash, you immediately dumped everything on me and ran off to enjoy life. You called it market research, but what did you do? Frolicking around East University. The company? What is that? Can it be eaten? You even shoved the campaign for the Saigon District Council onto me, claiming I'm well-liked and grounded, that I represent our company's image best. I can't take it, I really can't. I'm just a rough guy managing the dock and overseeing the warehouse. And now I have to wear a suit and tie, engaging in political banter with those foreign devils and those cunning old foxes in Yao Ma Ti. It's not easy for me. The more Deshaw spoke, the more aggrieved he felt, his tone rife with accusation. And you? You're out there having the time of your life, barely bothering to call back and check in. And now, the sun has risen in the west. Is young Master Chen suddenly having a change of heart? Staying up late to avoid a beauty's embrace just to go chat with the village chief about development? What development? Are we turning the Saigon fishing village into a world financial center? Or planning to transform the back mountain into an amusement park? He paused, glancing at Chenluachi through the rearview mirror, noting that he had opened his eyes, his gaze clear and devoid of any intoxication, far from being possessed. Deshaw dropped the jest, his tone growing more serious. Old buddy, what has triggered this sudden desire to be a model citizen? The car fell silent for a few seconds, the only sounds being the low rumble of the engine and the soft friction of the tires on the road. Outside, dark mountain silhouettes loomed, punctuated by the distant twinkling lights of fishing boats. Chenluachi's gaze was fixed on the blurred night scene rushing by outside. His voice low yet sharp with an unprecedented intensity. Triggered? Huh. A mere Yuan Haoyun dares to show me a long face, pound the table, and even threaten me. Yuan Haoyun? Deshaw's brows furrowed, the name striking him like a thorn. That mad dog. Chenluachi's voice turned frigid, as if encased in ice. And the significance of his words conveyed a certain attitude. An attitude that suggested he could easily manipulate Chenluachi. He slightly turned his head to look at Deshaw, his gaze sharp as a knife behind the lenses. Money? We brothers have yet to accumulate enough. Furthermore, for some, mere money is insufficient. They seek power, influence, a status that compels others to look up to them, even fear them. He paused, articulating each word clearly, as if hammering them into the confines of the car. I, Chenluachi, wish to see, once I claim the title of the wealthiest man in Hong Kong. Who else would dare to speak to me in such a manner? Who would dare to look at me with such disdain? The wealthiest man in Hong Kong. Deshaw's grip on the steering wheel tightened abruptly, causing the car to swerve slightly. He nearly thought he had misheard, whipping his head around to look at the back seat, his voice now tinged with disbelief. Old buddy, are you serious? You're not just rambling because you drank too much, are you? Even though Deshaw harbored an almost blind faith in Chenluachi, believing him to be extraordinarily intelligent and capable of navigating the Saigon Trading Company to its current scale. The mere notion of becoming the wealthiest man in Hong Kong was beyond comprehension. The weight of those four characters was so immense that it left him gasping for breath. What does that signify? It signifies the ambition to surpass the four prominent families and to outshine those British financial conglomerates that have dominated Hong Kong Island for a century. That is truly a position high above the clouds. My friend, Deshaw's voice was dry, tinged with incredulous caution. It is commendable to have lofty aspirations. I wholeheartedly support you in expanding our Sai Kung Trading Company severalfold, transforming it into the foremost enterprise not just in Sai Kung, but indeed across the entire new territories. I firmly believe you possess that capability. However, to become the wealthiest person on Hong Kong Island, he swallowed hard, lowering his voice as if fearful that the winds outside would overhear. The waters here run too deep. In Hong Kong Island, once a business reaches a certain scale, without a foreigner's backing or the support of those British banking giants, one is akin to a rootless weed, easily overturned by a gust of wind or a wave. Those foreigners are the real predators lurking over Hong Kong Island. What do we have to contest with them? Deshaw's concerns were painfully realistic. The pinnacle of wealth on Hong Kong Island has never been merely about commercial competition. It is interwoven with the lingering effects of colonialism, the machinations of international capital, and the intricate web of political and business relationships. Without a foreign patron aspiring to reach the summit, it is no different from a fool's dream. Chun Luo Qi listened quietly to Dasha's heartfelt words, his expression betraying no displeasure at the doubts cast upon him. He even smiled faintly, a smile imbued with a profound understanding and a subtle hint of derision. A patron? He repeated the word, his tone calm and unruffled. Who said I must be a dog to the foreigners? Dasha was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. Not relying on foreigners? Then who? On ourselves? Or a bold, sensitive thought flashed through his mind, too audacious to voice, leaving his gaze filled with uncertainty. Chun Luo Qi did not respond directly, his gaze drifting back to the window. Chapter 26, A Heart of Red. The night was deep, and in the distance where the sea met the sky, the outline of the vast continent to the east was faintly discernible. He slowly spoke, his voice low and resolute, as if declaring a belief etched into his very bones. A heart of red towards the east is only just. These 11 words struck Dasha like a silent thunderclap, reverberating within him, his palms, gripping the steering wheel, instantly dampened with cold sweat, his heart racing uncontrollably. He understood. He comprehended fully the profound confidence hidden behind Chun Luo Qi's seemingly abrupt ambitions. This was no mere commercial aspiration. This was something far grander. Over the past year in the trading business, Dasha had come to deeply appreciate the strength and potential of the East. But to place such a direct bet? Was it not too audacious? Dasha dared not dwell further, feeling his throat dry, his back alternating between chills and warmth. He instinctively glanced at the rearview mirror. Chun Luo Qi had once again closed his eyes, his countenance calm, as if the earth-shattering words just spoken were merely casual banter. Yet Dasha knew this was no jest. His seemingly laid-back cousin, in truth, harbored a vast and perilous world within him, far beyond what Dasha could imagine. However, Chun Luo Qi's voice broke the stifling silence within the car, pulling Dasha back from the tumultuous waves of thought. The journey must be taken step by step, and one must eat one bite at a time. For now, leveraging the strength of American banks was indispensable. His tone returned to its usual calm and pragmatic demeanor. American capital? Dasha's mind was still somewhat dazed, instinctively responding. Yes. Chun Luo Qi's lips curled into a meaningful arc. The American, the rebellious offspring of Britain. Now, the son wishes to become the father, defying the natural order. The conflicts between them present us with an opportunity. He left it at that, speaking no further. Dasha felt his mind buzzing, overwhelmed by the sheer volume of information. Internal conflicts among foreigners? Utilizing American capital? A heart directed towards the east? The wealthiest individual on Hong Kong Island? These thoughts collided chaotically in his mind. He gazed at Chun Luo Qi in the back seat, eyes closed in serene confidence. And for the first time, he felt acutely the dormant, yet formidable power within his cousin, capable of stirring the very winds and clouds upon awakening. No longer did he question, nor did he dare to. He merely steadied the steering wheel, driving the car more smoothly. Soon, they arrived at the village of Sai Kung. The fishing village was exceptionally tranquil at night, with only a few households' windows glowing with dim yellow light. The village path was narrow, and the vehicle came to a gentle halt before a tidy-looking house with a small courtyard. The courtyard gate was ajar, and indeed, bright light poured from the windows of the main house, casting a warm glow in the stillness of the night. The lights were still on. Dasha turned off the engine and softly uttered a phrase, then stepped out of the car, approaching the courtyard gate. He did not rush in but instead raised his hand to knock 3 times on the door, neither too light nor too heavy, with a clear rhythm. Who is it? So late at night? A robust voice, tinged with curiosity, came from within, belonging to the village head, Chen Guoqiang. Footsteps approached, and with a creak, the iron gate was pulled open. Standing inside was a tall, dignified elder, who, despite having crossed his 60th year, stood straight and vibrant. His square face, thick brows, and large eyes, complemented by a high nose and a strong jawline, exuded an imposing presence even in simple cotton and linen home attire. Particularly, the contours of his brows and eyes bore a striking resemblance to the classic hero Su from the screen, and he was indeed the village head of Sai Kung. Chen Guoqiang, village head. Dasha immediately donned a warm and hearty smile. Uncle Guoqiang. Chun Luo Qi also stepped forward, slightly nodding, his tone imbued with the respect of a younger generation. Ah, it's Rocky and Dasha. Upon recognizing his visitors, Chun Guoqiang's initial confusion transformed into delight, and he quickly stepped aside, urging them to enter. Come in, come in. What brings you here so late? As he welcomed the two inside, his gaze scrutinized Chun Luo Qi, filled with concern. Chun Luo Qi was the nephew he had watched grow up. Although now he had considerable wealth and even contributed to the village, in Chun Guoqiang's heart, he remained the younger relative in need of care. Inside, the furnishings were simple yet tidy, with a heavy 8 immortals table at the center of the main hall. Chun Guoqiang warmly beckoned the two to sit, Sit down. Don't stand. Just in time. I've saved some fine tea. I can't sleep, so I just brewed some. You're in for a treat. Saying this, he carefully retrieved an ancient purple clay jar from a nearby cabinet. Village head, allow me. Dasha quickly rose, seizing the tea jar and utensils. Over the past year, he had attended numerous social gatherings, and in order not to embarrass the company, he had forced himself to learn quite a bit about the art of tea. Though he was still far from mastery, nonetheless, his posture and the basic steps were already quite commendable. Observing Dasha's proficient tea preparation, warming the cups, washing the leaves, and brewing, the corners of Chun Guoqiang's mouth curved into a smile of approval. Good lad, you've made progress. It seems that following Rocky has not been in vain. Chun Luoqi watched Dasha's somewhat clumsy yet earnest efforts, a flicker of warmth passing through his eyes. As the fragrant steam rose, 3 cups of clear golden tea were placed before them. He then lifted his cup, gently inhaling the aroma, before turning to Chun Guoqiang. Getting straight to the point. Uncle Guoqiang, I apologize for disturbing you at this hour. I wish to discuss matters concerning the village with you. Village head Chun Guoqiang set down his tea cup, straightening his posture even further, his sharp eyes beneath thick brows akin to an eagle, yet softened by a hint of the kindness of an elder. He nodded gently, his voice steady. Rocky, you know I have always trusted you. Speak freely about the village matters. I am all ears. Chun Luoqi leaned slightly forward, his fingertips grazing the edge of the purple clay teacup. As if carefully organizing his thoughts, his expression had transformed from the casual demeanor of a traveler to one imbued with a contemplative sharpness. Dasha stood by, holding his breath, beads of sweat forming in his palms. He understood that Chun Luoqi's forthcoming words would irrevocably alter the fate of Saigon Village. Uncle Guoqiang. Chun Luoqi's voice was low yet distinct, resonating like the chimes of a bell in a cold night. Over the past year, business at the Saigon Trading Company has been relatively smooth. Cargo ships have been traversing to and from the island, to Dongda and Southeast Asia, with profits exceeding our expectations. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Dasha's somewhat anxious face. However, to expand, we cannot rely solely on our small group. We need trustworthy individuals. The villagers, who have deep roots in this land, are honest and hardworking. These are the kind of helpers I seek. Uncle Guoqiang remained focused, refraining from interjecting, merely lifting his teacup for a sip, signaling Chun to continue. The young men in the village, vigorous and strong. As long as they are willing to work diligently and refrain from causing trouble, I have positions aplenty. The tasks at the dock, inventory management in the warehouse, customs documentation, and even skilled labor for future developments. If they are willing to put in the effort, I will hire them all. And in terms of compensation, I guarantee that the villagers will not be shortchanged. He extended a finger, a monthly base salary of 10,000 Hong Kong dollars, plus a year-end bonus of 30,000. Uncle Guoqiang's pupils constricted slightly, his hand trembling as he set down the cup. 10,000, plus a year-end bonus? Luoqi, this is akin to giving money away to the village. His throat constricted, tears welling at the corners of his eyes. So many from Saigon risk their lives at sea. Yet at the end of the year, they save so little. It is only since your rise that you have cared for our village, ensuring its livelihood. Your conditions now are nothing short of a life-saving grace. Chun Luoqi shook his head, a cold smile gracing his lips. This is not about giving money. It is about securing peace of mind. Work must be done earnestly, and at the same time, I need you to keep an eye on the dock and warehouse. There are many pests outside, both literal and figurative. Our villagers are not just employees, they are also our eyes and ears. His tone shifted abruptly to one of stern seriousness. However, there are 2 red lines. Anyone who crosses them should not expect mercy. He raised a finger. First, gambling, break a leg. And the second, he raised a second finger, drug use, banished from the clan, never to return to the village. This is no jest, Uncle Guoqiang. A monument must be erected in the ancestral hall to make it known to all villagers. The village chief slammed his hand on the table, rattling the teacups. Good. Let it be clear. Such scourges should have been eradicated long ago. His chest heaved with excitement, his cheeks flushed. Luoqi, you are building a golden nest for the village. I have been village chief for half my life and accomplished little. Perhaps I should step aside for you. Only you can lead the people to true prosperity. Chun Luoqi waved his hand, urgency in his expression. Uncle, it is not appropriate for me to take the lead. His gaze turned to the dark night enveloping the fishing village outside. Someone must bear the brunt of the storm. He then turned to Dasha. Thus, I propose Dasha run for district councillor. In the game of Hong Kong, mere wealth is insufficient. We need someone to speak for us. Dasha shot Chun Luoqi a disapproving glance. Yet, Chun Luoqi's gaze was resolute and unyielding. Of course, he continued, lifting his teacup, gently blowing away the foam. If there is an opportunity in the future to secure a position at Dongda, that would be the ultimate choice. The mention of Dongda felt like a flash of lightning in the darkness. Dasha's mind buzzed. The words "a heart dedicated to Dongda" echoed in his thoughts. This was no mere business ambition. It was a higher strategic game. Uncle Guiqiang stood abruptly, his tall frame casting a long shadow in the light. He stepped before Chen Luoqi, his eyes blazing with intensity. Excellent. Excellent. He clapped Chen Luoqi's shoulder with force. Luoqi, your words resonate deeply with me. Over the years, I have watched Hong Kong weather storms, and though I have aged, my heart remains clear. All this talk of the UK and America is but fleeting smoke. The blood that flows through our veins, our roots, lie to the east. Dongda, this is the right path. Uncle Guiqiang, my heart also beats for that direction. His voice, though not loud, carried the weight of conviction, freezing the air in the room. The shared resonance for Dongda reverberated in the small fishing village home. As if an invisible hand had tightened its grip on each person's spirit, the Shah felt a tightening in his chest, gazing at Uncle Guiqiang's resolute face, now tinged with a tragic sincerity, then at Chen Luoqi's calm profile. This was no simple business negotiation. It was a declaration of loyalty. Chen Luoqi nodded slightly, seemingly having anticipated the village chief's response. He poured another cup of tea and slid it toward the chief. Uncle, let us sit down and discuss the details. Education is an investment at the roots. His voice softened, yet carried an undeniable weight. The young men and women of the village must receive an education. Those who gain admission to Hong Kong University will be rewarded with a house and an additional 200,000 in cash. Upon graduation, those willing to return and assist will have their salaries tripled. Doctors, lawyers, civil servants, whatever the market rate is, they will receive triple. He paused, his gaze sharp. When young people start families, if their partner is a graduate of Hong Kong University, or a doctor, lawyer, or civil servant, I will provide a $5,000 red envelope. Those who wish to come to Saigon will be treated equally. No one will be shortchanged. Uncle Guiqiang's eyes glistened with emotion as he nodded vigorously. Education. It is essential. No matter how poor we become, we must not neglect education. Luoqi, you are giving wings to our children. He rubbed his hands together in excitement. I will allocate a portion of the annual dividends from my businesses, Chen Luoqi interjected, specifically for repairing the village roads, laying new cement. The ancestral hall will be renovated with the finest wood, adorned with intricate carvings. It must be grand. His tone was steady, yet each word struck deep into the hearts of the listeners, ensuring the dignity of their ancestors and the foundation for future generations would be firmly established. The Shah listened silently, his palms sweaty. He watched Chen Luoqi's commanding silhouette and suddenly understood the latent power behind these words. This was not charity, but a complete consolidation and transformation. Generous compensation served as both bait and chain. Stringent laws formed a protective moat as well as a high-pressure line. The educational rewards symbolized hope while binding them together, and the shared commitment to Dongda emerged as a unifying banner for their souls. Village Chief Chen Guiqiang was so overwhelmed with emotion that his words became jumbled, repeating, "Good, good, all as you say. The monument in the ancestral hall, I will handle it tomorrow. I will personally address the village assembly." His gaze towards Chen Luoqi was filled with fervor and trust. Chen Luoqi's fingertips gently traced the warm edge of the purple clay cup amidst the fragrant tea steam. His profound gaze met Uncle Guiqiang's. His voice, though low, bore an undeniable weight. Uncle Guiqiang, the most pressing matter now is to ensure De Shah's election as counselor. This must be orchestrated within the village. We will arrange for a supply of fresh produce, eggs, to be distributed to the residents of Saigon to help De Shah garner votes. Any surplus can be divided among the villagers. Village Chief Chen Guiqiang straightened his back, his eyes shining with determination beneath his thick brows. Luoqi, you and De Shah have done so much for the village. The villagers remember it well. The election is a significant matter. It is only right for the villagers to contribute, and what reward should we expect? That would be a slap in the face to the Chen family. The village chief spoke with resolute authority, embodying the simplicity and camaraderie of rural life. In Chapter 27, titled Renowned Pork Knuckle Rice, Chen Luoqi gently shook his head, the familiar, meaningful curve at the corner of his mouth reappearing. Uncle, that's not how the accounts are settled. He leaned slightly forward, lowering his voice, which only heightened its penetrating quality. When the time comes, I will procure a batch of fresh goods, including eggs. The village will assist in distributing them to garner votes for De Shah. This is for the entire Saigon to witness. The remainder will be divided among ourselves. Chen Guiqiang looked somewhat perplexed, his brow furrowing. Luoqi, it's our own village. Helping you secure votes is our duty. Accepting goods in return seems inappropriate. The villagers would feel uneasy about it. It is precisely because it is our own village that we must take action, Chen Luoqi declared firmly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Uncle, consider this. While others are receiving goods with joy, we, the people of Chen Family Village, stand empty-handed, watching enviously. Does that seem right? It does not feel like a family. Outsiders will only perceive that we, Chen family village, are being treated differently. Distancing ourselves from Desha and from me, Chen Luochi. Human nature is most vulnerable to comparisons. With comparisons arise divisions. And these fissures must not emerge within our own village. He lifted his teacup, sipping thoughtfully as his gaze pierced through the curling steam, as if glimpsing a distant horizon. When goods are distributed, the villagers will benefit, singing praises of Desha, which will enhance our village's reputation. This reputation is Desha's confidence and the cornerstone of Chun family villages standing in Saigon. A bag of rice, a basket of eggs, what is their monetary value? They purchase loyalty and unity. As Chun Guiqiang absorbed this, the confusion on his face gradually dissipated, replaced by a sense of awakening and profound seriousness. He nodded slowly, his fingers gently tapping on the sturdy wooden surface of the table. That makes sense. Luochi, you see things clearly. It was I who thought too shallowly, focusing solely on sentiment, without considering the scale of human heart. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. I will personally oversee the distribution to ensure it is done transparently, so that everyone knows there is hope in following you and Desha. A flicker of approval crossed Chun Luochi's eyes, and then he shifted the conversation with an air of strategic composure. Uncle Guiqiang, if you have some free time lately, it would be beneficial to visit other villages, take a stroll, and enjoy some tea. Visit other villages? Chun Guiqiang was momentarily taken aback before realizing the implication. You mean? Yes, Chun Luochi affirmed, his gaze steady. Our Chun family village thrives due to its proximity to the docks and companies, enjoying an unparalleled prosperity in Saigon. Other villages, though they have benefited somewhat from the stability brought to Saigon's docks, engaging in transportation and odd jobs, lag far behind us in terms of security, education for the children, and year-end dividends. He set down his teacup, lightly tapping his fingertip on the table, as if marking a point on a map of Saigon. They observe the new cement roads and the renovated ancestral halls in our village. They see our youth, clad in respectable uniforms, receiving substantial paychecks at the docks and companies. Tell me, can they not feel envy? Can they not experience longing? Chen Guiqiang's eyes brightened. As a figure of considerable authority, he now felt a renewed sense of purpose. That is certainly the case. Not long ago, I visited the neighboring Li family hollow, where old Li pulled me aside, his words dripping with envy, proclaiming that our village's ancestral graves were emitting green smoke, heralding the arrival of a true dragon. Thus, Chun Luochi's voice carried a steady, persuasive weight. Your visits would serve as a means to convey aspirations and extend a ladder of opportunity. Reminisce about old friendships, speak of the current flourishing state of our village. But avoid boasting. Emphasize that by supporting Desha and electing him as our representative, all villages in Saigon will have better opportunities for development. With Desha's voice in the district council, he can advocate for the welfare of the entire Saigon. Our Chen family village is not only their model, but also their guiding light. Let them see that unity with our village can truly transform their fortunes. He paused, his tone imbued with an undeniable strength. We must draw them in. Let them know that following Chun family village means prosperity. Gradually, we will win their hearts. Though we are the leaders, a single dragon cannot stir up tremendous waves alone. We must entwine all the scattered villages of Saigon into a single rope. That would provide us with substantial strength. Uncle Guiqiang, you are esteemed between villages. This task is meant for you. At this moment, Desha stood by, his heart racing. He watched as Chun Luochi effortlessly transformed the distribution of goods into a catalyst for unity, while simultaneously elevating the old village chief to the forefront of uniting the villages of Saigon. This was not merely about distributing supplies. It was a weaving of an invisible net, and Chun Luochi's ambition to encompass all of Saigon sent a tremor through him, as though he were witnessing a broader, more astounding vision unfolding before his eyes. He inhaled deeply, feeling the perspiration that had just settled on his back begin to resurface. The intricacies of this game were tightly interwoven and unfathomable. Chun Guiqiang's chest heaved with intensity, clearly stirred by the grand vision and profound strategy presented. He suddenly rose to his feet, his tall figure appearing even more formidable under the light, his resolute features radiating an almost sacred glow. He placed a firm hand on Chun Luochi's shoulder, conveying immense trust and responsibility. Excellent. Luochi, your words have illuminated the path I have failed to perceive, the road I dared not imagine. You articulate it splendidly. As leaders, we must embrace our responsibilities. His voice boomed, echoing through the village homes and resonating in the tranquil night sky of the fishing village. Our Chen family village must prosper, but we cannot forget our neighbors, the fellow villagers who have grown up drinking from the same sea. Rest assured, my old face still carries some weight among these villages in Saigon. I shall visit Li family hollow tomorrow, and then head to Wang family ton to chat. I will show them how our Chun family village has thrived and help them understand that only by supporting you, Chen Luochi, And electing Dasha as our representative, can everyone's lives rise together with the tide? His eyes sparkled with unprecedented excitement and determination. Let us unite as one. Yes. In this game of Saigon, our Chun family village shall be the steadfast star. I will devote my remaining strength to ensure this is accomplished. The look he cast upon Chen Luochi was no longer merely that of an uncle towards a nephew, but rather that of a follower gazing upon a leader with fervor and resolve. Within the room, an invisible yet profound force surged, amplified by the village chief's words. As the night deepened, the fishing village lay enveloped in stillness, broken only by the occasional bark of a dog and the distant murmur of the waves. Chun Guoqiang stood at the threshold of his home, his tall silhouette standing at nearly 6 feet, almost equal to Chen Luochi. Though shorter than the towering Dasha, cast long shadows under the porch light, his face still flushed with exhilaration. He patted Chen Luochi's shoulder firmly, his voice ringing like a bell. Luochi, fear not. Tomorrow, I shall venture out and ensure that the bond amongst us in Saigon is tightly woven. Dasha nodded silently. Glancing between the two men, Chen Luochi smiled, gripping the village chief's hand in reassurance. With your words, I feel at ease. After a few more words of farewell, the village chief reluctantly waved goodbye. The two men climbed into the car, and Dasha expertly started the engine, with the window partially rolled down. The briny sea breeze swept in, dispelling the heat within the vehicle. The village chief's figure gradually faded in the rearview mirror, ultimately becoming a mere glimmer. Dasha tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his brow furrowed. After a moment of silence, he could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "Cousin, what was the village chief whispering in your ear just before we left?" He appeared quite grave, unlike his usual self. Chen Luochi leaned back in the passenger seat, casting his gaze towards the inky night sky. Nothing of great consequence, he replied calmly, though his tone bore a hint of sharpness. Uncle was merely briefing me on some connections. After decades of relationships, they might come in handy down the line. As the car glided onto the coastal highway, the dim yellow glow of the streetlights flickered across Chen Luochi's face, revealing a fleeting chill in his eyes. Yet, Uncle is also sounding the alarm. The situation now is far from what it was a year ago. He paused, his voice dropping to a somber tone. You should recall the time when the 4 chief inspectors fell from grace. The police station was in utter disarray, with the Independent Commission Against Corruption looming ominously above. And the officers were all on edge, hesitant to act. The gangs, too, were keeping a low profile, with no one daring to stick their necks out. During that period, we seized the opportunity, relying on sheer courage and the residual authority of Director William to assert our dominance. Leveraging your reputation as Ma Shangfeng to wrest control of the Saigon dock. To outsiders, it seemed trivial to quibble over a dock, considering the potential profits, some hundreds of thousands. Others merely tens of thousands, hardly worth the risk of clashing with 2 notorious figures. Dasha tightened his grip on the steering wheel, knuckles whitening. He glanced at the rearview mirror, seemingly catching a glimpse of the ferocity that once radiated from Ma Shangfeng during their past confrontations, a strength powerful enough to shatter stone. Still echoing in the whispers of various gangs. And now? He croaked hoarsely. The tides have turned, Chen Luochi scoffed coldly. The British governor's office has begun to loosen its grip, turning a blind eye to the gangs. This lucrative avenue has been suppressed for a year. The dock generates millions monthly, with fresh goods, construction materials, and smuggled items all flowing through our hands. Those from Xing and Heisheng have already set their sights greedily upon us. Various probes will undoubtedly ensue, smuggling, intercepting ships, spreading rumors. He turned to look directly at Dasha, his expression grave. What is most alarming is that if they dare to reach out, it signifies they possess considerable confidence. A year ago, you could single-handedly subdue half a street. Your strength was unparalleled. Now, their audacity suggests formidable support stands behind them. The vehicle fell into a profound silence. Amidst the monotonous roar of the engine, Dasha could hear the thunderous beat of his own heart. Sweat beaded at his temples, and he abruptly slammed the brakes, bringing the jeep to a halt by the roadside. The distant lighthouse cast beams across the sea, slicing through the darkness like a blade. Formidable support? Dasha chuckled bitterly. Ever since General Ma departed this world, while my body has shown marked improvement thanks to various traditional remedies, I have barely grazed the boundaries of the 4th refinement. General Ma was a peak 5th refinement warrior, even capable of transitioning to the mystical paths. He clenched his fists, yet felt no trace of that strange yet familiar torrent of power. Chen Luochi placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder, the pressure firm. Are you afraid? Afraid? Dasha's eyes ignited with ferocity. The dock was won at the cost of our brothers' lives. Whoever dares to bite, I shall retaliate. He re-engaged the gear, the vehicle roaring back into the night. But Luochi, you must be honest. If the gang truly dispatches experts to confront us, should we stand firm or evade? We must strike when necessary, yet not recklessly, Chun Luochi's voice echoed within the confines of the car, imbued with a steely resolve. As for experts, we fight experts. Firearms are not permitted on the streets. Our blood-refining secrets allow a first refinement practitioner to rival 3 or 5 robust men. A second refinement can match 10 soldiers. A third refinement becomes a captain of 100 in the army. A fourth refinement could rival warriors like Bao Zhong and Zhu Mao from the Three Kingdoms. A fifth refinement could take on first-rate generals like Pan Feng and Hua Xiong. I will attempt a breakthrough soon. Do not feel pressured. If necessary, I shall summon General Ma for assistance. The jeep turned into the village entrance, halting before a small courtyard. Chun Luochi opened the door and stepped out, the sea breeze lifting the hem of his coat. Go home and rest, he advised, glancing back. Replenish your strength. A storm is brewing. We shall use it to reshape this game, moving forward without regret. Desha nodded emphatically, determination mingling with traces of anxiety in his eyes. The vehicle came to a stop before Chun Luochi's modest courtyard. The engine quieted, leaving only the whispers of the waves and the occasional distant barking of dogs. The two men exited the vehicle, the salty sea wind carrying a chill that rustled the fallen leaves. Brother Desha, Chun Luochi suddenly spoke, his voice crystal clear against the stillness, shattering the heavy atmosphere. He turned to Desha, his gaze sharp despite a hint of fatigue. Is the pig trotter rice still being served over at the dock? Do not let it cease. This matter must not be interrupted. Desha, momentarily taken aback, quickly nodded vigorously, his simple face revealing a flicker of pride. It has never stopped. Whatever you instructed, how could I be careless? He rubbed his hands together, recalling the details. As for those from Dongda, anyone arriving from Saigon is first treated to a steaming bowl of pig trotter rice, accompanied by clean clothes. Those willing to work at the dock are the best. Those from Dongda are diligent, enthusiastic, and resilient. Those who are unwilling are not forced to stay. They can leave after their meal. As for those departing Saigon, regardless of their destination, they are also given a bowl of pig trotter rice before they leave. Of course, some rough characters who prefer to drink and feast might look down on this meal, deeming it beneath them, but at least it maintains our reputation in Saigon, no? He paused, lowering his voice. The police department in Saigon is well aware. They are merely playing deaf and dumb. It serves as a means to send away the troublemakers, seeking some peace. Otherwise, those provincial Hong Kong soldiers, when provoked, would truly dare to stir trouble in the streets, causing headaches for the police. Desha chuckled, a glimmer of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Cousin, rest assured, this pig trotter rice is no mere triviality. The trotters are sourced directly from Dongda, delivered fresh daily, with thick skin and tender meat. When stewed, even the bones exude fragrance. Those discerning rough characters may not openly admit it, but none is left on their plates. The chef is also from the Dongda canteen, a master of authentic culinary skills. Currently, we must prepare over 1,000 portions just for the dock warehouse each day. Chun Luochi's expression softened slightly as he adjusted his collar, tousled by the sea breeze, silently listening. Desha grew increasingly animated, unable to contain his enthusiasm. Not only do we supply the dock, but we also offer delivery. Within 5 kilometers, to shops, fishing boats, construction sites, and office buildings. A simple phone call, and the prices are shockingly low. Only $18 for a large bowl, filling and piping hot. He lowered his voice, a hint of pride evident. Last time, during the typhoon, those shipbuilders on the west coast were trapped in their sheds, unable to come out. We braved the rain and delivered 100 portions. Now, it's a daily sensation. The kitchen has not ceased its fire, and the delivery orders are stacked higher than the account books. Desha rubbed his hands together. Cousin, do you think we should expand this delivery business? Our reputation is solid. Chun Luochi raised a hand, halting him with a finger poised in the air. First, let's focus on the immediate shores. We still have limited manpower and cannot stretch ourselves too thin. In the future, we might consider venturing into the catering industry. It is a lucrative cash cow. Establishing a chain, offering takeout, is undoubtedly profitable. Chapter 28, Insufficient Manpower. Chun Luochi's lips curled into a slight smile, a blend of amusement and irony. From today onwards, arrange for a reliable newcomer, someone discreet and swift, to specifically scout the dock for gold. While others may offer it on the black market at 30%, we shall pay 50%. Chun Luochi's gaze turned steely. Remember, this person must be a temp. We know nothing. Be prepared to flee at a moment's notice. Keep a clean slate, and do not leave any traces. Desha's eyes widened, confusion etched across his face. Gold. Cousin, what do you need all that gold for? He scratched his head, pondering. Could it be that you wish to open a gold shop? Chun Luochi scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Desha with mild exasperation. Perhaps I intend to create a golden abode for a beloved? His tone was half joking, laced with mockery. Desha blinked, a look of bewildered innocence suddenly gracing his dark face, resembling a lost bear. He opened his mouth, his throat working as he stammered. A golden abode for a beloved? Have you invested so heavily in this new relationship? Should I start calling you sister-in-law? Before he could finish, he broke into a wide grin. Chun Luo-Chi shook his head, the smile fading from his face, his gaze suddenly turning profound. I was just joking. Gold is meant to be burned. Burned to showcase my abilities. Deep down, Chun Luo-Chi understood that as a reborn individual, he could not reveal his true identity to anyone. Especially not the peculiar capabilities of the system. This system utilized gold as a medium for exchange and recharge. Once the gold was transformed, it yielded achievement points, which could be employed to enhance the proficiency of various skills, thereby rapidly augmenting one's personal power. Faced with the perplexed expression of Desha, Chun Luo-Chi could only choose to speak vaguely, explaining the system as a peculiar function that required the consumption of gold as a necessary energy source. Desha, suddenly enlightened, categorized Chun Luo-Chi's enigmatic talent into the realm of special abilities. In Hong Kong, particularly among those well-informed, this was not deemed strange. The East University area was rife with hidden talents, and it was said that an array of bizarre abilities emerged incessantly. Telekinesis, clairvoyance, foresight. Compared to these, the facade of gold-powered energy presented by his cousin appeared rather unremarkable. Desha's doubts dissipated, leaving only a deeply rooted trust in his cousin, believing he would never cause him harm. This trust warmed Chun Luo-Chi's heart. Yet the warmth was swiftly replaced by shrewd calculations upon recalling the incessant news reports on gold heists. The gold bars in the jewelry stores of Hong Kong were exorbitantly priced and meticulously recorded, costing tens to hundreds of thousands of Hong Kong dollars, akin to a severe loss. In stark contrast, black market gold was an entirely different matter. In Hong Kong, small heists occurred every 3 days, major robberies every 5. The bloodstained and smoky black gold was eager to be offloaded, with market prices plummeting to 30% or even lower. Those who specialized in fencing were more ruthless than vipers, often taking 70 to 80% as a norm. Chun Luo-Chi offered a 50% price, perfectly tapping into the mindset of the criminals, who sought quick money rather than being penny-pinching. A 50% offer was unimaginable generosity to those desperate for a way out. This strategy was controllably risky. Deploying people to covertly acquire the gold not only avoided drawing attention, but also saved a significant portion of costs. And under the guise of temporary workers, he could distance himself from the transactions. Under the lure of profit, those cornered and eager to sell would instinctively know where to direct their hot potatoes. The savings would translate into real wealth. The black gold that was soon to flow into his hands would merely serve as a stepping stone to power. He had no intention of emulating other brokers by flipping it for profit, but aimed to convert all the gold into tangible achievement points. Even if the police were to trace the source or jealous peers reported him, no one would uncover the black gold. All investigative leads would irrefutably point to the fact that the Sea Gong Trading Company had insiders engaged in embezzlement. Everyone would have to concede that the Sea Gong Trading Company itself was a meticulously crafted victim. The achievement points derived from the conversion of gold would ultimately become Chun Luo-Chi's authentic power. Deep Blue. Level up. Since his rebirth, Chun Luo-Chi had been living his ideal life, financial freedom. Although devoid of intelligent machines for entertainment and lacking the thrill of competitions, he found no need for virtual amusements. Amidst the lavish spending, real-life martial arts performances and vibrant cultural shows were readily available. And the culinary delights from across the land fulfilled his unfulfilled dreams of landscapes, the misty rain of Jiangnan, and the wind-swept sands of the north. This world was entirely within his grasp, eliminating the need for virtual illusions to fill the void. Time and energy were his to squander at will. As his career flourished, Chun Luo-Chi eagerly set out to traverse the vast landscapes of the nation, albeit in a special forces-like manner. Yet, there were those who, unaware of the peril, sought to sever his financial avenues, disturb his peace, and disrupt this idyllic existence. A reborn individual, especially one endowed with a system, was inherently the protagonist of destiny, an otherworldly demon. Contemplating this, Chun Luo-Chi's gaze turned icy. If anyone dared to infringe upon his interests, he would not hesitate to upend Hong Kong. Even if chaos ensued, he had an escape route prepared. The real estate market in the East was thriving, and he could easily invest and buy properties, becoming a landlord with minimal effort. Now, it was time for Chun Luo-Chi to take bold action. However, before taking any steps, he needed to gather intelligence. Desha, the matter of intelligence is entrusted to you. Chun Luo-Chi's voice was steady and powerful. The personnel from the Sea Gong Trading Company are all under your command. You must establish an efficient intelligence network within 3 months. The focus should be on the movements of smuggling operations in the lower market, the departure times of cargo ships, the gossip circulating in the underworld, and the entangled grievances among the wealthy. All this information is of paramount importance. Desha grinned widely, patting his chest. Cousin, don't worry. I've been mingling at this dock for over a decade. I'm familiar with all walks of life. Tomorrow, I'll send a few brothers to stake out the fish market and taverns, and our transport team can also gather a wealth of information. Even the thugs under Leon Cohen know their ways. These small-time players are more in the know than the police. Desha understood the rules of the underworld well. These individuals could seamlessly infiltrate the smuggling circles and dockworkers through casual banter over drinks, acquiring key intelligence. Chun Luo Chi nodded in approval, then unfolded a grander blueprint. Next, I plan to invest in or directly acquire one or more local newspapers. Public opinion is a weapon, and we must make it a channel for our voice. Simultaneously, the preparation for the detective agency must not cease. Site selection, licenses, and recruitment must all advance within the legal framework. If any issues arise, seek help from Director William. While he may not be able to operate heavy weaponry, he can certainly assist with establishing a detective agency. Make sure to inform him that the necessary benefits will not be lacking. In terms of macro strategy, Chun Luo Chi's foresight was commendable. His past experiences of being engrossed in videos and online debates granted him an exceptional grasp of emerging trends. However, governing a vast enterprise is as delicate as cooking a small fish. Passing the imperial examination is as challenging as ascending to the heavens. Although he could foresee business opportunities for the next few decades, the execution of details became a vulnerability. To address this issue, Chun Luo Chi decided to enlist a recruitment agency to poach professional talent. Unfortunately, the Seagong Trading Company was too new, lacking any reputation in the Hong Kong business circle, and high-caliber graduates from large companies looked down upon it. Left with no choice, he had to turn to internal cultivation, relying on the promising youth from Chun Family Village. He had just made it clear to the village head that whoever enrolled in Hong Kong University would be assured a bright future, even if some unorthodox methods were employed. So long as they didn't involve kidnapping, having villagers marry or connect with Hong Kong University graduates, whether through marriage or partnerships, would help build a network and foster relationships, which was not shameful. Once the first insider entered these elite circles, each teacher, classmate, or professor could bring a wealth of resources, leading to exponential development. Chun Luo Chi held those so-called tools in the Hong Kong genre in utter disdain. The likes of Jimmy, who flitted between gangs while professing patriotism, merely exploited information gaps. Their abilities relied on information asymmetry and gang channels. Smuggling and engaging in gray transactions could not create a significant climate. Did Jimmy not wish to engage in legitimate business? No, he simply lacked the connections and couldn't navigate the waters. Look at how Li Huanghua capitalized on land speculation during the policy boom of the 1970s and bet on telecom dominance in the 1990s. True financial conglomerates do not resort to violent intimidation for protection fees. Gray tactics yield quick cash, while legitimate methods build a century-long legacy. Genuine success for conglomerates relies on government policies and trends of the times. Gray tactics come with high risk and thin profits, ultimately leading to a dead end. Chun Luo Chi narrowed his eyes. The intelligence network must be swift and dense. The pier, the gambling dens, the nightclubs, places where all walks of life converge, should all be under my vigilant gaze. Remember, the information is categorized into 3 tiers. Smuggling and cargo ship movements are urgent reports, to be sent directly to me. Grievances from the underworld and scandals of the affluent belong to the middle tier, kept in reserve. As for the trivial gossip, he scoffed, that can be served to the newspapers as an appetizer later. Chun Luo Chi turned to Desha, his tone shifting to one of concern. By the way, keep a close watch on the hospital matters. Arun's mother's condition is serious. We must arrange for an expert consultation as soon as possible. Life-saving issues cannot be delayed. As soon as Chun Luo Chi finished speaking, Desha nodded repeatedly, assuring him, don't worry, I've been keeping an eye on this. For now, we rely on dialysis to maintain her condition. This life-saving matter cannot be resolved in a day or 2. I've asked that foreign fellow, William, to find some top nephrologists. The key issue is the kidney source. We can only wait for news now, even with William's extensive connections. He cannot conjure a kidney out of thin air. Those engaged in high trade do not count here. The night breeze carried the unique, briny scent of the sea, stirring a few fallen leaves that rustled softly, enhancing the quietude of the night. Only the persistent scratching at the door from Samyed Shao Ka broke the stillness, accompanied by a few urgent whimpers. Chun Luo Chi had been away for several months, and returning home so late had deeply distressed Shao Ka. All right, let's leave it at that. Chun Luo Chi's voice bore the weariness of finally concluding a lengthy conversation. Desha grunted in agreement, assuring him to rest easy, nodding like a pestle, yet inwardly lamenting. Chun Luo Chi had thrown a string of tasks at him like scattered beans, purchasing black market gold, constructing an intelligence network, establishing a detective agency, and the matter at the hospital was even more pressing. Arun's mother's condition could not be delayed. The kidney source and top-tier specialists must be pursued simultaneously. Did Chen Luoqi consider himself a machine? Finding a three-legged toad is difficult enough. Yet two-legged dockworkers are hardly reliable. The personnel he had gathered over these months could be useful, but whether it be setting up a detective agency or acquiring a newspaper, those tasks were beyond their capabilities. The crucial issue was Arun's mother's illness. It was a matter of life and death, and the weight of that pressure bore down heavily upon him. That foreign fellow, William, did have connections to a few nephrologists, but both money and favors were exorbitantly priced, and a kidney source was rare and elusive. Relying on dialysis was merely a temporary measure. The gap needed to be filled swiftly. Each of these matters, if examined individually, was no trivial task. Now they all rested squarely on his shoulders. Observing Deshaw's robust figure appearing slightly stooped in the dim yellow light, his steps took on an unnatural hurriedness, as if a fierce dog were chasing him to the door. Chen Luoqi silently sighed. He had certainly noticed that his tone had been rapid and urgent, like a barrage of firecrackers, interlocking seamlessly, leaving little room for his cousin's respite. Deshaw, take it easy on the road, Chen Luoqi called out, softening his voice. Deshaw abruptly halted, turning back with a forced smile. Got it, cousin. You should rest early too. Today has been exhausting. Before he finished speaking, he had already half-stepped out, fearing that if he hesitated, he would be pulled back to receive more directives. The sound of the engine faded from near to distant, soon vanishing into the night. Chen Luoqi did not turn immediately. Instead, he lingered on the doorstep for a moment longer. A long-lost, almost solitary feeling crept into his heart. There was a stark realization. There simply weren't enough hands. This thought was clearer than ever. Deshaw, his own cousin, was undoubtedly reliable, fiercely loyal, even willing to shield him from harm. Entrusting the Saigon pier to him would be secure. The various factions in the underworld would afford him a modicum of respect. But that was where the limit lay. Deshaw's thinking and methods were steeped in the old underworld culture, valuing loyalty and ruthlessness, yet lacking refinement. He could maintain order in his territory, establishing rules that even the small fry could not flout. However, once they stepped outside of Saigon, into the glass-walled, suit-clad financial district, where English contracts and stock market dealings dominated, Deshaw's approach would falter. Those large corporations and bankers, while superficially polite, ultimately regarded them as mere opportunists seeking to rise through the back door, maintaining an insurmountable barrier. Relying solely on brute force and underworld codes would not penetrate that circle. Assistance was needed. Chen Luoqi reiterated to himself, this time more specifically. He required someone who could navigate the upper echelons, articulate in English, knowledgeable of legalities, and adept in numerical maneuvering. Chen Luoqi himself struggled with English, feeling unfit to demand such proficiency from others. Where to find such a person? One who possesses the ability to influence the upper stratums while also being trustworthy enough to entrust one's life and livelihood? Combining these two qualities seemed more challenging than coaxing a mute to sing. Though Chen Luoqi's wealth had increased, his foundation was tenuous. How many truly educated and well-connected elites would be willing to associate with him? And how many would not betray him at a critical moment? He pinched the bridge of his nose, a wave of vexation washing over him. Fragments of memories surged in his mind. Scenes from another era of Hong Kong cinema. The ruthlessness and cunning of Su Wenbiao in Genesis? The financial instincts of Fang Zhanbo in The Great Times? Or perhaps the heroic demeanor of Zhong Wei Shun in The Rogue Tycoon? Those characters flickered in his mind, yet remained shrouded in a haze, ultimately mere illusions. Chapter 29, I Am Waiting for You. Chen Luoqi helplessly shook his head, momentarily dispelling these unrealistic thoughts. Talent must be sought with the patience of panning for gold. Slowly and steadily. Woof. Xiao Ka's scratching at the door grew louder, laced with a tone of grievance. Only then did Chen Luoqi fully return to his senses, reaching for his keys. As the key turned in the lock, the scene inside rushed into view through the crack of the door. The hall was illuminated by a single wall lamp, casting a warm yellow light that enveloped the living room in a soft glow. On the sofa lay a slender figure curled up, wrapped in a thin, cool blanket. She lay sideways, her long hair cascading over the pillow, serene as a painting. Chen Luoqi's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively softened his movements. She hadn't left? How did she fall asleep here? He pushed the door open, his actions nearly soundless. Xiao Ka excitedly bounded toward him, its large, fluffy form resembling a cloud brushing against his leg, emitting a satisfied rumble, its tail wagging vigorously. Yet strangely, it merely circled around Chen Luoqi, nudging his pant leg with its nose, refraining from its usual joyous barking, appearing unusually sensible and quiet. A warmth, indescribable yet profound, surged into Chen Luoqi's cold chest. He casually hung his heavy suit jacket on the hallway coat rack, patted Xiao Ka's head, and the dog obediently returned to its nest, its bright eyes fixed on Chen Luoqi, at least expecting a reward of a roast chicken. Chen Luoqi took a few steps to the side of the sofa, gazing down at the girl curled up there. The wall lamp's gentle glow outlined her exquisite profile. Her nose was elegantly pointed, and her eyelashes resembled a small fan, casting a faint shadow beneath her eyes, fluttering slightly with her steady breaths. Her cherry-pink lips were slightly parted, unconsciously revealing a childlike purity. This girl, who had displayed a hint of sophistication and aloofness just yesterday, now seemed utterly defenseless, stripped of all pretenses. As Chun Luo-Chi beheld Zhang Mei run in her slumber, the tension that had gripped him all day silently unraveled, giving rise to a softness he had not even realized he possessed. He bent down, his movements so gentle as if he feared to disturb some fragile treasure. One hand steadily glided through the curve of her legs, while the other carefully cradled her back. Her soft body felt remarkably light, imbued with a faint fragrance and warmth, completely surrendering to his embrace. So deeply asleep was she that even this delicate motion failed to rouse her. Chun Luo-Chi held her close and turned to walk towards the bedroom. Yet, within this gentle sway, the person in his arms experienced a brief flutter of her lashes, slowly awakening. In her newly opened eyes lingered the remnants of slumber, a dreamy haze clouding her gaze, as if she were peering through a misty lake. After a moment of bewilderment, she clearly discerned the sharply defined features of the face that loomed so close, its austere jawline, the bridge of the nose, and those profound eyes that seemed capable of drawing one in. In an inexplicable impulse, perhaps born of half-consciousness or the instinctive stirrings of emotion, she slightly tilted her face upward, resembling a small creature seeking warmth, and gently pressed her soft lips against Chun Luo-Chi's slightly parched ones. It was a mere brush, a fleeting contact. Yet, like a jolt of electricity, it instantaneously surged through every nerve in Chun Luo-Chi's body. He froze momentarily, halting in the corridor leading to the bedroom. The sensation of her fragrant, delicate form grew distinctly vivid and ardent in his embrace. A whirlwind of complex emotions surged in his deep-set eyes, shock, astonishment, and a hint of repressed, primal masculine instinct. Almost instinctively, he tightened his grip around her, his voice low and hoarse, laced with an unexpected tension. "Don't provoke the fire." This utterance rang like an alarm bell, snapping the drowsy Zhang Mei into full awareness. Initially taken aback, her cheeks flushed crimson as she realized what she had just done, her small face burning, the tips of her ears turning as red as ripe cherries. Like a startled rabbit, she instinctively withdrew, wishing to bury her head in his embrace, her entire being stiffening, her voice barely audible, laced with unmistakable panic. "I didn't mean to." She dared not meet his gaze, her fingers nervously clutching the fabric of his shirt, wrinkling it slightly. Observing her flustered and mortified demeanor, the dangerous undercurrent in Chun Luo-Chi's eyes swiftly dissipated, replaced by a surprising sense of reluctant amusement and indulgence. He continued to carry her towards the bedroom, his tone softening, tinged with curiosity. "Why not sleep at home? Waiting for me here?" Zhang Mei, regaining a modicum of composure, rested her head against his chest, her voice muffled and nasally from sleep. "Well, I'm yours. Unless you push me away, why would I leave? Of course, I want to wait for you at home. When I came back, you weren't here, so the dog helped me open the door." With each word, her voice dwindled to a whisper, ultimately trailing off as she inadvertently drifted back to sleep. Such a considerate and cunning little dog. These words struck Chun Luo-Chi like a precisely aimed bullet, hitting a soft spot deep within his heart. The arm that held her seemed to grow even gentler. In this life and the last, he had never experienced such a tender, pink-hued intimacy. At this moment, a small figure, a light left on for him, and a simple, almost foolish promise to wait for him stirred profound ripples within his soul, akin to stones cast into an icy lake. He had never felt so acutely that he was unreservedly cared for. The beauty's affection was profound. This sensation was so unfamiliar it sent a tremor through his heart. Yet it was maddeningly enticing. Zhang Mei, keenly aware of the sudden quickening of his heartbeat beneath her, felt its steady thrum resonating powerfully through the thin fabric of his shirt. This brought a slight calm to her flustered bashfulness, even giving rise to a secret, small joy. She nestled her face deeper into his embrace, greedily inhaling the comforting scent that mingled with a hint of herbal essence and robust vitality. Chun Luo-Chi gently placed her on the spacious, soft bed in the master bedroom, drawing over a fluffy down comforter to cover her. The bedside lamp flickered on, casting a warm, gentle glow. He sat at the edge of the bed, Zhang Mei curled up under the covers, revealing only her sparkling eyes, which looked at him with a blend of shyness and dependence. A change of topic was imperative. Otherwise, the subtle undertones of intimacy in the air would continue to ferment, completely undermining his earlier warning. Clearing his throat, he let his gaze fall on her flushed cheeks and softly inquired, "How is your mother feeling today? I've arranged for her care." Upon hearing him mention her mother, the shyness in Zhang Mei's eyes was swiftly replaced by a complex, yet warm emotion. She nodded gently, a tender smile curving her lips like a blossoming orchid. Xiao Xiao is taking good care of me. She's very attentive. Mom is feeling much better today. I talked with her for a while this afternoon. She paused, her voice dropping to a whisper yet remaining exceptionally clear. I told her everything about us. Chen Luoqi's heart sank abruptly, as if gripped by something unseen. Everything, including the unspoken agreement he had deliberately avoided contemplating? He instinctively sought the emotions in Zhang Meiron's eyes, a flicker of tension crossing his brow. Zhang Meiron perceived the slight unease in his gaze and unexpectedly reached out, grasping his hand resting at the bedside. Her palm was soft, slightly cool, yet that touch bore an undeniable firmness. She looked at him, her eyes clear and imbued with a unique soothing power. Don't worry. Mom isn't angry, nor is she sad. She tilted her head slightly, seemingly reminiscing about the candid conversation shared between mother and daughter that afternoon. She simply sighed and took my hand, saying, Arun, finally something has been settled. Zhang Meiron's voice was soft, yet it fell upon Chen Luoqi's heart like a heavy hammer. Something has been settled? Such simple yet weighty words. You know, Zhang Meiron's voice carried a hint of the unique historical resonance of Hong Kong, as if she were recounting an age-old yet commonplace truth. Mothers of her generation, and even my own, have endured just like this. How long has it been since polygamy ended in Hong Kong? They have their own scale, measuring whether their daughters have a stable support, whether life is good. She tightened her grip on his hand. Mom is very reassured. She emphasized the word reassured, believing that he could protect her and provide a good life. This was her greatest comfort. Chen Luoqi was taken aback. Unexpectedly, the reprimands, sadness, and anger he had anticipated were absent. All that remained was a maternal concession and acceptance that transcended time. That standard of measuring stability as the highest virtue, primitive, direct, and perhaps a touch humble, at this moment surged like a torrent of warmth, unexpectedly breaching the final dam of rationality in his heart. A peculiar amalgam of surprise, relief, and even an indescribable exhilaration surged from the depths of his being, instantly engulfing his limbs. This sensation was far more intense than securing a new cargo ship or closing a lucrative deal. It struck his senses with a vivid immediacy. His ears began to burn uncontrollably, and he felt an unusual warmth creeping onto his face, something that was nearly impossible for the ever-composed Chen Luoqi. He abruptly averted his gaze, unable to bear the sight of Zhang Meiron's eyes, which glimmered with a soft light. His Adam's apple bobbed slightly as he suppressed a cough. Yet he could not mask the unnatural hoarseness in his voice. That's good. These three succinct words seemed to have drained him of energy. Observing his rare moment of embarrassment, Zhang Meiron found his forced composure devoid of even a trace of the cold hardness typical of a formidable figure in the underworld. Although Chen Luoqi was not involved in any gang, anyone seeing the bumbling fool trailing behind him would inevitably regard him as a gang leader. Her heart felt as though it had been steeped in honey, sweet and soft, and she could not help but curl her lips into a silent smile. Under the gentle glow of the nightlight, that smile resembled a newly blossomed night-blooming flower, pure and enchanting. She chose not to utter more words, but, like a kitten finding a warm haven, inched closer to him, nestling her body against his, and then extended her arm to gently encircle his waist. I'm tired, she murmured, pressing her cheek against his sturdy arm, nuzzling softly, her voice laced with profound weariness and satisfaction. What about you? You must be exhausted too, right? The fresh scent of the girl mingled with the warmth of her body, continually radiating through the thin fabric of her nightgown. That moment of reliance sent a precise jolt through Chen Luoqi's already taut nerves. His body stiffened once more, and his breath hitched for a moment. He could distinctly feel her soft form, separated only by two thin layers of fabric, pressing against his arm, and sensed the warmth of her even breath brushing against his skin, causing a subtle shiver. The primal urges he had just managed to suppress stirred again, clamoring for release. He could almost hear the rush of his own blood coursing through his veins. Yet, glancing down at the girl curled up like a small animal in his embrace, defenselessly relying on him, her delicate face still bearing a hint of fatigue, her usually radiant eyes now gently closed. The fiery tumult within him was swiftly replaced by a softer, more tender emotion. She had endured the discomfort of waiting up for him half the night. How could he bear to disturb her? Sighing deeply, Chen Luoqi inhaled, as if emerging from an invisible battle, finally managing to quell the tumultuous heat within him. With a somewhat clumsy motion, he raised his hand, hesitated for a moment, and ultimately let it gently rest upon her hair scattered across the pillow, awkward yet imbued with an unprecedented tenderness as he brushed through it. Then, he carefully adjusted his position, lying down while keeping her securely in his embrace, and tugged the blanket to cover them both snugly. Sleep, he murmured, his voice deep and nearly hoarse, yet exceptionally clear, imbued with an undeniable sense of tranquil authority. Zhang Meiron shifted to a more comfortable position in his arms, inhaling the reassuring scent of him. Feeling a complete sense of relaxation and drowsiness wash over her like a tide, she mumbled a vague and almost instantly succumbed to a profound slumber. In the darkness, Chun Luoqi lay awake, feeling the genuine weight and warmth of her nestled in his arm. The soft, rhythmic cadence of her breathing brushed against his neck, her body gently rising and falling like a silent lullaby. He lowered his head, his nose nearly grazing her soft hair, inhaling the faint fragrance. This day had been a tumultuous journey, from the unexpected chaos at the tea house to late-night strategizing, culminating in being unexpectedly struck by the warmth of soft jade, and experiencing a jolt of almost archaic recognition, leading to this moment where he struggled to suppress his desires while cradling tranquility. The emotional roller coaster of just this single day had left him more unsettled than the past year's encounters with blades and shadows. Chun Luoqi tightened his embrace around her, drawing her closer. In that moment, the once cold heart that had endured for years was filled with an unprecedented warmth, a fullness, even tinged with a hint of bittersweet emotion. This was not mere desire. It felt more like a refuge found after a long, lonely journey, a place to shed all burdens and rest peacefully. Outside the window, the neon lights flickered intermittently, casting shifting patterns of light on the dark ceiling through the curtain's gaps. Little Ka had long since curled up in its fluffy dog bed, fast asleep. The entire city had surrendered to the embrace of night, with only the distant sound of a foghorn echoing lonely and forlorn. Chun Luoqi closed his eyes, resting his chin gently on the top of Zhang Meiran's head. The scent of her hair and the warmth of her body filled his senses, while the sound of her steady, elongated breathing caressed his ears. A profound, solid weariness finally washed over him, silently submerging him. The muscles that had been tense all day began to relax, and his consciousness gradually blurred. Within this peculiar tranquility, woven together by responsibility, desire, tenderness, and a hint of newfound affection that left him both disoriented and deeply enchanted, he cradled this soft haven in his arms and fell into a deep slumber. The night was still long. The outside world remained fraught with dangers, rivalry, and the shadows of conflict. Yet, at this moment, on the not-so-large bed in the bedroom, all was silent, save for the intertwined breaths of the two. The intricate web of information that demanded his utmost attention, the vast and cold landscape of his career, and the lurking threats that required vigilance were temporarily kept at bay. The weighty warmth in his embrace, the pure dependence, and the approval from his future mother-in-law felt like a soft refuge quietly placed beneath the hardest armor, granting him an unprecedented peace that emanated from the depths of his soul. In the stillness of the night, the morning light filtered through the sheer curtains, cascading over the sharp contours of Chun Luoqi's face. Zhang Meiran lay on her side, her fingertips hovering above his slightly furrowed brow, gliding down the bridge of his prominent nose, ultimately resting on his softly pressed lips. The delicate flutter of her lashes, the deepening of her breath, and the electric sensation of her fingertips gliding across his skin sent tremors through her heart, compelling her to lean closer and plant a feathery kiss at the corner of his lips. Noticing his lack of response, her gaze drifted down to the open collar of his shirt. The entanglement from last night had left his shirt wide open, with the morning light tracing the defined contours of his six-pack abs, subtly rising and falling with each breath, resembling exquisitely crafted jade. Under some spell, she lifted the edge of the thin blanket, her cool fingertips gently touching the warm crevice. The texture and warmth spread along her fingertips, causing her to hold her breath as she traced the lines of his muscles, feeling the dormant pulse of strength beneath his slumber. Chun Luoqi had already awoken the moment Zhang Meiran stirred, suppressing the urge to pin her wrist to the pillow, curious to see what more this audacious little kitten might attempt. Just as her restless hand, laden with exploratory intent, was about to venture into more perilous territory, he abruptly opened his eyes and deftly seized her slender wrist. Awake? His voice was gravelly, thick with remnants of sleep and deeper currents. The heat radiating from his palm pierced through her skin, reaching her heart. Zhang Meiran recoiled as if scalded, her cheeks instantly flushed, the color spreading to her neck, her eyes glazing over with a layer of bashful moisture, as if on the verge of tears. I was just. Chun Luoqi inhaled deeply, his chest rising and falling sharply. In the morning light, Zhang Meiran's tearful, vulnerable demeanor was even more lethal than the night before. He closed his eyes again, and upon reopening them, he forcefully suppressed the swirling desires within him, his fingers gently rubbing over the reddened skin of her wrist, carrying both a warning and a barely perceptible comfort. Don't tempt me, he said, his voice low, each word rasping as if scraped against sandpaper. Releasing his grip abruptly, he turned and stepped off the bed, hastily snatching up the scattered shirt and striding towards the bathroom, his silhouette betraying a hint of awkwardness akin to a hasty retreat. The moment the bathroom door shut, the sound of rushing water erupted. Zhang Meiran buried herself under the quilt, still warm from his body, and could no longer contain her muffled laughter, her shoulders quivering slightly. The sensation of his firm abdominal muscles lingered at her fingertips, along with the searing heat of his grip on her wrist, nearly melting her. Her heart raced as if it might burst from her chest. Once the blush faded, it was replaced by a sweet warmth, akin to honey, that permeated her being. She recalled the sense of security in his embrace last night, her mother's words about having found a place to belong, and the intoxicating sweetness that brewed within her, reminiscent of the tension in his jawline as he restrained his impulses. He had fled, this man, hastily retreating under her teasing. The secret joy this realization brought her far surpassed any verbal promises. The sound of water flowed faintly in the background as she clutched the quilt, inhaling the faint medicinal scent he left on the pillow, her smile refusing to fade. Sunlight crept across the windowsill, bathing the room in a warm golden hue, illuminating the increasingly resolute glimmer in her eyes. The sound of water continued to cascade, while steam enveloped the bathroom. Chen Luoqi stood under the shower, eyes tightly shut, allowing the water to pummel his taut muscles. Even cold water could not extinguish the fiery passion ignited by her fingertips, which now blazed under the innocent gaze she cast upon him. He wiped his face dry, the veins on the back of his hand subtly revealing themselves as he pressed against the tiled wall. Yet, in his mind, the image of her pure, infatuated gaze lingered, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. That light struck his heart more profoundly than any flirtation. He lowered his gaze to watch the water wash over his taut muscles, a wry smile tugging at his lips, while a flicker of indulgence crossed his eyes. Unnoticed, even by himself, the water felt increasingly cold, yet the fire that had been ignited within him, then forcibly suppressed, required a far longer cooling period. As the sound of water began to subside, the bathroom door opened a crack, allowing a rush of cool steam to escape. Chen Luoqi stood by the door, casually grabbing a towel to dry his damp hair, droplets cascading down his neck, soaking into his open collar. The tightness from the cold water began to ease, yet the unextinguished fire within his chest continued to smolder in the shadows. He took a deep breath, tossing the discarded shirt onto the back of a chair and changing into a clean t-shirt and trousers. The sensation of the fabric brushing against his defined waist and abdomen conjured the ghostly memory of her delicate touch, prompting him to close his eyes and suppress the stirring in his heart. This was not the time for indulgence. Sunlight streamed across the bedroom, where Zhang Meiran nestled under the quilt, burying her face in the pillow to deeply inhale the lingering medicinal aroma, her lips curling into an involuntary smile. Her fingertips traced the slight sheen of sweat on her arm, and she took a gentle whiff, though there was no trace of any unpleasant odor. She felt that everything in the morning light ought to be cleansed. As she lifted the quilt to get out of bed, warm golden light filtered through the sheer curtains, dancing upon her neck like scattered diamonds. Barefoot, she glided towards the bathroom, her steps light as if walking on clouds. The sound of water resumed in the bathroom, and her voice floated through the crack in the door, moist with the steam. Please help me find a beige tote bag on the sofa downstairs. All my clothes are in there. Chen Luoqi answered affirmatively and headed downstairs. The living room was bathed in bright morning light, with the tote bag leaning casually in the center of the sofa, its linen texture embossed with subtle patterns, standing out amidst the plain cushions. In the dimness of last night, he had been so engrossed in gazing at her sleeping profile that he had overlooked this glaring object. He reached for it, the bag soft and yielding, its contents neatly folded and slightly puffed. As he returned to the bedroom, he gently placed the bag at the foot of the bed, causing a soft rustling sound as it brushed against the crumpled sheets. He turned and opened the bottom drawer of the wardrobe, retrieving a pair of soft slippers and placing them neatly outside the bathroom door. The rising steam seeped through the crack, wrapping around his ankles as he paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping over the tote on the bed and the slippers by the door, as if he could already hear the sound of her stepping out of the water. Chen Luoqi called out towards the bathroom. There are new towels and a toothbrush in the sink. You can help yourself. A faint response came from within, and he paused for a moment, adding, I'm going to take the dog out. From inside, Zhang Meiran's muffled reply floated back, sweet as melted honey. Okay. The lingering note trembled like a feather brushing against his ear, causing his throat to constrict as he turned and descended the stairs. At the entrance of the first floor, Xiao Ka had been waiting eagerly, its tail wagging with excitement, barking in anticipation. As Chen Luoqi uttered the words, let's go out, Xiao Ka sprang at him like an arrow, crashing into his arms. The sudden force knocked him back a step, his forearm muscles tightening to regain his balance. Slow down, you little rascal, he chuckled, ruffling the dog's ears, but Xiao Ka had already wriggled free, darting out the door. In the morning light, the village path lay tranquil, the cobblestone road winding into the distance. Without the need for a leash, Xiao Ka dashed back and forth across the field ridges, its figure as swift as lightning, sending dew flying in all directions. Shun Luoqi quickened his pace to catch up, but was perpetually a step behind, shaking his head in resignation at the astonishing speed of the little creature. In a moment of distraction, Xiao Ka lunged towards him with remarkable speed. A powerful impact sent Shun Luoqi stumbling backward, struggling to stabilize himself. The dog's explosive speed exceeded his expectations. As it ran, it was like a bolt of lightning, causing the very air to tremble. Shun Luoqi had already planned to enhance his own strength, but at that moment, the feeling of defeat was particularly pronounced. A mere dog outpaced him. He chuckled wryly to himself, feeling inferior even to his dog, that sense of discontent transforming into determination. He could not afford to delay any longer. Closing his eyes, he focused on the internal system, directing his thoughts towards the attributes panel. It was time to harness the power of investment. Deep blue, allocate points. A shimmering screen unfolded within his consciousness. Achievement points, 2000. Skill, level 3 martial arts blood refinement technique, 20400. His will struck the upgrade option like a heavy hammer. Achievement points, 1620. Skill, level 4 martial arts blood refinement technique, 0800. Agony erupted without warning. Every inch of his bones felt as if they were being pounded by a hammer. The blood surging through his veins suddenly solidifying into molten steel needles, piercing through his internal organs straight to his crown. Shun Luoqi groaned, dropping to one knee, his nails digging deep into the bark of a tree. Illusions surged amidst the pain. In the frigid winds of the border, he donned dark armor. Standing firm with a spear, 200 fierce soldiers followed closely, their blood-red capes billowing in the yellow sand. The spear swept through enemies like wheat. Hot blood splattering onto his brow, the salty tang saturating his lips. Achievement points, 820. Skill, level 5 martial arts blood refinement technique, 01600. The pain doubled. He saw himself standing amidst a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, receiving the imperial decree. As the bronze tiger talisman seared into his palm, the snow at the border rose to his knees. His frozen fingers could not grasp the sword hilt, while the deputy handed him a wine pouch encased in ice. The fiery liquor coursed down his throat, igniting a glimmer of life. The beacon fires dimmed, and the edicts from the capital unfurled like golden silk. He bent down to bow, the scales of his armor scraping against the ground, producing a metallic sound. It was only when the general's sash rested upon his shoulder that he realized his fingertips were cracked, blood mingling with mud to form dark scabs. General. The call of his trusted soldiers dispersed into the wind. Shun Luoqi's eyes flew open. The tumultuous pain within him receded like a tide, replaced by a surging power akin to a roaring river. He attempted to clench his fist, the air between his fingers emitting a faint, sharp whistle, as if sinews were writhing like a hidden dragon stirring in the depths. Little Ka tilted its head, producing a confused whimper. In its eyes, an invisible aura of bloodlust enveloped its master, akin to the eerie silence before the storm of arrows unleashed on the battlefield. Shun Luoqi swallowed hard, forcing down the surging blood energy, and raised his hand to wipe away the fine beads of sweat trickling from his brow. He managed to curl his lips into a reassuring smile, a gesture that conveyed no concern. His voice, hoarse yet heavy as granite, bore the remnants of agonizing pain. His palm rested gently atop Little Ka's fluffy head, and the whimpering gradually ceased. The vertical lines in its ice-blue eyes softened, and it finally curled up obediently, its tail swaying gently. The luminescence in his consciousness flickered once more. Achievement points, 820. Skill, Advanced Xingyi Quan, 2040. The intent sliced through the options like a blade. Achievement points, 800. Skill, Expert Xingyi Quan, 080. The sound of bones cracking reverberated. Shun Luoqi stood firm, his feet slightly apart, muscles taut like tempered steel. The wind of his fist had yet to manifest, yet the illusion had already submerged his consciousness like a tidal wave. On the arena, the wooden floor trembled. Opposite him, a brawny Englishman with golden hair and blue eyes unleashed a heavy straight punch, his muscles bulging like mountains. Shun Luoqi moved like a startled serpent, advancing with a crushing punch aimed at the gap beneath the opponent's arm. The impact of his fist against the iron-like muscle was a dull thud, and the warrior fell thunderously to the ground, crashing into the arena's pillar, leaving a spiderweb of cracks in its wake. Amidst the uproar, an eastern warrior suddenly leaped from the flank, his katana gleaming like a flash of lightning. Shun Luoqi, pivoting on the tips of his toes, evaded the blade's edge, his legs sweeping through the air like a battle axe, striking the opponent's ribs with overwhelming force. The sound of cracking bones was as crisp as bamboo splitting, and the warrior collapsed like a broken sack onto the bluestone, his ribs visibly caved in, the shattered bone piercing through the deep blue fabric of his warrior's attire. Glistening with blood. Achievement points, 720. Skill, Master Level Xingyi Quan. The sensation of pain abruptly transformed into a bone-chilling frost amid the vast wilderness. The sound of pine trees swaying with the snowstorm filled his nostrils, and Chunluachi stood as still as a statue. 10 paces away, a fierce tiger with piercing eyes perched atop a rocky outcrop, its muscles rippling like a flowing river. A black bear roared as it smashed through a birch tree the thickness of a bowl, the splintered wood mingling with falling snowflakes. The primal force of the tiger and bear transcended mere technique, embodying the most authentic rhythm of nature. He perceived the air swirling as the tiger's claws tore through it. The tremors radiating from the bear's paws striking the earth, the essence of wildness surging through him like a divine revelation, coursing along his spine to the crown of his head. As the vision shattered, a brilliant light surged in Chunluachi's eyes, as if the silhouettes of the tiger and bear flashed before him. With each breath, his insides resonated. Faint echoes of a tiger's roar reverberating from the depths of the forest. Little Ka's fur bristled like static electricity, its ice-blue pupils narrowing into trembling vertical slits. It let out a low growl from its throat, its forepaws instinctively alternating as if the ground beneath was searing with molten lava. The invisible aura of bloodlust surrounding its master swirled like a boiling mist. The previously dense intent of slaughter now radiating the ferocity of a top predator in the primordial forest. The mane on the back of Little Ka's neck rippled like waves, a shudder born of fear and exhilaration as its deep-seated hunting instincts awakened fully. What it saw was no longer a familiar human, but a fearsome beast, sinewy and fierce, emerging from the abyss of the primordial world. Yet, Little Ka quickly realized that the figure before it was indeed its master, and it restrained its surging emotions. The vertical pupils of Little Ka expanded instantly, the ice-blue glow softening, its fur settling back down like receding tides. The low growl in its throat transformed into a gentle purr, its forepaws firmly planted on the bluestone, its hunting instincts quietly retreating. Chapter 31. Deep Blue Attribute Points 2. At this moment, however, Chunluachi was overwhelmingly excited, his heart pounding like a drum, as a warm current surged from his dantian, sweeping through his limbs. A chilling system notification clearly materialized in his consciousness. Achievement: Master of Combat completed. Task note: endured countless battles, honing body and mind to their limits. Who says bare hands cannot overcome weapons? Reward: Violent Tiger Fist, allegedly created by Wu Song, a powerful martial art capable of killing a tiger with bare hands. Its force is akin to a tiger leaping out of its cage. Wherever the fist wind goes, it can shatter stone and sever metal when the killing intent is concentrated. It can terrify the souls of 100 beasts. A torrent of profound information flooded into his memory. Chunluachi's fists clenched involuntarily, his knuckles cracking, a jubilant smile spreading across his face. He instinctively stepped forward, the bluestone trembling beneath him, and his aura surged dramatically, awakening like a dormant beast. Little Ka keenly sensed the drastic change in its master's aura, its previously calm fur bristling once more, the ice-blue pupils contracting again, emitting a puzzled low whimper. Yet Chunluachi did not throw a punch. He merely closed his eyes to inhale deeply, gradually containing the violent intent of his fist. The searing blood energy still roiling in his throat, his knuckles retained the aftershocks of the violent tiger fist's fierce killing intent. That primal, savage power coursed through his veins like a living entity, each heartbeat resonating with thunderous roars. When he opened his eyes again, he gently stroked Little Ka's head and chuckled. "Little one, it's all right." The wind rustled through the treetops, the killing intent dissipating into tranquility, leaving only the essence of the martial art flowing endlessly within his blood. Little Ka's ice-blue vertical pupils still trembled from instinctual apprehension, its forepaws unconsciously scraping the bluestone, its fur standing on end like needles. Yet, as it inhaled the familiar scent of grass and would intermingled with the salty tang of its master's sweat, its whimpering abruptly ceased. The tension in its entire body relaxed instantaneously, its tail tentatively patting the ground as it finally curled up into a docile fluffball. The fear in its ice-blue eyes faded away, replaced by a damp reliance, rubbing against Chunluachi's pant leg with an air of endearment. In the depths of his pupils lingered the echoes of the tiger's roar, yet his lips involuntarily curled into a grin at the thought of the system's gift of the violent tiger fist. A technique powerful enough to shatter stone and slice through gold, and this was merely the beginning. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, swept across the flickering data streams on the screen of his consciousness, more skill slots glowing brilliantly in his mind. A new storm was already brewing, ready to unleash. Achievement points, 720. Skill, beginner shooting, 510. His intent coalesced into a chilling point, piercing repeatedly at the confirmation key. Achievement points, 575. Skill, master level shooting. The compressed illusion penetrated his mind in an instant. No smoke, no recoil thundered, only the bullet's spiral trajectory tearing through the silence of absolute stillness. A pine cone swaying atop a tree 1,000 meters away became the sole, clear target in his view, every crack in its surface. Every droplet of dew clinging to its fur was vividly apparent. The faint air currents weaving through the forest etched real-time resistance curves in his consciousness, while fluctuations in humidity transformed into precise markers for the bullet's drop. His index finger squeezed the phantom trigger, muscle memory executing a flawless coordination from shoulder to fingertip in a mere millisecond. His breath became the longest exhale before the shot, his heartbeat sinking into the depths of an icy lake, every bone and muscle locking into place like a finely tuned firearm. In that moment, shooting transcended mere skill, becoming an instinctual law woven into his breath. As his consciousness returned to the present, a nearly tangible sharpness flickered in Chun Luoqi's eyes, as if the crosshairs of a sniper scope still lingered on his retina, and when his pupils constricted, they exuded a fierce aura. Chun Luoqi closed his eyes, focusing intently. And as expected, a new achievement had indeed been triggered. Achievement: Ace Sniper completed. Task remark: aiming true, never missing. Reward: focused mind, enhances concentration and significantly increases the accuracy of the next attack. With a mere thought, the upgrade is confirmed. Achievement points: 480. Skill: master level driving. A thunderous roar reverberates within the sea of consciousness. The steering wheel feels as though it extends from the body. The subtle undulations of the asphalt transform into tremors at the nerve endings. The engine's RPM resonates in harmony with the heartbeat. The friction coefficient of the tires, the centrifugal force in the curves, and the critical grip point of the tires in torrential rain coalesce into instinctual knowledge. At this moment, man and machine are one. The mechanical becomes flesh and blood. Achievement completed: Super Schumacher. Task remark: 4 wheels bear the body, 2 wheels carry the soul. Reward: Golden Compass, Captain Jack's compass, guiding its possessor towards their innermost desires. The stronger the will, the more accurate the direction. Continue. Confirm upgrade. Achievement points: 355. Skill: master level culinary arts. The sound of hot oil bursting fills the ears, consciousness penetrating the texture of the ingredients, the melting temperature of fish fat, the critical threshold for the Maillard reaction in broth. The diffusion trajectory of spice molecules dances on the tip of the tongue as the spatula soars. The timing has reached perfection, every movement as precise as a molecular gastronomy device. Achievement completed: Master Chef of Flower Planting. Task remark: harmonizing the 5 flavors. The essence of heaven and earth, a medley of 3 fresh ingredients prolongs the cycle of day and night. Reward: celestial recipes, documenting 8 regional specialties: Lu, Chuan, Yu, Su, Min, Zhe, Xiang, and Hui. Once more, confirm upgrade. Achievement points: 230. Skill: master level swimming. The resistance of water instantaneously materializes into countless pressure points perceived by the skin. Lungs autonomously adjust the oxygen conversion rate, and the trajectory of limbs optimizes fluid dynamics. The icy sea currents transform into gentle silk, while towering waves become a springboard for leverage. Achievement completed: like a fish in water. Task remark: let the mighty river carry you, facing the wind and battling the rapids. Reward: Imperial Sword, a specially crafted salted fish. A mere whiff invigorates the spirit, a shake revitalizes the muscles. Salted fish. This reward can only be described as mediocre. Let us try again. The previous outcome was merely an accident. Achievement points: 125. Skill: master level eloquence. Eloquence is not merely a torrent of words, but rather, it is substance. Order, emotion, and reason intertwined. Achievement completed: a flow of words. Task remark: like the unceasing current of a mighty river, akin to the Yellow River's flood. Once it starts, it cannot be contained. Reward: aged tangerine peel pu'er tea, a specialty of Wui, crafted from the revered Nuhui tangerine peel, known for its 1,000-year ginseng, and the Yunnan aged pu'er, celebrated as the crown of weight loss teas. This reward indeed leaves much to be desired. Chun Luoqi cast a glance at the Imperial Sword's specially crafted salted fish and the aged tangerine peel pu'er in his backpack, his lips twitching. Is this salted fish meant to be a family heirloom? And the pu'er could easily be purchased at the market. Why waste achievement points? Chun Luoqi found it utterly uninteresting. However, since the skills have leveled up, there is no turning back. The remaining 125 achievement points cannot be left unused, so he expended them all. A thought fell like a heavy hammer. Achievement points: 25. Skill: level 2 Fury Tiger Fist 0200. Before the pain arrives, the illusion cascades like a torrent breaching a dam. The biting wind carries snowflakes into his nostrils as Chun Luoqi stands alone on a precipice. 10 yards away, a fearsome tiger crouches, its muscles coiled like gnarled roots. A low growl rumbling from its throat like distant thunder. The tiger's claws slice through the air with a sharp shriek that pierces the eardrum, instinctively. He twists his waist and sidesteps. His right fist, infused with the power of wind and thunder, strikes out in the opening move of the Fury Tiger Fist. The collision of fist and claw produces a sound akin to metal clashing, shockwaves erupting, causing ice shards from the cliff to tumble down. The sensation of pain arrives late. Yet it is not one of torn flesh and bone, but rather a myriad of steel needles traversing along the meridians, tempering his body. Chun Luoqi senses the surging power of the Fury Tiger Fist within him, the fist's intent roaring like a tiger awakening, tumultuously swirling within his veins. The second level of the Fury Tiger Fist is no longer comparable to the initial stage's mere wind-like ferocity. Every muscle harbors the might to split mountains and sever rivers. Each punch unleashing a cacophony of tiger roars, a slight smirk gracing his lips. Shao Kahn nestled at his feet, its ice-blue irises reflecting its master's formidable aura. Its tail swaying gently as the wind whispers through the forest. "Let us go?" Chun Luoqi ruffled the dog's head and stood tall. The morning light elongated his silhouette, and the cobblestones beneath his feet silently cracked, forming spiderweb-like fissures. Character attributes. Name: Chun Luoqi, the only player. Achievement points: 25. Talent: the person of the moment. Portable space: 1 cubic meter. Skills: Level 2 Fury Tiger Fist 0200, Tiger Roar Wind Rising. Focused Mind 01000, Perception, Master Level Driving, Ground Skimming. Master Level Shooting, Aerial Sniping. Master Level Xingyi Boxing, Human-Shaped Beast. Master Level Swimming, Amphibious. Master Level Eloquence, Tavern Orator. Cultivation, Level 5 Military Blood Refinement Technique, 01600. Items: Bronze Dragon's Head Divine Beast, Golden Compass, Celestial Recipes. Imperial Salted Fish, Aged Tangerine Peel Pu'er Tea. Swift Movement. Chun Luoqi pushed open the courtyard door, and Shao Kahn darted into the house like a shadow. In the entryway, it lowered its head to lap at the water bowl, emitting a satisfied gurgle as droplets splashed onto its nose. Chun Luoqi did not linger, ascending the wooden stairs, his footsteps echoing in the empty hall. The door to the second-floor bedroom was slightly ajar. He pushed it open, and the steam, infused with the fragrance of gardenias, enveloped him. Zhang Meirun stood by the window with her back to him, raising her hand to tie up her half-damp hair. The morning light cast a soft golden hue upon her, her white dress clinging to her delicate shoulder line. Droplets rolled from her hair tips, gliding down her fair neck, disappearing into the shadow of her collar. She turned at the sound, her eyelashes adorned with glimmering droplets, her cheeks flushed from the bath, and her eyes as clear as freshly melted snowmelt, making her resemble a gardenia blooming with dew, breathtakingly exquisite. Chun Luoqi's throat tightened. The iron will forged by the military blood refinement technique trembling slightly at this moment. The bizarre illusions, the bone-cracking pain during the upgrade, were all crushed into dust by this scene. He stepped forward a half-step, his lips parting slightly, wishing to call her name, to express the overwhelming awe, to draw her into his very being. Both spoke simultaneously. Just as the words left their lips, they halted in unison. The air shimmered with the delicate fragrance of gardenias, and the morning light slanted in, illuminating the tremors in their eyes. Zhang Meirun unconsciously twisted the damp ends of her hair with her fingertips, a faint blush creeping to her ears. Chun Luoqi swallowed the unfinished words, leaving only a low chuckle. "You go first." "No, you go first." The unspoken understanding caused their breaths to hitch, transforming into an unvoiced ripple. Chun Luoqi hesitated no longer, stepping forward, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, drawing her into his embrace. The warmth of his body seeped through the thin fabric. He opened his palm to reveal a shiny silver key resting quietly. "This is the key to my house. Now it is yours." His voice was steady, imbued with undeniable certainty. "From now on, you will no longer need Shao Kahn to open the door for you." Zhang Meirun paused for a moment, her fingertips trembling as she accepted the key. The cold metal pressed against her palm, tightly clasped to her chest, as if to sear it into her heart. The lips moved, yet only fragmented whispers escaped. "You and I, call me Loki." He interrupted, gently caressing the reddened corners of her eyes with his thumb. "You wouldn't want to call me Mr. Chun." She shook her head, her hair brushing against his jaw, eliciting a tingling sensation. Chun Loki chuckled softly, his breath grazing her forehead. "Or should you elongate the final syllable, deliberately infusing a touch of jest, and call me husband, dear?" "Loki." She blushed fiercely, her cheeks aflame as if they might bleed, hurriedly burying her face in the crook of his shoulder, her voice muffled yet unable to conceal its sweetness. After a moment of silence, she suddenly tilted her head back, her eyes shimmering. "You may also call me Iran," her fingertips tugging at his collar, then releasing. "My mother and Xiao Xiao call me that." "Iran." Chun Loki responded promptly, the name wrapped in fervent affection. Zhang Meirun lifted her gaze, her eyes glistening like spring waters thawing. gazing tenderly into the depths of his. A warmth surged within Chunloki's chest, his fingertips grazing her chin as he leaned in for a kiss. Bang, bang, bang. A sudden, boisterous knocking reverberated from downstairs, the door rattling violently as a raspy voice pierced the morning haze. Cousin, what are you dawdling about? The sun's blazing. Why haven't you opened the door? It was the raucous shout of Desha. At that moment, Chunloki had never found Desha's voice so grating. The coarse timbre cleaved through the morning mist, causing the doorframe to reverberate and abruptly severing the warmth poised on his lips. He cast his gaze upon the sudden crimson flush of the ears of the person in his embrace, an unnamed fury igniting within him at the thought of Desha's face, which he had always considered merely awkwardly endearing, now appearing utterly detestable. Even the few rolls of flesh on his forehead seemed to flaunt themselves. He sighed silently, the tremor in his chest brushing against Zhang Meiron's forehead, carrying a sense of resigned inevitability. After all, he is family, he murmured, as though explaining or perhaps comforting himself. His warm hand enveloped her slightly cool one, guiding her down the stairs. The small dog, Xiao Ka, had cleverly retreated to its nest in the corner, peeking out with its two azure eyes, cautiously observing the sudden uproar. As soon as the door swung open, Desha barged in with a massive clay pot, a cloud of steaming heat enveloping them, infused with the fresh, briny scent of seafood. Cousin, what are you lingering for? The sun's roasting us. His voice remained loud, scanning Chunloki before landing on Zhang Meiron. His eyes, like brass bells, widened in surprise, quickly transforming into a gleam of delight. His mouth nearly stretching to his ears. Sister-in-law? This title rang out both loudly and naturally, infused with the satisfaction of his brother's lifelong commitment. And his gaze towards Zhang Meiron radiated an unexpected warmth. Zhang Meiron's cheeks, which had just returned to their natural hue, flushed anew, yet she gracefully lowered her head, softly responding, Desha, go. Just in time, let us have some porridge together. It's still warm. Desha commanded without hesitation. Cousin, don't just stand there. Grab a bowl. Chunloki cast a resigned glance at his blood relative, turning to head to the kitchen. Moments later, he emerged with 3 large, coarse porcelain bowls, bending down to place a tin dog bowl in front of Xiao Ka. The clay pot contained a thick, simmering seafood porridge, shrimp, crab meat, and scallops mingling with white rice, the porridge's oil tempting. Desha and Chunloki lifted their bowls and began to slurp away, devouring their meal with vigor. Xiao Ka wagged its tongue, relishing its feast, living up to its canine nature. Only Zhang Meiron took small, measured spoonfuls, savoring each bite, standing in stark contrast to the 2 men who were engrossed in their ravenous consumption. As the bottom of the bowl appeared, Desha wiped his mouth and suddenly recalled the matter at hand, raising his voice. By the way, sister-in-law, there's news about your mother. Just write that you're here. After we finish eating, let us head to the hospital together. His tone was loud, imbued with an unyielding decisiveness. This news struck like thunder on a clear day. Zhang Meiron's hand trembled around the spoon, which clinked against the bowl with a crisp sound. A wave of overwhelming joy crashed through her defenses, her eyes warming as crystalline tears unexpectedly welled up, cascading down her cheeks and pooling on the table, leaving small, damp marks. Zhang Meiron's lips quivered, yet she found herself unable to utter a single word, merely gazing at Desha through blurred vision before abruptly turning her gaze to Chunloki. Chunloki's heart tightened, immediately setting down his bowl, swiftly retrieving a tissue, tenderly pressing it against her cheek, his fingertips warm as he carefully wiped away the scalding tears. Don't cry, Erun. Chunloki's voice was soft, imbued with a soothing strength. This is good news. The tissue absorbed her tears, yet the heartfelt compassion flowed clearly through his fingertips, reaching deep into her heart. Chapter 32. Transferring hospitals. After finishing breakfast, the 3 of them hastily departed without a thought to clear the dishes. The morning mist had yet to dissipate. Lingering in delicate wisps at the street corner, Desha's rugged vehicle parked at the lane's mouth. He yanked open the passenger door, nodding toward Chunloki. Cousin, you sit in the front, don't let sister-in-law be squished. Zhang Meiron's cheeks, still flushed, clutched the silver key, the cold metal warmed by her body heat, resting against her heart like a small ember. Chunloki helped her into the back seat, then circled to the passenger side. Desha pressed the accelerator, the engine roaring as they surged onto the main road. The vehicle glided steadily toward the hospital, its tires splashing through the damp streets. Inside the car, Desha's sturdy fingers gripped the steering wheel, his movements brisk, yet characteristically brash, the engine's low growl rendering the cabin unusually silent. Chunloki sat in the back, his palms damp with sweat, his gaze darting toward the fleeting street scenery outside, only to quickly retract back to Zhang Meiron's furrowed brow beside him, her fingertips unconsciously twisted at the hem of her garment, betraying her silent anxiety. Desha caught sight of this in the rearview mirror, his booming voice shattering the silence. Sister-in-law, don't worry. Everything at the hospital is arranged. We'll pick up Aunt and transfer her to the new ward. It'll be comfortable. This shout fell like a stone into a lake, causing Chun Loki's spine to stiffen, his throat tightening as he rehearsed the greetings in his mind, fearful of making even the slightest mistake. Unaware of Chun Loki's tension, Desha continued to belt out off-key Cantonese opera, the steering wheel spinning beneath his hands as the vehicle darted through traffic, compressing what should have been a 30-minute journey into a whirlwind of 20 minutes. The white hospital buildings loomed ahead. The scent of disinfectant hit them like a tangible wave. Zhang Meiran felt unsteady as Chun Loki half embraced her through the revolving door. The corridor was dim, fluorescent lights casting a harsh, cold glow, the echoes of their footsteps on the tiled floor resembling a countdown drumbeat. Loki's throat felt constricted, his fingertips digging into his palms, the tension exceeding that of the time he and Desha had stormed the docks for a heist. Pushing open the door of the lavishly arranged private ward, Chun Loki's footsteps halted at the threshold. In that moment, he glimpsed the warm yellow light spilling through the crack, the scent of gardenias mingling with medicinal odors wafting out, blurring with the morning's steamy haze. On the hospital bed, Zhang's mother reclined against the pillow. Though her visage appeared wan, it couldn't conceal the gentle contours of her brows and eyes. The marks of time etched deeply. Fine lines at the corners of her eyes spread like a spider's web, her cheeks slightly sunken, her lips pale to the point of transparency, yet her eyes remained bright, holding the warmth of the southern waters, the upward curve at the corners reminiscent of Zhang Meiran. In her youth, she must have been a breathtaking beauty, and although illness had taken its toll, her innate elegance had not diminished in the slightest. The door creaked softly, and the woman on the bed turned her head at the sound. Morning light streamed through the blinds, enveloping her in a warm golden hue. Zhang Meiran choked back tears as she dashed forward. Mom. The woman raised her hand, her frail wrist slipping from the oversized patient gown, gently caressing her daughter's hair. Chun Loki stood frozen at the door, breath caught in his throat. This was indeed Zhang Meiran's mother. Her gaze swept over her daughter's shoulder, settling on Chun Loachi's face, the corners of her lips curling into a faint smile. With a gentle look, she directed her attention towards him, causing Chun Loachi to feel an immediate dryness in his throat. He took 2 steps closer, his voice caught in his throat. "Aunt, hello." By some strange twist of fate, his tongue nearly slipped, almost following Zhang Meiran's trailing intonation with an unintended mom. His ears flushed with heat, and he hurriedly averted his gaze, wishing he could bore a hole into the tiles beneath him. Fortunately, the thought of the private hospital room's door, with all the inquisitive stares of patients converging upon him, made him fear he might actually sketch out a 3-bedroom layout on the polished floor. Zhang Meiran stifled a laugh, giving him a gentle push, which brought him back to reality, awkwardly presenting the fruit basket he had prepared halfway. The large, silly man called out. En Shui Xiao immediately understood, following the future 13th sister of Hongxing, known for her keen insight and intelligence. As they hurried through the crowd towards the medical department to coordinate the transfer details, their figures vanishing around the corner. The soft sound of the ward door closing was like a screen separating 2 worlds. The booming voice of the large man and Shui Xiaoxiao's crisp responses quickly faded away, leaving the 3 enveloped in the warm yellow light of the room, mingling with the delicate fragrance of gardenias. The excessively tranquil air subtly tugged at them, revealing a hint of unease. Mother Zhang's gentle gaze fell upon the somewhat restless Chun Loachi, her lips curling into a faint smile. "Young Chun, you have truly worked hard this time." This title pricked Chun Loachi like a fine needle, causing him to almost spring up from his seat, hastily waving his hands to interrupt. "Aunt, please don't call me that. Just call me Loachi, or Xiao Chen will suffice." A thin sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead, his back straightening beneath the expensive fabric of his suit. To him, being referred to as Xiao Chun was commonplace. Even Chun Sheng would have been acceptable, but in front of Mother Zhang, he felt acutely uncomfortable, as if he had suddenly been elevated to a lofty height. Zhang Meiran subtly reached out, squeezing Chun Loachi's fingers, her eyes filled with a comforting smile, and she reproached her mother gently. "Mom, look, he's sweating now. Don't tease him." All right, Loachi," Mother Zhang readily acquiesced, her insightful smile deepening. Her voice, though soft and tinged with post-illness breathlessness, carried a peculiar weight that settled the heart. As one ages, it becomes easier to speak nonsensically. "Loachi," she continued, her tone slowing, imbued with sincere warmth. "Don't be nervous, just come here." She slightly raised her hand, gesturing for Chun Loachi to come closer. He complied, shifting his chair and leaning forward, his hands unconsciously clasped on his knees, resembling a student awaiting a lecture, entirely devoid of the fierce demeanor and shrewdness of a backroom boss. "My daughter," Mother Zhang remarked, her gaze resting on Zhang Meiran's face with maternal affection, then slowly returning to Chun Luoqi, is rather impatient and lacks composure. She paused, noticing Zhang Maron about to speak. But her mother's amused gaze silently quelled her. Though your acquaintance is brief, she continued, it has been, what, 3 days at most? She accurately stated the startlingly brief duration, yet there was no hint of doubt in her voice. Chun Luoqi's heart leaped into his throat, fearing that Mother Zhang might perceive their relationship as frivolous. But my old eyes may not be reliable in diagnosing illness, yet I can still discern character. Mother Zhang's warm gaze bore into Chun Luoqi's, almost penetrating the veneer of civility he desperately maintained. Your intentions towards Mayron, are they genuine? Are they profound? As her mother, I can sense it. These words washed over Chun Luoqi's anxious heart like warm spring water. He slightly parted his lips, his throat bobbing, 1,000 words caught within, ultimately coalescing into a subdued, Aunt, Mayron deserves the best. Deserving is one matter. Encountering someone who is willing to provide is another, Mother Zhang sighed softly, her voice reflecting a wisdom born of life's trials. I am aware of the severity of my illness. I know what I am facing. Thankfully, Mayron is perceptive, and she has met you. Her gaze swept across the clean, quiet room, which even bore a hint of homeliness. The silent operation of the expensive air purifier filled the air, while outside, meticulously tended greenery replaced a crowded balcony. This ward, it is not easily obtained even with connections. Is it? And as for the transfer and surgery arrangements, she alluded, omitting the visible and invisible costs and favors. I appreciate the effort you have invested for Mayron and our family. She paused, seemingly trying to imprint the image of this young man deeper into her memory, his current nervousness and anxiety, along with the care for her daughter that he endeavored to conceal, stood in stark contrast to his meticulously tailored expensive attire and the rumored identity of a gang leader. Such a person would be anxious enough to sweat through his back just to meet her. The stone that had hung in Mother Zhang's heart for so long quietly settled, even stirring a wave of inexplicable satisfaction. In her original expectations, having her daughter involved with a gang leader meant having a protective backing, which was already a stroke of luck. She had prepared herself for whatever fearsome figure might come with it. Yet, the Chun Luoqi before her, humble, restrained, and even somewhat awkwardly respectful in the presence of elders, far exceeded her expectations. For Mayron to meet you is her fortune, Mother Zhang reiterated, her tone firmer now, imbued with a sense of resolution. Mom. Zhang Maron's eyes glistened with unshed tears, a hint of shyness coloring her cheeks as she tightly grasped her mother's frail hand resting on the bedside, comfortingly patting her daughter's hand. Mother Zhang seamlessly transitioned into another topic as if engaging in casual conversation. Luoqi, what does your family do? This was an utterly common inquiry, yet it served as a carefully laid examination. Chun Luoqi, caught off guard, took it as mere concern from an elder, sitting up a bit straighter as he replied candidly, Aunt, I come from Chun family village in Saigon. There aren't many left in my family. I grew up relying on the kindness of others. Speaking of his origins, his tone was filled with acceptance and gratitude, devoid of any bitterness. Though hardship was part of his past, he had never gone without food or clothing, and after awakening his latent wisdom, he quickly prospered alongside the large man and even contributed back to the village. Oh, Chun family village, Mother Zhang nodded thoughtfully. Though your parents have passed, you still have your clan to rely on. So how did you end up working with the large man? It was a twist of fate. Chun Luoqi considered his words carefully, wanting to avoid giving the impression that he was merely a brute, while still being genuine. At first, my brother and I just wanted to find a way to make a living for ourselves and those who followed us. The docks were chaotic. With no one to manage things, we had to rely on our fists to establish a foothold. He glossed over the bloody details, briefly mentioning, eventually, we realized we couldn't just act recklessly. Little by little, we began to standardize the dock's freight operations, dealing with customs, police, and shipping companies, gradually integrating the small vendors and scattered gangs. Now we mainly focus on logistics and import-export trade, having carved out a niche, though we faced some hardships along the way. We have finally gotten on the right track. His tone was matter-of-fact, devoid of boastfulness, resembling the narration of a challenging entrepreneurial journey. Legitimate business is commendable. Mother Zhang's voice brimmed with sincere admiration, her eyes reflecting appreciation. This is not something that those petty street thugs can achieve. It requires intellect, strategy, and vision, along with an understanding of the rules. She paused briefly, her inquiry laced with warmth. So now, returning to the village must be quite a spectacle, right? The villagers must hold you in high regard. Spectacle is hardly the word. Chun Luoqi hastily shook his head, yet upon mentioning the village, his demeanor softened, imbued with a genuine sense of gratitude. Both Shiaj and I are acutely aware that without the villagers' generous support, each morsel of food and sip of water, I might have long perished in some desolate corner. Now that I possess a modicum of financial comfort, it is merely my obligation to engage in acts within my capacity. The children of the village must traverse several mountain miles to attend school, so we pooled our resources to construct a few accessible roads. The old ancestral hall, long neglected, had become a source of discomfort for the elders during ancestral rites, and we undertook its restoration. The homes of lonely, elderly individuals leaked during rain, and we organized repairs. These are trivial matters, hardly worth mention. His tone remained unembellished, as if merely attending to mundane affairs, completely omitting any reference to the financial and physical efforts involved. However, to Mama Zhang's ears, it resonated like thunder. Having lived for so many years, she understood the warmth and coldness of human relationships. She had witnessed too many individuals who, upon attaining power, became arrogant and ungrateful, as well as those who, emboldened by their status, exploited the villagers. Individuals like Chun Luoqi, who, after achieving success, remain grounded and genuinely give back to their roots, are exceedingly rare. This transcends mere righteousness or gratitude. It speaks to the very essence of one's character and integrity. In that instant, Mama Zhang resolved, what do the wealthy scions or aristocratic heirs matter? Among those born with silver spoons, how many truly comprehend the struggles of the common folk? And how many possess genuine sincerity? This young man before her, having risen from nothing, values loyalty and righteousness, with capabilities and acumen that are exceptional. Moreover, his attentiveness toward Arun renders him a gem that is nearly impossible to find. A singular thought crystallized in her mind. Arun must seize this opportunity, whatever it takes. She must secure his affection, even if it means relegating herself to a secondary position. With his status, it is entirely normal for him to have numerous admirers. She had yet to hear of anyone else by his side. This was her daughter's greatest chance. She must act while his feelings for Arun are still fervent, while she, as a mother, is still present to help her daughter firmly win his heart. If her daughter could secure her rightful place in the family, it would be a truly remarkable achievement. Her gaze toward Chun Luoqi intensified. The initial politeness and caution replaced by a profound satisfaction akin to a mother-in-law assessing a prized son-in-law, revealing a nurturing fondness that grew with every glance. Amidst her swirling thoughts, she did not overlook the imposing figure of the large simpleton. Mama Zhang contemplated, though he bears a fierce countenance and speaks with a commanding tone. Appearing somewhat boisterous and even a bit rough, he is dedicated to addressing his health concerns, behaving with decorum and efficiency, certainly not a malevolent brute. More importantly, with such a loyal and seemingly capable individual by Chun Luoqi's side, likely of the same kin, Arun's safety would be considerably assured. She need not fear for her well-being. This large simpleton, though fierce in appearance, may not possess a wicked heart. Chapter 33, Mingxin Hospital. Luoqi and the large simpleton are both good souls, capable individuals. Mama Zhang summarized with a smile, her tone naturally growing more affable. You young ones have your own paths to tread, and supporting one another is commendable. I observe that the large simpleton, though boisterous, is quite efficient in his tasks and has been of considerable assistance to you, has he not? Yes, Chun Luoqi nodded earnestly. Shiage is my dear cousin. Blood is thicker than water. Without him, I would not be who I am today. General Ma is formidable. Many times, he has stood in front of me to shield me from difficulties. Indeed, when brothers unite, their strength is formidable. Mama Zhang nodded with satisfaction, then seamlessly transitioned into casual conversation, saying, it is indeed fate. Arun mentioned to me that if it weren't for that day when she encountered you and the large simpleton, she paused, glancing at Chun Luoqi. The ensuing conversation seemed to be effortlessly guided by an invisible thread, entirely falling into the rhythm set by Mama Zhang. She, like an experienced weaver, skillfully transformed what appeared to be mundane chatter into a gentle web, subtly gleaning the overall circumstances of Chun Luoqi's business. His future plans, though Chun Luoqi himself had yet to fully contemplate, and even the depth of his relationships with the elders of Chun family village. Chun Luoqi found conversing with this elder to be exceedingly pleasant, like basking in a spring breeze, speaking candidly and openly, subconsciously harboring a desire for recognition. Any notions of caution or withholding were entirely dissipated in the warmth of Mama Zhang's gaze and gentle words. Zhang Meron quietly sat by, observing her beloved under her mother's gentle inquiries, sometimes tense, sometimes earnest, ultimately relaxing, even revealing a hint of joy from being acknowledged by her future mother-in-law. Leaving her heart sweetly content, youthfully naive, she perceived only the harmonious scene before her, interpreting it as her mother's affection and acceptance of her future son-in-law. Completely unaware of the subtle calculations and profound considerations hidden behind her mother's loving smile. As the final weight of worry lifted, the lingering fatigue surged forth like a tide. A hint of undeniable weariness appeared on Mama Zhang's face, her eyelids growing heavier. She gently patted her daughter's hand, then turned to Chun Luoqi, her expression imbued with a unique, slightly teasing warmth that only an elder could possess. Luoqi, my dear, I may have spoken excessively and am feeling a bit fatigued. From now on, we shall be family, and there is no need for formality. Arun has been spoiled by me since childhood. She has a stubborn temperament, so please be patient with her. This could not have been more explicit. Chun Luochi felt a surge of warmth in his heart, quickly rising to his feet and responding earnestly. Aunt, you need not worry. I will treat Arun well. His eyes were resolute, as though making the most significant promise of his life. Zhang Meruan's cheeks flushed crimson, bashfully lowering her gaze. Her fingers unconsciously twisting the hem of her garment. Mama Zhang nodded in satisfaction, her gaze flitting between the two, filled with appreciation and deeper anticipation. As fatigue deepened, she gently closed her eyes, her voice softening, laced with a barely perceptible sigh, murmuring, this is good, if only. The last few words were so faint they resembled a whisper, dissipating in the warm air of the hospital room. Chun Luochi did not catch the unclear murmurs. Assuming she was merely weary, and quickly lowered his voice. Aunt, please rest. We will stay here and wait for Shiage to complete the procedures. After Mama Zhang closed her eyes, her breathing gradually became steady and deep, sinking into a peaceful slumber. The room was left with only the soft ticking of the machines, the gentle light casting a serene ambience over the three of them. Chun Luochi, seeing the elder had fallen asleep, gently moved closer to Zhang Meirun, grasping her cool hand. His thumb tenderly caressing her fingertips, his touch as delicate as one would handle a precious artifact. The blush on Zhang Meruan's cheeks had not faded. She lowered her head even further, yet did not withdraw her hand, allowing his fingertips to wander among her slender knuckles. Chun Luochi wore a faint smile, his gaze lingering on Arun's jade-like fingers, as if this simple touch could soothe all unease. They remained silently close, the air thick with an unspoken understanding and warmth. Half an hour later, the door creaked open slightly. The large simpleton cautiously peeked in, making every effort not to disturb Mama Zhang's recovery. He glanced around the room, confirming the elder was asleep before stepping inside. Cui Xiaoxiao followed closely behind, tiptoeing, equally holding her breath as she entered. The large simpleton leaned in closer, gesturing with his thumb behind him, lowering his voice. The private hospital VIP room, with the chief physician personally attending, can leave right now. Cui Xiaoxiao slipped in like a nimble fish through his armpit, her short hair clinging to her forehead with sweat. Clutching a thick stack of receipts in hand, the ambulance awaits downstairs, and I've left the payment slip at the nurse's station. As she spoke, her eyes sparkled with an intensity that was almost blinding. A fleeting charm accompanied her gaze as it passed over Chun Luochi, before transforming into pure affection as it fell upon Zhang Meirun. Run, just take care of Annie. Leave the rest of the trivial matters to me. Zhang Mama's eyelids fluttered gently, slowly opening to reveal her murky eyes, which had shed some of their fatigue, now reflecting the sunlight streaming through the window. She took a deep breath, the corners of her mouth lifting into a warm arc, as if a parched tree was rejuvenated by the long-awaited rain. Her spirits evidently lifted. She propped herself slightly, leaning against the elevated hospital bed, a genuine smile illuminating her waxen face. Her gaze swept over Cui Xiaoxiao's sweat-drenched shirt sleeves and the tightly buttoned front of Desha's suit, softly murmuring, "You've both worked so hard." Desha's Adam's apple bobbed twice, and his usual boisterousness faltered unexpectedly. He suddenly turned away, avoiding Zhang Mama's gaze. Transferring hospitals is urgent. He gestured dismissively towards the cluttered nightstand overflowing with insulated lunchboxes and fruit baskets. I'll have someone come to collect it. Collect what? Cui Xiaoxiao hurriedly pressed down on Zhang Mama's hand, which was about to lift the blanket, squatting down to help the elderly lady put on her shoes. This room is reserved by Xiao Chun for the entire month. The key is with me. I'll bring over a suitcase tomorrow and make sure your bedding is all set. She winked at Zhang Meirun, sweat trickling down her temples into her collar. Run. You just need to take good care of Annie. Laughter erupted among the group as Zhang Meirun's skirt brushed against the edge of the bed. The morning light streamed through the high window, casting a soft, pearlescent glow on her garment, while her long hair flowed like ink over her shoulders. At that moment, Cui Xiaoxiao straightened up, her short hair tousled, exposing the well-defined lines of her forearms beneath the rolled-up sleeves of her shirt. The two of them supported Zhang Mama from either side as she rose. As the ambulance's red and blue lights twinkled, Chun Luochi's fingertips brushed against Zhang Meruan's hand. She ducked into the vehicle, followed closely by Cui Xiaoxiao, who shut the door with a decisive thud, her silhouette waving through the window like a graceful cut of bamboo. The medical personnel entered the ward silently, their movements gentle and professional, as if handling fragile porcelain. They expertly transferred Zhang Mama from the hospital bed to the stretcher, each step careful to avoid any jolts that might disturb her peace. Zhang Meirun and Cui Xiaoxiao exchanged a resolute glance, their unspoken understanding apparent as they followed closely behind. Their steps light, yet unwavering, like two protective sentinels. As the ambulance doors swung open, a wave of antiseptic air rushed in, and the medical staff lifted Zhang Mama onto the stretcher. Zhang Meiran was the first to enter, her skirt trailing an elegant arc in the morning light as she swiftly occupied the left side of the bed, her slender fingers gently caressing Zhang Mama's hand, offering silent comfort. Cui Xiaoxiao followed closely, her short hair fluttering in the breeze as she nimbly hopped into the cabin, settling firmly on the right side. The muscles in her forearms subtly tensed beneath her rolled-up sleeves, exuding an undeniable reliability. The two women flanked the bed, their figures intertwining in the confined space, creating a warm cocoon. The ambulance engine hummed softly to life, and a look of reassurance spread across Zhang Mama's waxen face. Zhang Meiran, clad in a simple white shirt dress, her long straight hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, appeared ethereal as her garment danced lightly in the wind, highlighting her graceful and elegant demeanor. In contrast, Cui Xiaoxiao, with her sharp short hair and androgynous shirt, radiated a spirited vitality, embodying the essence of a tomboy. Zhang Meiran's face, now blooming with vitality, resembled a celestial being untouched by the mundane, while Cui Xiaoxiao served as her perfect complement, akin to vibrant red blossoms enhanced by verdant leaves. Behind the ambulance, a luxurious Hummer trailed steadily. In the driver's seat, Desha was wholly focused on the steering wheel, his gaze fixed intently on the flashing red and blue lights ahead. Chun Luoqi lounged comfortably in the passenger seat, legs crossed, exuding an air of leisure. Desha couldn't help but turn his head to grumble. "Old buddy, can you learn how to drive? I always end up as your chauffeur. At this rate, I'm practically your dedicated driver." His voice carried a hint of exasperation, yet it was tinged with a trace of weariness. Chun Luoqi leisurely replied, "My driving skills aren't up to par. Besides, what proper head of a prestigious family drives themselves? Isn't it customary to hire a chauffeur? Only those ostentatious second-generation rich kids or nouveau riche flaunt their wealth by driving luxury cars themselves." In truth, Chun Luoqi's driving skills were exceptional, capable of mastering a formula racing circuit, a fact he chose to conceal. Desha continued to lament, "Old buddy, I see right through you. I take the lead in fights, manage the business, even walk your dog and feed it. Now I have to drive your car too? I'm practically your family's workhorse." A flicker of guilt surged within Chun Luoqi, yet he quickly reassured himself. Had he not helped Desha escape his dire circumstances, this big guy would still be just another street-level hustler in the world of Hong Kong cinema, destined to be bullied by the notorious Five Tigers of Causeway Bay. Now, with Chun Luoqi's support, Desha had not only donned a sharp suit and a refined tie, but was also on the verge of becoming a district councillor in Sai Kung. His status transformed dramatically. With this thought, Chun Luoqi straightened his posture, renewed with a sense of justification. However, he could not voice these sentiments directly and instead resorted to flattering words. "Desha, you are my right-hand man. Without you, how could I manage my affairs? Your driving is steady, and the bigger picture relies on your support." Though Desha continued to mutter about being manipulated, a smile crept onto his lips, warmth swelling in his heart. The brief silence in the car was abruptly interrupted by the sharp wail of the ambulance siren, prompting Desha to refocus on the road. While Chun Luoqi's gaze drifted towards the cityscape outside, his thoughts flying to Zhang Meiran in the preceding vehicle. The ambulance sped down the road, and Zhang Mama's condition remained stable. Zhang Meiran and Cui Xiaoxiao exchanged reassuring glances. They arrived at Mingxin Hospital, a grand establishment nestled beside mountains and waters. The ambulance gradually entered the emergency lane, and after Desha parked the vehicle, he proudly patted the steering wheel, turning to Chun Luoqi with a grin. "Old buddy, did you see that? This was all thanks to Director William's connections. Mingxin Hospital is one of the best on Hong Kong Island. They have everything arranged perfectly. Even the surgical team consists of top-notch experts. Zhang Mama's ailment will surely be cured." His tone brimmed with pride, as if he had single-handedly forged this connection. Yet, a chill gripped Chun Luoqi's heart as he surveyed the security personnel and bustling medical staff at the hospital entrance. A wave of unease crept up his spine. Mingxin Hospital was, in fact, the secret stash of the notorious arms smuggler Johnny Wong. Despite his family's trading company in Sai Kung having no ties to the arms syndicate, Chun Luoqi, armed with memories from his past life, was acutely aware of the impending danger. Soon, the police would uncover the warehouse's location, and the reckless detective Yuan Haoyun would charge in with undercover officers, leading to a fierce shootout within the hospital. A multitude of patients would be taken hostage, resulting in significant casualties, ultimately culminating in a fire that would engulf the entire building. The only silver lining was that, as of now, the police had yet to pinpoint this warehouse. Otherwise, those seeking treatment at that moment could easily find themselves ensnared in the chaos. Desha, noticing Chun Luoqi's reluctance to exit the vehicle, furrowed his brow and curiously leaned in to inquire, "What's wrong, old buddy? Why do you look so grim?" Chen Luoqi took a deep breath, lowering his voice to convey the truth. Desha, this place is not merely an arms depot for Johnny Wong. The entire hospital is a volcano, poised to erupt at any moment. Before he could finish his sentence, Desha gasped in shock, his eyes wide with alarm. He urgently inquired, the arms depot? Good heavens! Shouldn't we hastily switch hospitals? We can't afford to gamble with our lives. Chen Luoqi shook his head with a wry smile, forcing himself to regain composure. Never mind, Mingxin Hospital's medical standards are indeed reliable. Saving Aunt Zhang's life is of utmost importance. The surgery and recovery period should take about 1 to 2 weeks, so we still have time. Please keep a close watch on the movements of the arms group's other key figure, Uncle Hai. As long as Uncle Hai remains unharmed, there shouldn't be major issues on Johnny Wong's side. He solemnly patted Desha on the shoulder, emphasizing the need for discretion. This matter must be kept strictly confidential. We can't let A-Run and the others know, lest they worry unnecessarily. Desha nodded emphatically, though remnants of fear lingered on his face, his gaze resolute once more. Do I even need to say it? When have I ever let your secrets slip? Rest assured, I will send my guys to gather information and keep a close watch on Uncle Hai. He opened the car door with a decisive motion, embodying the weight of responsibility he bore. Chapter 34. The surgery proceeds smoothly. With the assistance of the foreigner William, Mingxin Hospital exhibited astonishing efficiency throughout the entire process. The hospital responded promptly, with dedicated personnel guiding Aunt Zhang through a comprehensive examination that included blood analysis and kidney function assessment, ensuring a seamless transition between each step and eliminating prolonged waiting times. The attending physician team swiftly diagnosed based on the data, finalizing the emergency surgery plan within the same day. This was not only due to the authority and connections lent by Williams' police department, but also stemmed from Desha's meticulous arrangements behind the scenes. He utilized financial incentives to ensure unobstructed passage, providing red envelopes not only for the attending physicians, but also for nurses and aides. By midday, Aunt Zhang had been wheeled into the operating room, and the corridor lights glowed a soft red, signaling the commencement of treatment. Chen Luoqi stood vigil outside the surgery room, holding tightly onto Zhang Meruan's hand. Her palm was cold and clammy, her fingertips trembling slightly from anxiety, yet he enveloped her unease with steady reassurance, whispering, "Have faith, the expert team is top-notch. Aunt will surely pull through." As he spoke, he gently wiped the perspiration forming on her forehead with a tissue, his movements tender as if soothing a frightened fledgling. Zhang Meruan looked up at his steadfast profile, warmth flooding her heart. This man not only bravely navigated crises, but had also become her most solid pillar of support. She recalled his resolute demeanor during her mother's transfer and his meticulous approach to addressing the hospital's risks. Every act of responsibility etched itself into her heart. Unbeknownst to her, that vague admiration had solidified into an unwavering sense of belonging, akin to a parched land welcoming rain, dissolving any lingering doubts in the warmth of his gaze. She leaned in closer, resting her head against his shoulder, silently conveying her complete trust. At that moment, Desha was in a state of frantic disarray. He was tasked with monitoring Uncle Hai's movements within the arms group. The weight of Chen Luoqi's warning echoing in his ears, one misstep could lead to disaster, while simultaneously managing an array of expansion tasks assigned by Chen Luoqi and coordinating meals for everyone. The veins in his forehead throbbed as he muttered, "Damn it, I have to keep an eye on the company, coordinate things in the village, and ensure meals are delivered to the hospital. I'm being pulled in every direction. I'm becoming a 3-headed, 6-armed monster." Before he could finish, Cui Xiaoxiao rushed over, her short hair damp and clinging in strands, sleeves rolled up to her elbows, revealing her toned forearms. She grinned and declared, "Desha, leave the meal delivery to me. I'll grab some lunch first, and Aunt's personal belongings are still piled in the old ward. I'll tidy them up and prepare dinner on my way back." Without waiting for a response, she darted toward the elevator like a whirlwind. Desha stood stunned, watching her agile silhouette fade away, his gaze deepening. The girl was impressively efficient. She had meticulously checked items during the transfer and coordinated the ambulance without missing a beat. Yet, he also keenly sensed the flicker of ambition in her eyes. Her eagerness to step forward was clearly a bid to attach herself to the Saigon Trading Company. A formidable ally. Ambition was hard to conceal, yet surprisingly, it was not off-putting. Instead, it brought a slight smile to his lips. The red light in the operating room continued to flash, casting a brief silence over the corridor. Desha caught sight of Chen Luoqi and Zhang Meruan nestled together and turned to walk towards the stairway. Cui Xiaoxiao was returning with empty lunchboxes when they crossed paths at the corner of the hallway. Under the stark fluorescent lights, the tiled floor reflected a cold glow, and the scent of disinfectant permeated the air. Desha halted, suddenly speaking in a low yet clear tone, "Cui Xiaoxiao, I'm giving you an opportunity." His gaze was piercing as he locked onto her slightly startled face. "You want to align yourself with the Saigon Trading Company, don't you?" Don't deny it. But today, your efforts for a run have not gone unnoticed. Chui Xiaoxiao straightened her back, unflinching. That's right, Desha. I want to connect with Saigon. But everything I did today was for a run. She is my sister, and I'm happy to help her. Her words were rapid and resolute, her fingers unconsciously tightening around the bag. Desha scoffed lightly and waved his hand dismissively. Concern for motives? It's actions that matter, not intentions. In this world, no one is without selfishness. I only care about what you do. Your contributions qualify you. However, it's worth noting that a run will eventually be my cousin's wife, destined to become a lady of privilege. If you remain a mere office worker, the bond of sisterhood can continue, but with your current streetwise persona, you are unworthy of her. He stepped closer, his presence imposing. Either you navigate the gang and rise to a respectable position, albeit a dubious one, but at least you would stand alongside her, or you find a decent job and stop being a burden. The opportunity is only given once. Now it's up to you to seize it. A fierce fire ignited in Chui Xiaoxiao's eyes as she declared, I was born for this. A 9-to-5 job? That would clip my wings. Give me a ladder, and I will turn the world upside down. Her voice was resolute, echoing through the corridor. The Shah scrutinized her for a moment before nodding. Let us see your true colors. I'll drop you off later to gather your things. Chui Xiaoxiao could hardly contain her joy, her cheeks flushed, as she walked briskly back to the surgery room. The conversation in the hallway was like a shot of adrenaline coursing through her veins. The Shah's straightforwardness, though sharp, struck a chord with her innermost ambitions. She had never hidden her yearning for power, and she had firmly set her sights on the Saigon Trading Company as her climbing vine. Yet what mattered more to her was the Shah's remark about actions over intentions, though he was somewhat leveraging her bond with Iran, since he provided her with a ladder. She would ascend step by step until she could stand shoulder to shoulder with Zhang Meiran, reflecting on Desha's nod of approval. A glimmer of determination flickered in Chui Xiaoxiao's eyes as she abruptly halted before the surgery room, adopting a composed expression. She swiftly retrieved 5 plastic lunchboxes from her bag, her movements deft, as if trained. Little Chun, Iran, I'm back, she called out, her voice bright and clear, deliberately breaking the corridor's silence. Chun Luoqi was still holding Zhang Meiran's hand, whispering words of comfort. Upon seeing her return, he glanced at Desha. Where did you run off to? We haven't seen you for ages, Chun Luoqi casually asked. Desha grinned lazily, leaning against the wall. I just stepped out to the stairwell for a smoke. The hospital's ridiculous regulations are driving me crazy. He rubbed his fingers together, as if savoring the remnants of nicotine. Though he detected no scent of smoke, Chun Luoqi's gaze swept over Desha's shirt collar, finding no ash or lingering odor, causing him to frown slightly. Chun Luoqi chose not to press further. Desha, though cunning, would never betray him. If bad news were to arise, sharing it would only cause Zhang Meiran unnecessary worry. Suppressing his doubts, he turned to Chui Xiaoxiao. Let's eat first. It's vital to fill our stomachs. Chui Xiaoxiao had already arranged the lunchboxes. One was handed to Zhang Meiran, and as she lifted the lid, the delicate shrimp and scrambled egg rice wafted with steam. The other was her own serving of scrambled egg and char siu, glistening with a rich sheen. 2 large containers were pushed toward Chun Luoqi and Desha. The scrambled egg beef piled high like a small mountain, the savory sauce seeping into the rice. Beside them was a large box, revealing half of a roasted goose with its golden skin, fat dripping onto the bag, the aroma permeating the entire corridor. Chun Luoqi took the lunchbox and remarked, Xiaoxiao, your hands and feet move with such speed, tirelessly bustling about. Chui Xiaoxiao merely smiled without responding, yet her eyes sparkled with a fierce determination, demonstrating her worth through action. However, Zhang Meiran felt no appetite, her fingertips cold as they clutched the edge of the box, her gaze fixated on the red light of the operating room. That red glow pulsed like a beating heart, reminding her of her mother's precarious life and death. She swallowed mechanically but found it difficult to swallow anything. Arun, do eat a little, Chun Luoqi said gently, yet with an undeniable insistence. He scooped a spoonful of shrimp and scrambled egg and brought it to her lips, adding, the attending physician is the foremost expert in nephrology on the entire island. His skills are unparalleled. You must understand. Only in Europe and America could you find someone more skilled than him. He paused, lowering his voice further. Your mother is in good hands. We can wait with peace of mind. But you? He continued, you mustn't exhaust yourself. If Aunt Zhang needs someone to care for her, and you collapse, who will hold this family together? Chui Xiaoxiao stepped closer, chiming in, exactly, Arun, this is what I specifically chose. The shrimp is tender and not greasy. Look at my char siu. It has the perfect balance of fat and lean, giving it a satisfying chew. But you must take care of yourself first. As she spoke, she exaggeratedly took a large bite, her cheeks puffed out, attempting to dispel the heaviness with levity. Only then did Zhang Meiran lift her gaze, her eyes drifting between Chun Luoqi's resolute profile and Chui Xiaoxiao's fervent expression. A warmth surged in her heart. Chun Luoqi was holding everything together amidst the crisis. And this sister, Cui Xiaoxiao, was fearlessly at the forefront. Taking a deep breath, she finally accepted the spoon and slowly swallowed a few bites of shrimp. The rice melted in her mouth, but she only managed to eat half a box before setting it down, forcing a faint smile. That's enough. Thank you, Xiaoxiao. Meanwhile, Chun Luoqi and Desha had devoured their lunchboxes, including the roasted goose, in a whirlwind fashion. The beef was abundant, and the goose, rich and fat, was hardly sufficient to satiate the appetites of the two men. Chun Luoqi quickly finished his last bite, his brow slightly furrowed. Desha was more direct, licking the sauce off his fingers and mumbling, "As long as it fills my belly, I'm fine." The two exchanged a glance, silently agreeing to move toward the corner of the corridor, out of Zhang Meruan's line of sight. Chun Luoqi lowered his voice. "What were you doing just now? Were you really smoking?" His gaze was piercing as he scrutinized Desha's words, knowing they might deceive Zhang Meruan but not himself. Desha scoffed, pulling out a cigarette to hold between his fingers without lighting it. "Nothing too serious. Just saw that girl, Xiaoxiao, has ambition and wanted to lend a hand." He lowered his voice. That energy she had just now in the hallway was reminiscent of a tiger cub just out of the mountains, fearless of death, only afraid of not having meat to eat. Isn't this the kind of talent that thrives in this underworld? Chun Luoqi felt a stir in his heart. Fragments of memory flashed through his mind. The name of Hongxing's 13th sister, destined to make waves. Though he couldn't divulge the plot to Desha, Cui Xiaoxiao's fierce spirit was clearly suited for this path. He nodded slowly, his gaze drifting toward Cui Xiaoxiao, who was tidying up the lunchboxes. "Zhang Meruan is her only true sister. We must support her." Yet, he shifted the conversation, pragmatically stating, "It's rather embarrassing for two grown men to let a young girl treat us. We haven't even had our fill." Desha was taken aback, but soon understood. Cui Xiaoxiao's faded cloth shirt and worn canvas shoes exuded an air of frugality. Chun Luoqi continued his analysis. "It's more than just that. Arun's meals need to be more refined. After Aunt Zhang's surgery, she will require light, yet nutritious fare. I can't trust just any small eatery. We need to find a reputable restaurant to customize the meals." He counted on his fingers. 3 meals a day of medicinal soup, protein porridge, plus caregiver fees. It's quite an expense. We can't let Cui Xiaoxiao foot the bill. She's clearly the type to scrimp and save. Desha wholeheartedly agreed, discarding the unlit cigarette. "True, we can't take advantage of her. I'll accompany her to the old ward to collect her things and slip her some money on the way," he said. "The girl is sensible and understanding. She won't refuse." Over there, Zhang Meruan had set down her lunchbox and gently patted Cui Xiaoxiao on the shoulder. "Xiaoxiao, thank you for your hard work." The clutter in the old ward. Cui Xiaoxiao understood immediately and straightened up. "Don't worry, Arun, I'll go clean it up right away. Bedding, water cups, and miscellaneous items. I'll make sure not to miss a single piece." She efficiently gathered the empty lunchboxes and grabbed her bag, heading toward the elevator. Desha caught on, exchanging a glance with Chun Luoqi before quickly following. "I'll give you a ride. It's on my way back to Saikong." He approached the elevator, and Cui Xiaoxiao hurriedly followed, their figures merging into the halo of the dim lights, with only the sound of their footsteps echoing in the silence. The elevator numbers climbed slowly. The corridor fell into quietude once more, leaving only the flickering red light of the operating room in Zhang Meruan's eyes. Chun Luoqi returned to her side, silently clasping her hand, as if conveying a wordless promise. Time ticked away, the red light at the operating room door flickering like a stubborn eye, persistently blinking, creating a silent rhythm in the stillness of the corridor. Zhang Meruan tightly gripped Chun Luoqi's hand, her nails unconsciously digging into his palm, leaving tiny crescent-shaped imprints. Chun Luoqi could feel the tremor in her fingertips, as if each second stretched into eternity. He softly reassured her, "It won't be long now." The scent of disinfectant in the corridor grew more potent, mingling with the lingering aroma of the leftover lunch, creating a peculiar heaviness that made it hard to breathe. The clock on the wall ticked rhythmically. Yet Zhang Meruan's heartbeat quickened, each thump sounding like a drum, reminding her of her mother's life and death struggle on the operating table. Finally, after what felt like an endless wait, the red light of the operating room suddenly extinguished. A soft white light replaced it, and the door slowly swung open. The attending physician stepped out, removing his mask to reveal a weary but relieved expression, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Dressed in a light green surgical gown, the badge on his chest gleamed under the lights, radiating a professional aura. The doctor first nodded slightly to Chun Luoqi before turning to Zhang Meruan. His voice steady and clear. "The surgery went very smoothly. The patient's vital signs are stable. There were no rejection reactions or complications during the kidney transplant, and kidney function has begun to recover. However, the next crucial phase is the patient's own recovery and rehabilitation. Family members must pay special attention to care." Zhang Meruan felt a weight lift from her chest, as if a massive stone had finally been set down, tears silently sliding down her cheeks. She stumbled forward, nearly falling. But fortunately, Chen Luoqi caught her waist just in time. Gripping the doctor's wrist with trembling hands, she sobbed, "Thank you so much, doctor. You've truly saved my mother's life. I don't know how to repay you." Her voice choked with the emotion of having survived a calamity. The doctor gently patted her hand, smiling, "It is our duty. The patient has a remarkably strong will." Her cooperation during the surgery was exemplary, greatly enhancing her chances. His gaze shifted to Chen Luoqi, a hint of deeper meaning in his eyes. The family's cooperation is also crucial. The timely and meticulous treatment arrangements, from the transfer to pre-operative examinations, have secured us a valuable window of opportunity. No matter how skilled a physician may be, without robust logistical support, even the most adept practitioner finds it challenging to achieve results akin to a chef lacking ingredients. Though the words were not explicitly stated, the veiled commendation subtly pointed towards Chen Luoqi, were it not for his utilization of connections and financial resources to facilitate the process. Such an efficient surgical outcome would have been unattainable. Chen Luoqi maintained a composed demeanor, offering a slight bow. "You flatter me. It is the professionalism of the medical team that ensured everything proceeded smoothly." Yet, in his heart, he calculated the appropriate gestures of gratitude towards the doctor, who had clearly hinted at his contributions, making it the perfect occasion to prepare a red envelope as a token of appreciation. Subsequently, the doctor turned to Zhang Meiran, his tone becoming grave. "The most critical aspect now is postoperative care. The patient is still in the process of awakening from anesthesia and will not fully regain consciousness for approximately half an hour. During this time, it is essential to maintain a tranquil environment and avoid any potential stimuli." He meticulously enumerated the precautions, emphasizing that post-kidney transplant patients are susceptible to infections, necessitating a sterile and disinfected ward. Dietary restrictions must be strictly observed, with an initial focus on liquid diets, avoiding high potassium and high-protein foods. Vigorous activities should be avoided, especially bending or lifting heavy objects. Family members are to assist in monitoring temperature and blood pressure, reporting any anomalies to the nursing staff immediately. Additionally, it is crucial to stabilize the patient's emotions, as a calm mindset is vital for swift recovery. He glanced at the clock, noting that in half an hour, the nurse would escort them to the VIP ward, which is well-appointed, serene, and equipped with professional nursing facilities, suitable for extended recuperation. Zhang Meiran nodded attentively, her tears having ceased, yet her eyes remained moist. "I understand, doctor. I will adhere to your instructions." She turned to Chen Luoqi, her expression filled with reliance. "Luoqi, I am truly grateful for your support." Chen Luoqi nodded, choosing not to elaborate, gently wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Observing this, the doctor bid farewell and returned to the operating room to prepare for the subsequent handover. The corridor fell silent once more, save for Zhang Meiran's soft sobs and the ticking of the clock. Chen Luoqi produced a tissue, tenderly wiping away the traces of her tears. His touch as gentle as caressing petals. "Auntie is safe now. Let us care for her together. I have already arranged for the VIP ward to be prepared. You may rest assured." He gazed toward the closed operating room door, his expression resolute and unwavering. Chapter 35. The newly elected councilman of Saigon. Zhang Mama's surgery proceeded without a hitch. In the days that followed, Chen Luoqi and Zhang Meiran virtually transformed the hospital room into their home. The VIP ward boasted an elegant environment and comprehensive facilities. He had reserved the adjacent caregiver's room, personally coordinating the daily delivery of medicinal soups and nutritious meals from a top-tier restaurant, ensuring that Zhang Mama's post-operative dietary needs for low potassium, high protein, and easily digestible foods were meticulously met. Zhang Meiran vigilantly kept vigil by her mother's bedside day and night, while Chen Luoqi silently offered warm towels during her moments of fatigue, gently draping a light blanket over her when she dozed off, and patiently soothing her when anxiety caused sleeplessness. All the mundane tasks and logistical arrangements were shouldered by Dashin. Not only did he manage the burgeoning operations of the Saigon Trading Company, closely monitoring Uncle Hai's movements to guard against unforeseen events, but he also took on the responsibility of feeding Xiao Ka at Chen Luoqi's home. Thankfully, Xiao Ka was clever enough to walk itself and even use the toilet independently. After efficiently handling company affairs each day, he would detour to the village to feed the dog. Xiao Ka was not fond of dog food and required at least 2 meals a day, often muttering complaints. "Here I am, Dashin, a prominent figure on the streets, and yet now I am reduced to being your little ancestor's dedicated poop scooper." Cui Xiaoxiao emerged as an invaluable support. She displayed remarkable initiative and attention to detail, assisting in the transfer of supplies from Zhang Mama's previous ward, procuring daily necessities, and proactively taking on a multitude of errands with meticulous care. Her bond with Zhang Meiran deepened through their shared caregiving, and during this time, Her astuteness and efficiency subtly demonstrated her worth to both Dashin and Chun Luoqi. Under the attentive care of Chun Luoqi, Zhang Meirun, and Cui Xiaoxiao, Zhang Mama recovered remarkably fast, with her wounds healing well and her new kidney functioning steadily. Within a week, she met the discharge criteria and was carefully brought home by the vehicle arranged by Chun Luoqi for quiet recuperation. That afternoon, the office of the Saigon Trading Company headquarters was suffused with the rich aroma of fine cigars. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the bustling port came into view. With massive cargo ships moving slowly, Dashin reclined on a spacious leather sofa. His feet crossed over the edge of an expensive mahogany coffee table, a breach of decorum only he would dare commit. Having just concluded a meeting regarding Saigon's livelihood issues, his suit jacket was casually tossed aside, and his tie was loosened, when the heavy wooden door of the office swung open, revealing Chun Luoqi's silhouette. Dashin seemed to have been awaiting this moment. Without lifting his eyelids, he elongated a sound from his nostrils and sarcastically remarked, "Oh, the young master. What a rare visitor. Did the sun rise in the west, or did a golden brick fall from the sky? You finally deigned to rise from that warm, soft bed of yours. If you didn't show your face soon, I would have thought you were being kept by a rune in a gilded cage, serving as her consort." The veiled barbs in his words were sharp enough to pickle a jar of pickles. As Chun Luoqi stepped into the office, he was immediately struck by this barrage of playful jabs. A fleeting, rare blush crossed his handsome features. But it lasted no more than 3 seconds. Any longer would be too much. He gently closed the office door, as if shutting out the clamor from outside, and walked towards the liquor cabinet, pouring himself a glass of ice water, refusing tobacco and alcohol, casually tossing back, "Let us not be so harsh with the words, Dashin. Just in time. I still haven't had the chance to congratulate you in person, the newly elected councilman of Saigon. My apologies." He emphasized the word councilman and lifted his glass in a mock salute. "Spare me the theatrics." Dashin exaggeratedly rolled his eyes, as though overwhelmed by sentiment, shaking his shoulders in mock disgust, yet the mirth in his eyes was unmistakable. "Do not flatter me. I, Dashin, owe my current position and ability to engage with those foreign politicians to whom, if not for the support I have in the background, you think I don't know? Dashin is the face of the Saigon Trading Company, but the true captain of this ship is still my cousin. You, my dear cousin, dropped the ball at a critical moment, choosing to indulge in romantic pursuits and missing my celebratory banquet for being elected as a councilman. TSK. Will Chun Luoqi's reputation in Saigon hold up after this?" He shifted the topic, raising an eyebrow teasingly. "But then again, you are still my cousin. What else can I do but forgive you? Look at you, glowing and radiant from being pampered by a rune. You certainly haven't lost out. These past few days in the comfort of her embrace must have made you forget yourself." The smile on Chun Luoqi's face faded for a moment, his brows subtly knitting together as if pricked by a tiny thorn, a rare flash of mixed concern and displeasure crossing his features. This slight change did not escape Dashin's notice. He tilted his head, observing Chun Luoqi as if he had discovered a new continent, his eyes brimming with mischief and surprise. "What's wrong? That expression doesn't seem quite right." Leaning forward, his voice dropped to an incredulous whisper. Wait. Are you saying things aren't harmonious? Are you feeling out of sorts? That can't be true." He spread his hands, a look of disbelief written across his face. "After all, we both trained together in that blood refinement technique. We know its capabilities all too well. I'm not asking you to have a harem of 3,000 beauties like in the legends, but with this foundation, maintaining stamina should be a given. Let us not even discuss the matter of frequency." "Stop," Chun Luoqi interjected, a hint of exasperation in his voice, setting down his glass and rubbing his temples, the signs of distress becoming more pronounced. He approached the sofa and took a seat, leaning back slightly, before speaking in a tone that was a blend of pride and palpable frustration. "I digress. It's not that I lack in that regard. Rather, I am too proficient." Chun Luoqi paused, seemingly gathering his thoughts, for the crux of the matter lay in this very excess. The Shah was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. "Huh? Being too skilled is a problem?" With a sigh, Chun Luoqi continued, "A run has kicked me out." "What?" The Shah nearly leapt from the sofa, his eyes widening in disbelief. "You were thrown out by your sister-in-law? Why? Just because you were too formidable?" This reasoning utterly upends my understanding of strength. That's more or less the gist of it, Chun Luoqi replied, his expression intricate. Initially, she merely expressed her discontent, but after days of exhausting care for my aunt, I was able to restrain myself to allow her proper rest. Once my aunt's condition stabilized, I finally caught my breath. 3 days ago, just as Cui Xiaoxiao volunteered to care for my aunt for a day to give us a reprieve, Arun and I, we went to a hotel for a bit of relaxation. He paused, seemingly reminiscing about the events, the troubled expression on his face becoming more pronounced. The next morning, without a word, she kicked me out of bed and threw me out of the house. He forced a bitter smile, exclaiming, "At this rate, if I continue with such reckless abandon, she will eventually perish on the bed." He mimicked Zhang Meruan's flustered and exasperated tone, adding, "In my current state, she simply cannot manage alone." She even suggested that I find a few more to share the burden. His eyes reflected disbelief as he proposed, "Why not consider bringing Cui Xiaoxiao into the fold? That way, they can remain best friends for life." For life? More like in the same bed. The profundity of the Chinese language is truly astonishing. Desha could no longer contain himself, expelling a mouthful of cigar smoke, which sent him into a fit of coughing, tears streaming down his face. He pounded the sofa, his body shaking with laughter, gasping for air. "Ha! Oh my goodness! Your sister-in-law is truly relentless in her wit. Ha! To suggest bringing in that tomboy Cui Xiaoxiao? This is simply too much." He laughed heartily, slapping his thigh. "So, you are currently being ousted, and your sister-in-law is cleverly evading you under the guise of caring for your aunt? The illustrious little Chun of Saigon has become an unwelcome entity in front of his own girl, and now, with nowhere to turn. You think of your poor old cousin, and remember there's a company to run." "Ha!" Desha's laughter echoed through the office, and after a long while, he managed to compose himself, wiping away tears from the corners of his eyes. He took a deep drag from his cigar, exhaling a thick plume of smoke, and then, with a touch of sympathy, but more so with a glee born of schadenfreude, he said, "Brother, I understand. I truly do. This trial by fire may not require the same abstinence as those monks, but this practice firmly establishes a foundation, fueling desires like a furnace, increasingly fierce, impossible to suppress. I speak from experience." He shrugged, adopting a tone of a seasoned veteran. "I, Desha, am but a rough man without the luxury of romantic entanglements, preferring to avoid the troubles of seeking a girlfriend. Spending money is straightforward and saves effort. Given my background, facing many at once is merely routine. And I have indeed garnered a commendable reputation in those circles, with the women praising me." A hint of masculine pride flickered across Desha's face, but he continued earnestly. "However, brother, I have never brought a girl to the point of being bedridden. That, I assure you, is not something I have done, nor is it necessary. Fire must burn, yet it requires a measure of restraint. It should be a steady flow, not a reckless charge that overwhelms your own land." "Ha!" The laughter that had just been subdued erupted once more, filling the office with Desha's boisterous, teasing mirth, as the cigar smoke spiraled upward, obscuring his unabashedly grinning face. Amidst Desha's raucous laughter, Chen Luoqi's expression visibly darkened, his fingers gripping the glass cup turning pale with suppressed anger. Noticing this, Desha quickly clenched his fist against his lips to stifle his laughter, though muffled chuckles still escaped from his throat, his shoulders shaking so much that ash from his cigar fell onto the leather sofa. "Ahem, back to business." Desha cleared his throat, straightening up with legs crossed. "The village chief came to see me yesterday. He is hosting a banquet this weekend. An old comrade of his from San Francisco is returning, bringing along a promising young man, and he wants to introduce us to the younger generation." He flicked off the ash from his cigar, his eyes gleaming with excitement. "In the past, we wouldn't have been worthy of such an invitation, but now, with you as the clandestine master of Saigon trade, openly a general manager, and I with my title of councilman, we will certainly lend the village chief some prestige." Chen Luoqi's taut jaw muscles finally relaxed. He drained his glass of iced water, the bottom clinking against the mahogany coffee table with a crisp sound. "What time, and where? I will definitely be there." His tone had regained its usual steadiness, though a faint blush lingered at his ears. Chen Luoqi held a profound respect for the village chief, and when the chief made a request, he readily agreed. This reverence stemmed from his childhood experience of relying on the villagers for sustenance, having lost both parents, with the chief showing him particular kindness, providing blankets in the harsh winter, and often inviting him for meals to ensure he did not suffer from hunger. Moreover, the village chief himself possessed an air of legend, his visage resembling that of the renowned hero Su, etched with the marks of time and rich life experiences. His features hinted at countless stories, with the lines around his eyes telling tales of battles fought. This was the same man who had portrayed the likes of Yin Er Yi and even the fire god Zhu Rong. And Chen Luoqi was always prepared to regard the village chief as his steadfast anchor and protector. The banquet was set for Saturday evening at 7 o'clock, and Desha brushed off the cigar ash, embers falling onto the carpet, at the top banquet hall of Manhan Lu, located in Mongkok. Chen Luoqi raised an eyebrow slightly. The village chief is truly going all out. A banquet at Manhan Lu is no small feat. I wonder if we'll be able to taste the chef's skills. He absent-mindedly traced the rim of his iced water cup, his throat bobbing gently as he imagined the culinary delights. Although he had achieved the status of a small chef and acquired the heavenly recipe of the celestial eatery, his culinary skills seemed ingrained in him, and he frequently encountered exquisite delicacies, abalone, sea cucumbers, shark fins, and so forth, but the prospect of fine dining still made his heart race. Noticing Chun Luochi's momentary distraction, Desha grinned broadly and patted him on the shoulder. The village chief specifically confided in me yesterday that the owner of Manhan Lu, Master O, is also an old comrade of his, and they shared many wild adventures in their youth. This banquet will feature Master O himself in the kitchen, a rare privilege indeed. His culinary skills are said to be so exquisite that they could make one's soul leave the body. I fear that if we're not careful, we might swallow our tongues along with the food and make complete fools of ourselves. He lowered his voice conspiratorially, winking. The village chief is counting on us to bring him honor in front of those old friends, to showcase the progress our village has made in recent years. If we embarrass ourselves, it won't just be our pride at stake. His reputation will take a hit too. Chun Luochi withdrew his fingers from the cup, a composed smile gracing his lips, though his eyes glimmered with anticipation for the culinary experience ahead. Rest assured, there will be no mishaps. You ought to be more concerned about yourself. Chun Luochi spoke with unwavering conviction, as if he had absorbed the essence of that little chef's skills into his very bones. Surely, he cannot be the mastermind behind the creation of dumplings filled with creamy pasta, stuffed with garlic and bean paste, truly the pinnacle of dark culinary arts. Chapter 36, The First Charge. Chun Luochi placed an empty glass on the rosewood coffee table, the crisp sound echoing in the office, as if it punctuated the whimsical banter. He rose, casually adjusting the hem of his suit, his movements as swift as if brushing away the dust of idle chatter. All right, big silly. I shall take my leave now. A slight smile graced Chun Luochi's lips, yet a trace of barely perceptible softness flickered in his eyes. Having not seen little Ka for a few days, he feared that the rascal might be plotting rebellion. The image of that exuberant Samoyed, bounding about with a coconut latte, flashed in his mind, its tail spinning like a propeller, its damp nose nudging his palm as if to accuse its owner of neglect. Having just returned from a trip and encountered that incident with Arun, he had completely forgotten about his usual dog-walking routine. Now, reflecting on it, he felt as if something furry had scratched at his heart, realizing it was indeed time to return and run a few laps with that silly dog, lest it unleash its pent-up energy and mischief. Returning to walk the dog, now, at once. Chun Luochi turned and strode towards the office door, his footsteps light enough to stir a breeze. Hey, street punk, in a hurry to be reborn? Big Silly's signature boisterous voice acted like an invisible wall, pinning him against the heavy wooden doorframe. Big Silly remained ensconced in the expansive leather sofa, the ash from his cigar accumulating on the edge of the rosewood coffee table. His legs still audaciously draped over the expensive surface, his body slightly leaning forward, a mocking smile plastered on his face. Leaving after just clocking in? Do you think this is a game? Chun Luochi, with a hint of exasperation, turned back, raising an eyebrow. Big Silly, the company is running smoothly. There's nothing to worry about. And with you, the newly minted senator, at the helm, I am completely at ease. My little ancestor has not been seen for days, and is eagerly awaiting dinner and a stroll. Completely at ease? I'll give you a piece of my mind. Big Silly slapped his thigh exaggeratedly, causing cigar ash to shower down onto the carpet. You, my dear boss, have become addicted to leisure, haven to you, cast out from your haven of tenderness. And now you truly think yourself a solitary figure, free of burdens? He squinted playfully, placing extra emphasis on the words cast out, clearly relishing the moment. Chun Luochi felt a slight heat rising to his ears, shooting him an irritated glare. Enough with the chatter, get to the point. Humph. Big Silly exhaled a gust of smoke laced with the scent of cigar, slowly lowering his legs, bending down with somewhat awkward movements to retrieve a heavy, black velvet-lined box from a nondescript low cabinet beside the sofa. The moment the box emerged, it carried a weighty, undeniable presence. With a thud, he placed it on the rosewood coffee table, causing the water cup atop to tremble. Here, Big Silly unveiled the velvet, revealing 50 neatly arranged gold bars within. Each bar was as thick as 2 fingers of an adult male and a palm in length, gleaming with an intoxicating, pure golden hue under the soft light of the office's ceiling fixture. The radiance seemed to possess warmth, instantly dispelling the cigar smoke and firmly capturing Chun Luochi's gaze. The matter you instructed me to handle has been successfully completed. Following your guidance, we collected the scattered goods, melted and recast them. 50 bars, all perfectly weighted, 50 kilograms. Pure as can be. Big Silly's tone bore a hint of pride, his fingers tapping on the gold bars, producing a deep, solid sound. Chun Luochi's attention was entirely absorbed by the resplendent gold. His throat constricted slightly as an indescribable yearning and immense joy surged from the depths of his heart, momentarily overshadowing the awkwardness of being teased and the longing for little Ka. He stepped forward to the coffee table, extending his hand, his fingertips trembling imperceptibly as they brushed against the surface of the icy, yet seemingly sun-warmed gold bars. The weighty sensation transmitted through his fingertips to his heart, delivering an unparalleled sense of fulfillment. This was not merely an impending achievement. More importantly, the sight of so many gold bars was profoundly impactful. Very well. Chun Luoqi's voice lowered, tinged with restrained excitement. He inhaled deeply, as if to draw in the entire golden glow of the room into his lungs. No longer hesitating, he firmly placed both hands atop the gold bars. The moment his palms made contact with the cold gold, a silent yet crystal-clear thought erupted within his consciousness like a thunderclap. In the next instant, an extraordinary occurrence unfolded. The 50 heavy, invaluable gold bars, under the astonished gaze of Big Silly, whose eyes were nearly bulging from their sockets, vanished into thin air without warning. Not melting, not shattering, but as if they had been consumed by an invisible black hole, instantly transforming into a dense, pure golden mist. This mist, resembling a living entity, exuded an indescribable vitality and overwhelming energy, suddenly contracting inward, then morphing into slender, highly concentrated golden streams, rushing like lightning into Chun Luoqi's palm. In the office, that dense, unyielding golden light persisted for merely 2 or 3 seconds before vanishing completely, as if it had never existed. Only a faint, peculiar metallic scent, reminiscent of gold being scorched by high temperatures, lingered in the air, along with the now empty box lined with black velvet, standing as proof that the preceding events were no mere illusion. Big Silly's eyes bulged as if they might embed themselves within their frames. His mouth agape wide enough to accommodate an entire cigar. The office was enveloped in a deathly silence, punctuated only by the faint sound of cigar ash cascading from the edge of the coffee table. He had witnessed the 50 kilograms of heavy, glittering gold, capable of bending a man's spine, being devoured by an unseen beast, transforming into fleeting wisps of golden mist that all surged into Chun Luoqi's palm. Street punk. Big Silly finally managed to emit a distorted howl from his throat, springing from the sofa as if electrocuted, stirring a whirlwind of cigar ash in his wake. He stumbled toward the rosewood coffee table, his rough fingers frantically clawing at the now empty velvet, as if trying to extract the vanished gold bars from the void. The velvet yielded only the cold touch and a few white scratches left by his nails. Damn, damn, damn. With each exclamation, the flesh on his face twitched, his fingers nervously tapping against the empty box, producing hollow clinks that starkly contrasted with the solid, reassuring sound of the gold bars. He abruptly lifted his head, locking eyes with Chun Luoqi's hands, which now rested naturally at his sides, as if the astonishing spectacle had never transpired. You. Big Silly's voice wavered, his trembling finger pointing at Chun Luoqi. You told me your special ability required gold for charging, but you didn't mention it could be absorbed like this. Not even a wisp of smoke left behind. Not a shred remains. He gasped for breath, his chest heaving violently, as if he had just run 10 kilometers. The mocking smile that had previously adorned his face lay shattered, replaced by pure, almost absurd shock. Chun Luoqi stood in silence, his fingertips seemingly still tingling with the peculiar cold yet fiery sensation of the gold, the sounds of notifications ringing in his ears. He regarded Big Silly's astonished visage, the corners of his mouth curling ever so slightly in amusement. With a sudden thud, the simpleton struck his gleaming forehead, producing a sharp crack that reverberated, causing his hair to tremble. By the heavens, had I known you absorbed things in such a manner, why would I have sought out someone to smelt it? Living in fear, hiding in shadows, even having to pay someone off, I could have simply tossed a box of raw goods your way. What is the point of reforging anything? The more he spoke, the more agitated he became, saliva nearly spraying onto Chun Luoqi's face, his expression a blend of lingering dread, unrestrained joy, and a sense of absurdity at his own futile efforts. The weighty 50 kilograms of gold, which necessitated careful handling, transportation, and smelting, had, in the face of Chun Luoqi's inscrutable methods, become nothing short of a grand jest. All he needed was to get the goods into his possession and then hand them over to this human black hole, and everything would be resolved. Such efficiency, such discretion. Chun Luoqi was far too engrossed to heed the simpleton's exclamations. Deep within his consciousness, a voice, cold and mechanical, as if existing since time immemorial, was furiously refreshing the information stream. High-purity gold detected, being assimilated and analyzed. Achievement points conversion in progress. Achievement points, 1000100010001000. Achievement points, 50,025. Chun Luoqi slowly retracted his hand, flexing his finger joints, a subtle smile gracing his lips, imbued with satisfaction and an air of inscrutability. He centered his thoughts, his mind sinking into profound depths, focusing on the martial art of blood refinement. Achievement points, 1,600. Skill level, 6th level blood refinement technique, 03200. The aura of warfare surged through his veins like molten lava, each breath tearing at flesh and bone, resonating with a metallic clang amidst the scent of rust. Achievement points, 3,200. Skill level, 7th level blood refinement technique, 06400. The bloodlines thrummed explosively. With the 7th refinement, he transcended to an elite caliber, becoming a candidate for the pinnacle of martial prowess in the Three Kingdoms. His vitality fierce as a wolf, shattering the weight of 1,000 pounds. Achievement completed, strength defeating cunning. Task note, overcoming great obstacles with sheer strength. Reward obtained, Fong Tianhua Zhan. Lu Bu swings the Fong Tianhua halberd forward, shattering mountains and rivers in its wake. Achievement points, 6,400. Skill level, 8th level blood refinement technique, 012800. The 8th refinement reached the peak, unmatched, with Lu Bu's halberd and Zhao Yun's legendary feats. Achievement completed, bloodstained battle robes. Task note, blood-drenched armor, who dares to contest? Reward obtained, Dance of the Celestial Demon, a unique skill created by the leader of the Black Heart Tiger. Amalgamating the martial essences of the Black Tiger and White Tiger clans, a shadowy dance that annihilates all. Rainbow Cat and Blue Rabbit. Achievement points, 12,800. Skill level, 9th level blood refinement technique, 025600. The 9th refinement resurrected Xiangyu. His bones crackled like thunder, blood surging like a crimson river. His strength exceeded 10,000 pounds. Shaking the mountains with his will. The secret technique passed down by General Ma had not reached its terminus. Chun Luoqi's eyes erupted with golden light. Completion of the 9th refinement? Absurd. This secret art evidently still harbored untapped realms. Achievement points, 25,600. Skill level, blood refinement technique perfected. Achievement points, 425. The vitality surged to the heavens, the blood refinement technique ultimately reaching perfection, the flesh transforming into divine weaponry, each breath a war drum. Capable of stabilizing mountains and rivers with a mere thought. Achievement completed, unmatched war god. Task note, barehanded slaughter of bears and tigers, golden spears driving off invaders. Consuming the world like a rainbow, striking fear across the heavens. Reward obtained, fragment of the divine stone, from a meteorite that fell onto the central plains. Altering the physique of its inhabitants. Mythical version of the Three Kingdoms. An invisible wave radiated from him, causing the office air to thicken and grow hot. Chun Luoqi trembled. His exposed skin momentarily flushed with an unusual crimson before fading, leaving a lustrous sheen akin to jade. It felt as if he were lifted by an unseen current. His body standing tall and straight as a spear, a powerful, blazing vitality surged forth like a roaring signal fire, soaring from the crown of his head. This column of vitality, tangible and dense, bore a reddish-golden hue, exuding a sharpness and grandeur that pierced the heavens, clearly rising and coalescing within the room. The heavy wooden ceiling no longer seemed a barrier. That pure life energy pierced through, radiating brilliance. The simpleton stood agape, his immense figure frozen in place. Even his breath forgotten. The soaring intensity bore a wild sense of power, nearly piercing through and igniting his very soul. Only someone similarly trained could comprehend. Just as he marveled at this pure vitality, the surging stream of energy suddenly contracted. As if gripped by an invisible giant hand, it compressed and reshaped. The reddish-golden brilliance above Chun Luoqi's head swirled rapidly, condensing into a heart-stopping hum. In an instant, the ethereal image of a vibrant tiger roared into being amidst the golden glow. This spectral tiger, though not corporeal, was as vivid as life itself. Each strand of fur seemingly aglow with golden light. Its form was robust and imposing, exuding explosive power, its agile limbs treading the void, creating invisible waves beneath its feet. The tiger's eyes were wide, its pupils aflame with golden fire, radiating a cold yet majestic light, as if capable of piercing through all illusions. Particularly, its tail, raised high, swayed gently, producing a low, tearing sound in the air. This tiger, forged from pure energy, perched above Chun Luoqi, silently roaring towards the heavens. Its regal presence overwhelming the entire space. The expensive mahogany furniture in the office seemed to groan under the weight of this pressure. The air thick enough to condense into droplets. The simpleton emitted a strangled gasp, as if his throat had been seized. The sound akin to a soul being shattered by the invisible roar of the tiger. He trembled uncontrollably, pointing at the lifelike, fearsome tiger apparition above Chun Luoqi. His eyes bulging as if they might burst from their sockets, his voice hoarse and shrill, laden with incredulous terror. "By my mother, you little rascal. Your peculiar ability can also enhance your strength. This is truly divine intervention, I assent it." Chapter 37, General Ma. The tiger apparition lingered for a few breaths, gradually retracting its brilliance, like countless rivers returning to the sea, transforming once more into strands of pure energy that flowed into Chun Laoqi's body. The suffocating pressure and heat within the office dissipated, as if all that had transpired was but a mirage. Yet the simpleton-esque, ghostly expression attested that the shock was anything but illusory. Chun Laoqi slowly opened his eyes, a fleeting glimmer of golden light flickering within. His gaze deep as an ancient well. He exhaled a long breath, the air carrying a faint white mist that lingered momentarily before dissipating. He stretched his neck, the joints cracking with a crisp sound, as if he had been reborn, radiating vigor, each movement imbued with a restrained yet formidable sense of power. He felt the warm current within him, surging ceaselessly, far stronger than before, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. Noticing the simpleton's astonished exclamations, Chun Laoqi turned his head, bearing an expression of refreshing clarity following his recent breakthrough, tinged with a hint of helplessness. He approached the sofa and casually settled down, reaching for the glass of water on the coffee table to pour himself some ice water, soothing his somewhat parched throat. "Oh, big fool, you are easily astonished." Chun Laoqi's voice was deep and steady, imbued with a peculiar penetrating quality that seemed to calm the soul, reminding one of the vastness of this world, where the extraordinary is commonplace. The realm of supernatural abilities is replete with oddities. My capacity for absorption and transformation is merely one among many. He set the glass down, leaning slightly forward, his expression turning serious. To my knowledge, there exist even more bizarre entities. For instance, some individuals can absorb negative energy. Negative energy? Big fool, still reeling from the earlier shock of the mighty tiger, struggled to grasp the concept, instinctively echoing the phrase. Indeed, Chun Laoqi nodded, his gaze deepening. This negative energy, though ethereal and elusive, is not non-existent. It may be found in certain extremely locations, such as ancient battlefields, mass graves, or particular configurations of feng shui. Even in a pauper's grave, the lingering aura of those who met untimely ends may harbor a potent malevolence. He paused, seemingly weighing his words. This peculiar ability to absorb negative energy is often even more sinister. Those who can absorb it do so to enhance their own capabilities or realms. This power can escalate rapidly, but the cost is usually exorbitant. The negative energy entering one's body can lead to a loss of sanity, even resulting in self-destruction, rendering one neither human nor ghost. Master Yin Jun from Modern Buddha Palm. Chun Laoqi's voice, though not loud, struck each word clearly into Big Fool's heart, even exaggerating some of the side effects, carrying a chilling warning. He lifted his gaze, eyes like lightning, locking onto Big Fool's still horrified expression. Thus, Big Fool, what you witnessed today regarding my abilities and the other strange powers that may exist in this world. His tone grew more intense, underscored by an undeniable seriousness. This must not be divulged to anyone. Keep it to yourself, buried deep within. Big Fool was taken aback by Chun Laoqi's unprecedented gravitas. The flesh on his face quivered slightly as he swallowed hard, striving to digest information that far surpassed his understanding. Suddenly, he slapped his own gleaming forehead, the sound sharp as if trying to awaken himself. The shock gradually faded, replaced by the shrewdness and caution honed over years of navigating the underworld. Understood, my friend. I comprehend. Big Fool nodded vigorously, his voice lowered to a grave tone. This matter, if it leaks, would spell enormous trouble, not to mention the supernatural negative energy. Even your extraordinary ability to absorb gold. If those ravenous wolves outside learned of it, they might very well devour you whole like a Tang Sung. Abilities of the supernatural variety are not uncommon, but one that allows for the enhancement of skills through gold is something I have never heard of. Rest assured, though I may be rough around the edges, my lips are sealed. I will keep this matter buried deep within. Big Fool patted his chest in assurance, leaning closer to Chun Laoqi, his voice dropping even lower, tinged with the slyness of a seasoned streetwise character. My friend, should you have need of such enhancements in the future, do not hesitate to command me. If it's just loose goods, there's no need to melt it down. It's more convenient, more reassuring. I promise to handle it discreetly, without a soul the wiser. Chun Laoqi regarded Big Fool's earnest, yet somewhat self-satisfied demeanor, and the tension in his lips finally relaxed, revealing a faint smile. He slightly nodded, acknowledging Big Fool's promise and declaration. The fewer who know the trump card, the better. Although Big Fool may be boisterous, in critical moments, he is indeed a trustworthy ally for keeping secrets. All right, the golden illusion has concluded. Chun Laoqi adjusted the perfectly pressed cuffs of his suit, his tone casual, as if the earlier earth-shattering scene had never transpired. I truly must be on my way. Little Ka must be getting anxious. Weekend at Manhan Tower, 7 o'clock, east of Taizi Road. I shall arrive punctually. With that, he made no further delay. Striding purposefully towards the door, pulling open the heavy solid wood door, his figure swiftly vanishing into the light and shadow beyond. Hey, Just as Big Fool instinctively thought to call out to him, the words caught in his throat upon meeting Chun Luochi's resolute gaze. Reflecting on the earlier spectacle of soaring spiritual energy and the phantom of the tiger, he swallowed the second half of his thought. He waved his hefty hand, forcing a countenance of understanding. Go on, go on. I'll tidy up here. This time, Chun Luochi's steps were lighter and more powerful than before, landing silently yet imbued with an indescribable rhythm, as if each stride was placed on invisible notes. The heavy wooden door of the office closed softly behind him, sealing off the chaos within. Inside the office, only Big Fool remained, staring blankly at the empty velvet box and the faintly strange aura lingering in the air. After a while, he abruptly bent down to pick up a half-burned cigar that had fallen to the ground, taking a deep drag before murmuring to the curling blue smoke. Little Ka, I find you far more sinister than that foolish dog. 50 kilograms of gold, gone in the blink of an eye after just a few seconds of viewing. What a damned hassle. He irritably raked his fingers through his hair, resolving to keep this matter to himself. His friend's secret? Of course, it must be safeguarded. After all, with the gold gone, his friend appears even more formidable. This deal doesn't seem like a loss, does it? No, it's a tremendous profit. Yet why does my heart race so fiercely? The god of war descends. As night deepened, the city's neon lights flickered outside the window. Big Fool was admiring his muscles in the dressing mirror. He had just put on a fitted black t-shirt, his biceps bulging like iron balls, and his pectorals were sharply defined beneath the fabric. Tonight, he planned to revel at the bar owned by Liang Kuan, where the lights were dazzling and the music deafening, providing an excellent stage to showcase masculine power. A grin spread across his face as he envisioned the admiring gazes of the girls on the dance floor. Casually grabbing his car keys, the roar of the engine already echoing in his mind. But then the phone rang abruptly. Big Fool frowned as he answered, the voice on the other end sending a chill through his heart. Chun Luochi's tone was weak, as if his very soul had been drained, barely managing to utter. Big Fool, come back quickly, something's not right. Damn it, Big Fool yelled, kicking the coffee table over. He didn't wait for a response. Shoving the car keys into his pocket and bolting out the door. Downstairs, the engine of his car roared like a beast, tires screeching against the asphalt as he drifted sharply, heading straight for Chun Family Village. The streetlights outside blurred into golden lines. Big Fool's mind consumed by the image of Chun Luochi's soaring golden aura. That lad had just been so imposing. How could he suddenly collapse? He pressed the accelerator to the floor, the steering wheel heating up in his grasp, the shadows of trees racing past like specters. When the tiger head car screeched to a halt outside Chun Family Village, the sound of tires crushing gravel was jarring. Big Fool kicked open the car door and rushed into the house in a few swift strides. The living room was dimly lit, and the usually vibrant Chun Luochi was curled up on the old sofa, his complexion as pale as paper, one leg limply dangling over the edge. Little Ka, the brown samoyed that always trailed at his feet, lay beside the sofa, ears perked, emitting low whines as its tail anxiously thumped the floor, as if guarding a fragile porcelain figure. Most striking was the coffee table, piled high with meat, the greasy aroma wafting through the air. In the center lay a glistening roasted whole chicken, its skin crisp and golden, with sauce dripping from the thigh. Beside it, a plate of braised pork knuckle, the fatty meat trembling with an amber hue, the bone exposed. Several skewers of cumin-spiced lamb sat haphazardly on iron skewers, with chili powder and grease congealing into red-black speckles. There was also a bowl of sauced beef, sliced as thin as a cicada's wing, submerged in a deep brown broth, alongside a pile of ribs, drenched in rich sauce. A plate of garlic-infused pork submerged in red oil, with several pieces of fried pork chops stacked like a tower, their edges crispy and bubbling, all indulgently calorific. Desha felt a flicker of confusion. What was going on? How could one indulge in such greasy fare while feeling unwell? Yet, this thought was swiftly dismissed. Old buddy. Desha's voice caught in his throat as he lunged toward the sofa, gripping Chun Luochi's somewhat cold hand. That hand, once as firm as a rock, now felt soft and languid, even the fingertips emanating a chill. What happened? Who the hell hurt you? I'll tear them apart. His voice was hoarse, his eyes reddening, nearly spilling tears. Xiao Ka, startled, took a couple of steps back, watching him warily. Chun Luochi slowly lifted his eyelids, the golden light in his eyes dimmed, leaving only a shadow of exhaustion. He managed a faint, bitter smile, his voice weak yet clear. Don't worry, Desha, I'm not seriously unwell. He took a deep breath, as if even that movement drained his energy, feeling somewhat weak and listless, as though his very soul had been siphoned away. I don't know what's wrong with my body. That's why I called you back. Desha's brow furrowed tightly, his anxious flesh quaking with concern. Not a serious problem. You look like you're one breath away from death. If you're ill, we need to see a doctor. Let's go to the hospital now. He pulled out his car keys, poised to help Chun Luochi to his feet. The tiger-headed vehicle is right outside. I'll take you to the emergency room. Don't you dare tough it out. Chun Luochi gently shook his head, raising a hand to halt Desha's movements. Really, I don't need it. My body feels fine, no pain or discomfort. His gaze swept over the mess on the coffee table, letting out a helpless sigh. I'm merely weak, just hungry. Look at all this food I've had today: roasted chicken, pork knuckle, lamb skewers. He pointed to his slightly distended abdomen. Yet I still feel unsatisfied, as if there's a bottomless pit in my stomach. The more I eat, the hungrier I become, and the hungrier I get, the weaker I feel. I called you here to resolve this issue. Desha was taken aback, scratching his shiny head in confusion. Hungry? If you're hungry, just eat more. He gestured toward the table overflowing with delicious food, raising his voice. Ever since we practiced the blood refinement secret technique, haven't our appetites increased dramatically? Last time, I devoured half a whole roasted lamb by myself. Do you remember? Eat more. If it's not enough, I'll go buy more. He turned to dash toward the kitchen, but was halted by Chun Luochi's feeble voice. That's pointless. Chun Luochi's bitter smile deepened, a flicker of weary agitation crossing his eyes. The amount I consumed today would suffice for an ordinary person for an entire week. Yet, as soon as it goes down, it feels as if it has vanished without a trace, not even a ripple. Now I'm so hungry that my heart races, and I'm nearly out of strength to stand. He leaned on the armrest of the sofa, struggling to sit up straight. Surely I can't spend all my time just eating, right? What difference would that make from being a waste? Besides, my stomach can only hold so much. It's already protruding, and I'm still not full. Starving to the point of weakness. Desha halted, turning back to focus on Chun Luochi, his expression shifting from urgency to suspicion. Then why did you call me back? I can't conjure up high-energy food. He spread his hands, looking helpless. What can I do besides fighting and bearing burdens? How can I resolve your hunger? Chun Luochi's lips curled into a knowing smile. You may not be able to, but those behind you can. He lowered his voice, infused with a mystical hint. Think about it. Who taught us the blood refinement secret technique? Who is well-versed in knowledge, with a powerful figure backing them? Desha's pupils constricted as he suddenly slapped his thigh. General Ma Dajuan. His expression transformed, realization dawning upon him. Of course. Master Ma is a martial general who later turned to the mystical arts. He has seen it all. The master behind him is even more unfathomable. He leaned closer to the sofa, lowering his voice to a whisper. Old buddy, are you suggesting that this ailment is related to the secret technique? That Master Ma could handle it. Chun Luochi nodded, the fleeting glimmer of golden light reappearing in his eyes, as if a moment of clarity had struck. The blood refinement secret technique was indeed imparted by General Ma. If there are any aftereffects, seeking out General Ma is certainly the right course. A spark of determination ignited into Shah's eyes as he clenched his fists, his muscles bulging like coiling dragons. Good. You're right. This matter must involve Master Ma. He thumped his chest, the sound resonating through the living room. Since the technique was taught by him, consulting Master Ma is surely the way to go. Let's do this. Chun Luochi struggled to sit upright, gesturing to Xiao Ka. Xiao Ka, stand guard by the door. Don't let anyone approach. Xiao Ka let out a low whimper, nimbly leaping to the door, ears perked up like a loyal sentry. Only then did Chun Luochi turn back to Desha, despite his weakness. A mischievous smirk gracing his lips at this critical moment, still intent on being impressive. He murmured incantations, his fingers swiftly forming seals, movements flowing like water, yet devoid of any palpable spiritual energy, purely for show. The vast void is boundless. The essence of unity is all-encompassing, without beginning or end, without distinction. Today, with true words, I inquire into the mysteries. Time flows like a long river, marked like the stars. My heart's desire shall reach the other shore. With a firm command, he pointed his index finger like a bolt of lightning towards Desha's brow. The moment his fingertip touched the skin, Desha shuddered. As Chun Luochi's fingertip made contact, the world around them warped, countless figures swirling in the currents of consciousness, some clearer, others hazy, as if seen through a boiling curtain of water. Among them, a figure shrouded in golden light stood out conspicuously. In the next instant, Desha's expression transformed dramatically. The urgency and anxiety that once marked his face settled into an extraordinary solemnity. His brow unfurled, eyes deep as an ancient well. Yet the corners of his mouth retained a hint of habitual lewdness, as if the solemn exterior concealed a streetwise cleverness. He slowly straightened, his movements steady and powerful, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. His voice shifted in timbre, deep and resonant, imbued with the unique cadence of the mystical arts. What brings you, Qin Xiaozai? To seek out my Master Ma? Under the light, Desha's shadow elongated on the wall, embodying a blend of solemnity and cunning, akin to a clay statue infused with the essence of incense from the marketplace. Chapter 38. The intimidation of Ma Shangfeng. The consciousness of Ma Shangfeng surged into Desha's body like a tidal wave. Desha's frame stood tall and rigid, his spine taut as steel, every muscle radiating the ferocity of a seasoned warrior. The face that once quivered with flesh now bore lines as hard as stone. The gravity honed from the trials of countless battles etched between his brows, yet a hint of an elusive smirk lingered at the corners of his mouth. As if a divine statue had been marred by the smoke of the marketplace, he gradually straightened, his bones producing subtle cracking sounds. His movements measured and steady like an ancient pendulum, even his breathing resonating with the unique rhythm of the mystical arts, prolonged and rich. Reminiscent of the morning bell in a secluded mountain temple, he raised his hand, fingers slowly curling and then spreading, the joints producing a sound akin to clashing metal. This was no longer Desha controlling the body, but the will of the golden-armored deity, General Ma Shangfeng, taking the reins. Shao Ka at the door suddenly perked up, every hair on his brown coat standing on end, a low warning rumbling in his throat. This Samoyed's nostrils flared, detecting a blend of unfamiliar rust and sandalwood mingling with the familiar scent of Desha's sweat and engine oil. Shao Ka's nostrils twitched rapidly, capturing the unfamiliar pressure in the air. The person before him had entirely transformed. The genial nature of feeding him meat bones and the leisurely strolls had been entirely swept away by an overwhelming aura. As mighty as the oceans, its forepaws slightly bent, body arched like a bow, and tail as rigid as a flagpole until Ma Shangfeng's gaze swept over. That look bore no hostility. Rather, it was as warm and gentle as the winter sun. Though the pressure it emanated was formidable, it lacked any murderous intent. Instead, reminiscent of the distant tranquility of a morning bell in an ancient temple. Little Ka's taut muscles gradually relaxed, its tail once again lightly patting the floor, and the whimpering in its throat transformed into a gentle purr. It retreated to the door, resting its chin on its forepaws. Yet its golden eyes remained fixed on Ma Shangfeng, as if appraising this suddenly descended deity. After a few breaths, its tense muscles loosened, and its tail began to sway gently. General Ma's gaze swept over Little Ka, a sudden blaze igniting in his eyes. Ma Shangfeng's lips curled into a broad grin, revealing the white teeth of a simpleton, yet his mirth was of a different kind, an ecstatic joy akin to that of a warrior encountering a fine steed. He strode towards Little Ka, squatting down, the phantoms of his armor flickering momentarily in the air. "Good dog." His voice rang out like a war drum, his hand hovering above Little Ka's head, ultimately only brushing lightly over its fluffy neck, robust as iron, imbued with a divine aura. What a magnificent beast. Little Ka tilted its head, nuzzling his palm, its tail swirling like a whirlwind. A flicker of regret crossed Ma Shangfeng's eyes. Alas, if only this form were not so transient, I would surely take you back to the mountains and raise a litter of pups. He shook his head with a sigh, his knuckles whitening from the force, as if restraining an impulse to seize. Chun Luochi weakly interjected from the sofa. "If Master Ma takes a liking to it, I shall summon you more often in the future to hunt mountain pigs with it." Ma Shangfeng roared with laughter, his voice shaking the very walls. "It is a promise. The mastiffs I raised in my youth would surely be shamed before it." He shook his head, his feelings of regret palpable, his finger lightly tapping Little Ka's forehead. Given time, this extraordinary beast could easily rend the protective aura of a cultivator. Only then did General Ma rise, his gaze sharpening like a blade as it turned towards Chun Luochi. In an instant, his pupils constricted, and the mirth fled from his face. He took 2 strides to the front of the sofa, half kneeling, leaning closer until his nose nearly brushed against Chun Luochi's pallid face. His gaze probing like a needle piercing the skin, his index and middle fingers together, swiftly pressing against Chun Luochi's wrist pulse. The living room fell into a heavy silence. Only the sound of Little Ka's purr and the distant wail of the wind outside remained. General Ma's fingers remained motionless, but his expression darkened, as though he were touching a volcano on the verge of eruption. After a long while, he slowly withdrew his hand, his throat bobbing as he struggled to articulate something, only to exhale a long sigh, collapsing onto the low stool beside him, seizing a cold rib and stuffing it into his mouth, chewing with a crunch. Chun Luochi swallowed the meat, wiping the greasy residue from his chin, his gaze complicated as he fixed it on Chun Luochi's ghostly complexion. "I truly do not know whether to praise your extraordinary talent or curse your unfortunate fate." Suddenly, he slammed his fist down on the coffee table, causing the roasted chicken skeleton to rattle. "When you inherited the blood refinement secret technique, I made it clear, 5 refinements is merely the threshold. I myself was stuck at the 5 refinements. It was not a matter of my talent being insufficient." He clenched his fist fiercely. "It is simply unsustainable. The physical form consumes the essence of heaven and earth." He pointed at the remnants of the feast scattered across the table, the greasy meat odor fermenting in the confined space. A mundane martial artist requires daily sustenance equivalent to a whole cow. A master refining their body must absorb the essence of 10 directions. Yet today, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has withered like a barren desert. His fingers suddenly turned towards Chun Luoqi's swollen abdomen, his voice dropping to a chilling tone. Are you relying on blood and flesh to force-feed yourself? Preposterous. At this point, being merely weak from hunger is a light affliction. Chun Luoqi's throat bobbed, cold sweat soaking his temples. Can't I just eat a bit more? He attempted to reach for a roasted chicken leg, but his arm fell limp. Ma Shanfeng scoffed, swatting his wrist aside, drinking poison to quench thirst. General Ma sneered, a shadow passing through his eyes. That secret technique has been passed down since the pre-Qin era. Back then, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged like the tide. A single breath could equal 10 pounds of beef. And now, he pointed towards the heavy night sky outside. The spiritual energy is dead silent. Nowadays, cultivation relies solely on external substances to force feed. He suddenly grasped his own clothing, the fabric tearing beneath his fingers. The physical form is fundamentally about seizing the essence of heaven and earth. A common martial artist requires sustenance. A daily consumption of a cow is already the limit. Beyond that, one needs spiritual herbs and celestial springs to absorb the essence of the sun and moon. But when external sources are cut off, one becomes a starving ghost. He paced to the window, neon lights slicing through half of his face, casting a sinister silhouette. Do you know why martial generals waned after the Song dynasty? He abruptly turned, his eyes flashing with a bloody gleam, causing the room's temperature to plummet. Do you understand why during the northern and southern dynasties, soldiers resorted to cannibalism? Why the sordid affairs of the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms involved 2-legged sheep? It was all instigated by the famished martial cultivators. The stronger the flesh, the fiercer the hunger, until even humanity itself is devoured. In the army, starving ghosts run rampant. Living men become military rations. Generals at the borders behead enemies by day and gnaw on human bones by night. The stomach is a bottomless pit, in the end. Even the personal guards become mere meat on the chopping block. Why did Emperor Taizu Zhao Kuangyin relinquish military power with a cup of wine? Why suppress martial generals? It is precisely because he feared this pack of famished, blood-eyed demons would turn the world into a hellish battlefield. He fixed his gaze on Chun Luoqi's rapidly heaving chest, each word resonating like ice shards hitting the ground. Right now, you are merely a thin veil away from that threshold. Little Ka suddenly raised its head, bristling fur standing erect, emitting a threatening growl towards General Ma. Chun Luoqi's fingers dug deeply into the leather of the sofa, knuckles whitening, cold sweat soaking his back. His entire being trembling like a flickering candle in the wind. Look at you. Ma Shangfeng lifted Chun Luoqi, your vital energy depleted. Your life force flickering like a dying ember. Starve for 3 more days, and your organs will begin to consume themselves. He released his grip, and Chun Luoqi fell back onto the sofa like a broken bag, the springs creaking in protest. Chun Luoqi curled up, teeth chattering, nails scraping deep grooves into the leather of the sofa. Ma Shangfeng observed coldly, having cultivated your body to this extent, even ordinary food is unworthy of filling the gaps. Either seek spiritual objects to sustain your life or descend into madness and consume human flesh. Yet General Ma no longer regarded him, turning instead towards the table laden with greasy meats, seizing half of a cold roasted chicken and tearing off a leg with fierce determination. The juices flowed down his gnarled arm, dripping onto the carpet and spreading dark stains. He chewed, his gaze cast towards the inky darkness outside, as if assessing an impending storm. The living room was enveloped in a heavy silence. The only sounds remaining were the cooling of grease and the crunch of teeth grinding bone, the oppressive atmosphere washing over every inch of air. Chun Luoqi trembled violently, nails digging into his palms, drawing blood. He finally grasped the terrifying nature of his emptiness. It was not mere hunger, but the abyss howling within. Master Ma, save me. Chun Luoqi curled deeper into the sofa, nails clawing into the armrest, his voice hoarse like a broken gong. Each of Ma Shangfeng's words burned into his soul like a branding iron. Eat people. His stomach churned violently, the remnants of meat on the coffee table now reminiscent of rotting corpses. He wanted to vomit, yet he lacked even the strength to cough, only dry heaving and convulsing, veins bulging at his temples. Little Ka, restless, scraped at the floor, leaving white scratches on the cement. Ma Shangfeng finished the last chicken bone, the crunch of bone shattering between his teeth ringing clearly, casually wiping his chin, the grease glistening faintly under the dim light. His gaze turning towards the curled-up Chun Luoqi nestled deep in the sofa. Chun Luoqi's body continued to tremble involuntarily, nails digging into the leather, leaving pale imprints. Veins in his forehead pulsing violently, his entire face as pale as paper, sweat soaking his hair and sticking to his skin. A dry heave escaped his throat. Yet nothing could be expelled. Ma Shangfeng rose, his movements steady as the pendulum of an ancient clock, his footsteps silent upon the floor. He approached the sofa, looking down at Chun Luoqi from a height. Chun Luoqi's eyes trembled as they rose to meet his gaze, ripples of fear reflected in his pupils. Ma Xiangfeng's lips curled slightly, not in the previously arrogant smirk, but with a hint of reassurance. So, you finally learned to be afraid, have you? His voice boomed, yet it was tempered, resonating like the fading echoes of a war drum. Had you heeded my advice, you wouldn't have found yourself in this predicament. He shook his head, the sinewy muscles of his arms tightening and relaxing. While being tough is beneficial, excessive rigidity leads to one's own downfall. Chen Luoqi's breath quickened, his chest heaving violently. His fingers released the sofa, falling helplessly to his side. His lips moved, producing a hoarse whisper, Master Ma. Ma Xiangfeng raised a hand, interrupting him. Fingers splayed, and then closing, the joints cracking softly. Enough with the lamentations. Do not worry, you will not perish. There is still hope. Upon hearing this, Chen Luoqi's taut shoulders sagged, his entire being slumping into the sofa as he exhaled a long breath, reminiscent of a deflated balloon. Sweat trickled down his temple, dripping onto his collar and forming a darkened patch. Xiao Ka's ears perked up, its tail wagging with increasing enthusiasm, a gentle purr rumbling in its throat. Ma Xiangfeng squatted down, his gaze level with Chen Luoqi's, eyes sharp like a probe, scanning the pallid visage and swollen abdomen of the latter. I am curious. Just how far have you progressed? His tone was inquisitive, suggesting familiarity with the 6 or 7 refinements. He gestured to himself and then vaguely pointed at the air, hinting at the vast wealth shared by the foolish. With that much money, one could procure some deer placenta and tiger whip for nourishment. It should suffice. But 10 refinements? You would need to consume treasures as though they were mere meals, yet you do not appear to be starved to such a state. His palm pressed lightly against Chen Luoqi's abdomen, the ravenous demeanor hardly befitting someone of 6 or 7 refinements. Chen Luoqi swallowed hard, his throat moving with difficulty. His voice faint yet distinct. 10 refinements. Ma Xiangfeng's eyebrows remained motionless as he replied casually. Oh, 10 refinements. He grabbed a half-eaten cold rib from the coffee table, chewing noisily, his cheeks bulging. Suddenly, the sound of his chewing ceased abruptly. He turned sharply, eyes wide with disbelief. Jaw slightly agape, letting the rib slip from his fingers with a thud onto the carpet. What did you say? His voice rose, booming like a bronze bell, vibrating the windows with its resonance. 10 refinements. I wouldn't dare to guess 9, and you spring forth with 10? He stood up abruptly, his imposing figure looming like an iron tower, the air in the living room seemingly frozen. Xiao Ka instinctively raised its fur along its neck, emitting a low growl. Ma Xiangfeng stepped forward, leaning in closely, his nose nearly brushing against Chen Luoqi's face. His pupils contracted and expanded, tumultuous waves of astonishment and curiosity swirling in his eyes. As if a blade had sliced through his doubts, curiosity igniting like flames, while a sigh settled like frost. This secret technique has been passed down for millennia, the highest refinement rumored to be 9. Yet you, my friend, have shattered the ceiling. His fist clenched tightly, knuckles whitening, veins bulging. 6 refinements starve like wolves. 10 refinements? That is the appetite of a glutton reborn. No wonder you look like this, your belly an insatiable abyss. Even the gods could not fill it. He stepped back slightly, shaking his head, his gaze roving over Chen Luoqi, as though inspecting a rare weapon unearthed from the depths. Chen Luoqi shrank back, avoiding the searing scrutiny. His voice barely a whisper. I reached it through extraordinary abilities. He raised a hand, fingertips unconsciously tracing the edge of the sofa. I summoned you with this too. Ma Xiangfeng furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before his expression cleared. Extraordinary abilities? He stroked his chin, the stubble rasping softly. I once inquired with my master about such matters. These abilities could either be the legacy of a past life. You were someone remarkable in your previous existence, carrying something within your soul, or perhaps a return of ancestral bloodlines. A great power in your lineage manifesting within you. His tone was resolute. Chen Luoqi's shoulders relaxed, a bitter smile tugging at the corners of his mouth as he stared at his palm, musing silently. Legacy of a past life? That seems fitting. The origin of this golden finger is more mysterious than a previous existence. He lifted his gaze to meet Ma Xiangfeng's. My extraordinary ability allows me to consume gold to enhance my power. This time, I overdid it, skyrocketing from 5 refinements straight to 10. In the future, I shall be more prudent. Upon hearing this, a flicker of envy crossed Ma Xiangfeng's eyes, his throat shifting as if swallowing something precious. Gold, he murmured, fingers unconsciously grasping at the air. Who wouldn't desire such a skill? Chapter 39, Ma Xiangfeng's Threat 2. Chen Luoqi curled up deep within the sofa, his nails digging into the armrest, leaving pale marks. Cold sweat trickled down his temples, seeping into his collar. As he struggled to swallow, each gulp echoing the void within his abdomen. Xiao Ka anxiously scratched at the concrete floor, producing a harsh scraping sound. Master Ma. Chen Luoqi's voice emerged like a rasping whisper from a broken windbag, parched and hoarse. How do I fill this void? Ma Xiangfeng shoved the last piece of cold rib into his mouth, chewing slowly, the crunching of bone echoing sharply in the silence of the living room. He chewed methodically, not pausing until he had swallowed every last morsel, then wiped his chin casually, his gaze falling on Chun Luoqi's deathly pale face. "Phil," he snorted derisively. Reclining back into the creaking low stool, a 10-refinement belly is the mouth of a glutton. Ordinary grains and pulses would produce no sound when consumed. He extended a thick finger, glistening with grease, tracing aimlessly over the oily surface of the coffee table. There are indeed ways to address this. It boils down to one word: eat. Chun Luoqi's pupils contracted slightly, as if grasping at a lifeline, leaning forward a bit, though his weakness caused him to sway. Ginseng, deer antler, Ganoderma, snow lotus, these so-called treasures. Ma Xiangfeng's finger tapped on the table, each point leaving behind a faint, oily mark. Eat them like meals. 3 times a day. No, 5 times. Each meal should fill you to the brim. Seek out those of sufficient age and potency, and stuff yourself to the limit. In this world, while spiritual energy may be scarce, akin to a parched salt marsh suffering for 3 centuries, there may still be a hidden treasure in some corner of a deep mountain or an untouched cave of a cultivator. His gaze drifted towards the pitch-black night outside, as if he could penetrate the steel and concrete of urban sprawl to glimpse the vast mountains, thinking that with a stroke of luck, he might stumble upon a half-buried treasure, perhaps enough to sustain him for 10 days or more. He paused. Retrieving a bottle of beer from the refrigerator, Chun Luoqi was not fond of alcohol, but Desha had purchased a plethora of it and stuffed it into the fridge. Tilting his head back to gulp down a hefty swig, the liquid trickling down his chin, he wiped it away with the back of his hand, his gaze returning to Chun Luoqi with a hint of scrutiny. In my day, I too craved such things. Alas, I was poor. The meager soldier's pay could scarcely afford a few strands of ginseng. He self-deprecatingly grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. However, I did manage to gather a few prescriptions, all the hidden gems of old physicians, specifically for those fierce men who had drained their vitality through external training. He rose to his feet, his tall figure casting a long shadow in the dim light, enveloping Chun Luoqi on the sofa. Here, he said, furrowing his brow as if trying hard to recall, the 8 treasures deer placenta soup is a clumsy method for replenishing qi and blood. It may be slow, but it is steady. Gather the materials, find a reliable old Chinese doctor to brew it for you. Do not trust those machine-brewed concoctions. The bearbal soup nourishes the heart and calms the inner fire, quelling the ferocious hunger that rages within. The all-deer tonic is exceptionally potent, invigorating and replenishing vitality. As he paused, a peculiar smile flickered at the corners of his mouth, recalling that the tiger bone and tiger whip used for the infusion must be authentic. A rarity in these times. Even using leopard bone or bear bone as a substitute would suffice. Soaking them in strong liquor. Consuming a small bottle daily would fortify the muscles, invigorate the blood flow, and help suppress that gnawing hunger. Chun Luoqi's fingers trembled as he listened to those prescriptions. Feeling as though he were grasping at countless fragile strands of hope, he raised his gaze, cold sweat trickling into his eyes, stinging and making them ache. His voice bore an almost imperceptible note of despair. How long can this sustain me, Master Ma? Is there a fundamental remedy? Ma Xiangfeng, bent over a plate of roast goose, paused at the sound of his voice. Straightening up, he did not meet Chun Luoqi's eyes, but instead focused intently on the half-cold, greasy piece of goose meat in his hand, its sheen glistening unappealingly under the light. After a moment of silence, the only sound in the room was the soft snoring of Shao Ka. Fundamental remedy? He suddenly spoke, his voice lowered, losing the earlier resonance. Yet it resonated like a heavy bell tolling in Chun Luoqi's heart. He tossed the goose meat back onto the table with a dull thud, wiping his greasy hands on his trousers, turning to face Chun Luoqi with a gaze that felt almost tangible, a complex mix of scrutiny, size, and an almost pitying sharpness. There are 2 paths. He extended 2 thick fingers, stained with grease and minor scars. The first path is to cultivate the mind. Chun Luoqi froze, his lips moving but no sound emerging. The physical body, no matter how strong, is merely armor for the soul, a vessel for crossing turbulent waters. Ma Xiangfeng's voice was not loud, yet each word landed with the weight of iron, imbued with an undeniable gravity. Armor may break, vessels may rot. Only the spirit is the true foundation upon which you build your existence. It is the helmsman. He stepped forward slightly, an invisible pressure causing Chun Luoqi, seated on the sofa, to instinctively retract his neck. The path of the spirit must be sought within oneself. Do not rely on heaven. Do not rely on earth. Do not depend on any external sustenance. Even if the heavens crumble, the sun and moon sink, and the 6 realms of reincarnation grind through, it cannot waver a fraction. He narrowed his eyes slightly, penetrating Chun Luoqi's very being as if gazing into an exceedingly distant realm, his voice carrying a unique rhythm. Long and ethereal, I possess a pearl, long shackled by dust and toil. One day, when the dust settles and light arises, it shall illuminate mountains and rivers in their entirety. These lines flowed from his lips, contrasting sharply with his rugged appearance, yet strangely exuding a force that struck directly at the heart. If the heart is strong enough, clear enough, bright enough, he withdrew his gaze, refocusing on Chun Luoqi's pallid face. His eyes sharp as blades. Even if this wretched shell were discarded, the spirit could endure and remain immortal. Your cultivated essence, a torrential flood. Yet without a sufficiently powerful spirit to harness, restrain, and guide it, it will eventually turn against you, devouring you until not even bones remain. Is your hunger merely the stomach crying out? No. It is your feeble spirit that cannot contain the ferocity of this essence. It is rebelling. Chun Luoqi trembled violently, as though struck by an invisible bolt of lightning. He suddenly bowed his head, staring at his slightly trembling hands, observing the whitened knuckles from exertion. The abyss within him roared anew, not merely hunger, but a chaotic power raging. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his shirt, chilling him to the bone. Seeing his dazed state, Ma Xiangfeng snorted disdainfully and turned to the window. Outside, the city lights flickered in a mesmerizing array of colors, casting a bizarre hue across half his face while the other remained shrouded in shadow, its contours appearing even more austere. The second path, his voice regained its earlier firmness, is the method of concealment. Techniques such as turtle breathing and hibernating dragon, or other esoteric arts that can store essence and energy, locking away one's vital force. Treat yourself as a turtle or a hibernating snake, minimizing consumption to the point where your meager reserves can barely sustain your life. Turning his head, he glanced at the sofa, noting that this method was merely a means of survival. Yet at least it could buy you some time, preventing you from succumbing to hunger and resorting to desperate measures. Silence once again enveloped the room. The greasy, meaty scent, the stale aroma of alcohol, and the faint odor of Chun Luoqi's weakness mingled in the air, weighing heavily upon it. Xiao Ka seemed to sense the tense atmosphere, its tail ceasing to wag. Ears perked up, icy eyes fixed intently on Ma Xiangfeng. Chun Luoqi curled up on the sofa, resembling a shrimp devoid of its bones. He hung his head low, disheveled strands of hair falling over his eyes, with only the violent rise and fall of his chest and the slight tremor of his shoulders betraying the tempest within. Cultivating the mind. The pearl? Illuminating mountains and rivers? Those cryptic words felt as distant and ethereal as clouds on the horizon. He, a man forged through golden means, had never even properly studied the foundational breathing techniques. How could he contemplate the cultivation of the mind? A spirit strong enough to wield this essence, which could rebel at any moment. This seemed more elusive than digging up a millennium-old ginseng root. Conceal? Turtle breathing? Hibernating dragon? Transforming into a piece of withered wood or a stone? This appeared to be the only lifeline within reach. At least it sounded far more realistic than resorting to cannibalism or seeking divine treasures. He gasped, a sound akin to a worn-out bellows struggling to draw air. Suddenly, Chun Luoqi's body, curled on the sofa, stiffened, his back arching like a taut bowstring. He shot his head up, the damp strands of hair clinging to his pale skin, revealing bloodshot eyes beneath. The gasping ceased, replaced by a suffocating silence, the only movement coming from the violent heaving of his chest. Master Ma, his voice rasped like sandpaper. You understand the turtle breathing and hibernating dragon techniques, don't you? Can you teach me? Ma de Jianjun's voice was deep and steady, like a brook flowing gently through a mountain gorge, devoid of emotion. He lifted his eyelids, his gaze landing on Chun Luoqi's face. Turtle breathing and hibernating dragon? I have not studied them either. My path has been that of the guardian spirit. This skill was forged through my years at Maoshan, learned through strict discipline and nurtured with sustenance from my master. It is bound by lineage and rules. You are not a disciple of Maoshan. Ma de Jinjuan's voice remained steady, yet bore an undeniable weight, akin to a stone sinking into water, rendering the path unsuitable for transmission to him. To pass it on would be to harm him and violate the established order. Chun Luoqi's fingers sank into the sofa's seams, knuckles whitening from the pressure. The greasy scent of meat in the air felt even more suffocating, pressing down on his lungs, each breath akin to a knife scraping his throat. Ma Xiangfeng's final words, cannot be passed on, struck him like a shard of ice, embedding itself deep within his heart. The terms of divine treasures, cultivation methods, and health secrets buzzed in his mind, each word striking like a hammer, shattering the last remnants of his hope. The soul lifeline had snapped. A chill, laced with absurdity, crept up his spine. As a time traveler with a golden touch, he had expected to stir the winds and waves, yet here he was, facing the possibility of being starved to death by the very body forged from gold. This seemed more like a wretched joke than any dire predicament. His shoulders sagged, his head sank lower, hair obscuring his entire face, only the area covered by fabric rising and falling violently. A tempest rages within his chest, not of sorrow, but a profound sense of cold despair, as if abandoned by the entire world. His stomach feels as though gripped by an invisible hand, forcefully constricting it, transforming the intense emptiness into a tangible burning sensation that sets his internal organs wailing in agony. To hell with the techniques. To hell with the constraints. He abruptly raises his head, his eyes bloodshot. The life bestowed by the golden finger must be salvaged by the golden finger itself. The imperial sword? Merely a worthless salted fish. Chimpipua? Just a handful of tea leaves. Fragment of a divine stone? Nothing but a broken rock. He fixates on those few objects. His atoms apple bobbing up and down, producing a harsh, grating sound, as if desperately suppressing an urge to pounce and tear something apart. At that moment, the cold, hard silhouette by the window suddenly stirs. Ma Xiangfeng's body sways slightly, appearing momentarily blurred like a faulty signal. He swiftly raises his hand, delivering a sharp slap to his forehead, the crisp sound echoing painfully in the dead silence of the living room. Xiao Ka flinches back, emitting a brief, low whimper. Oh dear. A voice entirely dissimilar to Ma Xiangfeng's grand tone emerges, laced with a hint of mockery, buzzing in his head. I say, old relative. The voice drags out the syllables. General Ma's physique is indeed solid, capable of withstanding cannon fire, yet his temper is excessively rigid. Do not let him frighten you into submission. Ma Xiangfeng's body seems to turn awkwardly, his expression shifting. The cold, hard demeanor akin to a blade diminishes significantly, replaced by a blend of resignation and familiar merchant-like shrewdness, his lips twitching upwards in a somewhat awkward smile, his gaze softening to convey a hint of reproach. As if scolding, why so fierce? Chen Luoqi stands stupefied, even his heavy breathing momentarily stifled. That voice belongs to Desha. Desha? Chen Luoqi's voice is so hoarse it is barely audible. Of course it's me. Desha appears quite pleased with Chen Luoqi's reaction, waving his arm in an exaggerated manner. Look at yourself. Your face is as pale as a freshly plastered wall. As the old saying goes, as long as the Green Mountains remain, one need not worry about firewood. A towering man cannot be so easily subdued by hunger. He struts over to the sofa with a gait far more flamboyant than Ma Xiangfeng's, gazing down at the curled-up Chen Luoqi, his eyes conveying a message of resilience. General Ma's stern demeanor is merely a tactic to instill a lesson. There shall be no next time. Do you understand? In future endeavors, exercise caution. Your life is not like chives. Once harvested, it cannot sprout anew. Once is more than enough. Chapter 40. The Intimidation of Ma Xiangfeng. Part 3. Before his words could conclude, his expression suddenly stiffens, brows knitting together, the earlier merchant-like demeanor and reproach instantly suppressed by an air of solemnity and lethal intent. Ma Xiangfeng's voice resounds, heavy and resonant as if echoing from a distant chest, imbued with a subtle pressure. Humph, chatter. One cannot teach a person through mere words. Experience teaches once, and that is sufficient. The final word is delivered with unyielding certainty. Immediately, that lethal expression wavers, and Desha's voice regains dominance. Tinged with eager supplication, "Oh, General Ma," he must have realized. His face has turned green with fright. Look at him tremble. Give him a way out. We are all relatives. Ma Xiangfeng's expression flickers rapidly between cold hardness and resignation, between lethal intent and merchant-like shrewdness, his brows alternating between tautness and relaxation, his gaze alternating between sharpness and a touch of streetwise cunning. Two entirely distinct consciousnesses vie for control within the same vessel, engaging in a bizarre and absurd dialogue. His palm, as large as a fan, alternates between clenching, producing a faint cracking sound, and relaxing, pressing down twice with an open palm, as if attempting to soothe someone. Chen Luoqi watches this scene, the icy despair lodged in his chest quietly fissuring under the weight of this absurdity. Deep within his frigid heart, a faint glimmer of light seems to struggle to break free. Hope, he dares not confirm. Yet the heavy stillness undeniably loosens its grip. His eyes, dry and sore, blink forcefully, instinctively inhaling through his nose, the stagnant air in his throat feeling slightly less constricted. Ultimately, Ma Xiangfeng regains dominance. His expression hardens completely, the vivacity that belonged to Desha dissipating entirely. He strides to the front of the sofa, his stature regaining its mountain-like rigidity, casting a shadow over Chen Luoqi. He looks down at Chen Luoqi, his gaze sweeping across his waxy face and the slightly protruding abdomen, swollen from previous overindulgence, emitting a discontented grunt from his nostrils, as if to shoo away flies. Fool, he begins, his tone regaining its characteristic coldness, yet devoid of previous rejection. Hunger does not equate to death. Look at you. A pathetic sight, even less resilient than a stray dog scavenging on the streets. He points his chin towards Chen Luoqi's protruding belly. Be careful not to burst your own stomach. Even deities would find it hard to save you. Remember your limits. Starvation won't kill you, but overindulgence may easily do so. Chen Luoqi instinctively covers his belly, where lingering discomfort from overconsumption still resides, a dull ache and nausea. He moves his lips as if to argue, yet no sound escapes. Ginseng, deer antler, common tonics. Ma Shangfeng continues, his pace unhurried, enunciating each word with clarity and strength, striking Chen Luoqi's ears like a lifeline. These will sustain your life and restore some strength. Do not expect them to fill your bottomless pit entirely, but at least they will grant you the energy to seek a way out, preventing you from descending into madness and gnawing on unsavory things. He pauses, his gaze piercing into Chen Luoqi. Do you understand? Chen Luoqi nods vigorously, the movement exaggerated, emitting a soft, choked sound from his throat, tinged with the relief of survival. Ma Shangfeng seems somewhat satisfied with his reaction, the frost in his eyes thawing slightly. He turns away from Chen Luoqi, facing the kaleidoscopic neon outside, his voice lowering, imbued with a strange penetrating quality, as if it could pierce through flesh and reach the soul. The secrets of Maoshan must not be lightly shared with outsiders. This is the rule, and it is also the consequence. Chen Luoqi's heart sinks sharply, the flicker of light that had just ignited appears to dim once more. He clenches his fists, nails nearly embedding into his flesh. Yet Ma Shangfeng's voice resonates again, the pivoting words akin to a lifeline thrown his way. A scripture for calming the mind, which does not constitute a technique and does not touch upon the fundamentals. Cultivating tranquility and simplicity, calming the spirit and focusing the mind, may somewhat alleviate your gnawing hunger. He glances at Chen Luoqi from the corner of his eye. It will sharpen your clarity, preventing you from being ensnared by the hunger demon. A tranquil mindset diminishes suffering. Chen Luoqi abruptly lifts his head, the faint light in his eyes reigniting. Akin to a dying man spotting a beacon, he nearly holds his breath, fixating on Ma Shangfeng's silhouette, his body leaning slightly forward as if to absorb every word. Ma Shangfeng no longer looks at him, turning his attention back to the window. The city's neon lights cascade across his sharply defined profile, while the other side remains shrouded in profound shadow. He slowly closes his eyes, his chest rising and falling gently, as if adjusting some internal rhythm. The living room is filled solely with Xiao Ka's occasional nervous licks and the thunderous beating of Chen Luoqi's heart. Listen carefully, Ma Shangfeng's voice resounds. No longer cold and hard, but imbued with a peculiar cadence, deep and distant, as if echoing ancient reverberations, each syllable etched distinctly into the air, icy as time itself. All else rendered silent. Chen Luoqi shudders, instinctively following along, his voice dry and trembling. Ice cold throughout the ages, all remains still. With tranquility in my heart and serenity in my spirit, I gaze upon my solitary self. The voice persists, akin to the gentle flow of a mountain stream cascading over stones. With tranquility in my heart and serenity in my spirit, Chen Luoqi endeavors to emulate that rhythm. Though his voice is hoarse, each word is enunciated with utmost sincerity. Mind and spirit in unison, breath in harmonious accord, the intervals are but remnants, unfazed by myriad transformations. Ma Shangfeng's voice seems to carry an invisible force that penetrates the stagnant air of the living room. Mind and spirit in unison, breath in harmonious accord. The intervals are but remnants, unfazed by myriad transformations. Chen Luoqi recites, sensing a peculiar coolness that appears to seep gently from the crown of his head, though faint. It quenches the fiery flame burning in his heart. He greedily captures this coolness, his body instinctively straightening, and his tightly clenched fists loosening slightly, free from obsession and anger. Devoid of desire and expectation, unburdened and relinquished, without action and self. The voice continues to guide, akin to the evening drum and morning bell, free from obsession and anger. Devoid of desire and expectation, unburdened and relinquished, without action and self. Following along, that coolness seems to flow slowly down his spine, calming the spasming organs that had been tormented by hunger. He draws a deep breath, feeling for the first time since the onset of hunger that the air he inhales is no longer a searing knife, but rather a soothing balm of coolness. He closes his eyes, striving to concentrate, capturing every profound syllable uttered by Ma Shangfeng, as if they were the only elixir of life. Upon completing the final phrase of relinquishment and selflessness, with his tongue pressed against the roof of his mouth, the burning sensation that had swirled in his chest indeed diminished. It was as though someone had gently cast a small piece of ice into his boiling organs. The ice melted slowly, releasing tendrils of coolness, insufficient to extinguish the raging fire of hunger, yet temporarily subduing the frenzy and despair that nearly consumed his reason. His dry eyes shifted, the blurry figures in his vision gradually becoming clear. "How are you doing, old buddy?" A voice filled with evident concern broke the silence, lively in tone, unmistakably that of Big Fool. The once rigid contours of his face relaxed, his brow unfurrowing, the corners of his mouth curving cautiously. His previously sharp gaze softened into one of genuine concern as he leaned slightly forward, unconsciously rubbing his hands together as if to soothe something. After reciting this incantation, "Do you feel better? You don't look as pale." Chun Luochi inhaled deeply, the breath flowing much more smoothly than before. Devoid of the suffocating sensation that had clawed at his throat, he attempted to loosen his tightly clenched fist, his nails nearly embedded in his palm, the joints cracking slightly, accompanied by a hint of stiffness and numbness. He licked his chapped lips. His voice remained hoarse, yet no longer trembled like leaves in the wind. Much better, big fool. He was still hungry, his heart racing as if claws were scratching within, yet his mind felt clearer, unlike before when it was muddled, only yearning to stuff anything into his mouth. He instinctively pressed his hand against his stomach, the bloating still present. But the nearly frenzied urge to gorge himself had indeed been temporarily suppressed by the miraculous incantation. "Oh, that's good to hear." Big Fool visibly sighed in relief, his shoulders relaxing slightly, a pure and simple smile blossoming on his face, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes crinkling together. "As long as you can steady your mind. Hunger won't kill you. Our General Ma's method works." He gave a thumbs up, his tone brimming with pride. "Thank you, Big Fool, and thank you, General Ma." Chun Luochi gazed at the person before him, his eyes reflecting gratitude for surviving a calamity, mingled with a subtle hint of reverence. He struggled to rise, but his legs felt somewhat weak. A snort, sharp and cold, akin to ice striking the ground. Both Chun Luochi and Big Fool froze. The lively demeanor vanished from the face before them, as if erased by an invisible hand. The brow furrowed deeply, creating a pronounced crease. The smile flattened into a hard line. The concern and geniality in his gaze were replaced by an almost condescending scrutiny, sharp as a drawn blade. The mere shift in posture from relaxed to rigid transformed the aura surrounding him entirely. "Concern?" Ma Shangfeng's voice deepened, carrying a metallic resonance. His gaze sweeping over Chun Luochi's pallid face and still distended abdomen, finally landing on the disarrayed dining table, his brow furrowing even tighter. "Foolish one. It won't kill you, but you could easily burst. Look at this heap." Ma Shangfeng's gaze pierced through to Chun Luochi's swollen belly, a short, cold snort escaping his nostrils. He lifted his chin slightly, his features taut. "Have you become a glutton? Stuffing yourself mindlessly? Look at your belly. It's bulging as if you've been carrying 3 months' worth of offspring. If you were to gulp down another breath of cold air, you might just explode on the spot." Unthinking fool. Each word struck Chun Luochi's face like sharp stones. A buzzing filled his head, his ears instantly flushed crimson, warmth spreading down to the base of his neck. He dared not meet Ma Shangfeng's gaze, his eyes fixated on the greasy table, his fingers unconsciously digging into the seam of his pants, his throat constricted as if blocked by a cotton ball, his voice barely audible. "Yes, yes. I was dazed from hunger, I neglected everything." He nearly wished to bury his face in the heap of messy dishes. "Master Ma." Chun Luochi suddenly lifted his head, his voice rising slightly, tinged with an intentional urgency, attempting to break the suffocating awkwardness. He gestured frantically at the now cold dishes on the table. Look. They're all cold. The oil has solidified. This is no way to treat guests." He lunged for the phone. "I'll call right now. Order another round. Hot. Fresh. As much as you want. General Ma, you've done me a tremendous favor. How could I allow you to eat this leftover? Big Fool is family, not particular. But this is rather disgraceful." His words rushed forth, fingers tapping on the screen numbers, while his eyes furtively gauged Ma Shangfeng's expression. The previously rigid expression on Ma Shangfeng's face softened imperceptibly at the corners of his tightly pressed lips, the frosty demeanor in his eyes thawing just a fraction. His straightened back relaxed slightly, and he swallowed, as if suppressing something. As Chun Luochi hurriedly began listing the dishes, he spoke slowly, his voice still deep, yet lacking the earlier sharpness. "Order away." However, he paused, his gaze sweeping over Chun Luochi with an undeniable authority. "There are 4 items I abstain from. Do not place them on the table." Chun Luochi perked up. He pointed towards the plate of nearly untouched, richly sauced braised beef on the table. "Remember, beef, dog, mullet, and wild goose. I will not touch these 4. Chun Luochi was taken aback, his gaze falling on the plate of beef. He recalled that just moments ago, Ma Shangfeng, or Big Fool, had indeed devoured a considerable amount of food, yet this plate of beef remained untouched. Not even a single chopstick had been dipped in. "So that is why?" he instinctively queried. Ma Shangfeng's gaze flickered over the plate of beef, revealing a moment of complexity, a mixture of faint nostalgia, almost imperceptible, and a deeper, near-religious resolve. He diverted his gaze towards the dark night outside, his voice low yet laden with undeniable weight. "Beef, plowed fields and tilled land. Laborious and meritorious. To eat it is unjust. Dog, guarding the home, loyal and steadfast. To eat it is unkind. Mullet, bearing young, the mother fish nurturing her fry. expending all efforts. To eat it is unfilial. Wild goose, having lost its mate, remains single for life. To eat it is heartless. He paused momentarily, each word resonating with the weight of stone. For abstentions from eating are not for mere sustenance, but for the refinement of one's character. Filial piety, loyalty, chastity, and benevolence are the essence of humanity. Chun Luochi felt a jolt within his heart. The seemingly simple principle of abstaining concealed a profound moral burden. In truth, General Ma had harbored an unusual fondness for beef before embarking on his spiritual journey. Cattle from his estate often met with unfortunate accidents or succumbed to melancholy, a strategy to evade the stringent laws against the slaughter of working oxen. Chapter 41. Chun Pai Puer. Those bygone days now appeared distant and absurd before the general, whose gaze was as deep and still as an ancient well. The Ma Shangfeng before him seemed worlds apart from the general who once racked his brains for the sake of gluttony. I understand, Master Ma. Chun Luochi nodded earnestly, his demeanor respectful, acknowledging his own ignorance. Please, instruct me on what you wish to eat. Eager to make amends, and perhaps curry favor. He recognized the significance of this formidable figure, who was also affiliated with the Maoshan sect. A fleeting glimmer, almost imperceptible, darted across Ma Shangfeng's eyes. It was a pure, instinctual delight born of anticipation for fine cuisine, quickly masked by his habitual stoicism, yet the corners of his lips seemed to soften ever so slightly, and his Adam's apple moved subtly. He did not express approval or disapproval, merely emitting a non-committal grunt through his nose, which could be interpreted as tacit consent. His gaze swept over the remaining half-bottle of beer on the table, and his brow instinctively furrowed, revealing undisguised disdain. This watery brew tastes like horse urine. Let us have some huangjiu instead. Yes, we have huangjiu, Chun Luochi exclaimed, as if granted a reprieve. He promptly picked up the phone, deftly dialing, relaying the names of several dishes that Ma Shangfeng had just consumed in abundance, emphasizing with conviction. Yes, all dishes must absolutely exclude beef, dog meat, black fish, and wild goose. Anything related is strictly forbidden. Also, please warm a pot of fine huangjiu, aged if possible. Yes, expedite. As he hung up, the living room descended into a subtle silence once more. Xiaoka, nestled in a corner, seemed to sense the shift in atmosphere, ceasing to groom its paws and instead observing the two with wide, round eyes. Chun Luochi's gaze unconsciously drifted across the coffee table, landing on the inconspicuous tea set. Recalling the reward of Chun Pai Puer from the system, General Ma, he cleared his throat, his tone laced with tentative inquiry. You have just imparted your teachings and exerted your mental energy on me. It must be quite taxing. I fortuitously acquired this Chun Pai Puer tea, reputed to be of decent quality. As we await the arrival of the new dishes, if you do not mind, might we sample it? It could serve as a pleasant diversion. Before his words had fully escaped his lips, his right hand reached towards the void beside him, fingers slightly splayed, as if searching for an invisible pocket in the air. In a heartbeat, a package of dark brown paper-wrapped Chun Pai Puer materialized in his palm, the rough texture exuding a faint, aged aroma. He cradled it with both hands, presenting it to Ma Shangfeng. Ma Shangfeng's half-closed eyelids suddenly lifted, his pupils reflecting the tea package that had appeared seemingly out of thin air. His fingers, resting on his knee, curled slightly, and the lines of his shoulders tensed, akin to a bowstring drawn taut. He scrutinized the hands that held the tea, then slowly shifted his gaze to the empty space beside Chun Luochi, his stare penetrating the air as though it were tangible. Are you capable of transmuting the minuscule into the immense? Ma Shangfeng inquired, his voice low and laden with scrutiny, each syllable striking the stillness of the air. Or perhaps you possess some treasure akin to a magical bag. Chun Luochi felt a prickle of discomfort under the weight of that piercing gaze, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the coarse paper. He swallowed hard and hesitantly replied, Master Ma, it is not a treasure or artifact. It is merely a peculiar ability of mine. He paused, lowering his head further, though a hint of pride seeped through his modesty. However, my capabilities are limited. I can only conjure objects of up to 1 cubic meter in size. This ability to summon items from thin air stems from the temporary storage privilege granted by the system that Chun Luochi had achieved. As long as he had not actively retrieved rewards, anything bestowed by the system could be stored in that ephemeral void for an extended duration. However, once drawn out, it could not be returned, akin to spilled water that cannot be gathered back. Fortunately, Chun Luochi had also activated a spatial seed, which, although initially capable of containing merely a cubic meter, represented a controllable independent space. Moreover, this space possessed the potential for growth, with the use of gold. Its capacity could gradually expand to encompass more. The package of Chun Pai Puer he now offered had triggered the irreversible rule of extraction, having departed from the system's storage area and settled in his palm. The existence of his spatial seed and its initial cubic meter capacity now served as his trump card in this explanation. Ma Xiangfeng refrained from further questioning and simply accepted the tea package. The moment his fingertips brushed against the paper, his brow twitched, and his nostrils flared as he inhaled deeply. Though the fragrance of the tea had yet to be released, a crisp, morning dew-like essence permeated his senses, refreshing and invigorating. His eyes brightened suddenly, akin to pebbles dropped into an ancient well, producing ripples that were faint yet unmistakable. What a remarkable spirit for nurturing one's vitality. This subtle aura is far from mundane. From whence did you acquire such a treasure? The cold edge in his tone had softened, replaced by a hint of curiosity. Chen Luoqi's heart raced, and a sheen of sweat broke out on his back. He could not divulge a single word about the system. Lowering his head, he mumbled, "It was merely a fortunate coincidence. This is the only portion I possess." Each word felt as though it were being squeezed from between his teeth. Laced with a tremor of guilt, Ma Xiangfeng did not press further. Instead, he pinched the rough paper of the tea package between his fingers, his nostrils imperceptibly flaring as he sensed its quality. "If it is indeed spirit tea," he stated, his eyelids slightly drooping, "then allow me to brew it." Before he finished speaking, he had already crouched down, opening a low cabinet with precision to retrieve a Zisha teapot and a tea vessel. His movements, so familiar, they resembled rummaging through his own storeroom. Ma Xiangfeng, squatting down, extracted an aluminum kettle from the corner of the cabinet, its surface coated with a fine layer of dust, evidently having seen little use of late. "What a wretched kettle," he scoffed lightly through his nostrils. Yet his hands remained steady as he twisted the cap off a bottle of mineral water, rinsing the kettle before pouring the water inside. He ignited the flame to boil the water. As the liquid began to bubble at the bottom of the kettle, he set about arranging the tea vessel, examining the Zisha teapot with meticulous attention, his fingers tracing the uneven texture of the clay, his brow furrowing deeper. "The shape is clumsy, and the coarse clay is a waste." He flicked his fingers against the kettle's body, producing a dull thud, causing Chen Luoqi to shrink his neck, too timid to respond. After all, this choice was also a reflection of the foolish selection, unrelated to him. The flames licked the bottom of the kettle, and steam began to rise. The sound of boiling water transitioned from faint to robust, and the kettle's spout released a cloud of white vapor. Ma Xiangfeng suddenly withdrew his fingers, lifting the scalding kettle with an ease that belied any hint of chaos, as if he were merely picking up a feather. He ceased speaking, fully immersed in the art of tea. As he warmed the cups, his wrist turned gently, the Zisha cup rolling in his palm as if it were a living entity, the heat evenly distributed. When placing tea into the pot, his fingers splayed slightly. The dark brown tea cake crumbled into the pot with a sound reminiscent of stars falling into a chest, deliberate yet unhurried. During the awakening of the tea, the pot danced lightly in his grasp, as water enveloped the leaves, swirling in a rhythm of its own. As he poured the boiling water down, it cascaded like a silver ribbon suspended in midair, precisely directed, the sound of water flowing akin to a babbling brook. At the moment of serving, he tilted the pot, his arms steady as a rock. The tea flowed like amber liquid gold, neither splashing nor spilling. As he divided the tea into cups, the liquid shimmered with clarity, its fragrance lingering in the air. Finally, he gently nudged the teacups towards Chen Luoqi, serving the tea as if arranging a formation of troops. The entire sequence of movements flowed seamlessly, devoid of any signs of artifice, as if birthed from the very fabric of nature itself. The water, stagnant and lifeless, and the vessel, mundane and ordinary. Ma Xiangfeng observed with a cold gaze the steam rising from the cup of tea, his voice as crisp as a mountain spring. The spiritual tea requires the vitality of a living spring, not merely the clarity of pure water, but something lively and vibrant. Such murky liquid, bland and insipid, sullied the essence of the tea. As his fingertips grazed the cup's rim, the tea shimmered beneath his scrutiny, revealing golden ripples. Suddenly, the room was suffused with a refreshing fruit aroma, mingling with the rich, aged pu'er, overpowering even the greasy remnants of the leftover meal. The tea was scalding hot, yet it seemed to emanate a coolness from the bottom of the cup. Chen Luoqi's throat stirred as he fixated on the clear amber hue, feeling as if the last remnants of heat within him were cleansed by the fragrance of the tea. Ma Xiangfeng flicked the rim of the cup with his finger. "Drink." He poured himself a cup, but did not rush to partake. First, he closed his eyes and bowed his head, delicately inhaling the aroma at the rim, his chest rising and falling slowly, as if absorbing the fragrance into his very being. After a long while, he finally raised the cup to his lips, sipping gently. As the tea entered his mouth, his eyelids fluttered closed, the tension in his shoulders quietly unwinding, and his jawline softened, as if he had submerged into a deep pool, the air of sternness dissipating from between his brows, leaving only tranquility. Chen Luoqi, already parched, hastily picked up another cup. Ignoring the heat, he tilted his head back and took a generous gulp. The tea flowed down his throat, the refreshing aroma bursting forth, sweet and invigorating like a spring. The discomfort in his stomach, swollen from overindulgence, seemed to be gently kneaded away by an invisible hand, alleviating the pain. Following that, a wave of coolness surged from his dantian, spreading along his spine, neither icy nor jarring, quietly merging into his mind. In an instant, his chaotic thoughts dispersed like mist. The burning hunger in his chest reduced to mere embers, and his breathing became light and buoyant. He smacked his lips, savoring the lingering taste on the corners of his mouth, his gaze brightening considerably, even his posture instinctively straightening. Ma Xiangfeng remained with his eyes closed, savoring the tea. Yet a subtle smile graced the corners of his lips. Outside the window, the neon lights danced, casting a kaleidoscope of colors upon his face. The aroma of tea intertwined with the silence. Xiao Ka cautiously lifted its head, its tail gently swaying, while the living room was left with only the curling tendrils of tea smoke and the varying depths of their breathing. Just as the tea neared its end, the doorbell abruptly shattered the tranquility. Chen Luoqi nearly leaped to his feet, and Xiao Ka perked up its ears in alertness. Outside the door stood a panting delivery person, holding two enormous thermal boxes. The rich aroma of food seeped through the crack of the door, instantly diluting the fragrance of tea in the air. Master Ma, the dishes have arrived. Chen Luoqi deftly took the boxes, carefully laying the food containers out on the dining table. The moment the lids were lifted, steam burst forth, carrying with it an even more intense melange of aromas. Golden and glossy roast duck glistening with a honeyed sheen, steamed grouper adorned with delicate shreds of scallion and ginger, shrimp balls enveloped in a crystalline sauce, accompanied by a few dishes of vibrant green vegetables, a bowl of creamy Buddha jumps over the wall, and huadiao wine warmed in a sturdy ceramic pot. Chapter 42. The Imperial Sword. Ma Xiangfeng, who had been sitting as still as a pine, leaned forward imperceptibly at the onslaught of fragrance. His nostrils flared slightly, a flicker of surprise passing through his deep-set eyes, soon replaced by a more profound curiosity. He picked up his chopsticks, his movements still bearing the crispness of military precision, yet no longer as hasty as before. A morsel of roast duck entered his mouth, the crisp skin crackling audibly between his teeth. He chewed thoughtfully, his brow initially furrowed in habitual concentration, then gradually unfurling. Such exquisite cooking, he murmured, his gaze falling upon another dish of glistening sweet and sour ribs. He picked up a piece. It was crispy on the outside yet tender within. The sweet and sour flavors perfectly intertwined, distinct in their layers. The finesse of the sauce was beyond what we could fathom. He sipped a warm cup of yellow wine, the rich liquid gliding down his throat, eliciting a sigh of satisfaction, a symphony of spices, inexhaustible and harmonized to his liking. The material abundance of this world is truly unparalleled. With each dish he sampled, he commented, from the freshness of the ingredients to the mastery of the cooking, and even the complex seasonings whose names he could not recall but which elevated the flavors, his words laced with unabashed awe and admiration. Chen Luoqi sat opposite him, watching as the general elegantly and efficiently devoured the array of delectable dishes, suffering silently with his still distended belly, instinctively swallowing his saliva. Each praise from the general felt like another pinch of salt on his already frayed nerves. Just as Ma Xiangfeng was engrossed in the bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall, savoring a spoonful of the rich broth, Chen Luoqi finally remembered his own imperial sword. His thoughts stirred, and his right hand reached once more into the void beside him. This time, however, what emerged caused the fragrant allure of the sumptuous feast to momentarily falter. A salted fish, nearly a foot long, abruptly appeared in Chen Luoqi's hand. The fish bore a deep, dark brown hue, as if steeped in thyme and salt, its surface dry and wrinkled, resembling the gnarled branches of an ancient tree. A strangely overpowering aroma, a blend of intense fishiness and aged brine, instantly enveloped the air, forcefully penetrating through the fragrances of the banquet, assaulting the nostrils. Cough, 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 cough. Ma Xiangfeng, engrossed in the savory flavors of the Buddha jumps over the wall, was caught off guard, erupting into a violent coughing fit, nearly expelling the broth he had just ingested. His face flushed crimson, and he hastily grabbed the nearby bowl of warm yellow wine, tilting his head back to gulp down nearly half of it, barely suppressing the turmoil in his throat, tears brimming in the corners of his eyes. What in the blazes? What on earth have you brought? General Ma exclaimed, a mixture of rage and disbelief in his trembling voice, pointing at the salted fish. He paid no mind to decorum, swiftly snatching the salted fish from Chen Luoqi's grasp with lightning speed. The fish felt heavy in his hand, far exceeding the weight of ordinary dried fish. Ma Xiangfeng disregarded the pungent odor, his expression grave as he infused a barely perceptible trace of energy into his fingertips, cautiously brushing over the fish's dry, wrinkled surface. His fingers moved as if caressing an extraordinary treasure, the motion tender to the point of reverence. The unassuming, even somewhat unsightly salted fish emanated a subtle, warm glow, almost merging with its very being. Within that glow, countless minuscule, almost imperceptible runes flowed through the fish's flesh like living entities, rising and falling, forming a vast and intricate microarray, locking within it a surge of formidable yet remarkably gentle essence of heaven and earth. Hiss! Ma Shangfeng inhaled sharply, as if frozen in place. His gaze fixated on the salted fish in his hand, shock washing over him like a tidal wave. This is no ordinary pickled item. His voice came out dry and hoarse, brimming with incredulity. It was clearly a man-made treasure of heaven and earth, through supreme secret techniques. An ordinary catch had been refined into something akin to a spiritual embryo. He scrutinized it from every angle, his fingertips tracing over the nearly invisible runes. Growing increasingly astounded. What a remarkable technique. Such an audacious method. This pickling technique is simply unheard of. It requires not only unparalleled mastery, but also an unfathomable understanding of the laws of nature and the properties of materials. Which reclusive master has achieved such a profound level of craftsmanship that eludes my ability to describe it adequately? Chen Luoqi was taken aback by the general's reaction. But upon hearing the words man-made treasure of heaven and earth, his eyes instantly lit up, disregarding the unpleasant odor as he eagerly inquired, Master Ma, do you mean this is a treasure? What is its use? Can it be eaten? Is it delicious? Ma Shangfeng, momentarily shaken from his astonishment, cast a disgruntled glare at him, gingerly cradling the salted fish as if it were a rare and precious treasure, fearful of causing any damage. Such a painstakingly refined marvel could not merely be used for sustenance. That would be a grievous waste. After a moment of contemplation, he scrutinized the salted fish with a complex gaze. This object straddles the realms of celestial materials and magical artifacts, possessing profound mysteries. If truly consumed, the immense and gentle spiritual energy it harbors could cleanse the marrow and enhance one's essence, with effects likely rivaling certain premier elixirs. However, he shifted his tone, now laden with deeper gravity. What is even more remarkable is its potential as a vessel. Just look at these runes etched within the flesh's texture. He delicately pointed to a few seemingly ordinary folds on the fish's body, which appeared to form a natural cosmic pattern. If placed in a tranquil chamber, it could spontaneously gather the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, providing a remarkable calming effect and nourishing the soul, far surpassing the efficacy of ordinary spirit-gathering artifacts by 100-fold. With slight guidance, if utilized as a focal point in conjunction with other materials, one could establish a grand formation for protecting a dwelling or enhancing cultivation. Its power would be incalculable. Chen Luoqi, utterly astounded, glanced down at the peculiar salted fish emitting a strong salty odor in the general's hands, then looked up at the general's incredibly serious expression, feeling as though his worldview had been upended. Formations? Focal points? These concepts felt too distant. Chen Luoqi was utterly perplexed. He swallowed hard, concerned only with the most practical question. So, Master Ma, is it beneficial for my body to hold it like this? The discomfort in his previously overstuffed stomach seemed, under that peculiar fishy aroma, to be somewhat alleviated. Was it merely an illusion? Ma Shangfeng shot him a glance and huffed. Naturally, it bears benefits. The nurturing aura it exudes is not comparable to ordinary spiritual energy. Keeping it suspended above your bed, daily basking in its essence, will surely strengthen your body and ward off ailments. For now, holding it will indeed ease your bloated stomach and bolster your vitality. Upon hearing this, Chen Luoqi instantly felt as if he had discovered a treasure, tightly embracing the precious salted fish. The intense, strange aroma surged to his head, nearly causing him to roll his eyes, yet oddly enough, as that peculiar scent permeated his chest, the discomfort and bloating in his abdomen rapidly dissipated like snow melting in the sun, replaced by an indescribable sense of solidity and warmth spreading through his limbs. He sighed contentedly, clutching the salted fish even closer, feeling that it was more effective than any hot water bottle, providing an overwhelming sense of security. Ma Shangfeng observed his rapturous expression as he embraced the salted fish, a subtle twitch appearing at the corner of his mouth. He shook his head and redirected his focus to the table. The rich, mellow flavors of Buddha jumps over the wall, and the sweet, fragrant aroma of yellow wine contrasted sharply with the domineering aura emanating from the exquisite salted fish, rendering the scene quite absurd. Unable to resist, he picked up a translucent shrimp ball, its fresh, sweet, and bouncy texture melting on his tongue, followed by a sip of aged Huadiao wine, its aroma lingering in his throat. The delicious assault momentarily subdued the olfactory stimulation from the salted fish, and the general's stern brows finally relaxed, allowing him to fully indulge in this feast transcending time and space. Little Ka seemed to be dazed by the complex amalgamation of scents, glancing at the gluttonous Ma Shangfeng and then at the foolishly grinning Chen Luoqi, perplexed as it wagged its tail before ultimately curling up and burying its nose in its thick fur. Just then, A flippant voice suddenly rang out, laced with evident mockery. "Oh, cousin, you look just like a cat clinging to a dead fish. Look at you, huddled in the corner, utterly enchanted. Just short of licking your paws." It was the voice of Desha. Chun Luochi paused, his previous satisfaction momentarily frozen on his face. Then retorted with irritation. "Enough with the teasing. What does it matter if I look like a cat? I was starving. My stomach was in turmoil. Now that I can hold this treasure to relieve my discomfort, I couldn't be more grateful." The memory of his previous hunger pangs flashed through his mind, that excruciating emptiness still echoing in his recollection. After a moment, he adopted a serious tone. "But you, don't just stand there spectating. General Ma is right here. You two are now of one mind, easily able to share insights. Why not seek his guidance on the breakthrough of the fifth refinement, the intricacies of weaponry, and the elegance of tea artistry? Don't squander this opportunity when sharing experiences. Even military strategies and medicinal cuisine can be thoroughly understood. That's what I call value." Desha's leisurely response floated back, tinged with a hint of pride. "Humph. Do you think I remained silent for nothing? It was my tacit approval for General Ma to chastise you, so you wouldn't suffer the pangs of hunger in vain. As for knowledge, I haven't been idle. Aside from those esoteric Maoshan secrets and memories that General Ma is reluctant to share, I've naturally avoided those, but everything else." My voice held a note of satisfaction. "I've already sorted out the military strategies. The medicinal cuisine formulas are second nature to me. All the herbal combinations etched in my mind. I've gained immensely. I've dipped into all the knowledge General Ma has to offer." Chun Luochi felt a surge of excitement, yet breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, Desha had not squandered his time. Chapter 43, The Dance of the Celestial Demons. However, Desha's tone took a playful turn. "General, while this medicinal cuisine is splendid, considering the plethora of rare ingredients used, the potency is both swift and intense. We mustn't stoke the flames further. Cousin already has a fiery temper." As soon as he finished, Chun Luochi felt his face flush. This was clearly a deliberate provocation. Indeed, Ma Shangfeng's chopsticks paused, sensing the memory fragment shared by Desha. Chun Luochi had been thrown out by Zhang Meirun, left with nothing to do, and feeling lonely and empty, had taken the initiative to inspect the company. The corners of General Ma's firm mouth suddenly curled upward, initially forming a silent arc before bursting into hearty laughter. "Kid, you look utterly pathetic." Desha joined in, their laughter intertwining in an oddly delightful manner. Little Ka was startled, raising its head and letting out a confused whimper. As the laughter gradually subsided, Ma Shangfeng's brow softened. The once imposing aura of the golden-armored deity dissipated, replaced by the casual demeanor of a streetwise rogue. He drained his cup, his gaze mischievous. "Speaking of restoring one's health, I happen to possess a recipe for an invincible tonic. Deer antler, seahorse, epimedium, perfectly combined, along with Taoist secret techniques, transforming the mundane into the miraculous. However, one must act within their means. Excessive consumption may lead to calamity." Desha immediately perked up. "Oh, this is a precious cultural treasure. A technique that must not be lost." Chun Luochi felt his scalp tingle as the conversation veered further off course, straying from serious cultivation to the realm of romantic elixirs. Yet, he could not help but feel a sense of yearning. No man could reject the allure of becoming stronger, despite the fiery temperament that indeed existed. Ma Shangfeng's animated expression bore no trace of the divine general, resembling more a seasoned rogue with a penchant for risque humor. Watching the two engage in an animated discussion about the formula details, laughter erupted once more, and the dissonance returned. Chun Luochi, exasperated, began to stomp his feet. He suddenly stood up, nearly dropping the salted fish, quickly securing it once more, and raised his voice. "Stop! Stop! Desha, Master Ma, can we please discuss serious matters?" His voice boomed, overpowering the lingering echoes of their bizarre laughter. Both Ma Shangfeng and Desha were momentarily taken aback, their laughter abruptly ceasing. The general cleared his throat, suppressing his mirth, and raised his cup once more, his gaze still tinged with the remnants of earlier joviality. Desha muttered something about ruining the mood, but fell silent as well, avoiding the narrow-eyed glance of General Ma, or Desha. Chun Luochi clasped his hands together. "Master Ma, by fortunate coincidence, I have acquired a copy of the Dance of the Celestial Demons and would like to request your guidance on its intricacies. To speak candidly, were it not for the gnawing hunger, Chun Luochi would have long embarked on the cultivation of the heavenly demoness dance, even utilizing achievement points for upgrades." Ma Shangfeng absent-mindedly caressed the rim of his wine cup, his eyes still bearing the languor of his earlier jest. "Oh, the term heavenly demon sounds wicked. Pray tell, is it not some wild fox sin concocted by a mountain spirit?" Chun Luochi adjusted the dried salted fish in his bosom to a more comfortable position, and a wave of warmth and solidity enveloped him once more, bolstering him to articulate the essence of the technique. "The white tiger's roar at the peaks devours the essence. while the Qiangqi wrestles with the winds and howls at the moon. As he began to elucidate the fundamentals of the method, he noticed Ma Shangfeng's previously playful demeanor suddenly shift to one of intense focus. The general set down his wine cup, his fingers unconsciously drumming against the table, producing a dull thud. Chen Luoqi meticulously described the core cycle of the technique. When the pure yang energy within the body reaches its zenith, this formidable foundation subdues and binds the ferocious, malevolent energy that is drawn in, akin to a furnace containing raging flames, accumulating its destructive potential. When the malevolent energy builds up to a critical threshold, and the backlash surges violently, one must then guide this murderous force to refine one's own bloodline. Amidst excruciating pain and peril, the pure yang essence within the bloodline must be further purified and sublimated. Thus, through this cyclical process, pure yang and malevolent energy form a peculiar symbiotic loop. With each completed cycle, one's prowess surges upward like a butterfly emerging from its chrysalis, unparalleled in its dominance. Initially, Ma Shangfeng listened intently, but as he heard of the suppression of malevolent energy at the peak of pure yang, and the subsequent refining of bloodlines during the malevolent energy's strength, his expression darkened. With a resounding clap, Ma Shangfeng slammed his palm onto the table, sending the wine jug and cups clattering. He abruptly rose, his towering frame casting a heavy shadow that enveloped Chen Luoqi entirely. Even the overpowering scent of the salted fish seemed momentarily subdued. Ma Shangfeng's gaze was sharp as a blade, as if he had dissected the very essence of the technique, piercing through to its grotesque core. This cyclical mechanism, while it may sound like an exalted path of yin and yang in harmony, is in truth a perilous tightrope straddling life and death. Young Chen, do you believe that pure yang is mere firewood to be casually gathered? The vitality has its limits. The initial nurturing of pure yang in this technique is but a man-eating furnace. One must refine one's essence and blood to the point of being tempered into steel, transforming it into the ultimate source of yang flame, in order to barely serve as the cornerstone for suppressing malevolent energy. A typical practitioner, I fear, would find their foundation completely exhausted within 3 months, reduced to an empty shell. The glint in Ma Shangfeng's eyes was as fierce as lightning. Directed squarely at Chen Luoqi, his voice deep and rumbling like distant thunder. You are playing with fire, boy. This so-called heavenly demoness dance is hardly a legitimate technique. It is, in fact, a path that borders on the demonic. It is a precarious bridge along the edge of a bottomless abyss. His chest rose and fell slightly, clearly agitated, as he pointed an accusatory finger at Chen Luoqi. To refine the body with malevolence and to cultivate through battle? How effortlessly you speak. What is this malevolent energy? It is the most corrupt, the most brutal, and the most soul-corroding poison in the universe. A moment's carelessness and suppression could lead to self-immolation. At best, one's pure yang foundation would collapse, leaving them a wretched being, neither human nor ghost. At worst, one would lose their sanity entirely, becoming a mindless killing machine. One misstep on this tightrope leads to eternal damnation. He leaned forward slightly, the iron-blooded malevolence that had been forged on the battlefield silently emanating from him, causing the flickering candlelight before him to dim. Even more terrifying is the notion of cultivating through battle. Where does this malevolent energy originate? It is drawn from slaughter. Once tainted by the act of killing, one's heart becomes easily sullied. Once one has tasted the intoxicating sweetness of rapidly advancing power through malevolent energy, can one still maintain their original intent, content to painstakingly build their foundation step by step? The slightest trace of malice will provoke the voracious wolf hidden within the technique to retaliate. This is not the path of martial arts. It is the demonic path leading to one's own demise. Refining the bloodline, what I see is inviting demons into the body, becoming addicted to the urge to kill. His gaze was electric, firmly locking onto Chen Luoqi, leaving no room for embellishment. He stared intently at Chen Luoqi, each word resonating with the weight of stone and metal. The requirements for entering this technique are grotesquely harsh. For an ordinary human, even a prodigy, exhausting their potential would scarcely allow them to reach even 11. This technique seems to be. His eyes gleamed with insight, as if he had grasped a crucial point, appearing tailored for a certain extraordinary being with a robust foundation of pure yang, one naturally capable of accommodating malevolent energy, a trap set for an anomaly. Wait. Ma Shangfeng suddenly advanced upon Chen Luoqi, his pupils glimmering with a golden light, seemingly piercing through to his very soul. Given your current vitality and physique, this technique appears to be perfectly aligned with you? Speak the truth. Where does this sinister technique originate? Is there someone orchestrating behind the scenes to lead you into the demonic path? If someone is luring you in, intending to ensnare you once you are entangled in malevolence and your mind is clouded, they will surely harvest you as a human-shaped treasure. An overwhelming sense of pressure surged forth like a tangible wave. leaving Chun Luoqi reeling from the onslaught of Ma Shangfeng's inquiries, his mind buzzing with confusion. The warmth from the salted fish in his embrace could not dispel the chill that shot up his spine. Faced with the general's stern interrogation, Chun Luoqi felt a pang of panic. He understood that the secret of the heavenly demon's dance, a reward from the system, must not be divulged. The general's questioning hinted at an underlying concern, as if warning of the technique's dangers. Reluctantly, Chun Luoqi mustered his courage to fabricate a lie, claiming that it was imparted to him by the black-hearted tiger. Upon hearing this, Ma Shangfeng furrowed his brow, a flicker of doubt crossing his eyes. The name Black-Hearted Tiger reeked of malevolence, suggesting a nefarious character. Yet, he never anticipated that the Black-Hearted Tiger was not only a villain but a humanoid ferocious tiger. Ma Shangfeng did not relent. He pressed on, demanding to know the origins of the Black-Hearted Tiger. Who is this Black-Hearted Tiger? Why would it impart such a sinister technique to you? Is there a hidden agenda? Chun Luoqi took a deep breath, steadying his nerves as he explained. The Black-Hearted Tiger, much like you, Master Ma, is an otherworldly being summoned by my unique abilities, not of this realm. Ma Shangfeng's expression shifted slightly. He was aware of Chun Luoqi's extraordinary powers. After all, the ability to traverse time and even worlds to summon consciousness was a monumental feat, one that even his master had approached with caution, merely lamenting it as a matter of fate. The tension in Ma Shangfeng's face eased marginally, the golden glint in his eyes receding like a receding tide. Upon hearing Chun Luoqi claim that the technique was taught by the Black-Hearted Tiger, a fellow otherworldly life form, the general felt a slight relief. Although it was impossible to carry items or physical forms, or rather, Chun Luoqi was currently incapable of such, Ma Shangfeng himself had experienced physical traversal through time, in the film The Heavenly Gate, where even the knowledge of a strange world was a tremendous asset, and as the key to this channel, Chun Luoqi was of utmost importance. However, Ma Shangfeng did not completely relax. Who could truly know the other party's intentions? The name Black-Hearted Tiger, with its ominous connotations, left room for suspicion. What if the entity had already perceived Chun Luoqi's pure yang foundation, feigning generosity to impart skills, only to reap the harvest once the malevolent energy had consumed him, leaving him in a shattered state of mind? The Black-Hearted Tiger? Ma Shangfeng's eyes narrowed slightly, his posture straightening like a spear, the iron-blooded malevolence once again enveloping him, casting a deep shadow on his face as if he were preparing to dissect the situation further. Is this technique truly what it imparted to you? Chun Luoqi steadied himself and explained. Indeed, this heavenly demon's dance is a martial art of unparalleled excellence, created by the Black-Hearted Tiger, who merged the martial essence of the top bloodlines of the Black Tiger and White Tiger clans, while also comprehending the profound imagery of the ancient ferocious beast Qiongqi's malevolence and the divine beast White Tiger's might. Chapter 44, A Different Path. The Black Tiger clan, endowed with extraordinary talent, excels in harnessing the malevolent energies of the universe, utilizing them to refine their very essence, rendering their sinews, bones, and skin more resilient than tempered steel. Conversely, the White Tiger clan possesses an innate bloodline imbued with pure yang power, specializing in the suppression of malevolent spirits and the cleansing of demonic influences. The Black-Hearted Tiger, possessing astonishing abilities, has ingeniously merged these seemingly contradictory traits into a harmonious system, fostering a cycle where malefic energy nurtures yang, and yang purifies malefic energy. General Ma's eyes widened in disbelief, his pupils narrowing to pinpricks. White Tiger? Black Tiger? This Black-Hearted Tiger is not of human descent. His iron-clad physique leaned forward slightly, as if ready to pounce and capture the tiger. Chun Luoqi, swallowing hard against the oppressive aura, spoke in a grave tone. Master Ma, it is crucial to note that the Black-Hearted Tiger is indeed a humanoid beast, reigning supreme in the 10,000 great mountains as a formidable overlord. He subtly clenched his damp palm, adding a pivotal remark. This technique, Heavenly Demon Dance, is the foundational method passed down through his bloodline, inherited from father to son. Upon hearing this, Ma Shangfeng's tense spine gradually relaxed. The weight on his heart finally lifted. He mused, since it is a bloodline inheritance, it aligns with the ancient adage that a tiger does not consume its own offspring. There is no risk of harm from progeny, and thus this technique is certainly not a trap. Despite its ominous name, the Black-Hearted Tiger would not jeopardize his own foundation. Consequently, his expression softened, the malevolent aura dissipated, leaving only a flicker of enigmatic light in his eyes as he pondered. So, the tiger father possesses a benevolent heart. It appears I have been overly cautious. Chun Luoqi inhaled deeply. This technique relies on the pure yang physique of the fierce tiger as its crucible, forcibly drawing in the overwhelming malefic energies of the world, which are then suppressed and restrained by the White Tiger's pure yang sacred power, once accumulated to the utmost limit. The malefic energy can be drawn back to reverse the flow, refining the bloodline anew, seeking rebirth from destruction, and distilling an even purer source of pure yang. This is the path of transcending from divinity to demonic, and back again, ultimately forming a unique cycle of pure yang, subduing malefic energy, and malefic energy refining pure yang. Should one attain the pinnacle of perfection, one would possess the freedom to transition effortlessly between divine majesty and overwhelming malevolence, unimpeded by obstacles. As his words echoed, the room fell into profound silence. Ma Xiangfeng stood immobile, like a statue forged from iron, his piercing gaze, sharp as an eagle's, glimmering with complex and inscrutable emotions. Fixated firmly upon Chen Luoqi, as though his eyes sought to penetrate flesh and bone, reaching directly into his very soul. Ma Xiangfeng let out a low grunt, his tone slowing yet still weighted with gravity. Even if he bears no ill will towards you, this technique itself is an immense trap. It appears to be a shortcut to rapid advancement, yet in reality, it is a precarious bridge over a chasm of blades and fire. Do you comprehend what is far more terrifying than having one's body exhausted? Chen Luoqi paused, instinctively replying, cultivating to madness? Not merely that. Ma Xiangfeng shook his head. Tracing a convoluted line in the air with his fingertip, it is the malefic energy gnawing at the heart. When the cycle reaches the threshold where malefic energy surpasses pure yang, if there is no external force of utmost purity and harmony to stabilize the mind and maintain clarity, then inner demons will arise, and boundless murderous intent and negative emotions will flood in like a tide. At best, one's power will be utterly wasted, and one's mind will be lost, turning into a fool. At worst, one's sanity will be obliterated, descending into a bloodthirsty demon that knows only slaughter and craves malefic energy. A chill gripped Chen Luoqi's heart, sending shivers down his spine. General Ma was unaware of the black-hearted tiger's true nature, yet he himself was acutely aware of the bloody truth. The black-hearted tiger, having recklessly practiced this technique without understanding, ultimately fell prey to the backlash of malefic energy, succumbing to madness, becoming bloodthirsty and savage, which compelled him to scour the world for Qilin blood, hoping to remedy the horrific internal injuries inflicted by the technique, and to restore the foundation that had been ravaged by malefic energy. As for the little black tiger, his ability to tread this perilous path seemingly unscathed stems partly from the fact that the black-hearted tiger had already carved out a bloody trail of experience with his own flesh and blood, laying some groundwork for him. More critically, the entire demonic sect stands behind the little black tiger, providing immense resources and various means that serve as vital talismans to mitigate the dangers he faces. However, even with these advantages, the black-hearted tiger's frantic pursuit of Qilin blood is not without profound trepidation. It is likely that he seeks a way out for his soul bloodline, the little black tiger, fearing that if the little black tiger were to ascend to his level, or even surpass him, he would inevitably tread the same irreversible path, consumed by malefic energy and descending into demonic realms. The so-called secret techniques are inherently close to the demonic path, and the price they exact is known only to those who have undergone the experience firsthand. In contrast, Chen Luoqi indeed possesses what appears to be a more secure path through his achievement points. Theoretically, with his deep blue achievement points, he could bypass the treacherous trials of the technique and safely attain a higher realm without enduring the agonizing tribulations of malefic energy infiltrating his body, nor the emergence of inner demons. Yet, this seemingly perfect shortcut is presently inaccessible. First, he is financially constrained, having exhausted his achievement points. Second, the malevolent energy, which others perceive as a festering affliction, holds an undeniable allure for him. While this malefic energy undoubtedly serves as a poison that incites inner demons and tempts one to succumb, if wielded skillfully, it can instantaneously ignite explosive power, significantly enhancing one's offensive capabilities. This intoxicating blend of danger and power is difficult to wholly reject, and Chen Luoqi is no exception. General Ma's stern warnings regarding the terrifying consequences of malefic energy gnawing at the heart reverberated in Chen Luoqi's mind like a hammer striking iron. He genuinely grasped the inherent dangers, which were far from mere threats. In that moment, his indecision about how to cultivate the heavenly demon dance felt like two opposing forces clashing fiercely within his mind. He instinctively clutched the dried fish in his arms, its familiar warmth providing him with an odd sense of grounding, preventing him from being entirely engulfed by fear. With his thoughts racing, he ultimately resolved to suppress the tumultuous emotions and await General Ma's forthcoming judgment and advice. This experienced and knowledgeable armored general might offer a glimmer of a feasible solution. Chen Luoqi swallowed hard, a nearly obsequious smile spreading across his face, his body leaning slightly forward, his tone imbued with utmost respect. Master Ma, Your vast knowledge and exceptional abilities surely provide a means to counteract the gnawing malefic energy and prevent me from straying down a misguided path. I implore you to illuminate my way and rescue me. Ma Xiangfeng furrowed his brow, his sharp gaze sweeping over Chun Luoqi's face, etched with desire. His voice low and grave, carrying an undeniable weight. Young man, do you still not understand? This technique itself is the greatest trap. It is akin to a double-edged sword, injuring oneself before harming others. The black-hearted tiger may bear no malice towards you, yet the operation of this technique is fraught with peril. The malefic energy is like a parasite. Once infected, the inner demons will follow you relentlessly, and it is no trifling matter. Take my advice, withdraw while you still can. Seek another path. Forcing yourself to cultivate this path is no different than drinking poison to quench thirst. It is digging your own grave. Please, master. Chun Luoqi nearly leaped up in desperation, his words tumbling forth rapidly, his eyes gleaming with a fervent longing for power. In light of my sincere devotion as a disciple, please show me a way forward. He clasped his hands in a deep bow, lowering himself to the utmost humility. Ma Xiangfeng gazed at Chun Luoqi's unwavering determination, letting out a heavy sigh filled with resignation and a hint of barely perceptible concern. He slowly resumed his seat, his knuckles absent-mindedly tapping the table, producing a dull thud. Very well, his voice tinged with fatigue. If you insist on walking this path, external assistance may mitigate some of the dangers. The 10,000-year warm jade can calm the mind and spirit, subduing inner demons. A millennium-old snow lotus can cleanse the soul and instill purity of heart. Such rare materials, rich with the essence of heaven and earth, are unparalleled treasures to counteract malevolence and stabilize the spirit. He abruptly shifted his tone, his gaze turning grave. Yet, in this realm today, the spiritual energy lies dormant, akin to a desiccated spring. The legendary divine artifacts and celestial herbs have long vanished, leaving no trace behind. Even if they were to exist, they are far from being easily obtainable by you at present. What then shall that young man do? A weight settled heavily in Chun Luoqi's heart. The scarcity of external resources makes internal cultivation all the more crucial. Ma Xiangfeng's voice suddenly rose, imbued with a sense of urgency, emphasizing that the crux lies in cultivating the heart. If the heart is not steadfast, even with divine objects by one's side, one cannot escape the snares of demonic hindrances. Remember, do not seek quick success, nor should you crave rapid advancement. Each step must be taken with utmost caution, firmly and steadily. Forcing the pace will only amplify the backlash of malevolent energy. He paused, observing the flicker of faint hope rekindling in Chun Luoqi's eyes, and softened his tone. The calming heart mantra I imparted to you is, in essence, your foundation. Although this mantra may not be a world-shattering divine skill, it is an unparalleled method in Taoism for stabilizing the mind and clarifying the spirit. Through diligent recitation and integration into your daily actions, it will help you maintain a glimmer of clarity in your spiritual realm when faced with the onslaught of malevolent energy and the emergence of inner demons, preventing you from becoming utterly lost. This is your only talisman of protection at present. Ma Xiangfeng's gaze rested upon Chun Luoqi's face, keenly discerning the barely contained eagerness and impatience in his eyes. That look resembled a moth poised to leap into the flame. General Ma's lips moved as if he wished to impart further stern warnings, but ultimately, it transformed into a deeper sigh, laden with a sense of helplessness. As if he were aware of the futility, yet felt compelled to act. He slowly shook his head, choosing silence, the admonitions that lingered on his tongue swallowed back. He paused again, a hint of profound insight gleaming in his eyes. Moreover, this technique, in the current age, is not devoid of advantages. Oh, Chun Luoqi was perplexed. It does not follow the conventional path of martial arts that draws energy into the body. Instead, it forges a unique route that requires malevolent energy. A subtle, almost sardonic curve formed at the corner of Ma Xiangfeng's mouth. In this era of chaos and strife, when human emotions are turbulent and life and death intertwine, has there ever been a time devoid of such energy? Chapter 45, Fragments of the Divine Stone. Especially in this current age, where spiritual energy is nearly exhausted, malevolent energy has paradoxically become an alternative and relatively abundant resource. Those orthodox cultivation methods reliant on the spiritual energy of the heavens struggle to thrive, while the unconventional and sinister techniques like heavenly demons in a chaotic dance can draw strength from the negative currents birthed by this world. Perhaps this is the only aspect in which it can be said to adapt to the times. It is both lamentable and worthy of reflection. This insight crashed over Chun Luoqi like a cold tide. He pondered Ma Xiangfeng's words, considering the technique's demand for combat to foster combat, for bloodshed to yield growth, intertwining a complex chill with an inexplicable allure. Beneath the light, Chun Luoqi's shadow elongated on the ground, taking on an almost ferocious aspect. Master Ma's invaluable words. I shall take to heart. After a lengthy silence, Chun Luoqi performed a deep bow, his tone infused with an unprecedented solemnity. The calming heart mantra I shall practice daily. Without the slightest negligence. I shall also diligently refine my physical foundation, not daring to seek rapid advancement. He lifted his gaze, the fervor in his eyes seeming to scorch even General Ma's discerning sight. Ma Shangfeng regarded him, his eyes, having witnessed the world's myriad experiences, reflected deep concern mingled with a sense of helpless anticipation. He sighed heavily, the sound echoing profoundly in the silent room. As if burdened with unspeakable weight, the path you walk is of your own choosing. The dangers are as treacherous as demons, and malevolent energy looms like an ocean before you. Tread wisely. As night deepened into silence, General Ma had long returned to another realm, and Da Shah had driven away. The little coconut latte curled up by Chun Luoqi's feet, its fluffy, soft fur rising and falling with steady breaths, bringing a touch of warmth. Yet, within Chun Luoqi's heart burned a fierce fire, leaving him wide awake. General Ma's words regarding his current vitality and physique suggested that this technique was perfectly suited to him. Akin to the most fervent kindling, igniting the restlessness that had been suppressed deep within him. Heavenly demons in a chaotic dance harmonized splendidly with Chun Luoqi's perfected blood energy. He sat cross-legged on his bed, his gaze fixed upon the boundless, pitch-black night sky, as if attempting to draw that inkiness into himself. Past achievements and rewards flooded his mind in a tumultuous cascade. The relentless honing of Xingyi Quan had forged him into a master of combat, yielding the unparalleled fierce tiger fist. The cold precision of firearms had crafted him into a sharpshooter, granting him the focused strike of concentration of spirit. Mastering the limits of his capabilities had earned him the name Schumacher, resulting in the ultimate blood refinement technique, the Golden Compass blood refinement art, which always illuminated the path ahead, breaking through with sheer strength. Fang Tian Hua Zhan, though a polearm technique, could be wielded with any long weapon. The reward for the 8th refinement of the blood refinement art, the vigorous blood energy, was precisely the heavenly demons in a chaotic dance that now entwined his thoughts. And finally, the 10th refinement, achieving unmatched war god status, promised unknown fragments of the divine stone, said to possess the power to alter one's constitution. Fragments of the divine stone altering one's constitution? Chun Luoqi suddenly recalled the origin of the divine stone from mythical romance of the Three Kingdoms. In that world, the divine stone was essentially a meteorite from the cosmos, having fallen to the central plains during the late Qin and early Han periods. This event was recorded in historical texts as the fall of the divine stone, marking a pivotal node in the deviation of historical trajectories. The meteorite's descent was no mere coincidence. It bore unknown cosmic energy, directly provoking a transformation of the physical laws in the central plains. This meteorite altered the energy field of the local environment on Blue Star, rendering previously rare supernatural phenomena, such as the emergence of qi and spiritual power, commonplace. The effects of the divine stone were global and enduring, manifesting profound impacts on human constitution and societal structure. Firstly, the strengthening of constitution and the proliferation of abilities. The meteorite's energy radiated throughout the central plains, making the qi, a form of internal energy that can be enhanced through cultivation, and spiritual power, an energy capable of resonating with the heavens to perform spells that were exceedingly rare during the spring and autumn and warring states periods. Easily accessible, almost all humans could grasp qi through basic cultivation and refined spiritual power, leading to a significant enhancement of individual physical strength and limits. For instance, an ordinary soldier could effortlessly hurl several hundred pounds of boulders, while top-tier generals like Xiang Yu could achieve superhuman feats. Secondly, societal and military transformation. The energy anomalies of the divine stone catalyzed the development of martial and magical practices. During the Chuhan period, individuals with innate talents, such as Xiang Yu, rose to prominence through their abilities. In the subsequent 400 years of the Han Dynasty, systematic schools of cultivation, such as martial arts, Taoist techniques, military formations, innate gifts, military spirits, and miracles, gradually took shape. This made the possibility of one strike killing 1,000 a reality and birthed means to counter top-tier generals, such as military formations that weakened individual combat prowess. Ultimately, the widespread availability of qi and spiritual power forged an extraordinary world by the end of the Han Dynasty. Martial artists wielded extraordinary strength, and strategists could summon the winds and rains. Thirdly, the reconstruction of history and the world. The influence of the divine stone was not an isolated event, but rather reshaped the entire historical narrative. The late Eastern Han period transformed into a mythical era. Lu Bu single-handedly cleaved through armies. Zhao Zilong manifested the dragon spirit to split mountains with a single sword. These feats, impossible in reality, stemmed from the mutations brought forth by the divine stone. This elevated the warfare landscape and the capabilities of figures during the late Eastern Han beyond historical reality, entering a realm of myth. In mythical romance of the Three Kingdoms, the Divine Stone serves as a changer of world rules, the key catalyst that propels an entire era from history to myth. The Divine Stone erupted amidst heavenly thunder, shattering into fragments that scattered like stars, piercing through the long night, descending into the depths of the woods. Greedy beasts caught the scent of the earthly essence contained within, vying to consume it. These fragments seemed like keys, instantaneously unlocking the shackles of bloodlines. The consumer's body underwent a dramatic transformation, muscles coiled like ancient rocks, and his eyes emitted a fierce crimson glow. A palpable cyclone seemed to rise around him, as a mere swipe of his ordinary claws could cleave stone. As he dashed forth, the ground trembled beneath him. This was a clear indication of the internal energy breaking free. A beast, untrained yet transcending the limitations of the mundane, had become a walking calamity. And now, Chun Luoqi possessed a fragment of a wondrous celestial stone. He whispered a caution to Xiaoka, who curled at his feet. Instantly alert with perked ears, her ice-blue eyes glimmered with vigilance yet emitted no sound. Her body pressed tightly against the edge of the bed, serving as a silent guardian. Chun Luoqi then seated himself cross-legged upon the bed, his heart directed towards the heavens, cradling the esteemed sword in his embrace. The dry, stone-like salted fish exuded a faint, cooling aura, quietly calming the tumult within him, while its tranquilizing effects permeated his entire being. Beside him, the previously steeped dried tangerine peel pu'er tea still shimmered with an amber hue. He lifted the kettle and poured scalding hot water, and amidst the rising steam, he unhesitatingly swallowed the entire cup of tea, leaves and all. The bitterness of the tangerine peel and pu'er exploded on his tongue, intertwined with sour notes, causing him to furrow his brow. Yet, in pursuit of the essence that nourished his spirit and energy, he chewed vigorously. The rough leaves scraped against his gums, but he endured the discomfort and swallowed the mixture of dregs. A warmth surged from his lower abdomen, swiftly dispersing the bitterness, transforming into a gentle stream that nourished his vital energy and flowed through his boiling veins. With closed eyes and focused mind, he began to visualize the white tiger according to the secret method of heavenly demon dance. His consciousness sank deep into the sea of awareness, where a vague silhouette of a colossal beast gradually emerged, initially indistinct like a shape obscured by mist. As he circulated his energy and centered his spirit, the image of the white tiger became startlingly clear. Silver mane like spears, golden eyes like lightning, and fangs radiating a fierce aura that could rend the void. A surge of scorching energy erupted from his Taiyin lung meridian, rushing through the 12 primary meridians like flowing lava, causing his muscles to knot and his bones to emit faint sounds. When this heat wave reached the center of his chest, it suddenly condensed into a swirling vortex of crimson and gold, causing a tangible cyclone to rise around Chun Luoqi, with golden light subtly shimmering beneath his skin. Akin to a divine being. Skill, First Level Heavenly Demon Dance, 110000. With a slight shift of his thoughts, a small fragment of the celestial stone quietly materialized in the palm of Chun Luoqi's hand, resembling an ordinary shard of stone, no larger than a fingernail. Its surface shimmered with an ethereal, almost imperceptible spectrum of colors, flickering like stardust coalescing in the dark night, as though it encapsulated a miniature nebula. Xiaoka, nestled at the bed's edge, suddenly perked up her ears, her ice-blue eyes sharply locking onto the fragment, her fluffy tail unconsciously taut. The instinct within her bloodline enabled her to sense the immense energy contained within the stone, and her fur bristled slightly, muscles tensed like strings. The primal yearning almost transforming into an impulse to pounce. Every cell within her screamed for her to seize the treasure imbued with the essence of the cosmos. Yet, Xiaoka merely let out an almost inaudible low growl, forcibly suppressing her restlessness, pressing her body even closer to the bed's edge, her keen gaze vigilantly scanning the surrounding darkness, containing her surging instincts within the dam of loyalty. Chun Luoqi's gaze fell upon the fragment of the celestial stone, and he could feel a faint pulsing sensation beneath his fingertips, akin to a heartbeat. After a moment of contemplation, he gathered his fingers, grasped it tightly, and directly placed it into his mouth, attempting to chew. The stone was extraordinarily hard, surpassing even the finest steel, as he exerted pressure with his teeth. It merely produced a dull clanging sound, unable to yield even slightly. Without hesitation, Chun Luoqi swallowed the entire fragment whole, feeling it scrape against the inner walls of his throat, bringing forth a strong sense of foreignness and pain, causing the veins in his neck to bulge. In the next instant, a vast yet gentle wave of heat erupted from deep within his lower abdomen, akin to rivers thawing in early spring. A warm and mighty current surging through his limbs and bones. Wherever this warmth flowed, His muscles and bones felt as if they were nurtured by an invisible warm jade. While his blood coursed through his veins like molten gold, every pore expanding greedily to absorb the pure essence of life energy. Beneath his skin, a soft radiance akin to jade subtly emerged, as if countless tiny stars were quietly igniting within him. Chun Luoqi felt a resounding tremor in his lower abdomen, and the gentle wave of warmth suddenly boiled over, like dormant magma breaking through rock layers, surging along his spine towards the crown of his head. As the heat flowed, his muscles emitted faint vibrations, blood coursed through his veins like molten gold, yet curiously, it did not manifest violently. Rather, it felt as though an invisible hand was meticulously combing through it, gathering the dissipated energy. He immediately activated the Heavenly Demon Dance Heart method. The white tiger's silhouette in his sea of consciousness let out a mighty roar, its silver mane bristling, and its golden eyes pierced through the chaos. The heat wave, guided by his will, transformed into countless threads, converging into the 12 primary meridians like rivers flowing into the sea. The crimson and gold vortex at the center of his chest spun furiously, refining and purifying the rushing energy within his blood. Suddenly, a strand of tangible silver-white energy was birthed from the vortex's core, as fine as a hair, yet sharp as a sword's edge, resonating with a clear chime as it traversed through the meridians. This was the first manifestation of internal energy. With the energy of the celestial stone continuously nurturing this nascent internal energy, Xiaoka, curled at the bed's edge, let out a suppressed low growl. Her ice-blue eyes fixated on the faint golden cyclone swirling around her master, her claws digging deep into the bedding. The silver-white internal energy moved through the extraordinary meridians like a living entity, greedily consuming the energy emanating from the celestial stone fragment. With each cycle of energy movement, it thickened, gradually transforming from a trickling stream into a mighty river. Chun Luoqi's thoughts hammered down upon the surging internal energy, compressing and forging it repeatedly. The silver-white stream shimmered with a metallic luster during its ultimate refinement, eventually morphing into a heavy, liquid-like mass of energy that settled within his lower abdomen. At this moment, the cyclone surrounding him solidified into a tangible form, with golden light shimmering beneath his skin, casting the phantom of the white tiger pouncing forth in the darkness. As the internal energy consolidated and filled his entire being, he suddenly opened his eyes. The colors of gold and white intertwined in his gaze, reminiscent of a nebula collapsing and expanding within. He pressed his palms against his lower abdomen, and the visualization of the white tiger in his consciousness erupted, transforming into myriad points of light that merged into his blood. The liquid internal energy surged violently, bursting forth through his pores, yet coalescing into a glass-like, transparent barrier at a distance of 3 inches from his skin. As the energy flowed, Chun Luoqi distinctly felt each strand of energy as if they were extensions of his own will, penetrating his very essence, nurturing the most minute of cells. His bones gleamed like white jade under the wash of energy, and the fibers of his muscles entwined with starlit streams of light. The transformation of energy into a protective barrier served as a bridge connecting his essence and spirit, delicately nurturing his own cells. Skill: First Level Heavenly Demon Dance, 9999100000. The Heavenly Demon Dance is primarily a technique of slaughter, requiring malevolent energy as its catalyst to forge true destructive power. Even with the nurturing of the celestial stone, it ultimately lacked the most critical element for tempering. The bed creaked under the strain, and Xiaoka's fur stood on end, pressed against the wall by an invisible pressure. With a roar, Chun Luoqi unleashed a primal low howl from his throat, as the golden white barrier swirled around him like a twisting dragon, every inch of his muscles vibrating within the contained energy. The rotation speed of the Zhanzhong Acupoint's crimson vortex has reached its zenith, repeatedly forging the liquid inner energy. Yet each time it approaches the critical threshold, a slight stagnation is felt, as if an invisible membrane hinders the complete merging of inner energy with flesh and blood. A surging sense of power wells up from the depths of the marrow, as if one could tear through the night with a mere gesture. In a moment of resplendent golden light, Chun Luoqi's eyes flew open. He cast his gaze down at his palm, where a tangible golden white aura coiled around his fingertips like a swimming dragon, creating subtle explosive sounds in the air as it passed. Power has surged forth. A low growl, tinged with impatience, erupted from the corner where the small car lay curled up, its ice-blue, beastly eyes fixated on the golden radiance coursing beneath its master's skin. The restlessness, originating from its bloodline, surged once more, its claws instinctively shredding the bed sheets as if they were mere thin paper. The earlier impulse had been a primal craving, driven by a gluttonous desire to consume the essence of the world contained within the fragment of divine stone, yet now it was a tremor of threat, an instinctual alarm etched into its very bones. With the nature of a wind-speed canine, inheriting the dual traits of aggression and guardianship from Pokemon genes. The small car was originally the most formidable presence in this home. It typically suppressed its violent flames of power, presenting only the gentle speed and strength akin to a large Samoyed, allowing Chunloachi to travel alone with peace of mind, entrusting his safety to it and the clumsy giant. Do not be deceived by the realms achieved by the clumsy giant and Chunloachi. A single move of flame charge from the small car could engulf them both in searing flames, reducing them to ashes in an instant. Yet now, the golden-white aura enveloping Chunloachi exerted a tangible pressure on the air, the weight of the refined energy penetrating fur and skin, reaching the very core of the small car's spirit. Its ice-blue eyes narrowed, reflecting the lethal golden glow flowing beneath its master-esque skin. Every nerve screamed to flee or attack. The combative instinct within its blood roared like thunder, yet was firmly suppressed by a deeper loyalty. It tensed its body, a suppressed growl rolling in its throat, claws sinking into the bedding, transforming its agitation into silent vigilance. As if it stood as a solid barrier guarding the edge of darkness. Chunloachi slowly opened his eyes, the swirling nebula of golden and white light gradually receding, returning to a profound darkness. He stretched from his seated position, his bones emitting subtle cracking sounds, akin to white jade being tempered in warm water. His consciousness sank into the sea of awareness, where a semi-transparent information interface materialized before him. Talent. Person of this moment, personal space, 1 cubic meter, Legion talent, awaiting awakening. The martial cultivation of refining energy into essence did not appear on the list, only the gray text stating, Legion talent, awaiting awakening, which Chunloachi understood well. This talent lay dormant like a slumbering beast, requiring the separation of inner energy from the body as the key to awaken it. Chunloachi certainly did not possess the tenacity to awaken the Legion talent simply by refining energy into essence. Within him, the fragment of divine stone transformed into a gentle spring, continuously releasing immense vitality. That energy flowed into his meridians like a trickling stream, merging with the nascent inner energy, nourishing every inch of his being. His bones gleamed as white as jade, muscle fibers entwined with starlight, the essence circulating at a cellular level, bringing a tingling warmth. Chunloachi distinctly sensed that when this body had been nurtured to saturation, when flesh could no longer accommodate more inner energy, it would be the moment of transformation, where inner energy departed the body, emerging like a butterfly from its cocoon. Beyond the fortuitous creation of the divine stone, he understood that his own relentless daily training to temper his bones, supplemented with abundant nourishing substances, would undoubtedly accelerate his breakthrough. While ordinary warriors endure the grinding of their bones, concoctions from tiger bones and century-old ginseng soups are excellent remedies for nourishing vitality. Yet, compared to the slow grind of effort, he was more inclined towards the efficient collection of achievement points through the conversion of gold. Why should the gold he collects not be considered part of Chunloachi's own endeavors? Once he resolves his recent matters, he plans to orchestrate a grand operation. The cold gleam of 8 tons of gold in the cabin of the immortal ship, the historical weight of the bronze beast heads. Each treasure of the Eagle plan, constructed from 240 tons of gold, flickers like a star in his deep-set eyes. Once everything settles, this golden radiance will surely transform into a thunderous force breaking through shackles. The transformation brought by refining energy into essence is reshaping his very body. It feels as though an unfathomable abyss has opened within his stomach. His already extraordinary appetite has now increased exponentially. The days of food stagnation are gone. The energy flows through his organs like a grinding mill, capable of pulverizing even the hardest beast bones into powder. He can almost hear the joyous cries of his flesh, every inch craving the delicacies infused with vitality, which will serve as fuel for the impending release of inner energy. Unconsciously, his fingertips grazed the rough surface of the salted fish in his embrace, and a sharp smile curved his lips. The fragment of divine stone continued to surge with warmth, like an inexhaustible spring. Henceforth, hunger will no longer be a stumbling block for Chunloachi. The greatest suffering upon his arrival in this world was the hunger that led to food stagnation. His gaze swept across the skill panel, where the value of skill, first layer celestial demon dance, 999910000, hung glaringly. Achievement point 1. Skill, second layer celestial demon dance, 020000. The instant the achievement points were consumed, his sea of awareness trembled violently. The scene before Chunloachi abruptly changed. His body felt as if it had been cast into an ancient battlefield. The ground beneath him splitting apart, fiery eruptions gushing forth like dragons, a towering tsunami, accompanied by a foul wind, tore the tattered battle flags to shreds. Storm clouds loomed overhead, the tempest swirling up sand like blades, purple lightning rending the sky, thunder roaring like a stampede of horses. He stood at the eye of the storm, his heart directed skyward, circulating his mental technique. The essence transformed into an invisible vortex, wildly absorbing the murderous energy and the brutalities of war from the world, the ferocity of earthquakes, the wrath of tsunamis, the savagery of hurricanes, and the destruction of thunder. These negative energies surged like a black torrent into his meridians, violently colliding with the liquid inner energy in his dantian. The inner energy boiled and churned under the refinement of malevolent energy, as Chun Luochi wielded his will as a hammer, repeatedly forging the energy. Each cycle of inhalation and exhalation, alternating between movement and stillness, solidified the essence further. When the earth trembled, he rooted himself like a rock. When the tsunami approached, he howled, drawing forth the essence to form a shield. When the wind blades cut his skin, he became as flexible as willow, deflecting the force effortlessly. When struck by thunder, he faced it defiantly, golden radiance bursting forth like armor. The malevolent energy and inner energy intermingled and refined, gradually transforming into a heavy, dark golden true energy, sinking deep into the dantian. Within the illusion, the wind and clouds shifted, yet reality was merely a breath's duration. Chun Luochi slowly reigned in his focus. The phantasm of the ancient battlefield in his sea of awareness dissipated, leaving only the dark golden true energy, dense as mercury, nestled deep within his dantian. Each thread of energy moved like a limb obeying his command, producing a clear, resonant sound as it flowed through his meridians. The dark golden patterns beneath his skin subtly appearing, as if branded with the might of natural disasters. He glanced down at his palm, where a strand of condensed dark golden true energy coiled around his fingertips, distorting the air with its piercing sound. This was not merely a transformation of power, but a perfect refinement forged by achievement points. Had it not been for the cataclysm and the tumultuous waves of the ancient battlefield within that illusion, could he have found such a world-destroying crucible for his self-breakthrough? As the essence flowed, he distinctly sensed the flawless integration of malevolent energy and inner energy. With the right timing, advantageous circumstances, and the alignment of people, how could Chun Luochi have found such a fortuitous convergence on his own? A self-breakthrough? It was laughable. That perfect environment, merging natural disasters and the malevolent energy of the ancient battlefield, was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Achievement points not only bestowed power, but also inscribed a clear path towards the utmost pinnacle. Chapter 47, Fingertip Void Explosion. In the darkness, Shao Ka's ice-blue pupils constricted like needles, while its taut muscles trembled slightly under the oppressive pressure of Chun Luochi's slowly converging dark golden aura. Unsure whether it was excitement or fear, causing each of its fluffy white hairs to stand erect like spears. The instinct of the wind speed dog made it acutely aware of the destructive power hidden within that dark golden energy. Yet, it ultimately did not retreat or growl, but instead embedded its front paws deeper into the tattered bedding, as if anchoring itself stubbornly amidst an invisible storm. The sharp arc at the corner of Chun Luochi's lips subtly softened into a warm smile. His broad palm, still carrying a hint of warmth from the aura, pressed unresistingly upon Shao Ka's fluffy head. Yet the force emanating from his hand was exceedingly gentle, kneading through the thick, plush fur of the Samoyed in a chaotic manner, dispersing the tension into mere fragments. "All right, my great contributor," he said, as his fingertips grazed the sensitive area behind Shao Ka's ears, eliciting a soft purring sound from its throat. The rigid tip of its tail finally relaxed, moving slightly in an unconscious rhythm. Chun Luochi took the opportunity to pull it closer, forcefully wedging the large dog's head into the crook of his arm. The substantial weight pressed down on his freshly tempered arm, and he lay on his side, unbothered by the tattered fabric and scattered cotton fluff digging into his back. Shao Ka's warm breath brushed against his neck, its fluffy body occupying a large portion of the broken bed, transforming into a massive, cozy pillow imbued with a sun-dried aroma. Chun Luochi closed his eyes in concentration, feeling the newly born dark golden energy ebbing and flowing like an ocean within him, nourishing his limbs and bones without the need for deliberate guidance, while the warm current from the shattered divine stone seamlessly merged into it. Every inch of his bones and flesh silently underwent a transformation, power surging without disturbing the tranquility of his heart. Yet, within this calmness lingered an undercurrent of helplessness. The soft, jade-like body he had embraced the previous night, with its fragrant essence lingering at his nose, was now replaced by a mere fluffy weight pressing down on his arm. That weight was akin to a stubborn stone, regrettably. The solid sensation in his embrace paled in comparison to the delicate smoothness of Erun's skin, offering little solace aside from the soft, fluffy fur. Just as he was lost in thought, a sudden, brief tremor emanated from beneath his arm. It seemed Shao Ka sensed his internal musings about its weight and muscles. Letting out a short, indignant huff from its throat, releasing a warm stream of breath against Chun Luoqi's neck, as if offended. It abruptly raised its head, its bell-like eyes casting a sidelong glance, followed by a loud sneeze that caused its fluffy fur to quiver, as if protesting its owner's covert disdain. Chun Luoqi chuckled silently, soothingly stroking its head, blending its restlessness into the chaos of the bedding. He urged it to close its eyes, rubbing his chin against Shao Ka's thick neck fur. Inhaling the faint, hay-like scent that lingered, sleep now. The warm aura unconsciously released a gentle embrace, enveloping Shao Ka's slightly rising body, dispelling its last trace of barely perceptible shivers. Meanwhile, Desha drove home, the night deepening around him, silence enveloping the surroundings, occasionally broken by the distant chirping of insects. He lay in bed, tossing and turning, the thin blanket feeling as though it were wrapped in invisible thorns, each movement pulling at the anxiety deep within. Thoughts surged like a tempest, refusing to be quelled. Desha's mind repeatedly replayed Chun Luoqi's once lazy visage, now replaced by an almost fanatical fervor. His cousin, Chun Luoqi, had once been a quintessential slacker, drifting through life with indifference to worldly matters, seeking only a stable existence. However, ever since the mad dog Yuan Haoyun had appeared, everything had shifted. Yuan Haoyun had aimed a gun at both himself and Chun Luoqi, the barrel pressing against their heads. That threat was stark. No matter how confident Desha was, he could only face death. The martial arts blood-refining secret technique primarily enhanced vitality and endurance. And while it did improve strength and defense, it did not grant immunity to bullets. That provocation was like a spark igniting dry tinder, instantly igniting the flames within Chun Luoqi's heart. The once gentle cousin began to adopt an aggressive stance, blindly pursuing power, hastily seeking quick results. That night, Desha genuinely feared for Chun Luoqi, dreading the potential consequences, and was relieved that it had only been a close call. Reflecting on the incident sent a chill down Desha's spine, the images haunting him like a nightmare. As the night grew darker, his resentment intensified. He clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms, causing a slight sting, but it paled in comparison to the fury in his heart. Yuan Haoyun deserved to die? If it weren't for that mad dog's provocation, how could Chun Luoqi have embarked on such a perilous path? Desha wouldn't have felt such anger if Yuan Haoyun had merely threatened him, but threatening Chun Luoqi was something he could not tolerate. Tossing and turning, Desha's thoughts galloped wild. Should anything happen to his cousin, he would not let Yuan Haoyun go unpunished. That mad dog must pay the price. A tooth for a tooth, blood for blood. Such thoughts grew rampant in the darkness, transforming into vivid images of revenge. The moonlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting fragmented shadows on the cold floor, illuminating Desha's distorted silhouette. He repeatedly chewed over the details of the past. Every inch Yuan Haoyun encroached. Every time Chun Luoqi gritted his teeth in perseverance, all intertwined like a chain, ultimately pushing his cousin to the precipice. Desha's breath became labored, his chest heaving like waves, as the intertwining obsession of protecting his kin and his loathing for Yuan Haoyun formed a web that ensnared him completely. The night deepened, the city sinking into slumber, yet Desha remained wide awake, silent flames of anger burning in his pupils. He vowed that should anything happen to Chun Luoqi, he would make Yuan Haoyun wish he were dead. This solemn oath echoed in the silence, as solid as iron and as cold as steel, becoming the only resonance in the long night. As dawn broke through the broken window panes, mottled light fell upon the chaotic floor strewn with cotton fluff. Chun Luoqi slowly opened his eyes, feeling the dark golden energy within him flowing like an ocean, nourishing every sinew. He glanced down to see Shao Ka awake. Its ice-blue pupils constricted like needles in the morning light, yet it lay submissively in his embrace, its fluffy white fur brushing against his arm, emitting soft purrs as if silently guarding him. A slight smile graced Chun Luoqi's lips as his fingertips gently scratched behind Shao Ka's ears, prompting the fluffy head to burrow further into his chest. During his morning wash, cool water brushed against his cheeks, while the dark golden aura unconsciously evaporated moisture, leaving a refreshing coolness. As he turned to tidy the bed, his broad palms swept over the tattered bedding and scattered cotton, gathering the disorder piece by piece, the remnants smoothing under his invisible touch, stacked neatly in the corner. In the morning light, his figure stood steady as a mountain. Opening the door, a rich aroma wafted up from downstairs, forcefully invading his nostrils, mingling the tastes of the sea's saltiness with the richness of simmered grains. Chun Luoqi followed the scent down the creaking wooden stairs, where at the kitchen door, Desha's towering figure nearly blocked the entire doorway. He was bent over, fiddling with an enormous, half-person-high wooden barrel, steam billowing from its wide mouth. "Oh, you're awake?" Desha looked up, his bronze face breaking into a hearty smile. "Hurry up. It's still hot." He slapped the side of the barrel, causing the walls to resonate with a low hum. As Chun Luoqi approached, The intoxicating aroma almost materialized, enveloping him completely. Inside the barrel, the thick porridge simmered to an alluring amber hue, its surface glistening with pristine porridge oil. Countless vibrant marine delicacies bobbed within, abalone, as large as a palm, intricately scored, soaked with savory broth, rich and tender. Deep brown sea cucumber segments glistened and were springy. Golden strands of dried scallops unfurled delicately. Most striking were the segments of lobster meat, interspersed with red and white, the plump flesh slightly curled, as if it had just leapt from the deep sea. Crab meat, fresh scallops, and shrimp were scattered like stars, nearly obscuring the grains of rice beneath. To ensure you were well fed, a generous portion was prepared. Big Fool rubbed his hands together, a smile bearing a hint of endearing pride, for intense practice demands nourishment. No words were needed. Chunluachi seized a large sea bowl from the edge of the barrel, while Big Fool lifted an even larger soup basin. Little Card, unbeknownst to them, had also slipped down, his damp nose eagerly pressing against the barrel's rim, receiving a hefty piece of unpeeled lobster claw from Big Fool's playful grin. The trio, 2 men and a dog, was engulfed in the sounds of clinking bowls and spoons, the slurping of porridge, and the crunching of hard shells, all intertwining harmoniously. The fresh, steaming porridge slid down their throats, warmth instantly spreading to their limbs, dispelling the last remnants of the morning chill. Big Fool ate with gusto, his breath coming in audible huffs, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Chunluachi, though swift in his movements, remained composed, his bowl emptying at an impressive pace. Little Card buried his entire head in his portion, his tail wagging like a windmill. In less than half an hour, the enormous wooden barrel was nearly emptied, with only thick, viscous porridge clinging to the sides. Satisfied, Big Fool let out a hearty belch, wiped his mouth, and scrutinized Chunluachi with concern, replacing the mirth in his eyes. "How are you feeling? Did everything go smoothly today?" Chunluachi set down his bowl, a slight smile gracing his lips. "Very well." Noticing the lingering doubt in Big Fool's gaze, he stood up and walked to the more spacious central hall. "Watch closely." Before the words left his mouth, Chunluachi's right hand suddenly curled inward, fingers tensing like the claws of a fierce tiger. A stream of concentrated dark golden energy erupted from his fingertips, not a mere ethereal mist, but rather a series of tiny, darting golden electric serpents, swirling around his fingers in rapid motion, colliding and producing a series of sharp, tingling crackles. The air seemed to split and compress under the weight of this intense sharpness and aura of destruction. Big Fool's relaxed demeanor immediately solidified, a chill emanating from his tailbone to the crown of his head, every hair on his body standing on end, muscles tensing involuntarily, as if an invisible serpent had locked onto his throat, rendering him breathless. The energy entwining his fingertips was not mere chi. It resembled a concentrated essence of lethal sharpness. Chapter 48, An Encounter with Marriage Proposals. Chunluachi suddenly clenched his fingers. Boom! A deep yet penetrating explosive sound erupted. It was not thunderous like a tempest, but akin to resilient fabric being torn apart in an instant. An invisible shockwave radiated from his fist, stirring up fine dust from the ground, causing Big Fool's clothing to ripple dramatically. The dark golden glow vanished in an instant. Chunluachi slowly relaxed his fist, his palm retaining only a barely perceptible warmth. Big Fool took a full 3 breaths before exhaling a pent-up breath of stale air, a sheen of cold sweat appearing on his back. He patted his chest nervously, managing a dry smile. Goodness, that was quite alarming. Genuine joy welled up in his eyes for his brother's progress, but this happiness was soon overshadowed by deeper concerns. He stepped forward, his hefty hand landing heavily on Chunluachi's shoulder, the weight of his grip serious. "Cousin, I know you have great abilities, but during such times, you must remain steady. That dancing with demons sounds perilous. You must not rush and put yourself at risk. Safety first, understand?" Chunluachi felt the weight of Big Fool's concern on his shoulder, warmth blossoming in his heart. He reciprocated by patting Big Fool's sturdy arm and replied earnestly, "Rest assured, I am fully aware. This technique is perilous and extreme, revolving around annihilation and plunder. A moment's carelessness could lead to irreparable consequences." He paused, meeting Big Fool's gaze directly. "Moreover, it is utterly unsuitable for you. For you, it would be best to follow the path of martial arts like General Ma, emphasizing vigorous vitality and righteous intent, using strength to overcome cunning." Big Fool scratched his head, chuckling. "I understand that. With my build, solid martial skills are the way to go." He patted his robust chest, producing a deep sound. However, Chunluachi continued, "Yet, the blood refinement techniques of the military ultimately have their limits. General Ma has also said that the heavens have their flaws. While the 5th and 6th refinements may still be manageable, progressing beyond that becomes increasingly dangerous. I will keep an eye out for superior techniques that better suit your constitution and can break through the military's constraints." The world of martial arts is vast, and there will always be a path suitable for you. At these words, Big Fool's eyes glimmered with gratitude, but he waved his hand grandly. No rush. We haven't fully explored the military blood refinement techniques yet. The 5th and 6th refinements will keep me occupied for quite some time. It's better to solidify the foundation than to rush ahead. If there's a good path, just remember your Big Fool brother. His bright smile radiated a unique openness and unwavering trust in his brother. Shin Luochi gazed at Big Fool's cheerful expression, warmth still lingering in his heart. His gaze shifted to the corner, where little Card was contentedly licking the last remnants of amber porridge from the barrel's wall, his pink tongue swirling through the sticky liquid. Emitting satisfied murmurs, his fluffy tail swaying leisurely in the morning light. Shin Luochi crouched down, gently stroking little Card's head. Come on, let's go for a walk. I haven't been home for days and haven't had the chance to accompany you properly. No sooner had he spoken than the words go for a walk seemed to cast a spell. Little Card's ears perked up like radar. His damp nose turning eagerly towards Shin Luochi, his tail suddenly spinning like a whirlwind, his soft growls transforming into short barks. As his front paws impatiently scratched at the ground, Big Fool, witnessing this, broke into a knowing smile, his bronze face lighting up with understanding. All right, that works too. He grabbed his coat draped over the chair, his towering frame turning towards the doorway. I need to head to the company. We must tally the new batch of goods at the dock. Before he finished speaking, he had already strided out of the room. Big Fool's imposing figure melded into the morning light, his bronze face appearing particularly resolute under the early sun. He drove towards the company, the steering wheel steady in his large hands, yet his thoughts had already drifted far from the day's routine. Tallying the new goods at the dock was merely a facade. His true focus lay on the movements of Uncle Hai and his group. Yuan Haoyun, that mad dog, was relentlessly clinging to the arms deal. With Uncle Hai becoming the epicenter of the storm, Big Fool secretly established his network of informants, keeping a close watch on Uncle Hai's movements. Every piece of intelligence conveyed through encrypted channels into his hands. It must be said, those little crew-cut men were quite useful. A cold hatred burned within him. Should the opportunity arise to orchestrate Yuan Haoyun's unexpected demise amidst the chaos, it would be a divine chance for revenge. A meticulously planned firefight or accident could serve to eliminate the threat once and for all. Meanwhile, Big Fool contemplated another weighty task. The dancing with demons technique that Shin Luochi was practicing was fraught with danger, and gold was an indispensable energy reserve. Despite his worries about his cousin's haste, Big Fool resolved to prepare for the future. He reached out to underground channels, planning to acquire another batch of high-purity gold bars from the black market for emergencies. The remnants of porridge oil lingering on Shin Luochi's fingertips dissolved in the clear water, the crisp sound of bowls clinking echoing clearly in the morning light. Little Card had long grown impatient, darting around his feet, his icy blue eyes fixated on the leash by the door, his fluffy tail waving energetically. As the collar clicked into place, the weighty metallic clasp emitted a sharp sound, as if heralding the commencement of a grand ceremony. A brief and excited yip escaped from the throat of the little dog, Ka, while its front paws anxiously alternated upon the ground. Man and dog traversed past the threshold, and Shin Luochi casually picked up the wooden bucket, its remnants having been thoroughly licked clean by Ka, leaving only utterly soiled bed linens and refuse, which he directed towards the village's refuse station. The muffled thud of the bucket as it was tossed into the enormous metal container startled a few sparrows that had been engrossed in their foraging, sending them flapping towards the distant, misty eaves. Ka cast a disdainful glance at the sparrows, a low growl emanating from its throat, as if to assert its dominion over this territory. With its head held high and chest puffed out, the leash taut and straight, it boldly stepped onto the cement path at the village's center. The village was just awakening in the early morning light. The crowing of roosters echoed harmoniously, interspersed with the occasional lazy barks of dogs. Along the sides of the cement road, a few stray dogs, either squatting or lounging, paused from licking their paws or sniffing at the bases of walls. Upon catching sight of the striking figure of Ka, resembling a living embodiment of a coconut latte, their ears perked up instantly, tails beginning to wag vigorously as they rose to their feet, eager to approach and curry favor. Their tails wagging with such fervor they seemed on the verge of dislocation. A brief, low, and undeniably authoritative growl rolled from Ka's throat. Its ice blue eyes merely swept over the scene, lacking any deliberate pause. A remarkable transformation occurred. The once eager stray dogs, as if struck by an invisible whip, halted their excited yapping and tail wagging, emitting a few whimpers of fear instead. With tails tucked, they retreated silently into the shadows by the wall or laid back down with heads drooped, only daring to sneak furtive glances at that towering presence. The title of the village's canine overlord was not bestowed lightly. At this moment, Ka's thoughts were far removed from its entourage of followers. It yearned solely to bask in the precious morning light that belonged to both its master and itself. Ah, Rocky, what a rare sight. Where have you been these past few months? We haven't seen hide nor hair of you. The gate by the roadside creaked open, revealing a plump auntie with a bamboo basket, her voice booming with the warmth characteristic of rural life, as she stepped into the road, effectively blocking the path. She scrutinized Chen Luochi from head to toe, her curiosity nearly spilling over. The affectionate tone of Rocky carried a hint of local dialect, a name bestowed upon him by the elders who had watched him grow up. Chen Luochi halted, a habitual warmth gracing his features as he replied, "Good morning, Auntie Chi. I haven't been anywhere, just taking a stroll, clearing my mind, enjoying a little travel." His response was somewhat vague. Travel? Auntie Lee's eyes lit up, drawing the attention of nearby elderly folks who gathered around, chattering excitedly. "Oh, Rocky, at your age, this is the time to settle down. Just traveling won't do." Yes, yes. After being away for so long, have you found a nice girl? Hurry and bring her back for us to see. We'll help you vet her. Indeed. With your looks and stature, you deserve someone worthy of you. Settle down soon. It would ease your parents' spirits. Their enthusiasm surged like an invisible wave, infused with the pungent scent of freshly picked scallions from the basket and the heartfelt concern of the elders. Chen Luochi's smile began to stiffen, a tingling sensation creeping across his scalp. He felt again the pressure of that night when Yuan Haoyun had pressed the gun to his forehead. This time, however, it was not a cold intent to kill, but the searing arrow of matrimony. His feet seemed to have been greased as he subtly stepped back, mumbling vague affirmations. Yes. Yes, I'll consider it, while tightening his grip on the leash just as Ka surged forward with an unexpected pull, almost making him flee, leaving behind a chorus of jovial laughter and half-serious complaints. This child is still shy. Ka, with the leash taut, led its master almost out of the encirclement. Just around the corner, they encountered the village chief, Chen Guoqiang, who was leisurely strolling with his hands clasped behind his back. His hair was meticulously combed, dressed in a faded blue Zhongshan suit, and although not tall, his gaze was sharp and lively. "Ah, it's Rocky." Chen Guoqiang paused, squinting to assess him before his attention was captured by the proudly strutting Ka, a gentle smile spreading across his face. "This little fellow has become quite spirited in the few days since I last saw you." He extended his weathered and calloused hand, still strong, to affectionately ruffle Ka's fluffy head, giving its warm, thick ears a gentle squeeze. The touch conveyed a stability born of years and an elder's unique affection. Chen Guoqiang's hand lingered on Ka's head, his grip steady and tender. Ka emitted a contented purr from its throat, its tail wagging gently, displaying a submissive demeanor towards the esteemed elder, clearly setting aside its canine superiority. Chapter 49, A Race to Chase. Chen Guoqiang lifted his gaze, his attention shifting back to Chen Luochi, his eyes revealing the characteristic concern of a senior along with an unmistakable authority. "Rocky, don't forget about this weekend. You're coming with the Shah to join me for a feast. Remember?" His voice was low, yet each word was clear, imbued with undeniable weight. Chen Luochi quickly nodded, a sincere smile forming on his face. "Uncle Guoqiang, rest assured, I won't forget." He recalled how the Shah had come by just a few days ago to remind him, the earnest giant patting his chest and assuring him they would support the occasion together. For the upcoming banquet, Chen Guoqiang had previously instructed the Shah to reiterate to Chen Luochi that an old friend of the village chief was returning from abroad after many years, bringing his family back home. Chen Guoqiang had specifically reserved a fine banquet at Manhanlu to welcome his brother's family back. Lacking children of his own, he enlisted Chen Luochi and the Shah, two young and successful men, not only to enhance the gathering, but also to introduce his connections to the two brothers. The village chief nodded approvingly, gently patting Ka's back. "Very well, then take this little one and be off. Don't linger here." He waved his hand, signaling for Chen Luochi to depart. Chen Luochi felt as if a great burden had been lifted, turning to lead Ka away, sensing its master's newfound ease. Ka quickened its pace, the leash taut as the duo's figures swiftly vanished at the mouth of the alley. "Good child." The village chief nodded with satisfaction, waving his hand. "All right then, take this spirited dog and go. Just look at its eyes, it longs to sprint away, so don't keep it restrained in front of this old man." Ka had indeed been pacing in place, its front paws digging into the ground, its gaze frequently darting towards the wide dirt road leading to the fields. With the approval granted, Chen Luochi inclined his head slightly towards the village chief. "I'll take it for a run now." Before the words had fully left his lips, he propelled himself forward with a push, his form like an arrow released from its bow, suddenly accelerating towards the village entrance. Woof! Ka's excited bark shattered the morning tranquility, the leash snapping taut like a string. It launched itself from the ground, its fluffy gray-brown body transforming into a bolt of vibrant lightning, surging forward with immense force, instantly matching its master's stride. the constraints of the leash slackening in their harmonious run. One man and one dog, one steady and the other agile. Their silhouettes raced swiftly along the village path, stirring up a gentle breeze that whisked up dust and fallen leaves from the roadside. The village chief remained rooted in place, squinting as he watched the two figures rapidly recede, gradually shrinking in the morning light until they vanished around the bend at the village entrance. The morning breeze, imbued with a refreshing chill, caressed his silver hair as he let out a soft sigh. A sound laced with a myriad of complex emotions, admiration for the vibrant vitality of youth, intertwined with a subtle, almost imperceptible sense of nostalgia for the passage of time. "Oh, how wonderful it is to be young," he murmured softly, as if engaging in a soliloquy, or perhaps confiding in the invisible currents of time that surrounded him. His gaze shifted downward, resting upon a smooth, worn flagstone beneath his feet, evoking memories of his own youthful exuberance, racing about in days gone by. Then, his eyes turned towards the direction in which the two figures had vanished, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he added, with heartfelt appreciation for his loyal companion. "Little Ka is indeed a rare and remarkable dog. When it has pups one day, this old man shall take one to keep me company." His voice was but a whisper, quickly dissolving into the morning's chorus of roosters crowing and dogs barking, mingling with the tendrils of rising smoke from distant hearths. On the road, Chunluachi unfastened Little Ka's leash, the metallic clasp emitting a crisp click. Little Ka surged forward like a wild stallion unbridled, its brownish-gray form transforming into a fleeting blur, paws pounding the earth, sending dust swirling as it raced down the open road ahead. In the morning light, its fur billowed in the wind, resembling a rolling cloud. In mere moments, it had dashed over 100 meters, only to suddenly halt. Turning back to glance at Chunluachi, seeing him still standing in place, a smile upon his lips, Little Ka let out a soft whine before returning. It paused 3 feet in front of its master, lowering its front end and slightly bending its hind legs, playfully hopping from side to side, its fluffy tail wagging vigorously, stirring up a miniature whirlwind. Those icy blue eyes fixated intently on Chunluachi, emitting a short, inviting whimper, as if urging for a genuine contest. Chunluachi crouched down, ruffling the soft fur behind Little Ka's ears, his finger pointing towards the distance. On the horizon, the outlines of mountains emerged through the thin mist, the highest peak enveloped in a pale lavender morning haze. "Do you see that?" Chunluachi's voice was steady. "Today, we shall venture into those mountains." Little Ka immediately raised its head, ears perked up, and barked 3 quick, certain barks towards the mountains, its tail thumping against the ground, kicking up dust. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Chunluachi's eyes as he took 2 steps back, lightly tapping the ground with his toes, his body taut like a drawn bow. "Prepare." Little Ka's muscles tensed instantly, its neck first standing on end, a low growl rumbling in its throat. "Run." No sooner had the command left his lips than Little Ka shot forth like an arrow released from a bow. The pebbles kicked up by its paws tracing arcs in the air. This time, its speed surged by 30% compared to before, its form elongating into a gray streak that tore through the morning mist, the wind roaring past its ears like thunder. Chunluachi called out sharply, the energy within him swirling like boiling water, propelling him forward. However, the speed of a mere 2-legged mortal could never rival that of a 4-legged beast, and he soon noticed the gray silhouette shrinking into the distance, on the verge of becoming a mere speck. A thought flashed through his mind, the technique of dancing with demons manifesting in his consciousness. Although he lacked the agility of light-footed skill, this method inherently possessed a stepping technique best suited for short bursts of speed. Energy surged from his Chochuan point, racing through his meridians, and his form suddenly blurred, as if melding into the flowing shadows. With each step he took, the ground left behind faint traces, while his true self seemed to glide 10 meters away like a ghost. The sound of the wind transformed into a piercing howl in his ears, the fields on either side appearing as rivers of green flowing in reverse. Little Ka, sensing something amiss, occasionally glanced back, its icy blue eyes reflecting the approaching shadow of its master. Excitement ignited in its eyes, muscles taut, and a long howl erupted, tearing through the sky. In the next moment, its fur bristled, and its speed surged once more. The previous sprint had merely been a warm-up. Now it was truly unleashing its full potential. Its paws barely left a trace on the ground, its body nearly skimming the earth, moving so swiftly that even its afterimage was difficult to catch, leaving behind only a sharp cry that cleaved the air. A man and his dog, shadows and lightning, raced down the road. Although Chunluachi's shadow was quick, it felt cumbersome. This stepping method was originally designed for close combat maneuvers and required further refinement for long-distance pursuits. The energy within him surged and crashed through his meridians like boiling water, each flicker of movement consuming considerable stamina. In contrast, Little Ka moved like a wheel, each leap harnessing the earth's power, its form flowing seamlessly like a child of the wind. Occasionally, an early morning truck rumbled down the dirt road. A scruffy driver, cigarette dangling from his lips, was startled when two strange figures zipped past outside his window, causing him to drop the burning tip into his lap. Rubbing his eyes and looking again, he beheld a grayish shadow entwined with a swirling black mist racing away at an unfathomable speed. What the devil? He gasped, his face paling as he jerked the steering wheel to avoid them, muttering in a tremor about seeking a shaman to exorcise this aberration upon returning to the village. Meanwhile, another farmer on a tractor gazed blankly at the vanishing forms, clasping his hands in prayer before his chest, repeatedly murmuring Amitabha. The rugged rocks at the mountain's foot loomed ahead, moss covering their shaded surfaces, while a narrow path snaked into the forest. Little Ka reached the destination first, its front paws lightly tapping on a massive boulder before springing back gracefully to land securely. Turning to look back, it panted, its chest rising and falling like a bellows. The white breath it exhaled condensing in the cold air. Moments later, Chun Luachi's shadow materialized, revealing his true self. He leaned on his knees, gasping for breath. Beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, his shirt drenched, yet his eyes sparkled with intensity. Little Ka bounded over joyfully, nudging his palm with its head, emitting a contented rumble, as if declaring victory. Despite the earlier sprint, Chun Luachi's shadow had been fast yet inefficient due to unfamiliarity, and it was better suited for short distances rather than prolonged pursuits. In contrast, Little Ka had not relied on any special techniques, but rather its sheer physical prowess to outpace him. Chun Luachi straightened, gazing towards the deepening mountain path. Mist flowed through the woods, the unique, crisp aroma of the coniferous forest enveloping him. He patted Little Ka's sturdy back. Come, let me show you the way. Little Ka perked its ears instantly, matching his pace. The mountain trail was steep and winding, yet Chun Luachi walked steadily, saying, I'll take you to a wonderful place. The Wulong Temple. The two little bald heads we encountered before are right here. It was during a shared meal that he learned the Wulong Temple was nestled at the southern foothills of the main peak of Mount Shigong. Suddenly, the sound of a bell resonated through the depths of the forest, clear and melodious like a dragon's chant, startling a flock of roosting birds. The mountain path wound upward. The grayish-brown moss soaked the crevices of the rocks, exuding the fresh, damp scent of earth. Little Ka's figure danced in and out of view ahead, its soft, resilient paws patting against the slippery stones, producing gentle sounds. It was brimming with energy, leaping effortlessly from a patch of ferns where its front paws had pressed down, springing towards the hanging vines above, nostrils flaring, its tail trailing like a banner of ice, carving a grayish-brown arc through the shadowy green of the forest, causing the branches of low shrubs to rustle. Chun Luachi followed closely, his steps appearing casual yet remarkably steady, swaying gently with the undulating terrain, like a leaf carried by the mountain breeze. He inhaled deeply, the crisp, cool fragrance of the coniferous forest penetrating his lungs, mingling with the scent of damp stones, soothing the tension that had gripped him during the race. Having distanced himself from the clamor of the world, the pure tranquility enveloping him felt as though it possessed an invisible power, calming the rapid beating of his heart and the surge of his blood. At this moment, Chun Luachi was emboldened by his mastery, the resilient energy coursing beneath his skin and muscles providing him with immense confidence. This refined energy had transformed his body's defenses into something beyond the reach of mere flesh and blood. Chapter 50. The Celestial Blade of Heaven. This formidable defense is capable of withstanding a powerful strike that can pierce through heavy armor and penetrate several ancient trees. What are mere steel arrows or even bullets in the face of this protective barrier, which condenses the essence of life itself? Following this, the separation of internal energy will lead to a qualitative leap. The release of this energy will manifest into a tangible force, and at that moment, his own internal energy will become an indomitable armor, impervious even to sniper rifles and rocket-propelled grenades. His vitality is robust. As long as he does not perish on the spot, he can swiftly recover. Suddenly, from the depths of the nearby thicket, a commotion of rustling dry branches and fallen leaves erupted, accompanied by a low, excited chirp from the little creature. Chun Luachi snapped back to reality and raised his gaze, witnessing the lush ferns undulating as though in waves, clearly indicating that the little being had stumbled upon something intriguing. Moments later, a gray-brown figure emerged from the underbrush, exuding an exuberant sense of triumph, its ice-blue eyes sparkling with the delight of discovery. Its bushy tail wagged furiously, creating a mist of droplets in the damp greenery. Proudly, it held aloft a straight wooden stick. This stick, unmistakably extraordinary, boasted a deep, dark brown hue, seemingly infused with the spirit of the forest, glistening subtly. Its impressive length, nearly matching that of the creature itself, was estimated to be around 1.5 meters. Its resilient texture was far beyond that of ordinary decayed wood. The weightiness of it caused the little creature to tilt its head back slightly, wary of letting it touch the ground. Ah! Shunluachi's eyes brightened at the sight of the straight, elongated stick radiating exceptional resilience, igniting within him an impulsive longing to experiment, akin to a spark catching fire. Could this object be destined for him? The little creature scampered over to him, its ice-blue eyes twinkling with a desire for praise, carefully offering the long stick. Shunluachi suppressed the casual demeanor on his face, adopting a rare seriousness as he extended both hands to receive the weighty stick, treating it as if it were a priceless treasure. The moment he grasped it, he felt its solid weight and intricate texture, though it was not made of metal. It possessed an innate resilience. Weighing it in his hands, he found it perfectly balanced. With a flick of his wrist, he casually lifted the stick upward and then slashed it diagonally downward. Whoosh! The stick sliced through the air, emitting a low, sharp sound. The force transmitted seamlessly through it, the tip quivering slightly, yet without any sense of delay, as if it were a natural extension of his arm. The sensation of its weight, heavy yet not cumbersome, resilient yet not brittle, was exquisite. Shunluachi silently praised. He flicked his wrist again, and the dark brown stick seemed to come alive, sweeping downward with a sharp whoosh. The shadow of the stick sliced through the green curtain, sending grass blades soaring into the air. The previously swaying thicket appeared to be crushed by an invisible giant hand, suddenly springing back and trembling under the weighty wind generated by the stick, collapsing in droves. As the stick returned to his front, it continued to hum with a deep resonance. The impulse ignited within Shunluachi had now become an uncontrollable blaze. His eyes gleamed with intensity, his grip tightening around the stick as he stepped forward, his entire being swirling back into the verdant waves. "Rise," he commanded, lifting the stick from the ground, sending mud and broken grass flying. The tip of the stick pointed forward, the air shrieked, and grass stems splintered, sending green fragments scattering like shattered jade. Immediately, he twisted his waist, moving the stick in tandem with his body, executing a rapid sweeping motion. It was as if an invisible scythe was cutting across, causing the grass within a near 10-foot radius to abruptly shorten, the delicate stems instantly severed, and countless fragments of grass and leaves were swept into the air like a chaotic green rain. The little creature's ice-blue eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily forgetting to wag its tail, transfixed by the sight of the stick it had retrieved for its master, now transformed into a force capable of cleaving through all. Shunluachi moved with grace, the stick dancing through the air with ease. Chop, sweep, jab, twist. Each strike was accompanied by the sickening sound of tearing, grass shreds scattering like emerald shards, the verdant sap mingling with the earthy aroma splattering upon his garments. The grass blades caught in the gust of the stick were forced down, bowing as if in reverence. "Ha! A splendid stick," he exclaimed, laughter bursting forth as his onslaught intensified. It felt as though an invisible wave of energy enveloped him. The previously dense thicket now appeared fragile under the onslaught of his sweeping strikes, bending and yielding like rice paper, waves of green rippling outward from him. The severed grass whirled chaotically around him, resembling a storm of emerald dedicated to a war god. He felt an unprecedented exhilaration. The synergy between him and the stick was exquisite, every transfer of power seamless, as if this solid and resilient wooden rod was inherently meant for him. Resonating with a melodious hum as it sliced through the layers of green, his gaze swept the surroundings and landed on a thick, half-dry vine hanging from a branch of an ancient tree, its end curling. This was it. The impulse within him surged even more, as if encountering a long-lost rival. Eager to test his mettle, he planted his feet firmly, gripping the stick tightly, lowering his stance and fixing his gaze on the vine. "Let us see what you can do," he muttered softly, his internal energy surging like a river, a thread of condensed dark golden energy, akin to an ancient rune ignited, quietly emanating from his palm, wrapping around the stick and quickly extending toward both ends. Instantly, the originally dark brown stick was enveloped in a flowing, liquid metal-like dark golden sheen, the surrounding space slightly warping, exuding a chilling sharpness. This was the moment. A glimmer of determination ignited in Shunluachi's eyes as he exerted force through his waist, his feet seemingly anchored to the ground. Using the earth's rebound, his arm muscles tensed like steel cables, propelling the stick, now enveloped in dark golden energy, toward the half-dry vine with the might of a mountain splitting apart. In the blink of an eye, the stick flashed, leaving behind a dark golden afterimage on his retina. There was no anticipated dull thud of a blunt object striking hard material. Instead, a faint, rapid sound akin to a hot knife slicing through solidified grease pierced the air. The resilient half-dry vine, in the instant the dark golden stick swept across it, was astonishingly cleaved in two with remarkable smoothness. The cut surface gleamed like a mirror, revealing an extraordinary texture of exposed wood fibers, cleanly severed as if struck by an unmatched divine blade. Chen Luoqi was taken aback. The sensation returning to his arm was not that of a heavy impact, but rather an exquisite feeling of slicing through. His mastery of power was astoundingly precise. He immediately sensed something unexpected. The dark golden energy enveloping the stick underwent a transformation upon striking the vine. It no longer merely supported the stick or augmented its strength. It had morphed into an incredibly sharp blade. However, in the very instant the thought took shape, an astonishing upheaval ensued. Buzz, crack, crack. The three sharp, jarring sounds, reminiscent of teeth-gritting fractures, erupted without warning from Chen Luoqi's hand. That seemingly indestructible wooden staff, infused with dark golden essence, after executing the astonishing cleave, was unable to withstand the surging sharpness of its internal energy and the sudden violent recoil, resulting in a catastrophic explosion from its midpoint. First, a massive fissure violently split open in the center, followed swiftly by both ends of the staff lamenting as they fractured simultaneously. Bang, bang, bang. The three segments of debris, still enveloped in fading dark golden brilliance, soared forth like three projectiles, with two heavy pieces crashing down onto the moss-covered marshland, while the other spun away into the nearby thicket, startling several birds into flight. The fracture exposed a jagged, rough surface, revealing the coarse wooden fibers, devoid of the mystical luster that once accompanied the energy's entwinement. The staff was destroyed? Chen Luoqi instinctively clenched his fist, only to find emptiness within his palm, accompanied by a lingering tingling sensation at his fingertips. Was it heartache? Regret? The surprise bestowed by the sudden emergence of the staff had yet to warm him, only to shatter in an instant, and a hint of mild annoyance had scarcely begun to rise before being utterly drowned in the ensuing tumult. He stood frozen in place, maintaining the posture of swinging the staff, his arms suspended in midair, fingers slightly splayed, eyes fixated on the impeccably smooth, slightly charred vine fracture, before abruptly shifting to the three pitiful remnants of the broken staff on the ground. A singular thought raged furiously within his mind, like a thunderclap, shattering all other thoughts. Energy transformed into a blade, solidified energy into a cutting edge. This was the Fang Tian Huazhan. In that fleeting moment, Chen Luoqi had not employed any weapon techniques. It was merely a raw unleashing of strength and inner energy. Yet, in that instant when energy coiled around the staff and was unleashed with full force, some dormant instinct within him seemed to be drawn forth by this strike, which encompassed all his vitality, unconsciously guiding the transformation of the energy's form. That extraordinary sensation of cutting, that mirror-smooth fracture, could not possibly be the result of mere brute force. Fang Tian Huazhan. These four words resonated like a brand, imbued with an ancient and desolate aura, crashing into his consciousness with a terrifying essence that seemed to tear the heavens asunder and obliterate all laws. Chapter 51. Wulong Courtyard. As the morning sun filtered through the thin mist, it cast a gentle golden hue upon the weathered eaves of the Wulong Courtyard, infusing the ancient temple with a soft radiance. The dampness of the previous night clung to the cobblestone path, while the osmanthus tree in the corner exuded a faint, elusive fragrance, mingling with the earthy scent of soil and morning dew, awakening all that lay in slumber. At this moment, Wulong Courtyard commenced its daily morning ritual, the tender calling of the dawn. Master Changmei stepped over the threshold of his meditation room, his silver beard and white hair fluttering gently in the breeze. Clad in a faded robe, his steps were as steady as a pine tree, revealing an uncommon vitality for one of 90 years. Pushing open the door to the shared room of Xiao Long and Xiao Wan, he cleared his throat, his voice resonating like an ancient bell. The sun rises in the east. These four words acted like an incantation, instantly shattering the tranquility within the room. Xiao Long, curled up on the hard bed, furrowed his brow, and in a half-dazed reflex, called out, "Get up now." His body, however, felt as heavy as lead, and he struggled to rise, propping himself up with his hands. An abandoned orphan, Xiao Long had been raised by Master Changmei since childhood, instilling in him a discipline that ran deep in his bones. Yet, the allure of the warm bedding possessed an astonishing power, desperately trying to retain him. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he swept his gaze across the humble room. A few yellowed paintings adorned the walls, and an old wooden cabinet in the corner held his only few pieces of clothing. All of this reminded him that Wulong Courtyard was indeed his home. Xiao Wan was also roused, jolting upright, his head still lost in dreams. He yawned widely, and in a daze, mumbled, "Open your eyes," but before he could finish, his body softened, and he flopped back onto the bed. Xiao Wan, plump and cherubic, appeared more like a sleepy porcelain doll compared to Xiao Long's lean physique. His eyes narrowed into a slit as he lazily regarded his master. Coming from a wealthy family in Hong Kong, with parents running a factory in Dongda and a brother studying at a boarding university, he could have enjoyed a life of luxury. However, due to an unforeseen incident, he had taken refuge in Wulong Courtyard, with his family absent, making this place his second home. Life here, though modest, offered him solace from the city's clamor, enveloping him in warmth. Yet the ingrained lethargy of a privileged upbringing lingered stubbornly. Master Chong Mei observed this with a knowing smile, retrieving a smooth Nanmu ruler from his robe, feigning to prepare a stir-fry of bamboo shoots and meat for Xiao Wan. Although Xiao Wan had trained in the Golden Bell Shield and Iron Head techniques to some extent, he was most afraid of pain. Seeing this, he quickly scrambled up, his cheeks adorned with a pleading smile. "Master, please don't hit. I'm already up." Xiao Wan playfully pouted at Master Chong Mei, blinking his large eyes like a child seeking affection. Master Chong Mei shook his head in mild exasperation. "Less chatter, hurry and wash up. No slacking on today's lessons." His tone was affectionate, yet left no room for objection. Xiao Wan, as if granted a reprieve, nimbly leapt from the bed, as if the previous languor had been but a performance. Leaving the two boys' room, Master Chong Mei turned toward the adjacent chamber. There resided his eldest disciple, Ada, an unshaven middle-aged man. Upon opening the door, it was as he expected. Ada lay sprawled across the bed, snoring thunderously, his disheveled black hair resembling wild grass buffeted by a tempest, and the stubble on his lips unruly. Master Chong Mei's expression hardened, and he bellowed, "The sun rises in the east." Ada mumbled sleepily in his dreams, rolling over and continuing to snore. With a huff, Master Chong Mei seized the ruler and accurately struck Ada's rear. The force was perfectly measured, painful yet not injurious, producing a sharp crack. Ada sprang from the bed with a yelp, clutching his backside and rolling about, panic evident in his eyes. Upon recognizing Master Chong Mei's stern countenance, his face twisted in despair, forcing out a smile that was more pitiable than tears. "Master, I'm sorry. I'll get up right away." He hastily began dressing. Though nearing 40, Ada retained the spirit of a child. Master Chong Mei was both strict and lenient with him, for he was the only adult among the disciples. Despite being somewhat lacking in martial skills, he never shirked his responsibilities, and Master Chong Mei poured into him the emotions and regrets he held from the past. As the three brothers gathered in the courtyard, the ancient temple was fully bathed in the morning light. Vines climbed the green brick walls, and a few sparrows chirped and flitted about under the eaves, adding a touch of life to the tranquility. Master Chong Mei stood before the stone washstand, beginning his morning ablutions. Having surpassed 90 years, his teeth had long since fallen out, and he wore a set of ivory-white dentures. Carefully, he removed the dentures from his mouth, handling them as though they were treasures, and meticulously brushed them with an old toothbrush. The soft bristles glided over every crevice of the dentures, while fresh water flowed, washing away the remnants. Following this, he used the same toothbrush to groom his flowing eyebrows and silver beard, ensuring each hair was neatly arranged and gleaming. Xiao Wan, watching with interest, whispered to Xiao Long, "Master S' beard and eyebrows are more precious than Brother S' hair." Xiao Long spoke earnestly, "That is the dignity of our master. Do not speak foolishly." Despite his words, he could not help but steal a few glances at his master's focused demeanor. Ada, still half asleep, stumbled over to the washstand, embodying the image of a bewildered fool. He mumbled about the exhaustion from yesterday's training while clumsily applying soap suds to his jaw. However, the razor was nowhere to be found, likely carelessly tossed into some corner. Ada's gaze wandered, ultimately landing on the freshly washed dentures on the washstand. A mischievous thought crossed his mind as he slyly glanced at Master Chong Mei, who was busy adjusting his robe, and quietly picked up the dentures. The dentures felt cold in his hands, yet he wore a grin as if he had stumbled upon a treasure. Using the hard edge of the dentures in place of a razor, he gently scraped at his beard. The faint sound of scraping was barely audible, but his movements were leisurely, as if he were savoring the thrill of a prank. Soap suds clung to the dentures, yet he was blissfully unaware. After finishing, he sheepishly returned the dentures to their original spot and whistled nonchalantly, pretending nothing had transpired. Just then, Master Chong Mei turned around to retrieve the dentures and, without hesitation, put them in his mouth. The bizarre taste of foam mixed with stubble surged into his throat, and he spat it out violently, frowning in disgust. "What on earth is this?" His voice was filled with anger. Master Chong Mei's hawk-like gaze swept towards Ada, who had already shrunk his neck, avoiding eye contact. Master Chong Mei's temper flared, gripping the ruler tightly in his hand. However, upon seeing the two children, Xiaolong and Xiaowen, observing curiously, he managed to suppress his anger. Inwardly, he noted, "You, Ada, shall certainly face some consequences today." Xiaolong and Xiaowen exchanged glances. Xiaowen stifled a giggle, while Xiaolong looked at Ada with concern. Ada, aware of his wrongdoing, feigned calmness, turning his head away and humming a tuneless melody. By the time the four of them finished washing up, smoke was already curling up from the kitchen. They entered the dining hall to find a simple breakfast laid out on the wooden table, a plate of pickled vegetables, a few pieces of radish, and steaming millet porridge. The coarse ceramic bowl filled with clear porridge reflected the morning light, exuding a warm simplicity. Ada sat down boldly, took a sip of porridge, and immediately furrowed his brow. Master, we have been eating this pickled radish for a month. When can we go out for a proper feast? He deliberately elongated his tone, prompting Xiaolong and Xiaowen to perk up. Xiaowen swallowed hard, imagining the meat buns at the dock. Yes, master. I've heard the buns on East Street are delicious. Although Xiaolong remained silent, his gaze drifted towards the window, revealing the youthful anticipation within him. Master Changmei leisurely picked up a piece of radish, savoring it as if he were indulging in a culinary delicacy. Once Ada finished his complaints, he nodded with a smile. Since you wish to eat outside, then let us go. Ada's face lit up with joy, but just as he was about to rise, Master Changmei pointed to the entrance of the dining hall. Go eat over there. The disciples were taken aback, and Ada's expression instantly fell. However, the master's command was not to be defied, so he begrudgingly took his bowl of porridge and sulked outside, resembling a punished child. The morning breeze rustled his clothes, creating a comical yet pitiable sight. Master Changmei then turned to Xiaolong and Xiaowen, still smiling. What about you two? Would you like to eat outside as well? Xiaolong shook his head vigorously. Master, I will eat right here. Xiaowen shrank his neck and waved his hands repeatedly. No, no, the porridge is still hot. Master Changmei chuckled with satisfaction, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes easing like blooming chrysanthemums. In this manner, Master Changmei subtly avenged himself for Ada's disrespectful act of using his dentures to shave. Breakfast concluded amidst Master Changmei's calm demeanor, Xiaolong and Xiaowen's focused attention, and Ada's lamentations. The dining hall was left with only the soft clinking of bowls and chopsticks, while sunlight streamed through the wooden window panes, casting dappled shadows on the floor. After finishing the last sip of porridge, Master Changmei's gaze drifted far away, as if his thoughts returned to decades past in the Wulong courtyard. He shook his head lightly and sighed. Time flies. Outside, Ada squatted, drinking his porridge while mumbling, Master is still the old fox. Before he could finish his sentence, he heard Master Changmei clear his throat, which startled him into silence. After the meal, Master Changmei rose, lightly tapping the table with the ruler. A new day officially began, and the daily routine of the Wulong courtyard was just unfolding. On the training ground, Xiaolong had already assumed his stance, each movement powerful and vigorous. Xiaowen yawned yet struggled to keep up. Ada rubbed his aching legs, grinning as he joined in. Master Changmei stood in the courtyard, his silver brows slightly raised, like an ancient pine guarding this small realm. In the morning light, the Wulong courtyard's mundane yet profound atmosphere wove together, narrating an ordinary yet timeless tale. Continuation, morning practice, and the ripples of dawn. The warmth of breakfast had yet to dissipate when the call for morning training resounded. Chapter 52, Wulong Courtyard 2. Master Changmei led his disciples to the central training area of the Wulong courtyard, a smooth expanse of bluestone, surrounded by a few ancient plum trees whose gnarled branches, though not yet in bloom, exuded a resilient vitality. With a flourish of his robe, the master proclaimed, as the sun rises in the east, rise early and practice. His voice resonated steadily, like an ancient bell, echoing through the tranquil courtyard. Upon hearing this, Ada inwardly groaned. His rear still aching from the stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork from breakfast, he grimaced. Xiaolong, however, was invigorated, assuming his stance with powerful and precise movements. Xiaowen yawned but made an effort to keep pace, muttering, Here we go again. Master Changmei demonstrated a set of Luohan fist, his movements fluid and graceful, showing no sign of diminished strength despite his age. Ada learned the quickest, his punches slicing through the air, yet they always bore a hint of a streetwise demeanor. Xiaolong was meticulous, striving for precision in every move, sweat dripping onto the stone floor, creating small dark patches. Xiaowen, on the other hand, was distracted. His version of White Crane spreads its wings resembling someone dozing off. Master Changmei's piercing gaze swept over the three of them. Ada, your upper body is too loose. Straighten your back. The ruler tapped sharply against Ada's lower back, jolting him. Yes, master, Ada replied, though his mind was preoccupied with thoughts of compensation for that breakfast. He glanced toward the courtyard wall, fantasizing about the pancake stall by the dock, nearly drooling. Xiaowen saw the master turn away and took the opportunity to slack off. Leaning to one side, unexpectedly, Master Changmei seemed to have eyes in the back of his head. The ruler was already at Xiaowen's shoulder. Xiaowen, your mind is wandering. If your heart is not focused, your strength will not condense. Xiaowen's face flushed red, and he quickly straightened up. Master Changmei lowered his voice. The golden bell cover is not practiced lying in bed. Xiaowen hung his head, feeling guilty. Xiaolong observed silently, increasing his effort, sweat soaking his forehead. Abandoned in his youth, the Wulong courtyard had given him a new lease on life. and training was his only way to repay the master. He could not afford to disappoint him. During a break in practice, Ada leaned closer to Xiaolong, making exaggerated expressions. Hey Xiaolong, how about sneaking off to the dock later? I'll treat you. Xiaolong shook his head. The master will get angry. Ada laughed dismissively. What are you afraid of? The master likes you the most. Xiaolong remained silent, but his gaze drifted towards Master Changmei, who was meditating with closed eyes, his silver beard swaying gently in the breeze, resembling a mountain, silent yet dependable. As practice concluded, the sun had risen high. The sweat from their morning training had yet to dry, and Ada, rubbing his sore calves, plopped down on the gnarled roots of the ancient plum tree. He grinned through gritted teeth, yet his eyes were fixed on Xiaolong in the center of the training area, who was still finishing his movements. The slender young boy stood tall, each motion radiating a rare resilience, with beads of sweat glistening on his forehead in the sunlight. Master, Ada shifted his position. Leaning closer to the long-browed master who was quietly tending to his lengthy beard with closed eyes, and in a lowered voice tinged with a hint of flattery, remarked, Look at young Long. This child's skills have become increasingly solid. His Luan fist is far superior to what I could manage in my youth. Shouldn't we consider teaching him something beyond this foundational practice? He can't be confined to just this routine forever, can he? His words carried a genuine appreciation for his junior's talent and diligence, yet there was also a flicker of ulterior motives dancing in his eyes. The long-browed master did not lift his eyelids, his silver beard swaying gently in the breeze. His voice was steady as he replied, The path of martial arts is fundamentally rooted in a solid foundation. While the foundational practice may seem simple, it is an exceptional method for strengthening the body and refining one's essence. Young Long is still quite young, and his physique is not yet fully developed. Hence, this foundational practice is the most prudent approach. With a soft sigh, his voice resonated like the deep toll of a temple bell. Without a firm foundation, the very earth may tremble beneath one's feet. He gestured toward the still diligently training young Long, acknowledging that the boy, with his pure heart, was indeed a promising candidate. But that haste would yield no fruit. Before he could finish his thought, Ada felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Realizing that his attempt to shift responsibility might be in vain, he leaned in closer, forcing a sycophantic smile. Master speaks the truth, but with junior brother working so hard, surely there must be some light at the end of the tunnel, right? His tone was half earnest, half anxious, fearing that if the weight of the Wulong Institute were to fall upon his shoulders, his dreams of a mundane life, of marrying and establishing a family, would dissolve into nothingness. The long-browed master paused, as if appraising the essence of young Long, and his tone carried a barely perceptible note of expectation. When young Long had perfected his foundational practice, establishing a solid base with abundant vitality and strong sinews, then the master would undoubtedly impart to him the coveted Yijinjing. Yijinjing? Ada's eyes lit up, and he gasped in astonishment. The Yijinjing was the supreme martial arts scripture of the Buddhist school, a treasure he had failed to grasp even after decades of practice. He hastily inquired, Can young Long truly master such a thing? Isn't it said to be exceedingly difficult? Indeed, it is immensely challenging. The long-browed master finally opened his eyes, his profound gaze seemingly piercing through time itself. The Yijinjing is vast and profound. It requires not only exceptional talent and a remarkable foundation, but also a clarity of mind, purity of heart, and an unblemished spirit of youth. Only those with great wisdom, steadfastness, and fortuitous circumstances can dare to aspire to it. As for young Long, his gaze settled upon the boy, who was earnestly wiping the sweat from his brow, his expression pure and focused, a natural choice for such a practice. However, time is still required. We must wait patiently for the fruit to ripen. Listening intently, Ada nodded repeatedly, yet his mind was preoccupied with another thought. Stealing a glance at the drowsy, yawning chubby boy, Xiaowen, he mused that this wealthy young master was certainly unreliable. Then he glanced at the master's already snow-white brows and the lines etched by time upon his face, rubbing his hands together as he adopted a tone that was both probing and suggestive. Master, you think far ahead. It is wise to make arrangements for the future, should the day come when you... Before he could finish, a cold snort, reminiscent of cracking ice, abruptly interrupted him. The long-browed master swiftly turned his head, his silver brows almost standing on end, and his eyes sparkled with intensity, dispelling any trace of frailty. The ruler in his hand struck the nearby stone bench with a sharp crack that sent a jolt through Ada's heart. Pass away? The long-browed master's voice rose sharply, full of vitality, startling several sparrows from their perch in the trees. You rascal, Ada! To speak so recklessly so early in the morning. I possess profound skills and smooth vitality. I confidently expect to live another 10 or 20 years with ease. What? Do you wish for my demise so that you can squander the Wulong Institute, or are you eager to descend the mountain to pursue your mundane attachments? Ada's face fell instantly, resembling a cat whose tail had just been stepped on, as he sprang up, clutching the spot on his rear that had recently felt the sting of the ruler, and waved his hands frantically. "Oh dear, master. Please don't misunderstand. I wouldn't dare entertain such thoughts. I was merely concerned for junior brother's future, perhaps thinking a bit too far ahead. Just speaking in jest, truly. You are as vigorous as ever, evergreen like the pines of Zhongnan. How could our Wulong Institute possibly do without your steadfast presence?" He continued to pander, casting furtive glances at the master's expression. A stifled laugh erupted from Xiaowen, who had just regained his senses upon hearing Ada being reprimanded. The chubby boy covered his mouth with his hand, his shoulders shaking with mirth. Young Long paused his actions, glancing between the scheming Ada and the master. His eyes filled with concern and a hint of exasperation at his senior brother's indiscretion, observing Ada's cowardly demeanor and the two children watching with interest. The long-browed master felt the pressure in his chest ease slightly. He let out a heavy grunt, straightened his posture, stroked his long beard, and closed his eyes once more, as if the earlier wrath had merely been a facade. Yet the words that followed sent a chill down Ada's spine. "Stop your frivolous talk. Your morning meditative practice will be doubled." Furthermore, he added leisurely, a glimmer of mischief flashing in his eyes, "This afternoon, you will accompany me to exercise my old bones. I shall show you the strength of this old body." Upon hearing that he was to engage in physical activity, Ada felt the recent sting of the ruler on his backside flare up anew. Quick-witted, he grabbed young Long, pulling him in front of him like a shield, effectively placing the boy between himself and the long-browed master's icy gaze. "Oh dear master, please, quell your fury. I was merely engaging in banter." Ada shrank behind young Long, revealing only half of his obsequious face, his voice elongated in a pleading tone. "You, master, are as robust as the pines of Zhongnan, and I would wager another 100 years would pass with ease." However, Master's assertion regarding the Yijinjing weighed heavily on him. He deliberately raised his voice, pushing young Long slightly forward, feeling reassured by the boy's sturdy frame before continuing. "What is the Yijinjing? It is the supreme scripture of the Buddhist school, a transformative power that can traverse heaven and earth, moving through the void, impervious to all poisons." "Difficult? Extremely difficult." Young Long, caught in the embrace of his senior brother, gazed up with a puzzled expression as Ada animatedly spoke. Ada quickly patted young Long's shoulder, shifting his tone to one of absolute certainty. "But our young Long is different. Master has an eye for gems, and to deem you the best choice is to speak the absolute truth. With your talent, your heart, and your unwavering determination, I could not hope to compare. Is the Yijinjing as daunting as climbing to the heavens? That is for others. For you, young Long, haha, it is merely a matter of time. I guarantee it." As he spoke, he couldn't resist sneaking a glance at the long-browed master, adding, "Of course. This also depends on fate. Just like our master, whose primary focus is the Shisui Jing, the foundation is inherently different from that of the Yijinjing." "Wow. I want to learn. I want to learn the Yijinjing." A voice, sweet and enthusiastic, suddenly erupted, cutting through Ada's discourse. Xiaowen, who had somehow managed to rise from the ground, dashed forward with his short legs, resembling a little cannonball, and faced the long-browed master with his round, cherubic face, his eyes sparkling with excitement as he gazed at the master's snow-white brows, his chubby hands animatedly mimicking flying motions. He had completely misheard the terms Yijinjing and one-track mind, seizing upon the keywords of traversing heaven and earth. Chapter 53, Wulong Institute 3. The long-browed master's previously stern visage softened considerably at the sight of Xiaowen's reckless, yet innocent demeanor. He extended his hand gently, without much force, and brushed away the dust clinging to Xiaowen's garment with the broad sleeve of his robe. His voice was steady and benevolent. "You and Xiaolong are still but two saplings, not yet grown." Upon hearing the term sapling, Xiaowen's mouth immediately pouted as if it could hang an oil bottle. "I am not small. I am sturdier than Xiaolong." He puffed out his small chest and patted it. A flicker of barely perceptible amusement passed through Master Changmei's eyes, and he shook his head slightly. "A towering building rises from a solid foundation. The mightiest ancient tree also springs from a mere seed. The path of martial arts is especially so. The foundation is paramount above all else. What matters most for you now is to grow strong and establish a solid base in your foundational training. Your muscles and bones must be robust. Your vital energy must be abundant, and your temperament must be steady. This is akin to erecting a 100-foot-tall building. If the base is made of sand, it will topple with the slightest breeze. Only by solidifying the foundation can a grand edifice stand firm and soar to the skies. Do you understand?" Xiaowen seemed to grasp only a fraction of it. He instinctively pursued, having heard grow strong in foundation. "So, if I eat and sleep well, can I quickly establish my foundation and then learn powerful skills?" "Certainly." Master Changmei stroked his long beard, his tone still calm. However, his next words tightened the air abruptly. But, if you wish to lay a solid foundation and qualify to learn advanced martial arts sooner, mere thoughts alone will not suffice. You must understand that bad habits are the pests that gnaw away at your foundation. The master's gaze, almost imperceptibly, swept over Xiaowen's chubby little hand, where the inner side of his right wrist bore a subtle mark, reminiscent of the faint redness left by excessive gaming. Eat your meals obediently, sleep on time, and diligently practice day after day. Strengthen your muscles and bones, refine your will, and you will naturally grow robust. The master's voice was not loud, yet it carried an invisible weight. If anyone cannot restrain themselves, staying up late in silence, sneaking away to play games by candlelight, they are not only exhausting the lamp oil, but also depleting their essence and spirit meant for fortifying their muscles and bones. Engaging in such self-sabotage, even the best of foundations will be hollowed out. At that point, do not even mention a towering structure. A chicken coop would seem precarious. As soon as Master Changmei's words fell, Xiaowen's face turned ashen. He abruptly bowed his head, fixating on his wrist with its slight red mark, as if it were damning evidence. Though the master did not explicitly mention what the box was, Xiaowen knew it all too well. Last night, he had hidden under the blankets, playing late into the night to clear a new level. Was it true that the master was aware of it? A wave of immense fear and the sting of exposed shame engulfed the little chubby boy. Tears quickly welled up in his large eyes, his nose reddening, his small mouth pouting tighter, and his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. His tiny body trembled slightly, on the verge of bursting into tears, looking as if he might collapse to the ground at any moment. Ada, witnessing his little junior brother's pitiful, frightened expression, felt a mix of amusement and a tinge of schadenfreude. He cleared his throat, and, in a seamless motion, nudged Xiaolong forward as if he were a talisman capable of weathering any storm. Addressing the two little disciples in a tone of a seasoned elder, he said, "Let me tell you, to learn supreme martial arts, especially something on the level of the I Ching Jing, without a decade's worth of foundational training, how could the master ever be at ease in passing it down? A weak foundation is like building a glass tower on sand, no matter how beautiful. It is ultimately hollow and will shatter at the slightest touch." Xiaolong, who had been immersed in the metaphor of a soaring building, striving to comprehend, now looked up with his youthful face, his innocent gaze reflecting confusion. "Brother, what is the purpose of practicing foundational training for so long? Why must we do it to learn more powerful skills?" Though Xiaowen was still sniffling, tears brimming in his eyes, he perked up his ears. That's a pertinent question." Ada clapped his thigh, suddenly invigorated, temporarily casting aside the thread of physical activity. He straightened his posture, placed his hands on his hips, and took on an instructive demeanor. This foundational training may sound simple, but its intricacies run deep. Its greatest benefit is accumulation. Accumulation of what? The purest essence of yang energy inherent to youth. He deliberately emphasized the words pure yang essence, lowering his voice mysteriously. Just like the old water tank in the back courtyard of our Wulong Academy, it collects rainwater to store. What you practice in foundational training is precisely this skill of storing energy. Day after day, year after year, this pure yang essence gradually accumulates within your bodies, thickening and becoming increasingly refined. The deeper the essence, the greater its utility. Ada's enthusiasm grew as he animatedly gestured. It's akin to kindling a fire. When you first learn martial arts, practicing basic moves is like using dry grass to ignite a flame. It can catch fire but is weak and extinguished by the slightest breeze. Yet, as you deepen your foundational training, the pure yang essence within you thickens, akin to having a pile of quality pine charcoal ready. When you then practice other martial arts, it's like adding fuel to a roaring charcoal fire. The flames will leap up instantly. You'll learn swiftly and effectively, achieving twice the result with half the effort. Therefore, the deeper your foundational training, the more solid your foundation becomes, and learning advanced techniques will follow naturally and smoothly. His analogy of fire finally illuminated the understanding of the two little disciples, who nodded vigorously. Xiaolong, in particular, exclaimed, "Brother, you have practiced foundational training for 30 years. How impressive." Xiaowen, still caught in the shame of being discovered for gaming late at night and astonished by the notion of a decade's worth of training, was momentarily distracted by Xiaolong's innocent question. The childlike nature of curiosity made him forget his fear. His eyes sparkled, and he clapped his small hands, exclaiming, "Wow! The elder brother has trained for 30 years. His skills must be profound." His voice rang clear and bright, imbued with the characteristic exaggeration and wonder of youth, complemented by animated gestures. This astonishing declaration struck Ada like two silent thunderclaps, precisely targeting his fragile heart. The first blow, 30 years of being single, the harsh reality, inadvertently highlighted by Xiaolong and emphasized by Xiaowen, felt like a public execution. The second blow, mediocre skills, perhaps even surpassed by Xiaolong. This little rascal, only 6 years old, was as cunning as a monkey, capable of charming little girls and understanding everything. Now he was undoubtedly stirring the pot, intentionally poking fun at him. Ada's face, which had been vibrant moments ago, turned pale, then shifted to a deep shade of anger, as if he had just swallowed a mouthful of spoiled food, causing him to roll his eyes. His chest heaved a few times before he finally managed to let out a low growl. "Xiaowen, you little rascal." Before he could finish his sentence, Ada, with his fingers bent, propelled by indignation and embarrassment, swiftly delivered a sharp, resounding flick to Xiaowen's smooth forehead. Ouch! Xiaowen clutched his forehead, which had turned slightly red, tears swirling in his eyes, on the verge of spilling over. That flick, tinged with a mix of anger and embarrassment, resonated loudly. "You little rascal, what nonsense are you spouting?" Ada's face flushed crimson, looking like a boiled shrimp, his finger hovering in midair, trembling slightly, his chest rising and falling erratically. The mention of 30 years pierced him like a hot needle. He glared fiercely at the weeping Xiaowen, then quickly stole a glance at Master Changmei, relieved to see that the master did not immediately explode in anger. He then suppressed his rage, straightening his neck to correct himself. "What 30 years? Don't speak without understanding. Our master has practiced foundational training for over 90 years. His skills have long reached an extraordinary pinnacle, transcending the mundane. Do you comprehend? He is an existence that shakes the ancient and modern alike." Having concluded his vehement declaration, his gaze inadvertently shifted to the small dragon still standing before him. The little dragon, with his cherubic face tilted upwards, maintained an innocent and bewildered expression, his clear, large eyes still reflecting the earnestness from moments before when he had listened intently to Ada discuss the cultivation of inner energy akin to storing water. A sudden pang struck Ada's heart as he observed the small dragon's complete immersion and undivided attention. Reflecting on his own impulsive mention of the pure yang energy of youth, a wave of inexplicable anxiety and a vague sense of bittersweet nostalgia surged within him. His voice unexpectedly softened, imbued with earnest gravity, even tinged with a hint of heartfelt sincerity as he addressed the little dragon. "Junior brother, allow me to speak candidly. The realm of our master is one we can only admire from afar. However, it is a result of exceptional talent combined with an unwavering dedication and perseverance over 90 years. You are still young, and the road ahead is long. My intention is that while practicing is vital, do not follow in my footsteps or that of our master." He let out a heavy sigh, his expression laden with the weight of past regrets, especially cautioning against the foolish single-mindedness he had exhibited in his youth, when he only understood martial arts and practice. Utterly oblivious to the dazzling world outside, the vibrant nightlife and the splendors of the human realm were foreign to him, leaving him both foolish and stubborn, with a mind as rigid as wood and a narrow worldview. "Junior brother, your innate talent far surpasses mine 100-fold. Do not tread the same path and become a martial fanatic. While cultivation is important, the world is vast, and you must also explore it. At the appropriate time, you should grasp other matters, understand human emotions, right? One must comprehend the balance between work and leisure and pursue comprehensive development. When you grow up, should you encounter a kindred spirit and perhaps engage in a delightful romance, how wonderful would that be? Times are progressing, and we at Wulong Academy need not confine ourselves to antiquated traditions." In this heartfelt discourse, Ada's initial intention to counsel the little dragon gradually morphed into a personal reverie, his tone becoming considerably lighter, accompanied by suggestive glances that implied a shared understanding among men. Yet, as he strayed further into unconventional musings, the expression of Master Changmei transformed, akin to a tranquil lake in early spring, abruptly freezing the gentle ripples stirred by Xiao Wen's impulsiveness. The faint smile that had graced his face vanished entirely, and the long, snow-white eyebrows imperceptibly quivered. Having maintained his austere discipline for nearly a century, with a resolve as firm as rock and a heart as tranquil as an ancient well, the notions of childhood cultivation or solitude were merely natural choices on his path, steps toward higher realms worth preserving and a refinement of character. He had never deemed this steadfastness as flawed. Indeed, he viewed it as a symbol of spiritual clarity. Yet, at this moment, falling from the lips of his ineffectual disciple, it transformed into a warning against a narrow-minded, socially awkward rigidity. It became a hindrance for the little dragon to engage with the vibrant world and the potential companionship of a kindred spirit. This was tantamount to trampling upon the fruits of his 100 years of arduous cultivation. An indescribable, exceedingly rare sense of frustration welled up within Master Changmei, like bubbles fermenting in aged vinegar caught in his throat. He gently twisted the beads of his prayer necklace, his knuckles turning pale. Upon hearing Ada's solemn words, the little dragon's face tightened, and he nodded earnestly. "Yes, brother, I understand. Cultivation is fundamentally important, yet I must not become a rigid block of wood. His gaze radiated sincerity, clearly absorbing Ada's admonition against becoming a simple-minded fool like his elder brother. Observing the little dragon's pure and earnest expression, Master Changmei's earlier frustration was supplanted by a more intricate mix of emotions. This young disciple, with a heart as innocent as a child, was a rare gem, his nature exceedingly clear and focused. To confine him to the ancient, candle-lit solitude of Wulong Academy, severing him from the complexities of human emotions and the warmth of mutual affection, while such a path might lead to greater achievements in cultivation. The thought of this child potentially never experiencing the joys and sorrows of life, never knowing the warmth of mutual love, sparked a flicker of reluctance deep within the steeled heart of Master Changmei. Indeed, the times had changed. Adhering strictly to tradition might not be the only path to enlightenment. His brow furrowed momentarily before relaxing, this fleeting thought sufficient to stir ripples in his heart. In contrast, Xiao Wen, born into affluence, would never choose to renounce worldly pleasures and inherit Wulong Academy unless he achieved profound enlightenment, nor would his parents permit such a choice. Though Xiao Wen often exhibited mischief, his innate spiritual strength was formidable, and his prolonged proximity to Master Changmei had imbued him with exceptional qualities. At that moment, Ada's self-satisfied gaze, coupled with his self-deprecating remarks about his convoluted thoughts on practicing the I Ching Jing and his ill-timed, potentially misleading counsel, ignited the complex emotions recently stirred by the little dragon within Master Changmei, swiftly transforming into intense dissatisfaction with Ada. You, who are consumed by distractions and scattered thoughts, having practiced for decades without mastering the I Ching Jing, your impatience and inability to endure solitude is one matter. But now, to dare to speak of the grand path here, to mislead a pure-hearted, exceptionally gifted junior brother with your convoluted reasoning, to attempt to lead him down the same superficial path you tread, this is utterly outrageous. You misguide the innocent. Master Changmei abruptly lifted his gaze, his eyes flashing like lightning, bearing a weighty, almost tangible pressure that bore down upon Ada's face. Those eyes, typically as calm as a placid lake, were now sharp as blades, seemingly piercing through the convoluted thoughts swirling within Ada. Immersed in the joy of instructing and envisioning a bright future for his junior brother, Ada suddenly shivered, a chill racing up his spine. He was all too familiar with that look from his master. It was undoubtedly genuine fury, 100 times more terrifying than before. In a flash, Ada felt as if his previous words were playing in reverse within his mind. Master had cultivated for over 90 years, serving as a cautionary tale against becoming a martial fanatic, entangled in the distractions of the world, particularly that last knowing glance. Oh no, he had inadvertently stirred a hornet's nest. To the master, this was no different than cursing a monk by calling him a bald donkey. Was he insinuating that the master's lifelong pursuit of purity was a misguided endeavor? A wave of dread coursed through Ada, his cold sweat pouring down. He wished he could slap himself twice. How could he be so reckless? How could he be so presumptuous? Ahem, ahem, ahem. Ada erupted into a fit of thunderous coughs, his face turning a deep shade reminiscent of liver. As he coughed, he flailed his arms dramatically, attempting to mask his inner turmoil and forcefully interrupt the stifling atmosphere. Oh dear, look at the time. It's getting late. He fumbled, nearly hopping on his feet, pointing towards the clock tower, his voice rising to an exaggerated pitch filled with urgency and panic. It's time to ring the bell. Yes, yes, we must ring the bell. Morning class. That meditation. Master. Little dragon. Xiao Wen. Hurry up. Let us go, go, go. We mustn't miss the time. Quickly, quickly. He felt as if his backside were ablaze. Taking a large stride to the little dragoness side, almost pushing the still dazed junior brother towards the courtyard gate, utterly unable to meet Master Changmei's piercing gaze. As Xiao Wen, with a hand pressed against his forehead and tears brimming in his eyes, passed by, he instinctively seized the arm of the chubby boy, tugging him along. Hurry, hurry. No dawdling. You too. The sudden pull nearly caused Xiao Wen to stumble, the ache in his forehead still lingering. And he was momentarily disoriented by this abrupt whirlwind, his mouth agape as he momentarily forgot to cry, instinctively trailing along in a clumsy sprint. Xiaolong, pushed forward by Ada, turned back with a dazed expression. The fading rays of the sunset slanted across the courtyard, casting a golden glow. Where Master Changmei stood resolutely in place, his faded gray monk's robe gently swaying in the evening breeze. The sunlight outlined his slender figure and the two long, almost chin-length longevity brows, presenting a serene demeanor akin to a mountain, in stark contrast to the chaos stirred up by Ada. Xiao Wen also glanced back, his large, tear-filled eyes momentarily catching a faint glimmer of golden light deep within his pupils, a fleeting sparkle that vanished so quickly one might mistake it for the dawn's reflection. Even the master's mountain-like gaze seemed to pause imperceptibly as it swept past Xiaowen. The four disciples traversed the stone-paved courtyard, arriving before the ancient bell tower. The tower, devoid of walls on all four sides, stood 2 stories high, supported only by robust vermilion wooden columns, through which the morning breeze flowed unobstructed, carrying the crisp scent of the mountains. Ada, with a glint in his eye, calculated mentally. The day before yesterday, it was me. Yesterday, it was Xiao Long. So today it must be this little chub who just embarrassed me. A surge of vengeful delight welled up within him, and he struggled to maintain a serious expression as he turned to Master Changmei, deliberately lowering his voice to a grave tone, tinged with the air of impartiality. Master. Today it's Xiaowen's turn to strike the bell. Upon finishing, he cast a quick sidelong glance at Xiaowen, the hint of a mischievous grin almost escaping his lips. At the mere mention, Xiaowen's face, which had just regained some color, instantly fell, resembling a wilted eggplant. Striking the bell of Wulong Courtyard was no trivial task. It was an essential daily practice for the 3 disciples, a prime opportunity to hone their iron head skill. A hammer? That was non-existent. One had to use their own head to strike the massive bronze bell. The thought of the resonating thud echoing within his skull sent shivers down Xiaowen's spine, and he instinctively took a step back, his lips jutting out like a pouting child. What? Trying to slack off? Ada, seeing his timid demeanor, found even more amusement, though he feigned a stern expression of a caring senior brother. Don't worry, I'll carry you up. Before he could finish, he stepped forward and, without further ado, hoisted the still lollygagging Xiaowen as if he were a mere bundle. Hey, senior brother, I can do it myself. Xiaowen futilely struggled a couple of times, his meager strength akin to a mere tickle in Ada's firm grip. Ada paid him no heed, tightening his hold and confidently carrying the round little disciple up the wooden stairs leading to the 2nd floor. Clutched in Ada's embrace, Xiaowen's face was a picture of despair, his small features contorted as if he were about to burst into tears, arms crossed defiantly over his chest, lips protruding like a stubborn mule. Master Changmei observed this spectacle, his long white brows unmoving, his expression betraying no disturbance. Such trivial, harmless antics among the brothers were but commonplace to him, even a rare glimpse of vitality in this austere place of cultivation. He walked leisurely to the base of the enormous, weathered bronze bell, brushed his robe, and settled cross-legged upon the ground, as if entering a sanctuary apart from the chaos. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Ada set Xiaowen down before the massive brass bell, which hung from a stout beam, its surface etched with faded Sanskrit and cloud patterns, gleaming with a heavy, dark golden sheen in the morning light. Ada playfully patted Xiaowen's smooth forehead and, stifling a chuckle, declared, "Here we are, little junior brother. It's time to showcase your iron head skill. Make sure to put in some effort so Master can hear that Wulong Courtyard has promising successors." He emphasized the words iron head with a teasing tone. Xiaowen stood firm, gazing up at the imposing bell that loomed as if it might descend upon him at any moment, his calves feeling somewhat weak. Chapter 55, Iron Head Skill. Clang. Ouch. The long, resonant toll of the bell, as if imbued with the morning's chill and the fresh essence of mountain pines, spread from the bell tower of Wulong Courtyard, penetrating the mist, soaring over the undulating rooftops, swirling and echoing through the tranquil valley. This daily 50-bell toll, a century-old tradition of Wulong Courtyard, was an indispensable exercise for the disciples to practice their iron head skill, a most rudimentary, direct endeavor, testing both their resolve and endurance. As for the accompanying screams, let us overlook that. Downstairs, Master Changmei sat cross-legged beneath the immense, ancient bell. The bell's mottled green patina and the lines etched by time exuded a tranquil antiquity in the morning light. An old, polished mat supported his slender frame. His eyes were half closed, focused inward, breathing long and deeply as if he had entered a meditative state. The sounds of wind, the occasional chirping of distant birds, and even the increasingly clear sounds of impact above seemed to be isolated by an invisible shroud of silence. He resembled a rock firmly embedded in a stream bed, unmoved by the rushing waters. Meanwhile, upstairs, a different scene unfolded. The source of the bell tolling, the performer, was none other than our forlorn Xiaowen. Having just completed his first year of training, he was still a plump, cherubic boy, far from mastering the iron head skill. On ordinary days, even practicing a set of punches felt like a near-death experience for him. He would never exert himself when he could slack off, nor face challenges head-on when he could evade them. In terms of dedication and progress, he paled in comparison to his senior brother Xiao Long, whose face was perpetually set in determination. Xiaowen was leagues behind, a disparity akin to that between heaven and earth. At this moment, standing before the towering brass bell that required him to look up, the residual sting and buzzing from his previous impact still lingered on his forehead. Rubbing his smooth, rosy forehead, he pouted, his expression one of misery, his large, pleading eyes filled with desperation as he gazed down at his master, Master Changmei. The unspoken plea of mercy was clearly etched on his face. Please, spare me. My head is buzzing and it hurts. Can we skip a few strikes this time? I promise I won't slack off in my practice again. Alas, Master Changmei's long, white longevity brows remained utterly motionless. He seemed completely immersed in his meditative realm, oblivious to his little disciple's silent, almost palpable pleas for reprieve, as if he were deaf to Xiao Wen's unvoiced lamentations. Perhaps this was precisely part of his teaching, to endure, to persevere, and to transcend the pains of the body. After all, what discipline comes without hardship? Ada stood beside Xiao Wen, arms crossed, a smirk of mischief playing at the corners of his mouth. His expression was akin to that of a spectator at a lively market, thoroughly entertained and enjoying the spectacle. Just for you, little chub. For your earlier slip of the tongue. Just for your crow's mouth. The satisfaction of having his little junior brother suffer for the earlier embarrassment he had faced before their master was fully realized in this moment. Xiaolong, on the other hand, stood faithfully behind Ada, gazing up at Xiao Wen's bell-striking antics with a broad grin. He is young and innocent. And although he winces in pain when he strikes the bell himself, he finds a peculiar amusement in watching others, particularly his junior disciple Xiao Wen, who often shirks responsibility. Endure hardship. To him, this bell ringing, though painful, is a legitimate practice, and thus, when Brother Ada laughs, he cannot help but join in the merriment with a foolish grin. 1. Ada's voice booms with clarity, projecting his countenance with robust vigor, anxious that the master below might not hear. He is tasked with counting and supervising, a responsibility befitting a senior disciple. At this moment, Ada has cast aside the trepidation he felt in front of the master, reveling in the sight of Xiao Wen's expression, caught between anger and despair, clutching his head, on the verge of tears, yet holding back. The satisfaction of revenge swells within him, akin to sipping a bowl of chilled sour plum soup on a sweltering summer day, refreshing from head to toe. He crosses his arms and leans closer to Xiao Wen, clicking his tongue in mockery. Oh dear, our little junior's iron head technique is quite impressive. Just listen to that sound. It resonates beautifully, doesn't it, Xiaolong? He casts a glance back at Xiaolong, who stands nearby, grinning like a freshly steamed bun, his cheeks flushed and eyes narrowed into crescent shapes, struggling to suppress his laughter. He nods vigorously, his voice a deep echo. Yes. Yes, it's louder than my last attempt. He earnestly recalls his own experience striking the bell and concurs that Xiao Wen's sound does indeed seem more formidable. Xiao Wen, buoyed by this praise, feels a lump rise in his throat, leaving him breathless. Below, Master Changmei sits cross-legged upon the worn tatami, his gray monk's robe fluttering slightly in the mountain breeze. His eyes are gently closed, his expression serene, while the long, white longevity brows on his forehead remain still, as if the ruckus above is merely a fleeting breeze, leaving not a ripple on the tranquil surface of his mind. Yet, beneath the depth of his ancient gaze, as the bell's clamor subsides, and Xiao Wen's quavering cry reaches his ears, a faint, almost imperceptible tremor passes through him, not anger nor reproach, but akin to a pebble dropped into a deep well, creating ripples that vanish almost instantly, leaving behind an ineffable warmth. The slight curve of his lips seems to deepen, reminiscent of the gentle sheen polished by time on an ancient bell, subtle yet profound. Xiao Wen gazes at the cold bronze bell, despair washing over him as he closes his eyes and inhales deeply. Being of diminutive stature, even when he stands on tiptoe, he cannot reach the optimal striking point near the middle of the bell, where the resonance is richest and the recoil is balanced. Time and again, he can only manage to strike the rim, either leaving his ears ringing or his forehead throbbing with pain. Extending his plea, Xiao Wen, with a hint of desperation in his voice, calls out to Ada, "Could we perhaps delay the next strike? I feel dizzy." Ada chuckles heartily, revealing his gleaming white teeth. "Dizzy? That's a good sign, Junior. It indicates you're breaking through your limits. Come, let your senior give you a hand." Without waiting for a response, he scoops Xiao Wen up effortlessly, as if lifting a sack filled with cotton. Hey, Brother Ada, I can do it myself. I'm capable." Xiao Wen protests, kicking his little legs futilely, but his strength pales in comparison to Ada, who has spent decades honing his skills. Ada holds him firmly, adjusting his position so that Xiao Wen's smooth forehead aligns with the bell's dark, cold belly. "All right, aim well. Greet it with your iron head." Ada suppresses a laugh, his tone brimming with encouragement, though to Xiao Wen's ears, it sounds akin to a devil's whisper. Although Ada intends to tease and frighten Xiao Wen in retaliation for his earlier crowing, he exercises restraint, applying just enough pressure to challenge Xiao Wen without causing real harm, ensuring that the force of the recoil is sufficiently transmitted to provide genuine training. After all, this is a tradition at the Wulong Academy, a means of honing one's skills. Such playful teasing among brothers serves as a rare respite in their otherwise monotonous training regimen, a unique way to foster camaraderie, or, rather, to suffer together. Recognizing the futility of resistance, Xiaowen resigns himself, shutting his eyes tightly, gritting his teeth, and bracing his neck. With the impetus from Ada's arm, he steels himself and, using his still chubby little head, crashes into the massive bronze bell with all his might. Bong! Another deafening clang resounds, even louder and more resonant than before. The bell trembles violently, emitting a deep, resonant hum. The tremendous sound waves act as a tangible shockwave, enveloping the entire bell tower, causing the vermilion pillars to vibrate as dust cascades down. The sonic waves penetrate the floors, impacting Master Changmei below, as well as Xiaowen's own eardrums and delicate nerves. Xiaowen is overwhelmed by the colossal recoil, his vision spinning, as if 100 bees were buzzing chaotically within his skull, pain prompting tears to well in his eyes, which he fights to contain by biting his lip. Ada, feeling the force reverberate through him, notes with a hint of surprise that Xiaowen's head is indeed quite sturdy. Unfazed, he continues to count. 2. Good, there's improvement. That was louder. Again. Thus, under Ada's enthusiastic encouragement and Xiaowen's tearful strikes, the deep and resonant bell tones echo repeatedly above the Wulong Academy. The morning mist gradually yields to the golden sunlight, and the bird song in the mountains seems momentarily subdued by the bell's chime. 3, 4, 5. Master Changmei's voice rises, clear and steady amidst the lingering echoes of the bell. Not loud, yet each word resonates distinctly, akin to the morning bell and evening drum, striking at the hearts of all present. If the heart drifts like floating duckweed, it shall be swept along by the currents, shattering upon the rocks. If the heart remains steadfast as a rock, it shall not be moved by the 8 winds, remaining undisturbed amidst the clamor. To hold firm to one thought is not to remain stagnant, but to cultivate clarity of mind and perception amidst the myriad of phenomena. So it is with striking the bell, so it is with martial arts, and so it is with navigating the world. 49. 50. The task is complete. As Ada proclaims these melodious words, Xiaowen's entire form collapses, akin to a fish that has just been mercifully freed from the cutting board, dazed and limp in Ada's embrace. His face is pale, his forehead flushed and slightly swollen, beads of sweat and the tears he barely restrained mingling together, rendering him a pitiful sight. Chapter 56. The Broken Bell. Xiaowen furrows his brow, his features contorted in agony. With a faint groan escaping his throat, it hurts so much. Ada exhales in relief. Though he is not fatigued, continuously adjusting his hold on Xiaowen while ensuring the force is just right requires mental effort. He carefully sets the accomplished little disciple down upon the ground. All right, 50 strikes, not a single one less. Today's mission is accomplished, Junior Xiaowen. Your iron head technique has advanced another level. Ada pats Xiaowen's shoulder, his tone a blend of teasing and consolation. Below, almost simultaneously with the final echoes of the bell, a steady and clear sound of the wooden fish begins to resonate. Dun 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 dun. The sound, though not loud, was remarkably solid and possessed an extraordinary penetrating quality, as if it held some peculiar rhythm that instantaneously dispelled the lingering hum and chaos above, calming the air that had been stirred by the chime. Master Changmei remained seated beneath the bell, his eyes slightly open, regaining the tranquil depth of an ancient well. With his left hand raised in a gesture of serenity and his right hand deftly manipulating the prayer beads, he struck the ancient Zetan fish drum before him with a small wooden mallet, each tap deliberate and unhurried. The deep resonance of the fish drum formed a wondrous contrast to the previously deafening clang of the copper bell. Ada also set down Xiaowen. As soon as Xiaowen's feet touched the ground, he immediately clutched his burning, throbbing head, bouncing in place like a startled rabbit, hissing as he gasped for cool air. While vigorously rubbing his seemingly splitting forehead, he looked up, glaring at the massive ancient bell that had just subjected him to 50 torturous strikes. The bell hung silently in the morning light, its copper surface marred by rust, resembling an indifferent giant who had weathered the storms of time. Utterly unconcerned with Xiaowen's suffering. Doomed bell, wretched bell. Xiaowen could no longer contain himself, his voice tinged with a child's cry, pointing angrily at the bell. So heavy and hard. It's infuriating. Just crumble already. I wish I could smash you to pieces. His innocent outburst, filled with childlike indignation and grievance, echoed through the empty bell tower. Ada, listening nearby, couldn't help but chuckle at the child's candidness. Yet, at that very moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. The ancient bell, having hung for countless years and endured the relentless strikes of generations of disciples from Wulong Academy, seemed to have truly comprehended Xiaowen's curse. Or perhaps it was merely a coincidental culmination. One of the thick iron chains that had long been eroded by time, connecting it to a sturdy beam, suddenly emitted a faint yet piercing sound of metal fracturing just as Xiao Wen's words fell silent. Crack. Though the sound was subtle, to someone like Ada, who had trained in martial arts, it was no different from thunder. His smile vanished in an instant, and he shot his gaze upward. To his horror, he saw the chain, as thick as a child's arm, snap from the point where it connected to the bell's crown. The break was rusted and clearly had long since weakened. The ancient bell, now deprived of a third of its support, became unbalanced in an instant. It tilted violently towards the side of the break. Not good. Ada's expression changed dramatically, his voice rising in alarm. He instinctively sought to dash forward. But the distance was too great, and he was far too late. Below, Master Changmei had already immersed himself in tranquility as the fish drum's sound resonated. However, the faint yet jarring sound of metal fracturing, coupled with the subsequent horrifying howl of heavy objects plummeting and tearing through the air, abruptly jolted him from his meditative state. His eyes flew open. The tranquil depths of his gaze now blazed with intensity, like two bolts of lightning piercing the gloom. His response was swift. Almost instinctively, he attempted to employ his lightness technique to evade to the side. For one of his skill, this would ordinarily have been a trivial matter. Yet, his seated position was too precarious. He was directly beneath the bell, sitting cross-legged. The bell, with a diameter exceeding 10 feet, was immensely heavy. It tilted, descending at an unimaginable speed. Moreover, its trajectory completely overshadowed him in darkness. Compounding the danger was the fact that he had been seated for too long, his legs crossed. And although his martial prowess was profound, his age rendered him physically diminished, while his blood and energy flowed without hindrance. To erupt from such a static position into a swift evasion required an exceedingly brief moment of explosive force. In that electrifying instant, nearly imperceptible, Master Changmei could only manage to lift his gaze. What met his eyes was the rapidly enlarging, light-obscuring base of the massive copper bell. The mottled verdigris and indistinct Sanskrit now appeared to him as the mocking grin of death. He had no time to execute any effective defensive maneuvers. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted, as if the entire Wulong Academy trembled beneath its resonance. Dust and debris shot skyward, with chips, shattered stones, and copper rust exploded outward like fireworks. The colossal ancient bell descended with unrelenting force, crashing directly onto the spot where Master Changmei sat. The immense impact not only drove him instantaneously into the ground, but also obliterated the sturdy wooden floor of the bell tower as if it were made of paper, causing it to collapse with a resounding crash. Ada and Xiao Long upstairs felt their feet shake violently, as if an earthquake had struck. They watched in terror as their master's seated figure, along with the bell, vanished into the vast cloud of dust that now billowed below. Only a gaping black hole remained. Xiao Wen was utterly petrified by the sudden terrifying noise and the violent tremors beneath him, collapsing onto the ground. His face as pale as a sheet, mouth agape, forgetting to even cry, consumed by overwhelming fear and confusion. Did I really say that in anger? How could it have truly fallen and crushed Master? Below, the air was thick with dust. The enormous ancient bell had deeply embedded itself into the shattered floor, resting atop the ground of the first floor, its mouth facing downward. At the edge of the bell's opening, shrouded in swirling dust, lay two legs clad in gray monk's pants, limply dangling outside the bell. Master Changmei was entirely ensconced within the massive copper bell, entombed in the floor. Only his two legs remained visible. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. The world fell silent, leaving only the sound of dust settling and the distant rustle of startled birds taking flight in the nearby woods. Ada, Xiaolong, and Xiao Wen stood as if ensnared by a spell, rooted at the edge of the bell tower's gaping hole, their eyes wide in disbelief as they stared at the overturned bell and the familiar, yet painfully vivid, legs. A chilling dread surged through them, penetrating from the soles of their feet to the crown of their heads. Ada's mind buzzed blank. Just moments ago, he had been smugly chastising Xiao Wen, reveling in his misfortune. Yet now, the sky had fallen. Their master had been struck by the very bell that Xiao Wen had cursed. The color drained from his face, rendering it paler than Xiao Wen's. Xiao Long, too, was utterly paralyzed by fear. The master, who loomed large in his mind like an insurmountable mountain, was now trapped beneath the bell, with only two legs visible. Those legs remained motionless. Master. Xiao Long's lips trembled violently, tears swirling in his eyes, but unable to flow due to the overwhelming terror. Xiao Wen was completely bewildered, sitting on the ground. He tilted his little face upwards, staring blankly at the bell, at those two legs. A tidal wave of terror and guilt overwhelmed him. It was me. I just said I wanted to smash it, and it fell, crushing Master. I caused this. I harmed Master. This thought spiraled frantically in his young mind, nearly tearing him apart. His small body began to tremble uncontrollably, his teeth chattering. Master. Ada finally broke free from the overwhelming shock and fear, unleashing a heart-wrenching, tearful cry. His voice was filled with despair, regret, and boundless terror, shattering the silence in an instant. He leapt down as if possessed, heedless of the stability of the jagged edge of the hole on the second floor of the bell tower, plunging headlong into the abyss below. He stumbled upon landing, nearly losing his balance, but he had no time to spare, rolling and crawling toward the enormous bronze bell beside him. Master, Master, are you all right? Ada's voice quavered, tinged with tears as he desperately pushed against the immense weight of the bell. Yet, how could that bell weigh less than 1,000 pounds? Firmly embedded in the floor, it would not budge an inch. Ada was overcome with anxiety, beads of sweat forming on his brow, his veins bulging as he exerted every ounce of strength to lift, push, and ram against it. The bell merely emitted a dull hum, as if mocking his futile efforts. Master, you must respond. Ada's voice was rife with despair as he circled the bell's opening in vain, his gaze fixated on the two motionless legs, his heart plummeting. He dared not imagine the circumstances within the bell. His master, could he bear to think further? The overwhelming dread and guilt threatened to crush him entirely. Little Long finally grasped the situation, bursting into tears as he tumbled down the stairs, rushing to Ada's side, gazing at the bell while weeping inconsolably. Master, Master, please don't frighten Little Long. Xiaowen also stumbled over from the edge of the hole, his small face streaked with tears and grime. He fell to his knees before the bell, trembling like a leaf in the wind, incoherently crying out, Master, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. I promise I won't do it again. Master, please don't die. His tiny heart was engulfed with paralyzing fear and guilt, believing himself to be the architect of his master's demise. Chapter 57, Strength to Move Mountains. Suddenly, a gruff voice resonated from beneath the bell, a deep, muffled tone filled with suppressed exasperation. What nonsense are you raving about? I'm still alive. Ada was jolted, nearly collapsing to his knees. He leaned over the edge of the hole, his voice tearing through the air. Master, are you truly unscathed? Little Long, tears still glistening on his cheeks, hastily wiped his face with the back of his hand, his nose reddened. Xiaowen, invigorated by the voice, lifted his head, the fear in his eyes slightly abated, and trembled as he inquired, Master, the bell hasn't crushed you, has it? The voice from above, tinged with impatience, rumbled, No matter how deep my skill, I cannot withstand the ruckus created by your foolishness. The bell is hollow. I am lying flat against the ground, not squashed into a pancake. He paused to catch his breath. However, my legs are stuck in the mud. The floor has collapsed, leaving both me and the bell sunk into the earth. My arms cannot reach the sides of the bell to exert any force. You lot, with your wooden heads, hurry and find a shovel to dig out the earth around my legs. Once you clear the soil, I can lift this contraption myself. A wave of relief washed over Ada, his shoulders relaxing as if a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted. He turned to Little Long, patting him on the back. Did you hear that? Go find a shovel. The iron spade by the woodshed will do. Little Long nodded vigorously, stumbling as he dashed down the stairs. Ada then glared at Xiaowen. And you, stop your wailing. Go rummage for a crowbar in the storeroom. We might need to pry the bell open. Xiaowen nodded like a chick pecking at grain, hastily maneuvering toward the stairs, glancing back at the bell with unsteady steps. Downstairs, Ada had already jumped into the dust-filled pit. He crouched to examine the bell's opening, noting how the Master's legs were deeply entrenched in the wet mud, with the bell's edge pressing against shattered floorboards, resembling the fangs of a colossal beast. Ada began to dig into the loose earth by his feet with his bare hands, his fingernails caked with black mud. From a distance, the sounds of Little Long rummaging through boxes clattered, mingled with Xiaowen's tearful cries. Where's the crowbar? Suddenly, a cheerful bark echoed from outside the bell tower, followed by footsteps approaching, crunching leaves underfoot. A figure appeared at the entrance. It was Chun Luochi. His silhouette cast a long shadow at the gate, with Shao Kahn nuzzling against his pant leg, its moist nose twitching, curiously sniffing the air for remnants of the metallic scent. He had followed the sound of the bell and the mountain path, now frowning slightly as he surveyed the collapsed bell tower. The remnants of the tower lay in disarray, broken beams jutting toward the heavens. Rubble and debris scattered across the ground. The cries, shouts, and clattering of objects from within pierced through the chaos. He did not falter in his steps, making his way directly to the half-collapsed pit. Shao Ka followed suit, deftly maneuvering around the scattered wood and bricks. Chun Shizhu, Ada cried, kneeling in the pit, his hands caked in black mud, his nails filled with dirt. Upon hearing the bark, he abruptly lifted his head, his face smeared with dust, tears, and an overwhelming surge of joy, causing his voice to crack. Little Long, just then bounding down the stairs with a rusted shovel clutched in his arms, stumbled at the sound, his eyes widening in disbelief. Big brother, Xiaowen, frantically searching for a crowbar amidst a pile of debris at the storeroom entrance, still sobbing. Caught sight of the familiar fluffy figure and exclaimed, "Doggy." His tear-streaked face lit up momentarily before he turned his gaze to Chunluachi. Chunluachi's eyes swept over the dusty pit, where the massive bronze bell was lodged awkwardly in the mud and debris, revealing only a small portion of its body. Its rim tightly clamped against the shattered floor. He furrowed his brow, shifting his gaze between the three disheveled children and the heavy bell. What on earth has happened? Though he knew that Xiao Wen's ill-fated words had repeatedly led to Long Mei's misfortunes, he had not anticipated encountering such a situation himself. Ada struggled to climb out of the pit, disregarding the dirt clinging to him, pointing at the bell with fervent urgency, his words tumbling out in a rush. The temple has fallen into disrepair, and the chain of the bell has rotted, causing it to fall suddenly. Master is underneath. His voice caught momentarily, but he quickly steadied himself, fortunately. Thankfully, the bell is hollow. Master is not crushed, just trapped in the mud and unable to move. We are devising a way to dig him out. Chunluachi's gaze turned toward the deeply embedded base of the bronze bell, his voice low and serious. How is the master? Is he injured? He's fine, he's fine. Ada hurriedly waved his hands, fearful of being misunderstood. Master is as strong as ever. He is just stuck and cannot get out at the moment. We are looking for shovels and crowbars, planning to dig out the earth around his legs. Chunluachi did not press further. He took a couple of steps forward, stopping at the edge of the pit, examining the bell's shape, its angle of entrapment, and the surrounding debris. The immense size and sunken position of the bell silently conveyed its weight. He slightly tilted his head and instructed the three children, "Step back." The brothers and sisters were momentarily stunned, then their faces erupted into disbelief and joy. Ada suddenly yanked Little Long and Xiao Wen, still in shock, back, and the three of them scrambled to retreat near the staircase, huddled together, their eyes fixed intently on Chunluachi, holding their breath. Xiao Ka cleverly backed away a few steps, squatting down, its bright eyes curiously observing the great bell. Xiao Wen's heart raced with anxiety. Instinctively wrapping his arms around the fluffy Xiao Ka, burying his round little face in its silky, warm fur, rubbing against it, as if drawing courage and comfort. He murmured softly, his voice thick with emotion, "Thank you, doggy. Thank you, big brother." Xiaolong fixated on the seemingly unremarkable back of Chunluachi, who, despite his impressive height of 185 centimeters, lacked the muscular definition one might expect. His brows knitted together in a perplexed frown as he tugged at Ada's sleeve. Lowering his voice, filled with confusion, "Senior brother, why do I feel that the older brother seems less intimidating than the last time he visited? Last time, when he stood there, I felt he was more robust than the hefty bull down the mountain, suffocatingly imposing. Yet this time, that sensation is absent." Ada, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on Chunluachi, appeared anxious not to miss a single detail. Without turning his head, he playfully tapped Xiaolong on the back of his head. His voice tinged with suppressed excitement and a fervent sense of certainty. "What do you know? This is a return to simplicity. A master like Chun is undoubtedly more powerful now, effortlessly commanding his prowess, with divine radiance contained within. Do you understand?" His cracked lips moistened as his eyes burned with fervor. Just watch. Perhaps with a single punch, he could shatter that wretched bell. How exhilarating that would be. Upon hearing this, Xiaolong's eyes widened even further. Huh? Shatter it with one punch? Then we would have no bell left. That is a treasure of the temple. His face immediately displayed a mix of pain and hesitation. Ada shot him a frustrated glare. "Fool. The priority is rescuing our master. Which is more important? Your life or the bell? Moreover," he continued with a calculating tone, "what kind of person is Master Chun? He is a true magnate. Did you not witness his grandeur last time? If he were to destroy the bell, given his stature, would he not feel compelled to compensate? I wager he would go so far as to refurbish the entire decrepit bell tower to outshine even the Sansheng temple. This deal would be immensely profitable for us." The three of them huddled together, their anxious yet expectant gazes flitting toward Chunluachi. "Do you think Master Chun will use his fists?" Xiaolong pondered, envisioning a thunderous blow. "It's hard to say. I suspect it could be a palm strike, overwhelming as a tidal wave." Xiao Wen, momentarily forgetting his fear, joined in on the speculation. Ada stroked his chin. "It might also be a kick. Master Chun's thighs appear long and powerful. A swift kick would be clean and decisive." As they quietly debated the extraordinary technique Chunluachi might unleash, he stood resolutely before the colossal bronze bell. He neither assumed a stance nor bellowed a battle cry. In fact, he hardly stirred his garments. Instead, he merely leaned slightly forward, his hands firmly gripping the cold, muddy edge of the bell, which was deeply embedded in the earth. His actions were unhurried, almost mundane. The three brothers held their breath, their eyes wide and unblinking. In the next moment, an unforgettable scene unfolded. Chunluachi's back suddenly surged with power, the muscles in his arms tautening beneath his attire, as if a dormant dragon had awakened. The massive bronze bell, seemingly rooted in the ground, emitted a dull, grating sound as it began to rise, slowly yet steadily from the earth. Dust cascaded downward. As the bell's rim detached from the soil, a deformed hollow beneath became visible. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Shinluachi did not lower or push the bell away. Instead, he firmly cradled its base, his core, waist, and shoulders harmonizing to unleash a powerful upward thrust. Astonishingly, that colossal object, measuring 16 feet in diameter and nearly 10 feet in height, weighing thousands of pounds, was effortlessly elevated by him, and with a swift motion. The immense bell was securely placed upon his broad right shoulder. Strength that could topple mountains, an aura that could overshadow the world. Time seemed to stand still. The dust lingering in the pit appeared to hang suspended in the air. Ada's mouth fell agape, his jaw nearly dropping to his chest, gasping in awe, yet unable to utter a single word. Xiaolong stood frozen, his shovel clattering to the ground without him noticing, his eyes bulging as if they might pop from their sockets. Xiaowen's arms, once wrapped around Xiaoka, stiffened instantaneously, his mouth forming a perfect O, having forgotten to breathe. Xiaoka, too, sensed the dramatic shift in atmosphere. Her ears perked up, and her body leaned back slightly.